this issue, so I think if the false claims comes up, I hope sometime you'll remember, whether I'm alive or dead, that Senator Grassley is interested in this. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put 3 letters of opposition in the record, if I may, with your concurrence. Thank you very much.
Sure. And is that all of them, or you got a couple others?
Yes, they're all here.
Okay. Without objection, whatever Senator Feinstein has that she wants in the record, without objection, it will be done.
Thanks very much. I'm not a lawyer, but as I read the case, this man was a felon in possession of a gun with a serial number struck off in concert with another man who had a weapon that I believe was used in the situation. So he was a felon with a gun, and his probation instructed him that he was not to carry that weapon. So I have very strong feelings about that, and I just wanted to say that. I don't think you have to respond, but what I'd really like to talk to you about—
Senator, may I?
Sure, absolutely.
I don't mean to eat up your time or anything, but this is exactly the sort of thing I think I've been trying to convey to members of the committee, which is it's my job to decide these cases without respect to persons. There is the little guy right there. He's a criminal defendant. It's unsympathetic. I understand everything you're saying about it. It's all true. The question is still, does the government have to prove what the law requires of the government, or anybody, the big guy? There's no bigger guy than the federal government.
I understand.
And so I'm just trying to follow the plain words of the law. Knowingly be a felon in possession. And the convicting judge told him that he wasn't a felon. And I followed precedent in that case, Senator. The man's in prison because of precedent. But I do wonder—
I accept that is your view,
okay,
and I'd like to move on.
Okay, of course.
It's not my view.
I understand.
He was a felon. So
yes, he was.
Let me go on. I sent some documents not down to you, but over to you yesterday.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about one of them. And this is the one that has to do about torture. It's labeled at the bottom, DOJ NMG 0143890. And I can send it down to you again if you want to.
No, I've got it right here.
You have notes in the
I've got it right here, yes.
Okay. There's no date on the document, but the document talks about the McCain and Graham amendments to the Detainee Treatment Act, which was before Congress in November and December of '05. And it asks specific questions about the indictment of Jose Padilla, who was indicted on November 22nd, 2005. So the notes must have been on or after November 22nd, '05. Take a look at your handwritten notes on page 2. The document says, has the aggressive interrogation techniques employed by the administration yielded any valuable intelligence? Have they ever stopped a terrorist incident? Examples. Your handwritten note says yes. My question is, what information did you have that the Bush administration's aggressive interrogation techniques were effective?
And Senator, I'm working on 12 years of passage of time here, so my memory is what it is, and it's not great on this, but my recollection—
But you're very young.
Well—
Accept it.
I'll take it. Thank you. I'm not sure my wife entirely agrees with you anymore, Senator, but thank you. That's kind. My recollection of 12 years ago is that was the position that the clients were telling us. I was a lawyer. My job was as an advocate, and we were dealing with the detainee litigation. That was my involvement.
You actually answered the question.
Yeah.
So you had no personal information that you took the position of your client.
Yes.
And that because I know a lot about what happened.
I know you do.
That circles around in my brain a little bit, because it seems to me that people who advise have an obligation to find the truth in these situations. And when we learned about what happened on the Intelligence Committee, the Gang of Eight learned earlier, we learned much later, I think it was 2006. We saw, and when we looked into it, we really saw the horrendous nature of what went on. The absence of supervision, the absence of direction, the contracting out to people who, in my view, were not qualified to do what they did. And I think terrible things happen. It's a closed chapter, but it should never again happen. This is America, and it's not what we stand for. So let me move on to something that does trouble me about originalism, if I may. And let me read something. I have a constituent who happens to be the dean of a law school who sent me a question.
Uh-oh.
And I want to present it to you. And here it is. You are a self-professed originalist in your approach to constitutional interpretation. For example, you wrote, and I quote, "Judges should instead strive, if humanly and so imperfectly, to imply the law as it is, focusing backward, not forward, and looking to text, structure, and history to decide what a reasonable reader at the time of the events in question would have understood the law to be." Now, do you agree with Justice Scalia's statements that originalism means there is no protection for women or gays and lesbians under the Equal Protection Law because this was not the intent or understanding of those who drafted the 14th Amendment in 1868?
Senator, first of all, a good judge starts with precedent and doesn't reinvent the wheel. So to the extent there are decisions on those topics, and there are, a good judge respects precedent. That's the first point. Second point I'd make is it would be a mistake to suggest that originalism turns on the secret intentions of the drafters of the language of the law. The point of originalism, textualism, whatever label you want to put on it, what a good judge always strives to do, and I think we all do, is strive to understand what the words on the page mean, not import words that come from us, but apply what you, the people's representatives, the lawmakers, have done. And so when it comes to equal protection of the laws, for example, it matters not a whit, textualism, whatever label you want to put on it. What a good judge always strives to do, and I think we all do, is strive to understand what the words on the page mean, not import words that come from us, but apply what you, the people's representatives, the lawmakers, have done. And so when it comes to equal protection of the laws, for example, it matters not a whit that some of the drafters of the 14th Amendment were racists, because they were, or sexist, because they were. The law they drafted promises equal protection of the laws to all persons. That's what they wrote. And the original meaning of those words, John Marshall Harlan captured them in his Dissent in Plessy. And equal protection of the laws does not mean separate and advancing one particular race or gender. It means equal. And as I said yesterday, I think that guarantee, equal protection of the laws guarantee, the 14th Amendment, that it took a civil war for this country to win, is maybe the most radical guarantee in all of the Constitution and it may be all of human history. It's a fantastic thing. And that's why it's chiseled in Vermont marble above the entrance to the Supreme Court of the United States.
No, I understand that, but here's what is hard, and let me be very personal about it because this is important. I have sentenced women to state prison for committing abortion. I was a member when California had an indeterminate sentence law, actually the youngest in the country. And I know what life was like. You have 2 daughters.
I do.
I am one of 3 daughters, and I know what life was like. I have heard of young women killing themselves. I've heard of passing the plate in colleges so that a young woman could go to Tijuana to have an abortion. I read a letter from a woman who's going to be in the audience tomorrow of how trying to get pregnant, finding that the fetus was catastrophic and having just a terrible time. So the law has finally progressed that we now have the right to vote. That took a long time. We are still fighting for equal pay, for equal work, and it goes on and on. And as women take their place in the workplace, in society, we could have had a woman as president, perhaps. Life changes. And the originalism that the days when the Constitution was written project to me don't bring somebody forward, they bring them backward. In terms of rights that women did not have, they were not looked at as equal. As a matter of fact, we couldn't even get ratified a constitutional amendment, very simple, equality under the law should not be abridged on account of sex. That was the Equal Rights Amendment. And the time was extended from 3 years to give it more time, and they could not get the number of states to approve it. So if one looks at originalism in my context, which is real life, I want your 2 daughters to have every opportunity they possibly could have, be treated equal, be able to control their own bodies in concert with their religion, their doctor, whatever it may be, and not be conscribed to a lesser fate because the law is interpreted in a backward sense. Does that make sense to you?
Senator, I understand your concern and I share it. I come from a family of strong women. My 2 teenage daughters, you're right. I want every opportunity for them that a young man has. I have a strong wife. Anyone who knows her knows that. My mother.
But you are pivotal in this.
And Senator, I am daunted sitting here under the lights at the prospect of what's to come if I'm so fortunate to be confirmed. And I'm daunted by the job I currently hold. And I take that trust very seriously. And no one is looking to return us to horse and buggy days. We're trying to interpret the law faithfully, taking principles that are enduring in a Constitution that was meant to last ages, and apply it and interpret it to today's problems. And I think if you look at a number of cases where the court has applied what might be labeled by some as originalism, you will see, for example, in Kylo, the search of a home with a heat-seeking device. The court looked back to find out would that be considered an unreasonable search. That technology didn't exist, of course. But would something like that have been considered an unreasonable search at the time of the Fourth Amendment's adoption? And found it's essentially equivalent to a peeping Tom. And of course that would have been considered an unreasonable search by the government. And so a heat-seeking device, thermal imaging, is also a search of a home. That's how we use neutral principles, the law, to apply it to current realities, not to drag us back to a past, but to move forward together as judges applying the law neutrally.
Here's the problem. I've been through this before. I've been through 6 hearings. I listened to Senator Specter when he was chairman of this committee tell the Chief Justice, well, you have described super precedent. We talked about precedent. And what's happened is every Republican-appointed judge has gone back and is a no vote. So how does one look at you? And we've talked about precedent. For the life of me, I really don't know when you're there what you're going to do with it. And it's so, and as you say, this isn't text, this is real life. And young women take everything for granted today. And all of that could be struck out with one decision.
Senator, all I can do is, I can't promise you how I'd rule in a particular case. That would be deeply wrong to sit here at a confirmation table. And I think we agree on that it would be a violation of the independent judiciary for a nominee to a court to make a promise on any case in order to win confirmation.
No, I don't expect you to.
I know you don't, and I'm really grateful for that. I know you appreciate my position. All I can promise you is that I will exercise the care and consideration, due precedent, that a good judge is supposed to. And I've written a book on it. This is not something that is just words in a room. This is years of toil in putting together a mainstream consensus view on what precedent is and the law of it, with 12 judges appointed by presidents from both sides, with a forward by Justice Breyer. And I didn't expect anyone to ever read it. I think a few people have read it now, still not that many. But that's my life's work, that sort of thing. I care about the law. I care deeply about the law and an independent judiciary and following the rules of the law. And that's what commitment I can make to you. I can't promise you more, and I can't guarantee you any less.
Well, what worries me is you have been very much able to avoid any specificity, like no one I have ever seen before. And maybe that's a virtue, I don't know. But for us on this side, knowing where you stand on major questions of the day is really important to a vote aye. And so that's why we press and press and press. It's very hard because you mentioned that the number of cases you sat on and the percent that was unanimous, I think was 97%, you said. And so we realize that these are few cases on which the distinction is made, and it's hard to make that distinction. So, when one sees a lot in this country, and I just want to say this, for me, I sat on 5,000 cases. These were women convicted of felonies in the state of California. I did it for 6 years. And so I saw the inside of this whole issue. And that's one of the reasons why I feel so strongly, particularly, let me ask you another area, assisted suicide.
Sure.
You make the statement that there is no justification for having anything to do with the end of someone's life, encouraging the end of life. Well, California just passed an End-of-Life Options Act that takes a number, I think 3 doctors. I, in my life, have seen people die horrible deaths, family, of cancer, when there was no hope. And my father begging me, stop this, Diane, I'm dying. My father was a professor of surgery. Now, trying to save him. So there are times you can't. And the suffering becomes so pronounced. I just went through this with a close friend, that this is real. And it's very hard. So tell us what your position is in the situation with California's End-of-Life Option Act, as well as what you have said on assisted suicide.
And Senator, this is something I can speak about because I've written about it, and I'm delighted to talk about my record. I wrote a book in my capacity as a commentator, as my doctoral dissertation essentially, before I became a judge. I'd have to tell you, as a judge, put that aside. And we talked about that. But I'll talk to you about what I wrote in the book, because I think that's fair. What I wrote in the book was, I agree with the Supreme Court in the Cruzan decision that refusing treatment, your father, we've all been through it with family. My heart goes out to you.
Yeah, well,
It does. And I've been there with my dad. Okay. And others. And at some point, you want to be left alone. Enough with the poking and the prodding. I want to go home and die in my own bed in the arms of my family. And the Supreme Court recognized in Cruzan that that's a right in common law, to be free from assault and battery effectively, and assumed that there was a constitutional dimension to that. I agree.
supposing you cannot handle the pain and you know that it's irreconcilable.
And Senator, the position I took on the book on that was anything necessary to alleviate pain would be appropriate and acceptable, even if it caused death, not intentionally, but knowingly. Okay? I drew a line between intent and knowingly. Okay? And I've been there. I have been there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Senator, no apology.
Thank you.
Senator Hatch, because Senator Graham has to go to a hearing.
Thank you.
Or a committee meeting, has accommodated Senator Hatch.
Thank you so much.
Or Senator Graham. So go ahead, Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see if I can sort of get my head around where we're at here. So I'm not so sure I've been playing the same game as everybody else. I'm going to have to reevaluate what game I need to be playing in the future. It's important to know where you stand before I can vote yes. I think that's true for a Republican nominee, but not so much for a Democrat. Let me tell you what Senator Leahy said. I certainly don't want you to have to lay out a test here in the abstract, which might determine what your vote or your test would be in a case you have yet to see that may well come before the Supreme Court. Now, that's the standard when there's a Democratic nominee. And when there's a Republican nominee, you've got to tell these senators that you won't get in the way of their agenda. I'm not asking you to tell me whether or not you agree with my agenda. I'm asking you whether or not you will fairly hear the cases before you, because to do anything else would be unfair to you. The life issue is very real. There are a lot of Americans who believe that life begins at conception. There are a lot of Americans who believe that Roe v. Wade was a grab of power from legislative people, but it is the law of the land. It will be given due weight if somebody challenges it. Do you agree with me it is the law of the land that in late-term abortions, they have been limited through congressional action and approved by the Supreme Court?
In certain circumstances, yes.
In certain circumstances, the Congress overwhelmingly voted to limit abortions in the last trimester, and the Supreme Court said in those circumstances, you have the authority to do that. Is that the state of the law?
That's part of the state of the law, Senator.
Okay. And I would imagine this issue will be revisited as long as people have differences. There will be a lot of issues coming before the court because Americans don't agree on some of the more emotional topics, like when life begins and what's the role of the legislative body, what's the role of the court, when do you have a soul if you have one, and what's the right to be conferred by unelected judges versus people who have to answer to the public. So all I'm saying, if we're going to vote against a nominee because they won't tell us things that we want to hear about issues important to us, then the whole nominating process has become a joke. And what has happened over time is that somehow, some way, we've gone from Scalia, the originalist, getting 98 votes, Ginsburg, the bastion of liberalism on the court, well qualified, getting 96 votes. What's happened? Did the Constitution change? I don't think so. I think politics has changed. I think it's changed in a fashion that we should all be ashamed of as senators. And I think we're doing great damage to the judiciary by politicizing every judicial nomination. If you don't agree with my basis view of the world, I cannot vote for you. This is what Greg Craig, the former White House counsel in the Obama administration, said about Elena Kagan. She's a progressive in the mold of Obama himself. So Reince Priebus said that Trump picked a good guy. Well, Craig Craig, the former White House counsel, said that Obama picked in Elena Kagan a progressive in the mold of Obama himself. I did not vote for President Obama, but he won in spite of my opposition. I do believe as President of the United States, he had a right to pick somebody from the progressive wing of the law. I expected him to do so, and he did. Twice. I knew full well what I was getting. And I hope you understand that you're getting one of the most qualified conservative judges in the country. Senator Feinstein said her goal was to find out if you're a reasonable mainstream conservative. I would tell you, Senator Feinstein, without any hesitation, this man is as mainstream as you will get. If you don't believe me, listen to the people who know him the best. 2,700 cases and being reversed once. The bottom line here is we're taking the nomination process to a place it was never intended to go by the framers of the Constitution. And Alexander Hamilton would be rolling over in his grave to believe that the United States Senate has now gotten to the level of where I can't vote for you if you won't tell me about cases important to me and you don't share my philosophy. That means advise and consent is not really advise and consent. It means that we are the president and we're the judge. And if you wouldn't rule like us, you can't be on the court. And if you come from a philosophy that we reject as a party, then you can't be a judge. That would be bad for the country. Now, let's talk a little bit about Griswold. You said that Griswold was a case decided by the Supreme Court that does what?
Senator, it guarantees married couples the privacy in their own home to use contraceptives.
Is it a longstanding precedent of the Supreme Court?
It is, Senator.
What weight would you give that?
Well, Senator, under the law of precedent, you look at the age. This one's over 50 years. You look at the reliance interests, which are obvious and substantial. You look at whether it's been reaffirmed, which it has many times. And, Senator, as I said yesterday, I just cannot imagine a state attempting to pass a law like that.
Well, let's say they did.
And I can't imagine the Supreme Court of the United States taking that claim seriously.
Let's say they did, and I'm with you on both. Would you listen to the people who made the argument, to make the argument?
Senator, you listen to every person who comes to court.
So to overturn Griswold, you got to get a case in controversy, right?
Right.
That means somebody somewhere has got to convince, I don't know, some state or somebody somewhere to outlaw contraception in the marital relationship. That would be a case in controversy.
Well, you'd have to have a state that pass a law like that.
Or what about a city council?
Or whatever, and then you have to have somebody try and enforce it.
Right. Then it would maybe get to you. And if that day ever come, you would listen to what the other side had to say, then you would decide. Is that fair enough?
You'd apply the precedent of the United States Supreme Court. And if they were trying to overturn the precedent, you go through the factors and you consider them. And
so you're not here to tell us what you like or don't like in the law. You're telling us about the process of how the law works.
That's right, Senator.
And you're here as a human being, can't imagine some legislative body, particularly at state level, outlawing contraception. You just don't see that as a real threat right now.
I don't see it as a real threat today,
Okay.
Senator.
Originalism. Are you an originalist?
Senator, as we spoke of yesterday, I'm happy to be called that. I do worry about the use of labels in our civic discussion. to sometimes ignore the underlying ideas, as if originalism belonged to a party. It doesn't. As if it belonged to an ideological wing. It doesn't.
Well, here's what I would say about originalism. Whether you like it or not, is it bound by the law?
That, of course it is. It's the whole point of how you interpret the law.
Now, to those who believe that the Constitution is a living, breathing document that can speak to you and nobody else, that bothers me. But there are people on the Supreme Court who have the view that the Constitution is a living, breathing document related to the times in which we live in. That seems to open the door that I can get the outcomes I want, not so much bound by the words or the history. The bottom line is there are different ways of looking at the role of being a judge. Do you believe that your way of looking at being a judge has stood the test of time?
I do.
Do you believe over the last 10 years your way of looking at being a judge has received respect from people who disagree with you?
I think you're going to hear from some of them tomorrow.
Do you believe that the American Bar Association has looked at your way of being a judge and found you well qualified?
I'm very honored by their assessment.
You've decided over 2,700 cases, is that right?
That's right.
Been overturned once, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay. I'm going to say once.
Well,
And you're just going to have to live with it
well,
and accept it.
ma-
The bottom line is,
Maybe.
let's say it's once. I would say that the way you judge has been viewed by people above you as being acceptable almost all the time but once. Now, to my friends on the other side, what more can you ask for? What are you looking for? Are you looking for somebody that will make your political life easy? Well, he's not the guy. Because he's not going to make your political life easy, because he was appointed by the guy that you were all against, and I didn't vote for. I haven't voted for a president who won in 12 years. So I'm probably not the one to give you legal advice, political advice. But I have voted for nominees of those who did win in the time that I've been here. I intend to vote for you for the same reasons that are articulated for Sotomayor and Kagan in terms of your qualifications. I intend to vote for you because I think you represent a conservative view of how to be a judge. I'm excited about that. I think President Trump, with all of his problems and all of his mistakes, chose wisely when it came to this man. I want to congratulate the president. And I want to say this, that when you rejected some of the statements that President Trump made toward judges as being, what were your words?
Senator, I spoke of when anyone,
Which would include President Trump.
anyone
Okay.
criticizes the honesty, the integrity, the decency of federal judges and what they do, or attacks their motives and how they come about arriving at their decisions. I know those people. I know how hard they work and how decent they are. I find that disheartening and demoralizing. That's what I have said. I'm not saying we're immune from attack from decisions. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have thick skin. My hide's pretty thick. And I know that the hides of federal judges have to be.
Well, I just want to associate myself with what you said about what President Trump said, that I thought it was really out of bounds. You're the most powerful man in the world, and judges work in quiet, dark corners. They have no political machine. They have no PAC. They can't go out and do news conferences. Of the three branches of the government, they're the most vulnerable. So I stand firmly with you and firmly with anybody. And my friends on the other side say that President Trump was really out of bounds. But here's what I wish some of y'all would do. Here's what Nancy Pelosi said. If you breathe air, drink water, eat food, take medicine, or in any other way interact with the courts, this is a very bad decision. That means picking you. I haven't heard one person on that side say, that is out of bounds. That is political garbage. To my good friend Ron Wyden, no senator who believes that individual rights are reserved to the people and not the government can support this nomination. Elizabeth Warren, let's not mince words. The nomination of Judge Gorsuch is a huge gift to the giant corporations and wealthy individuals who have stolen a Supreme Court seat in order to make sure that the justice system works for them. It's okay to criticize Trump, but apparently it's okay for you to slander this man, and none of you say a damn thing about it. I don't think it's okay. I don't like what's going on here. I don't like where the Senate's heading, but there's nothing I can do about it other than be myself. So, Judge, I just want to say, I think you're qualified. I think the answers that you can't give us come from the fact that you understand that if you gave those answers, you would compromise your ability to fairly decide cases that may become before you in the future. And that when a Democrat says that, they're just being a good judge. When you say that, oh, I can't vote for you. What a double standard. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while the senator from South Carolina is still in the room, he began his statement quoting me and saying, of course, and went on to say the president should be able to show his own philosophy, his nominations, and he pointed out that President Obama, as he said, nominated 2 Supreme Court justices. I think the record should show President Obama nominated 3 Supreme Court justices, one of whom was Merrick Garland, a person whose philosophy has been praised by both Republicans and Democrats, and it was the Republican Party that ignored the Constitution, did not allow him to have a vote, did not allow him to come before this body, did not uphold their advice and consent oath and their advice and consent. So I just wanted the record corrected. It wasn't 2 nominees, it was 3. The third one was not heard because for the first time in the history of the United States, the Senate refused to hold a hearing, refused to have a vote. Now, Senator Feinstein talked about the dark days before Roe versus Wade. I have some experience with that. We have 2 cases in Vermont, Leahy versus Beecham and Leahy versus Bartlett. I'll tell you very briefly about it. Leahy versus Beecham was a case that, in fact, I brought a declaratory judgment before Roe versus Wade, before the Vermont Supreme Court. I organized that case so that the Vermont Supreme Court, a very conservative court, could rule on the constitutionality of our anti-abortion statute in Vermont. They came out with a decision, basically what Roe versus Wade did. This conservative 5-member Vermont Supreme Court in Leahy versus Beecham. Leahy versus Bartlett was a case where I prosecuted somebody procuring abortions. And these are the dark days that I don't want to go back to. I got a call from the police at 3 o'clock in the morning. I was state's attorney at the time. I went to the emergency room at our local hospital. A young co-ed nearly died from bleeding from a botched abortion. At that time, it was illegal. We found out the person who had procured them. He had done this with a number of people. He would then blackmail them for either sex or money. And when I brought it to trial, we found the person doing the abortion was from Montreal. They said they'd go to trial figuring she'd never appear for the case. She was there. 2 Royal Canadian Mounties escorted her. And I pointed out to the defense attorney, the evidence would show she was trained to do these abortions, working for the SS at Auschwitz, so she could abort the women prisoners that they had impregnated, so that they could keep on using this women that way before they put them in the gas chambers. He looked at the names of the people who would be the potential jurors. they sought a plea. Now, on another, so I applaud the senior senator from California for raising the issue she did. Yesterday, I asked about your connections to billionaire super donor Philip Anschutz. In his role, his very extensive role in lobbying the White House to get you on the 10th Circuit. And once on the court, you said you recused yourself from cases involving him, and I commend you for that. You did the right thing. But you wrote in your Senate questionnaire that you currently follow a recusal standard broader than what is required by the Supreme Court. And if confirmed, you'd follow the weaker Supreme Court standard. Does that mean, if confirmed, you would no longer recuse yourself from cases involving Mr. Anschutz?
Senator, what it means is I will, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, go through the same process I did when I became a judge on the 10th Circuit, and which I committed to do at that time, which was look at the applicable law, look at the facts. I had a law clerk. I don't know if he's somewhere around.
Well, no, but let me get back to this. You found the facts were such that you recused yourself.
Yes.
With Mr. Anschutz when you were on the
Yes.
Court of Appeals.
Yes.
If he had a case before the U.S. Supreme Court, would not the facts be the same?
He is a former client, and I treated him as I treated my former clients, large and small. And Senator, I'd have to look at the recusal standards that are applicable to Supreme Court justices.
Well, the federal recusal standards apply to both Supreme Court justices and other judges.
Yeah.
But the only difference is, of course, Supreme Court, whether they recuse themselves or not, that's not reviewable. But would you, again, you found enough reason to recuse yourself on the circuit, and I applaud you for that. Would not those same reasons apply to the Supreme Court?
And Senator, I just have to study the law and the practice of the court, just as I did when I came on the 10th Circuit, and I commit to you the same process and the same integrity of the process. You look at the law, you look at the practice of your colleagues, you consult with your colleagues. That's what I did. I had a law clerk prepare an extensive memorandum for me in which he analyzed all of the relevant precedents, the practices of my colleagues,
Well,
and
I would note that
the facts.
The federal recusal standard, as far as studying the law, it's the same law for the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, with one exception. The Supreme Court's not reviewable. Now, I asked you yesterday whether there was any circumstance in which the president has the power to authorize torture or surveillance in violation of laws passed by Congress. You answered, I thought, correctly. No man is above the law. Now, I'm sure President Bush and his lawyers believed he was operating within the law when he authorized torture and warrantless surveillance, but they still thought they could violate a statute if they're exercising their Article II power. Is there any circumstance where a president could ignore a statute passed by Congress, signed into law, and still authorize torture or warrantless surveillance? If you had a statute against torture and warrantless surveillance, is there any circumstance in which a president could ignore that statute?
Well, Senator, I don't want to deal with a case that might come before me, and those are the sorts of things that could come before me. But I can speak generally, and I'm happy to.
Go ahead.
Presidents make all sorts of arguments about inherent authority. They do. And that's why we have courts to decide. Presidents of both parties have made arguments, for instance, about the War Powers Act. Both parties. And the Congress has taken a different position on that matter, for example, with both parties. And the fact is, we have courts to decide these cases for a reason, to resolve these disputes. And I would approach it as a judge through the lens of the Youngstown analysis.
Okay, have you thought of a case where a court has said a president could ignore a law that was on the books?
Senator, sitting
Can you
here,
think of one offhand?
I can't think of one offhand,
Thank you.
Senator.
Neither can I.
Yeah.
Now, the architect of President Trump's Muslim ban has declared that there's no such thing as judicial supremacy. And the powers of the president to protect our country, quote, are very substantial and will not be questioned. It was felt that he was signaling that the president could ignore judicial orders. Any president, do they have to comply with a court order? Assuming, I mean, obviously they could appeal one, but assuming it's been upheld, do they have to apply, do they have to comply with it?
That's the rule of law in this country, Senator Leahy. And presidents for a long time have said all sorts of things like that. President Jefferson said things like that.
Well, we're not,
President
he
Jeff-
was slightly before my time.
But presidents say these things, right? Congress says things, and then judges decide. And that's the way our system works. And, Senator, all I can commit to you again is I'm a judge now. I take that seriously. And you better believe I expect judicial decrees to be obeyed. As I said yesterday, a wise old judge who you're going to hear from tomorrow, one of my heroes, says the real test of the rule of law is where a government can lose in its own courts and accept those judgments.
I believe in the rule of law, too, and that's why I've stayed on this committee for decades. When I took my oath before the Vermont Supreme Court, when I was sworn into the bar, I took that very seriously. I did with our Second Circuit Court of Appeals and our federal courts, and when I was sworn into the U.S. Supreme Court bar. I took that very seriously. I believe that ultimately we are a country of laws, and we should follow them. Now, speaking of which, yesterday we discussed the relevance of what our framers meant in the Constitution. And many feel they want to prevent a president from being corrupted by foreign governments. Obviously, I'm referring to the Emoluments Clause. What is the purpose of the Emolument Clause?
The Emoluments Clause, Senator, is not a clause that had attracted a lot of attention until recently.
Well, Governor Randolph of the 1787 Constitutional Convention pointed it out. I mean, you want to go back to Jefferson, I'll go back to Randolph.
Hey, I'm with you. Among other things, it prohibits members of the government of this country from taking emoluments, gifts from foreign agents. And the question is, what exactly does that mean? That is a subject on which there is ongoing litigation right now, Senator, I believe. Certainly threatened litigation, impending litigation. And I have to be very careful about expressing any views.
Well, what Randolph said, it was done in order to exclude corruption and foreign influence, to prohibit anyone in office from receiving or holding any emoluments in foreign states. Now, you're hesitant to discuss it. You wouldn't be hesitant to discuss the Fourth Amendment or the Fifth Amendment, would you?
Well, I'm hesitant to discuss any part of the Constitution to the extent we're talking about a case that's likely to come before a court, pending or impending. And I do think that the Emoluments Clause has sat in a rather dusty corner for a long time until recent headlines, and I know that there are cases that are at least impending in that area. I'd be happy to try and talk about things that aren't likely to come before me, but
well,
I can't.
Let me ask you this. Then what does the Constitution say a president must do if he or she receives a foreign emolument?
Well, Senator, that's a good question. I don't believe it's been fully resolved.
Well, I thought it's kind of easy. The clause prohibits receipt of any emolument without the consent of the Congress.
Right.
Now, you're a judge. I'm, as I said yesterday, a lawyer from a small town in Vermont. But if it says they cannot receive any emolument without the consent of the Congress, isn't the answer pretty simple? what a president must do if he or she receives a foreign emolument, they have to get the consent of the Congress.
Sure, I thought you were asking what would be the remedy if they violated. And
No,
I
I'm
don't-
asking what they have to do.
No, you're absolutely correct. Of course, Senator.
I appreciate that.
Well, no, I think you've read the clip.
Because I understand your concern, and I appreciate it as a judge
I know you do.
answering questions about any pending litigation. But you have been very hesitant to even talk about various Supreme Court precedents. I know that Chief Justice Roberts, when he was before us, he said he agreed with Griswold and Brown. Justice Alito said he agreed with Hamdi and Eisenstadt. So we've had justices nominated by Republican presidents who have been willing to discuss past precedent. I was just kind of hoping you'd be as transparent as these prior nominees were. During the campaign, President Trump promised to appoint judges very much in the mode of Justice Scalia. Now, he had every right to say what he wanted. He could have picked anybody. The vice president said you two are cut from the same cloth. But Justice Scalia is a friend of mine, an intelligent, influential jurist. I voted for it, in case people wonder, and not just because we both have Italian ancestry, but his interpretation of the protections afforded by the Constitution left our most vulnerable communities out. Do you agree with Justice Scalia's characterization of the Voting Rights Act as a perpetuation of racial entitlement?
Senator, the Voting Rights Act was passed by this body during the Civil Rights era in order to protect the civil rights.
Well, it was also updated just a few years ago during President George W. Bush's tenure.
2006, it was reauthorized with the support of the president. That's right. That is true. And it is designed to protect the civil rights of Americans.
But do you agree with Justice Scalia's characterization of it as a perpetuation of racial entitlement?
Senator, I don't speak for Justice Scalia. I speak for myself.
Okay, accept that. Others who, there's a lot of people who in the administration have described who you are. One of the reasons we have these hearings is so the American people and this committee can determine better who you are. And that's why I made it very clear I'll be here at the hearing and make that determination. Because I was concerned, I knew that Steve Bannon was a strong advocate for your selection. And with all due regard to Mr. Bannon, he's well known for giving a platform to extremists and misogynists and racists. At the CPAC conference a few weeks ago, both Mr. Bannon and Reince Priebus praised your nomination, and I'd ask consent that a report of that be included in the record.
Without objection, your article will be entered.
And Mr. Priebus said you have the vision of Donald Trump, and by nominating you, Donald Trump was talking about a change of potentially 40 years of law. Suggesting you're coming there as a Trojan horse. What vision do you share with President Trump?
Senator, I mean no disrespect to any other person in saying they don't speak for me, and I don't speak for them. I have great admiration for Justice Scalia, as we've talked about. I have admiration for every member of this committee, for the President of the United States, for the Vice President of the United States. But respectfully, none of you speaks for me. I speak for for me.
Okay.
I am a judge. I am independent. I make up my own mind.
The reason I asked, Mr. Bannon, Mr. Priebus, and the president had closed-door interviews with you. And in these things, including this material I've just put in the record, they promised their donors a nominee that would bring a pro-corporate, socially conservative agenda to the court. Are you saying they're speaking for themselves, not for you?
I am.
Thank you. In your view, in the Constitution, it speaks about high crimes and misdemeanors. What kind of conduct does that include?
Well, Senator,
We've talked about the founders. They put that in, so.
I think, classically, we've talked about felonies. It has been typically what this body has impeached individuals for. There have been a variety of cases involving, sadly, federal judges, as well as presidents, as well as justice attempt. And usually it's been more along the high crimes rather than the misdemeanors.
I would assume that you would not think of a misdemeanor in the sense that we have like traffic violations, going through a stop sign or something like that. That's a misdemeanor. Would you accept that that's probably not what it's meant in the high crimes and misdemeanors?
I would not want to issue an opinion on that without the full judicial process, Senator.
All righty.
I don't know. I know misdemeanors in 1789 looked a lot different than misdemeanors today. We have a lot more criminal law today and a lot more misdemeanors today than we did back then. I can say that.
I'm going to start driving more carefully. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hatch.
Judge, I've only been around here 40 years, and I've seen an awful lot of great people in the law come before this committee. And I haven't seen anybody any better than you.
Can't hear.
I'm very proud of.
Can you
Go ahead.
talk louder?
You have to, the mic is not carrying you.
I'm very proud of you and the service that you're giving to our country. There's no question that any fair observer would say how lucky we are to have you nominated by whoever to be a justice on the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I held the highest rating an attorney could have when I was a partner in a Pittsburgh law firm. In Utah, I held the Martindale-Hubbell AV rating. These are ratings, as you know, given by your peers without your knowledge. And I have to say that I've been around here 40 years, and I've seen all kinds of judges come before this committee. And there have been a number of great ones. And you, sir, are one of the great ones. And I'm proud of you. But I knew that before you came here to testify. But now that you're testifying, it even reinforces that opinion in my mind. And why anybody in this body would vote against you, I'll never understand. Admittedly, you're of a different political persuasion, perhaps, than some of my friends on the other side. But I've supported people who are totally different from my political beliefs. And all I can say is that, and I've refused to support some people too, but my gosh, let me just go into this. I'm troubled by the suggestion that skepticism of Chevron, the Chevron case, somehow means that one is somehow reflexively opposed to regulation. In my mind, such a charge is completely unfounded. After all, it's important to remember that Chevron deference first flourished as a reaction against liberal judges overturning the articles of the actions of the Reagan administration. And after many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have now suddenly rediscovered the importance of the Constitution's limits on executive power, something they were conspicuously silent about when President Obama was in office, but are now quite enthusiastic about that now that a Republican is in the White House. And I find it surprising that they don't appreciate how Chevron impedes an independent judiciary's ability to hold the executive branch accountable to the law. Now, Judge Gorsuch, do you think your writings reflect a knee-jerk attitude against common sense regulations?
No, Senator.
I don't either. Even if you didn't like those regulations. Is that fair?
Senator, I've enforced all manner of regulation that's lawful without respect to my personal point of view.
And sometimes you didn't like some of them.
Senator, whether I did or didn't is not material.
Well, I kind of would like to hear, though, even so. That's okay. In addressing the Chevron issue, many are invoking the importance of relying on scientific expertise. But despite how some are mischaracterizing the issue, Chevron deference isn't the same thing as respecting the judgments of experts on technical matters, but rather about how to handle questions of law, questions in which judges themselves are experts. Nor does the issue of judicial deference call into question how much authority Congress can or should give agencies and their experts to write regulations. Now, Judge Gorsuch, would you mind explaining the difference between all of these issues for those who may not be experts in administrative law?
I'd be happy to, Senator.
Okay.
Section 706 of the Administrative Procedures Act says basically two things, and I'm paraphrasing. It says the courts are supposed to defer to the factual findings of agencies. So the extent you're talking about expert biologists, chemists, whatever manner of regulatory expertise we're talking about there, the courts are to defer to that and to take that seriously. And we do, just as we would, say, the factual finding of a jury or a district court judge that comes to us with a presumption of correctness, clear error standard of review, very hard to meet. Section 706, however, also goes on to say that when it comes to questions of law, the courts are to interpret the law. Despite that command from this body, the courts have created a doctrine that says that if there's any ambiguity in the law, the agency gets to make the decision about what the law means. And I have questions about that doctrine. I've raised questions about whether that's compatible with the plain language of Section 706.
All right, everyone, we are going to dip out of this Gorsuch hearing, take you live to London. Reports of shots fired outside of Parliament.
Your window now, what's happening?
There are two ambulances inside Parliament. So the officer will be receiving medical attention. And then Westminster is in lockdown. Ministers have been evacuated and journalists ordered to remain at their desks. And the traffic has obviously been stopped as well.
What do we know of the Prime Minister's movements? We understand that he was inside the building at the time.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know where. I just heard Theresa May was in the division lobby, I think, at the time, and I presume has been evacuated, although I don't know exactly where she is now.
What information have you been given inside?
We've been given very little information, to be honest. An officer came in and ordered all journalists to remain at their desks. I think we're all just grateful that the incident was obviously resolved as swiftly as it was. It was quite a terrifying experience, obviously witnessing it all from our windows.
We are hearing that there are a number of armed officers inside Parliament. Have you seen these people?
No, I haven't. No, I've been obviously at my desk the whole time, so I've only seen what I described earlier.
Okay, George, for the time being, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Well, if you are just switching on, let's just show you the latest footage we have. Bear in mind that Westminster Bridge, in the heart of Westminster, in the lee of Big Ben itself, ordinarily this time of day, hundreds of tourists, many of them, of course, with mobile phones capable of filming what they would hope would be happy pictures on a visit to London, perhaps, but instead cameras being turned to a very different purpose. As you look at those pictures, let's go back again to our Home Affairs editor, Mark White, who can bring us the latest. Mark.
Yes, so just getting confirmation from an official source that one person has been shot by police. That person we believe to have been an attacker armed with a knife. Also confirmation from this source that a police officer has been injured, suffered knife-related injuries, is being treated at the scene, as is the attacker. They're currently being treated in the Old Palace Yard. Looking at the live shot there, where you can see the two yellow ambulances inside, that's Old Palace Yard. That's where the two injured are being treated. The man who is believed to be, I shouldn't say man because sex wasn't confirmed to me, but one person who's believed to have been the attacker armed with a knife who was shot by a police officer, and one police officer who we understand is suffering from knife-related injuries. In addition, the source has also confirmed to me that multiple people are injured on Westminster Bridge. That, we believe, is the result of having been struck by a vehicle. Multiple people injured. He could be no more specific than multiple people. Obviously, we've been seeing some numbers on social media, but we haven't been able to independently confirm that. But what we can confirm through this source at the moment is that multiple people were struck by a vehicle on Westminster Bridge. Now, this isn't confirmed, but is speculation from the source that that same vehicle then proceeded down onto Parliament Square and crashed into the railings just outside the main entrance to Westminster itself. The suspect attacker left the vehicle and managed somehow to get into Old Palace Yard, where he was confronted, attacked an officer, and then was shot. So, as I say, that information with regard to the same vehicle coming from Westminster Bridge is this, the sort of working theory that authorities are going on at the moment. That's not 100% confirmed, but what is confirmed from a source is that multiple people are injured on Westminster Bridge, having been struck by a vehicle. 2 people are now injured in Old Palace Yard, one believed to have been an armed attacker, someone armed with a knife who managed to get in beyond the gates and into Old Palace Yard, who was confronted by a police officer. That officer, we understand, was attacked, has suffered injuries, and along with the attacker is now being treated at the scene.
Mark, for now, thanks very much.
Let's talk to Alistair Bunkle, who we believe is closer to Westminster Bridge. Alistair, what can you see from where you are?
Yes, as give you some idea of my location, I'm just Waterloo Station side of Westminster Bridge, just south of the River Thames, looking at the bridge and up towards the Houses of Parliament. I've counted at least 15 ambulances or paramedics vehicles. There are a number of unmarked police cars here. The police are putting up cordons as we speak. There are paramedics running and walking up onto Westminster Bridge. Two ambulances have just left with their sirens going, probably perhaps heading towards St Thomas's Hospital, which is adjacent to this bridge. And there are a lot of people who, in this part of London, as you'd expect, would be milling around wondering what is going on. But this is a scene of sirens and blue lights and high-vis jackets as the emergency services lock down the area and they deal with whoever is injured up on the bridge.
Alistair, we're getting confirmation from London Ambulance as we speak to you that they have sent a number of ambulance crews to Westminster alongside their hazardous area response team as well. We have had reports of a number of injuries on Westminster Bridge. Can you give us any sense of what you can see from where you are?
I can't give you, it would be wrong for me to give you any specifics about who is injured. I can't see anybody injured, but I mean, clearly the fact that there are, 4 ambulances now, I think I can count, on the bridge itself, including a fire crew, at least one fire crew. That is the indication that they are looking after and treating people on the bridge. And then the other ambulances, the Waterloo side of the bridge, are queued up, and it looks as though they are now waiting to be brought in as and when.
Alistair, thanks very much for
there's
that.
there's a couple of buses that have been stopped on the bridge. One of the duck tours, the distinctive yellow duck tours, guide buses that go around central London, they've been stopped on the bridge as well. So it looks as though if they weren't caught up in the instance as such, they were stopped from going anywhere and they were evacuated immediately.
And it's worth bearing in mind, isn't it, that actually St Thomas's Hospital, major teaching hospital, just on the south bank of the River Thames, opposite the Houses of Parliament, so medical help is literally that close. Just an apology as well, if any of our live pictures are picking out images which you may find distressing, you'll understand why we're keen to bring you a sense of what's happening there as quickly as possible. On the line now, Dr David Lowe, no, forgive me, Richard Tice, who is an eyewitness, somebody who saw part of what unfolded in Westminster this lunchtime. Richard, what did you see?
So, hi there, good afternoon. I came out of Westminster Tube, which was being locked down sort of immediately behind me, was ushered on to the bridge and looked across to the west pavement of the bridge, and literally north to south, I must have counted between 8 and 10 prostrate figures on the ground. My understanding from someone next to me was that a car or vehicle had driven along the whole pavement, knocking people over. And that's why there were many injuries, many people laying on the ground, starting to be attended to by paramedics. But literally from north to south, the whole length of the bridge, there were people on the ground who had clearly been injured by either a car or a vehicle. So pretty dramatic scenes, reports of gunshot fired and simultaneously grey and black vehicles arriving with special forces in masks and things. So pretty dramatic scenes, and hopefully people are no more than injured.
We don't know at this stage, Richard, but there are reports suggesting anything between 2 and 12 people were injured on the bridge. Which number seems closer to the reality of what you saw?
I definitely counted at least 8 people, the length of the bridge, on the ground being tended to, from north to south along the whole length of the bridge.
Okay. Richard Tice, one of the many people who saw these events unfold in Westminster today. Thanks very much.
Just getting some more information from witnesses who described the event nearer to Parliament. This was the person carrying a knife. One witness has described seeing a middle-aged man carrying a knife and running. This is coming from the Press Association. Described as an Asian guy in about his 40s carrying a knife about 7 or 8 inches long, running through those gates towards Parliament, being chased by police.
Well, look, if you are just switching on, this might be an appropriate moment just to draw breath and recap on what's happened. Around about 30 minutes ago, first reports came in initially of loud bangs, 4 loud bangs in the Westminster area. Shortly thereafter, we learned that Parliament had been suspended and was in a state of lockdown. You can still see at the bottom of the frame of that picture that you're looking at, which is overlooking Parliament Square, the statue of Winston Churchill and all the rest of it. You can see parked up there the air ambulance, which arrived pretty smartly. There's another picture showing from a different orientation that air ambulance on the ground, some of the police vehicles. Parliament Square now by this stage cleared of both traffic and the thousands of tourists and others who would ordinarily be there. The underground station, coincidentally, as you look towards it, now also closed, not because we believe of any particular terror threat there, but simply as a matter of procedure.
Also, this incident, as the camera pans along Westminster Bridge, that is also the scene of part of this incident. We just heard Richard Tice, their eyewitness, describing how he saw a number of people, some 8 to 10 people lying on the ground along that bridge, Westminster Bridge, busy at any time with people taking photographs of Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament. He said he believed that perhaps a vehicle had driven along the pavement of that bridge. Some speculation that could be the vehicle that then continued on to Parliament and carried the person with the knife. You can see the emergency services, many of them on that bridge now attending to those people. Let's cross to our correspondent Robert Nisbet, who's on the scene.
So we are on Millbank at the moment, Colin and Jane, and we are being pushed back again. They are expanding the radius of this area, this antiseptic area, as they continue their investigation and try to get as many emergency vehicles into the area as possible. We can see as we walk alongside here, and we're walking parallel to the Thames, we can see Westminster Bridge and all of the double-decker buses that are along there obviously stop still in between those double-decker buses. You can see the pulse of blue flashing lights as more emergency vehicles now race down Millbank and through the Tate to get there as quickly as possible. Just a quick recap of how we heard about it, and to give you a little spot of geography here. Millbank is this connective road that links the offices to the Houses of Parliament here. Most of the journalists are housed along here, and we were alerted to the fact that something was happening by a single tweet from one journalist. Everybody came running out, as you can imagine, into a scene of chaos, of people running in the opposite direction as police were trying to force people, expel them as quickly as possible out of the area, including dozens of workers who were working on the road around Parliament Square. Then, as they were starting to pull the plastic tape across to keep the area safe, we started hearing the blades of a helicopter, and we saw a red air ambulance land in Parliament Square just as the first information was coming out of what had occurred on Westminster Bridge. And we seem to be getting two lots of information from people who were on the bridge, where it appears that car was mounting the pavement and trying to mow people down, and then also from journalists who were inside Parliament at the time, who saw the attack, as we understand it, on a policeman by the knifeman, who was then shot dead. Now you see the chaotic aftermath of an event such as this, with tourists just wandering around here looking fairly bemused, as you can see, as police try to seal off the area, and the press now being pushed right back to Vauxhall Bridge, trying to keep this area as clear as possible, presumably to allow those emergency vehicles and police crews to get in there as quickly and as safely as possible. I'll throw it back to you now. I don't have communications with the studio.
Robert, thanks very much. Just want to stress at this point that there is a huge amount of material that's coming in. You can imagine this is an area that is an absolute media hub. Lots of people with mobile phones capable of taking pictures, journalists, holidaymakers, commuters, office workers, civil servants, all the rest of it. Some of it is I think reasonable to say, distressing. And I want to warn you about the picture we're about to show you, but we think it may help tell part of a story that's emerging. This is a still image simply showing somebody prostrate on the ground before medical attention has reached them. We've partly blurred the image, but we think it may help explain at least part of what's been happening on Westminster Bridge itself. River Thames just at the top of the frame as you see it, and that, if memory serves, is part of Westminster Bridge just as it abuts the Palace of Westminster complex itself. Now, whether that's an individual who's been hit by a fast-moving vehicle, then flipped over the wall, perhaps somebody who was seeking simply to jump out of the way of a fast-moving vehicle, but an image taken in the moments before the emergency services arrived. They are now there in great numbers.
If you're just joining us here on Sky News, there has been a serious incident outside the Houses of Parliament in London. Our correspondent David Bowden is here with us in the studio. David, just remind us of the facts as we know them now.
Well, we have what appear to be two separate incidents, but we have from a contact of Mark White, our Home Affairs correspondent, an official source saying that the two incidents are probably linked because it looks as though a man described again as a middle-aged man armed with a knife some 7 or 8 inches long, it appears drove a four-wheel drive vehicle across Westminster Bridge, mounted the pavement, ploughed into a number of people. Another witness told us anywhere between 8 and 10 people that he had seen lying on the ground, injured, then drove the same vehicle, we now believe, into the railings of the Palace of Westminster, which is literally just round the corner, and attempted to get into the actual grounds
of the Palace of Westminster itself. There, he was stopped by police officers. He stabbed a police officer, and then he himself was shot and is now injured. Both the police officer who was knifed by this man is being attended to by paramedics, as is the assailant who was shot by other police officers. Now, whether or not this is the timeline as it unfolded, or whether or not, as we heard from another witness, there was potentially two separate events, and one of the men who was driving this vehicle got out and attempted to run away and was fired at by police. They may well, in fact, be the same person. They may be two separate individuals. If they're the same person, it looks as though this situation is now contained because that person is injured, has been shot, and is being tended to by paramedics. If there were two people, then potentially a second person is still out there on the run. But I stress this is unfolding as we speak. Clearly, it is a major incident. Clearly, a number of people have been injured at the very least. And again, we get this idea, if it does turn out to be a terror attack, that essentially low-tech can become very high impact, as happened, of course, in both Nice and Berlin, in other places.
David Bowden, in terms of what's happening in Parliament, we know that Parliament has now been suspended for the day. We also know that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are both safe. We believe that the Prime Minister was in the Houses of Parliament when it happened. We
can talk to a Conservative backbencher who I think saw the Prime Minister being taken away. Of course, Prime Minister's questions, packed chamber, 4 p.m. queues. Andrew Bridgen, MP, joins us now. Andrew Bridgen, welcome to you. What did you see?
Well, we were just on a division, so a vote on the Lord's amendments to the Pensions Bill, the first of a series of votes. I was actually very close to going through the lobby voting just behind the Prime Minister, and the first I realised something was happening was when her security detail, we knew we had a series of votes, just came and spoke to the Prime Minister, and she moved away very quickly. She was taken to her car in Speaker's Courtyard, and then the security detail got their automatic weapons out and then moved off and took the Prime Minister out of Parliament via the House of Lords end.
Andrew, what was her reaction? What was the demeanour of the officers? Was it done in a calm way? Was there a sense in which this was frenetic, working to a plan? What was the feeling that you got?
They were professional, but it was obvious from their demeanour that this was not a drill and something serious had happened. I've never seen the Prime Minister moved away by the biggest security, plainclothes security policeman I've ever seen. Put his arm around her and took her very, very quickly away. And we could see that she was taken to her car. Automatic weapons were produced by the security detail, and she was very, very rapidly moved to safety, away from the incident. We're currently all on lockdown now in the House of Commons, and I believe that security are going through and just trying to check to make sure there's no other assailants.
And when we talk about being under lockdown, Andrew Bridgen, what are MPs and peers doing? Are they simply waiting in their offices? They've left the chamber. What's going on?
I think everyone's actually, well, we've actually been insulated from it effectively inside the chamber. I think everyone's just gathered around TV screens waiting to actually get an idea of actually what was going on outside, which I think is we're getting an idea of that now, aren't we?
We are. And just to reinforce this point...
Obviously, our thoughts are really with the police officer who appears to have been injured, and it just shows what an important and potentially dangerous job that they do protecting our Parliament and our democracy.
Indeed. Andrew Bridgen, could you just give us a sense of the significance of Parliament being suspended? I mean, clearly it was a necessary precaution given what we understand was happening outside, but sum it up for us if you can.
Well, I think as a parliamentarian, we know that this is a high-risk environment, that it's a clear potential terrorist target for various groups. And even knowing that and coming to work every day and seeing the security, it's still a bit numbing when it actually happens. It is slightly surreal here in Parliament at the moment. I mean, it's not unexpected. It's almost an inevitability that someone will try something like this against our Parliament, the mother of all parliaments, but it is still quite surreal when it's actually happening.
Andrew Bridgen MP, thanks very much.
Well, more information coming in all the time. We're seeing some images coming to us from MPs who are inside Portcullis House, which is a building which overlooks Westminster Bridge. It's a building where a lot of the MPs have their offices and they walk from Portcullis House across the road to Westminster Bridge, the route that this vehicle does appear to have taken. You can see there an aerial view of Westminster Bridge where the ambulance services are attending to a number of people who appear to have been mown down on that bridge by a vehicle which it is believed then continued on to Parliament. Let's just remind ourselves of what happened in the last hour as Parliament was suspended as this gunfire was heard.
It's clear that the advice from the police and the Director of Security is still that the chamber should remain in lockdown. I think, as most colleagues will realise, a number of Right Honourable and Honourable members are also in other parts of the estate or off the estate and, for obvious reasons, are unable to be present for business. Having had, there have been conversations through the usual channels. I hope the House would agree that in the current circumstances it would not be right to continue with today's business. Discussions between the usual channels will take place to ensure that the business that has been interrupted can be rescheduled for another mutually convenient date. And I know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that you will want to keep the House, although we remain locked down here, informed about any news that comes through from the security authorities. But in view of what I sense to be the mood of the House and the situation in which we find ourselves, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is, this House do now adjourn. As many of the other opinions say aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. What I would go on to say is, as the moment I get any information, I will share it with everybody. I'm waiting for that, any more information to come through. Just to rest assured, we'll keep you informed what advice we're going to give as well. So please, let's just make the best we can of this horrible situation. But I will reassure you, as soon as I get something, I will come back to you. We can't go anywhere for the moment, so please, just let's see what we can do.
Well, let's bring in our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White, who is in Westminster for us. Mark, in terms of what's happening in the House of Commons at the moment, we know that the Prime Minister was there, that she was taken away quickly, she is safe. The Press Association are reporting that the police are going through the Houses of Parliament floor by floor.
Yes, I mean, that's a standard protocol when you're dealing with an incident like this that on the face of it appears to look like a terrorist incident that is unfolding outside Westminster and indeed within the palaces of Westminster. So the police absolutely have to check out this area. They have to put in a sterile cordon around the area and make sure that there are no other people who may be linked to the attack, and by that I mean no other attackers. The information that I've just been speaking to a source again, so the information that they now have, their working assumption is this is one incident, but it has been broken down into three component parts. First of all, a vehicle that has mounted the pavement on Westminster Bridge and collided with a number of pedestrians on that bridge. Now, of course, we've seen from our helicopter aerials those user-generated videos as well of people clearly injured. Some reports suggesting up to a dozen people potentially on Westminster Bridge. I've just been told by this source of multiple casualties and no definitive number put on that. But the next element of this unfolding incident was the vehicle involved in the attack on the bridge careered down into Parliament Square and then smashed into the railings at the front of the Houses of Parliament. And in doing that, I understand that there are further casualties on the pavement there just by the railings at Westminster Bridge. Now, the information that our source has is that the attacker, one attacker at this moment that we know of, left the vehicle, confronted police officers, managed to get in to the Old Palace Yard at Westminster, just beyond the main gates there where you often see the Prime Minister's convoy going in and out. Into the Old Palace Yard was then confronted by a police officer there. We understand that a police officer has been stabbed, confirmed by our source, and that colleagues of that officer opened fire and shot the attacker. Now, at this stage, we're just told that both the police officer and the attacker have been injured, and no further details on that. But again, images that we've seen from the area within the Old Palace Yard indicate a couple of people within there, one lying on the ground, one sitting up, and both being treated by paramedics at the scene. So we're talking about one incident from the information that we're getting from this source, but in three component parts: the mowing down of people on Westminster Bridge, the vehicle then speeding down into Parliament Square and crashing into the fence, the metal fence outside the Houses of Parliament, causing, we're told, some more casualties there. And then the incident inside where one alleged attacker left the vehicle armed with a knife, headed into the Old Palace Yard, confronted by police officers, attacked and stabbed one of those officers, and then was shot by colleagues of that injured officer.
Mark, thanks very much.
Well, if you are just switching on, we'll try and recap some of the latest developments on this story. The police are now saying that they are treating this attack as a terrorist incident until, quote, we know otherwise. That's the latest from the Metropolitan Police. Robert Nisbet, our correspondent in Westminster, can join us now with a view from where he is. Robert.
Well, Colin, as you would imagine, a huge amount of police activity. We're at the end of Lambeth Bridge. We're standing on Millbank, which leads down to the Palace of Westminster down there. We've also got a pretty good view of Westminster Bridge, and we can see there all of the double-decker buses that are obviously now stationary, in between them flashing lights visible there. What the police are trying to do here now is obviously get to the scene as quickly as possible, as well as remove people from the scene as well. There are still some obviously quite shocked people stumbling around, not quite sure what is going on, some of them clearly tourists, but also a lot of reporters around here as well. A number of them, including Sky News, based just a little bit further down Millbank, and we heard very swiftly about what had happened and came running out to be confronted by the scene of people running away from Parliament up Millbank towards the bridge here. We also, just a few minutes after we came out of the building, saw a silver Jaguar move at speed away from the Parliament and then down Great Peter Street, just down by the side, just off Westminster. We now believe that the Prime Minister, Theresa May well have been inside of that car, and this was her speedy evacuation from the scene. So now what is happening? I mean, to add to what Mark has been saying there, that obviously there is the immediate response to treat those people that are still lying injured at those various pressure points, so on the bridge where the car apparently mounted the pavement, but also at that railing where the car crashed into the railing, as well as in Old Palace Yard itself. So there is the treatment of those people, but also there is an attempt now to gather evidence and just try to piece together what happened. And to that end, they want as many of us, reporters with cameras, as far away as possible as they carry out their work. But there are still people inside these buildings along here, along Millbank, who are trapped inside. They have been told that they can't come out. And so therefore this is still very much, of course, an active crime scene as they try to piece together what has happened. We did just see within the last few minutes, Colin, an ambulance that came past here with police, a police escort at the front and at the back, and there is speculation among some of us here at the press as it was going past whether that potentially was the attacker or perhaps someone involved in it, because those police were clearly guarding the ambulance as it left the scene. So as we hear sirens coming from almost every direction, it seems, still obviously an ongoing situation now. There's a fire engine that's coming down through here. That's the first one we've seen of those, but obviously considerable activity from ambulance and police cars as well.
Robert, for now, we'll say thank you.
A couple of updates we can bring you on this story, reaction coming into it from across the world. And Sean Spicer, President Trump's press officer, has announced that the president has been briefed on the situation in the UK and is continuing to monitor and be updated on the situation. In terms of the number of emergency services that we are seeing there, the air ambulance parked on Parliament Square opposite the Houses of Parliament. We've also seen a number of ambulances on Westminster Bridge. London Ambulance Service is asking people in the area, please only call for an ambulance in a genuine emergency. It is using a great number of resources in the centre of London at the moment.
We can talk to our Home Affairs editor, Mark White, who's in Westminster now. Mark, there is a working theory as to what's happened here, but obviously, I'm just seeing, for instance, that the police presence at the end of Downing Street's been beefed up. Obviously, the authorities are working to a plan based on the idea they do not know yet whether this is completely finished.
Well, of course, they know from past terrorist incidents, and at the moment Scotland Yard have confirmed this is being treated as a terrorist incident until they know otherwise. But they know the pattern with many other terrorist incidents that we've seen in the past, including, of course, London in 7/7, and again a couple of weeks later on the 21st of July 2005, where you had multiple incidents that unfolded. Now, it may be that this is just a single incident and that's where it stands, but the police will, of course, take no chances, and that's why you're seeing, especially around central London, crowded areas now, an enhanced police presence to make sure that they can do as much as possible to be there should the worst happen. Now, I can confirm to you, Colin, from a source that counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers have now arrived on scene. Now, these CTSFOs, as they're called, are the elite of the SCO-19 firearms unit. They are specifically trained to deal in countering terrorism incidents. Just on Sunday, I was down on the River Thames at an exercise that the counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers were involved in. There, the scenario was boarding one of these riverboat pleasure cruisers with apparently the scenario was hostages on board. They train for this regularly. Clearly, they have been dispatched to the scene. What they are doing at the moment is helping in this area search of the Houses of Parliament. So you could see, of course, there from the images, that is one of the HeliMed helicopters that was down there on the Green in Parliament Square, which is just lifted off with one of the injured. Now, what we don't know at this stage, we know, of course, that both the alleged attacker and the policeman were being treated at the scene. It may be that one or other, or indeed both of them, could be on board that helicopter, but also we're hearing reports, of course, of multiple injured on Westminster Bridge. Now, if you're talking about very seriously injured people, they may have medevaced them by helicopter as well. One of the good points in terms of geographically, as you mentioned before, Colin, you have got St Thomas's Hospital just across the River Thames there. It is a major trauma unit and well able to deal with an incident like this, but it is an incident that's still unfolding in terms of casualties. You are still seeing injured being treated at the scene by members of the emergency services, paramedics, fire officers. You can see at the scene there as well, and many police now taking up positions to guard. As I was saying, these counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers are taking part, we understand, in a systematic search of the Houses of Parliament, because although we believe from the reports that we're getting, and certainly from what a senior source was able to tell me, that there was one attacker, they can't take the chance that there was just one attacker. These incidents, by their very nature, are fast-moving and very chaotic. It's possible that there may be other people, and that's why you've got this systematic search now of the Houses of Parliament with these counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers and other firearms officers, armed response vehicle officers. They're all being brought in now to the centre of London to help out in what will be a major search. And unfortunately, until they deem that Rabbit Warren, which are the palaces of Westminster, the rooms within the palaces of Westminster, are fully checked. Many of the offices within that building will remain on lockdown, and that may mean MPs, members of the Lords, other offices having to remain in situ until they are eventually allowed to go. But I'm sure people will be very understanding that this incident is unfolding here.
White for now. Thanks very much, Mark.
Well, we've got a lot of people down on the ground there. Let's talk to Alistair Bunkle, who is very close to Westminster Bridge, where there are a number of people still receiving medical treatment. We can see from our aerial pictures, Alistair. What are you able to tell us?
Yeah, I should say, Jane, just as you come to me, they look as though they might be extending the cordon, so bear with us if we do have to leave you or they move us. But I'm going to bring in Finn here, who's a student who lives in halls of residence nearby. Now, you didn't actually see the incident itself, but you were on the scene minutes afterwards, weren't you?
Yes, yeah. I live in the student accommodation about 100 metres away from the south side of Westminster Bridge. I walked out to go to university, and I think someone my age came up to me and said there's been a terrorist attack on the bridge. And so I ran over and I walked up to the bridge, so I wanted to know what had happened, and unfortunately, the scenes were pretty terrible.
Can you, within the bounds of decency, tell us what you did see?
I saw 3 to 4 people, roughly, who had been hit by a car and some car parts on the road and stuff.
You're pretty sure they'd been hit by a car?
Yes, yeah, that was the conclusion that I made, based on what I'd spoken to people there as well. People were talking. There was a man who works at a souvenir shop, and he...
OK, look, Finn, I'm just going to stay with...
Sounds like the sound disappearing from Alistair Bunkle's camera. This might be an opportune moment to recap what's happened so far and what we can officially say, and also let you know what other people are saying too. It was 18 minutes to 3 o'clock on the day of Prime Minister's questions. The Prime Minister was still in the Houses of Parliament when first reports came through of a number of loud bangs in the Westminster area. As we've been reporting since then, the police have drawn the conclusion, or at least they're saying tentatively, that it has the makings, what then unfolded, of a terrorist attack. They are not confirming that at this stage. Parliament was quickly suspended, as we've been told a few moments ago. Now a painstaking process involving dozens of armed police officers is underway to make sure that Parliament itself, currently on lockdown with MPs and peers confined to that building, is currently underway. Every single room, we're told, will be searched as a matter of caution at this stage. There's been an air ambulance on Parliament Square itself. The underground station at Westminster has been closed. Again, we believe, as part of a procedure that's been adhered to at a time like this, rather than acting in response to any particular terror event at Westminster Station. The Prime Minister, we heard from one Tory backbencher, Andrew Bridgen, who saw the Prime Minister in the lobbies, voting in the lobbies, and then been approached by initially plainclothes officers who ushered her away with their guns at the ready. We understand she's entirely safe and probably, though we're not sure, back at Downing Street, which has seen the number of guards at the end of Downing Street increase substantially too.
You're seeing the pictures at the moment of Westminster Bridge, where we do believe there are a number of people who were injured who are still on the bridge. The emergency services are there. It is very, very close to St Thomas's Hospital, just the other side of the bridge. Mercifully, emergency services were able to get to the scene very, very quickly, but you can see that there is still a great deal of activity there. Police have closed this entire area now, asking people to avoid the entire area. Ambulance service are also saying people, please do not phone an ambulance in central London unless it really is a genuine emergency. Our correspondent Robert Nisbet was one of the first on the scene down there this afternoon. Robert, what can you see now?
Well, now, Jane, as you can tell here, we are being kept at some distance. Every now and again we hear this as the police try to move the cameras and the journalists out the way for another emergency vehicle to come on through. Of course, what you have here, Jane, just to anybody who doesn't know the geography of where we are in London, is that this is a considerably busy place, not just for the business of Parliament, but also a number of tourists come on through. You see the communication here between some of the police officers. as another ambulance goes behind us here. But a number of tourists in the area, as well as thousands, of course, of office workers who work here. There were also just a bunch of school children who were looking completely bemused at the end of this road. They wanted to get down here to catch their bus, but they were being pushed back the other way. And of course, now that all of this area is being sealed off, you're getting the pushback, and traffic now, of course, is building up in all of these nodal points alongside the River Thames. But there is still that crisp edge you can feel at times like this, which I felt in Paris at both the terrorist attacks I covered, that all the police, all the emergency services are just tense, and everybody around them, of course, that tension is radiating out as they try to keep this area clear for emergency vehicles to come in. We've seen a number of ambulances come out and a number of police vehicles come in, and within the last 15 minutes or so we saw one ambulance, as I was mentioning earlier, with a police escort either side, and there's been some speculation here as to whether that potentially was that ambulance contained perhaps someone of interest there. Another helicopter directly above us, that may well be one of the crews that is catching the images of what is happening on the bridges beneath us as well. So obviously a huge amount of activity here as the police try to establish what has happened, keep the area secure, and also get those injured people in and out, as well as, of course, conducting the initial stages of an investigation to try to piece together what has happened.
Robert, thanks very much. As you're speaking to us, more and more images are coming into us. The Metropolitan Police are asking if anybody has footage of the incidents, please pass it on to them. A great deal is circulating on social media as well, though.
We are sifting through them, and we are, as judiciously as is possible, while telling you clearly a very dramatic story, aware of obvious sensitivities at a time like this. So here is a number of the pictures amidst the many that are currently circulating, which give you a sense of what has happened this lunchtime on Westminster Bridge, as we believe a 4x4 car has been driven at speed along the pavement heading towards the Palace of Westminster, where it then crashed into the gates. If you know that area, in fact, just the previous picture, if you know the area, you'll know there are huge concrete blocks designed to stop any vehicle actually mounting the pavement. It's our understanding that it's gone along the pavement, according to eyewitness reports and our sources, quoted by Mark White, our Home Affairs editor, that it's then carried on down Westminster Bridge towards Big Ben and then gone round, we imagine, some of those concrete blocks and crashed into the gate. So a number of people clearly receiving ad hoc medical attention. This is very close to St Thomas's Hospital, a major accident emergency unit just metres away from where all this was unfolding. In fact, let me share with you a statement from London Ambulance Service Deputy Director of Operations, Pauline Cramner, who has said, "We were called at 2:40 p.m. to Westminster Bridge to reports of an incident with the first crew arriving within 6 minutes," underlining the point we're making. We have sent a number of resources to the scene, including ambulance crews, London's Air Ambulance and our hazardous area response team. We're working closely with other members of the emergency services at the scene, with our priority being to ensure patients receive the medical help they need as quickly as possible. We have declared a major incident, and our priority is to assess patients and ensure that they are treated and taken to hospital as soon as possible. Closes by saying we are very busy dealing with this incident. We would ask the public to only call us in a genuine emergency.
There is another image that we can show you. I should warn you that it may be distressing to some viewers, but it is somebody who's clearly affected by what happened this afternoon. We believe these are the steps. You can see the River Thames just to the top left of the screen there. This very much looks like somebody who was on Westminster Bridge. Whether or not they were hit by a car and perhaps thrown over or fell down the steps, we don't know, but this is somebody who was affected earlier before medical treatment arrived. This is the latest footage we can bring you live in Westminster of what is happening there on the ground. Huge number of emergency services there on the ground at the moment. The area being evacuated, the tube not running in that area as well. The tube station's been closed. Police asking people to stay away and trying to clear that area as effectively as they can.
Well, as we continue to look at these pictures, let's go back to our Home Affairs editor, Mark White, who can reflect, Mark, if it's not too early to do so, on the fact that this is one of the most sensitive in terms of the terror threat locations pretty much in the world, and all necessary precautions had been taken to prevent a range of different types of attack.
Yes, the police regularly tell us, and we report regularly, on the threat that's facing the UK. The terror threat currently stands at its second highest level. That is severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. The highest level is critical, which means that effectively an attack is underway. We haven't heard from the Home Office as yet as to whether that threat level is likely to rise or whether they think this may be just a one-off and it can stay at severe. But in those briefings that we get regularly, they stress, and we're almost weary at times of the constant stressing of the security services about the threat that we face. And there is a sense, because there have been no incidents really of any significance since really the attack on Lee Rigby a few years back when he was killed outside the barracks in Woolwich, that the police and security services are on top of everything. And to a large extent they are. They've thwarted 13 terrorist attacks in this country in the past 4 years. But they also stress constantly that it only takes one incident, one person that they might not be across who can launch these fairly unsophisticated attacks. They can be horrific, as clearly we are seeing by the nature of what is unfolding here. But in terms of the technology and the plotting and planning that's involved, they are fairly low in sophistication. All you need is a car and a knife. Anybody can go into their own kitchen and pick up a lethal knife. So it's very difficult at times to guard against an individual that might want to cause such destruction and chaos in the centre of a busy city if they're so minded to do that. They do monitor, and they are aware of about 3,000 individuals in this country who have the kind of extremist views that they may well enact that out in violence. But they have to make judgment calls all of the time. They have to prioritise about who they should devote a lot of time to in terms of monitoring. They just don't have the resources to monitor everybody all of the time. And sometimes those judgment calls mean that an individual that's known to them might not be monitored properly, or it may be an individual who's not known to them. We will find out that kind of information in the days ahead. What we are now witnessing is very much an unfolding incident that Scotland Yard have confirmed they are treating as a terrorist incident outside the Houses of Parliament and indeed inside the grounds of the Houses of Parliament. It might be worth, Colin, just confirming to you what my source, senior security source, has told me this afternoon in terms of the events. It happened, first of all, on Westminster Bridge with a vehicle that ploughed into a number of pedestrians who were on that bridge for a considerable way, if not most of the way across Westminster Bridge. That vehicle had mounted the pavement and smashed into a number of pedestrians who are being treated, some of them still being treated and triaged on the bridge by paramedics and other members of the emergency services. The vehicle, a 4x4 Hyundai, we understand, then at speed came into Parliament Square and then crashed into the perimeter fence around the Houses of Parliament. Now, at that point, we're told it caused more injuries to people who were on the pavement at just outside the palaces of Westminster. Now, at this stage, we're told they believe there was one attacker. That alleged attacker left the vehicle armed with a knife, managed to wrestle his way through police officers and into Old Palace Yard, just beyond the main gates into the palaces of Westminster. He was tackled by a police officer who then sustained knife injuries. And then one of that police officer's colleagues, a member, we're told, of the Diplomatic Protection Group, who are tasked with guarding the palaces of Westminster and who are armed, that officer shot this attacker multiple times. Now, at this stage, we've been told that both the police officer and the alleged attacker are injured. We've no more information on the extent of their injuries, but they, again, have been treated at the scene. Within the last few minutes, we saw a HeliMed helicopter leave the grounds of Parliament Square, presumably heading to one of the major trauma units, maybe St Thomas's Hospital, just on the other side of the river. Other injured have been taken by these road ambulances that are now there in significant numbers. London Ambulance Service have described this as a major incident.
Okay, for now, Mark will say thank you. And just to underline what Mark was saying there about his working theory that we're talking about somebody with a vehicle and a knife who is able to generate headlines around the world, the US State Department in Washington says it is closely following the, quote, concerning situation outside the UK Parliament.
Let's talk to Adam Holloway, MP, who is inside the Houses of Parliament, which has been on lockdown since this incident happened 18 minutes to 3 this afternoon. What was the first you knew of it, Mr Holloway?
I beg your pardon?
What was the first you knew of it?
The first I knew of it, I was going to vote, and the parliamentary police very rarely shout. They were shouting to people to come down an escalator. As I got to the bottom of the escalator, a wave of people were running towards me. So I obviously returned to my office, to my staff, and we're now in Norman Shore South. We're all thinking of the injured people and marvelling at the police and ambulance service response and staying in our offices with the doors shut.
How fearful are you? The police are obviously inside, they're searching the building.
We're not fearful at all. We've got every confidence in the police. We're watching Sky News, and they seem to be doing extremely well.
The fact that this person appeared to be able to get inside the perimeter of the Palace of Westminster is concerning, though, is it not? We look at the safety procedures that are in place in Westminster, the bollards that are on the road just outside the building. It will raise questions as to how on earth this was able to happen.
You know, it's very difficult when you live in a democracy and you have a place where, you know, thousands and thousands of people work, move in and out of every day to secure absolutely everything. I mean, you know, there are obvious things that can always be improved, but it's a balance between, you know, access and security. And, you know, let's be fair to the cops. I mean, that was a pretty impressive response by them, given that they didn't know that was coming.
In terms of security at Westminster, to those who don't know, just talk us through what kind of security you have to go through on a daily basis.
You know, I just think that kind of thing is pretty unhelpful to discuss on, you know, satellite TV.
OK, fair enough. But what I'm trying to get at is that there is an exhaustive security procedure, is there not? It's certainly a well-thought-through process.
Oh, yeah, I think it is. I mean, you know,
Landed in the middle of the road. Then I had to stop and then stop the other vehicles.
And did you get a view of the driver at all?
No, because as we were just passing here, the driver overtook me straight away.
Yeah.
So I don't know who was in that car.
And you said he stopped the lights. Were the lights on red when he first?
No, the light was red at the beginning, so I had to slow down to wait the light.
Yeah.
As soon as the light changed to the amber, the car started speeding up straight away.
Yeah.
30 miles an hour between here and the traffic light. You cannot drive at 30 miles an hour.
Yes. Yeah.
Then straight away went to the kiosk and there was people on the first bridge. And the second one in the middle bridge, there's a sign in there. And the third one is by the yellow board. So there is a man just laying down there.
So how many people do you think he hit? Or did you see him hit?
What I have seen it on my own eyes, between 6 and 7 people laying down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And were they on the pavement when he was zigzagging into them?
They were just walking as normal, and the first hit, even the second people and the third time he was doing, no one realised it. So as he's done it in and out, zigzag.
Yeah.
And it was a quick and less than 10 seconds between.
Yeah. And then what happened to the car? Did he just carry on then over Westminster
The
Bridge?
car continued to drive all the way down, but on the bottom of the bridge there is a two-lane, so that there is a bus on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
So you just continue between the bus and the pavement. And there was over 100 people on the pavement. Just like we're standing here now, the car drive to us.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then anything can happen. I don't know if people landed on the river, I don't know.
Yeah.
And the traffic was even slow moving. I don't know if the cars and hit other people while they're running away from this car. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can do is just stop in the middle of the bridge and try to stop the vehicle coming, and then try to assist them and call the police and ambulance.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can do.
And how badly injured was the person that you saw?
And to be honest, the one I have seen, there is one person wasn't moving at all.
Yeah.
And the only thing I heard from the ambulance and all that is a conscious. I don't know after that.
And did I hear you say that was a man?
I think it's the man that was laying down on the floor.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's passed away or, but the ambulance, they were saying he's conscious and can we take it? So I don't know what happened after that.
And do you know what was the man's approximate age? Was he?
No, I have no idea because I cannot focus on that one.
No.
The only thing I can focus is my behind, so the vehicles not to cross it.
Yes.
So that's the only thing I can assist it, and I'm only one person. But luckily, within a minute or two, so then the first ambulance and the police started running. Yeah.
Were they quite quick on the scene?
We started because the first thing we panicked all of it. We didn't know exactly what was happening.
Yeah.
Then when I went to call to 99, usually you always get the answer.
Yeah.
So I had to wait about 30 seconds to be diverted, either the police or the ambulance. Then after that, then I've been told yes, we know, and then there is police coming, ambulance coming. But literally within 2 minutes, they started rolling.
Yeah. And again, I mean, what's your reaction to all this? I mean, you said you were sickened. I mean,
up to now, inside, outside, I'm feeling sick and I don't know what's happening. And I don't know who's that person. Is it a sick person or a terrorism? I don't know exactly who's that person. But you guys was watching the news, so you have to tell me who was the driver and what he was doing. So I cannot judge it until I listen to the news and find out the truth about that person. But at the moment, what I witnessed it is not something I wish for anybody. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you mind if I ask your age? Your name,
45.
And your name?
Ismail.
Is it ISMAILLHASSAN?
Yes, Lord.
Would you really mind just telling us what happened from the start? We just missed it.
I don't know if you want to roll it to your camera there, behind the van, the car parked it there. And it's a 4x4 grey or silver. So I don't know why he parked the car there and what he was doing in the car. And then as I was waiting that green light to change, the car speeded up and passed me that small shop after the traffic light. That's the first victim hit. Then I did not pay attention. I thought it was just only car swerved it. Second, after a few meters, and the third, then that's the time of collecting me on something bad is going on. They continue, but I don't know by the end of the bridge, I don't know what's happening. But there is a lot of people was on the pavement, and the car went straight.
How did it feel the moment when you saw this happen?
As soon as I notice something is going wrong, the only thing I can focus on, not them one, the only one in front of me. So then there is traffic was rolling, so I had to stop the traffic to focus that person on the floor. And then after that, then we have to panic and then try to call the police and ambulance and everything. Try to assist the people on the floor. There was people get away with it, they get harm. So then we have tried to help everyone in there, and then we have to call the police and ambulance. I hope everyone is okay. That's the only thing is, but it's something it's not a wish for anybody. Yeah. Good luck to you.
And then a medic arrived on a bike, and then ambulances arrived fairly quickly after that, and then the police started pouring onto the bridge. And at that point, we walked people off the bridge, and they put a tape around it.
Did you hear noises that sounded like gunshots?
I didn't know. I heard afterwards. I've heard people say that. I didn't hear that. I just heard the screaming.
And a little bit about yourself. Do you work here? Why were you in London?
No, I live in Wales and Somerset, and my daughter works here, and I've just come up to see a show with her tonight. And I was just kind of walking around.
And a mix of people on the bridge, people like you, people who work there, tourists.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really busy. In fact, I had to step off the bridge to get round a group of people who were coming towards me, and it was just after that when all the screaming started.
And how quickly did you see the emergency services respond?
There was kind of a lull. Obviously, I could see people were phoning them. And so until they arrived, we just tried to keep people away from the scene, and then they probably arrived within 5 or 10 minutes. And when they arrived in force, and they very quickly at that point, by the time I reached the end of the bridge, they'd started pulling tape across and ushering people off.
So it took over from you, trying to keep people from coming onto the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Stephen, thank you very much. Sorry to make you relive that. That sounds fairly horrendous. And it's interesting, Colin, that the people we saw who were running from the scene, it was almost like that they had competing impulses, one to film on their phones and one to run away, which is, I suppose, a sign of the times. A lot of people just holding their phones aloft, not really knowing whether to run or film. But a number of people obviously have captured the immediate aftermath of what what happened, but a number of eyewitnesses clearly, you know, who are processing what they saw, and I can be joined by another now. Excuse me, sir, can I speak to you here? Were you near the scene when it happened?
I was with my wife near the Whitehall, and we heard 3 shots about the parliament, and we intend to take a photo from the parliament, so we walked through. And we see a scene with a car crashed on the parliament and a person on the floor near the car, but I don't know what happened because I don't see directly the scene.
So that person was lying on the ground. They looked extremely injured.
Yeah, the person, I don't know what happened with her because I don't see. But I see just a person like aside the car.
And what happened then afterwards? What was the reaction around this scene?
Afterwards, the policeman comes to the scene and isolate the area, and push the people through the garden and Abbey, Westminster Abbey.
Right. So trying to push people back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for your time and explaining what you saw. So obviously a number of witnesses in this case, Colin, and what they do now is speak to all of these people, try to piece together what happened from some fairly vivid eyewitness testimony and obviously some fairly awful things that these people have witnessed as we ourselves try to put together some kind of narrative as to what has happened over the past few hours.
Robert, for now, thanks very much indeed. The Press Association reporting an announcement made in Parliament said there was a suspicious package in a vehicle and the bomb squad had been called, which halted a planned evacuation of Parliament.
Now, this is the image that we have of a vehicle which has crashed outside Parliament. We don't know if this is the 4x4. This is clearly not a 4x4 vehicle. But you can see smoke coming from the bonnet of that car and people being pushed back from the gates here outside the Houses of Parliament. Other images that are coming into us now are footage of the Prime Minister. We believe this is the Prime Minister's vehicle. Let's just give you these pictures. Here we go. Leaving the Houses of Parliament earlier. She was inside the House of Commons as this happened. We don't know exactly where the Prime Minister is, but we do know that she was removed safely from the building. Lewis Goodall, our correspondent, is in Portcullis House. Let's just bring you the latest we are getting, Lewis. One woman has died and a number of others have been hurt, including some with catastrophic injuries on Westminster Bridge. This is according to a junior doctor at St Thomas's Hospital. So this is coming now from a medic at St Thomas's Hospital, confirming one woman dead, a number of others have been hurt with catastrophic injuries in the incident on Westminster Bridge.
Well, this is now, as we already knew, if it is terror-related, it's an attack which is resulting in a number of injuries and now a fatality, according to a junior doctor who's been quoted. So not an official response at this stage. Lewis Goodall, our political correspondent in Westminster, can join us now. Lewis, what do you know?
Well, as you can see, we're just outside Parliament on the Portcullis House side. There are helicopters everywhere. We know the Prime Minister was sent back to in a car as an emergency away from Parliament shortly after the incident took place. As far as we're aware, members of Parliament are still locked down inside the chamber, not least because of the news that you were just reporting there about the possibility of a suspicious package in a vehicle. On the bridge just behind me, about an hour or so ago, we had a car which mowed down, we believe, around 5 people before the attacker went straight into, attempted to get into Parliament wielding a knife, and that's when he was shot. 2 people were then, a policeman was injured in that attack, and 2 people were received medical attention, believed to be the attacker and the policeman. Obviously, we haven't seen an incident like this for a very long time, not since the attack in London in 2005, and then subsequently the Lee Rigby murder. But as you can see, people around me with cameras, helicopters everywhere. People apparently just across from me stuck in the London Eye, stuck in the wheel. So a degree of chaos here, but police moving us further and further along as they try and secure the area.
Lewis, thanks very much. Jeremy Corbyn, leader of the opposition tweeting to say, my statement on the ongoing incident in Westminster, our thoughts are with the victims, their friends and families. And, of course, that has added poignancy as we learn within the past 2 minutes that, according to one junior doctor being quoted by the Press Association at St Thomas's Hospital, of course, St Thomas's Hospital so close on the other side of the River Thames from the Houses of Parliament, that at least one woman has died and other people have suffered, quote, catastrophic injuries.
You can see on your screens now, this is the latest scene down there, the emergency services on the scene on Westminster Bridge, security services outside the Houses of Parliament. We also have a number of images that are coming into us from people who witnessed what happened today. A number of them are distressing. We're showing you them here on Sky News because this is a serious incident in the centre of London, and we think it is important to show you the reality of what has happened today. This is somebody who looks to have fallen or jumped from Westminster Bridge. These are the steps leading down from the bridge down to the river. This is also footage of people being treated on the bridge. It was some 6 minutes before the ambulance service arrived, according to London Ambulance Service. One of the witnesses there said there was what he described as a lull, clearly a large number of people going to the assistance of those who were injured on Westminster Bridge, which does appear to be the place where the largest number of casualties at the moment were. Talking to a witness who was on one of the London Transport buses a little earlier, about 10 minutes ago on Sky News, she may have been mistaken. She described hearing gunshots on the bridge. She then said that they saw a car ploughing into a number of people. She described it as a car appearing to go out of control. Another witness that we spoke to just a short time ago described how he was on the bridge. He heard people screaming. He saw bodies on the bridge. He also saw a body in the water. If the car had ploughed along a pavement, it would appear that people did try to get out the way of that vehicle. The latest we are hearing from a medic at St Thomas's Hospital is that one woman has definitely died and a number of others have been hurt. And of course, we also know that there are casualties outside the Houses of Parliament, where this man that eyewitnesses say was brandishing a knife appeared to attack a police officer, and that is where the police shots were fired.
Amid those pictures we were just showing you was a still image, I think, of the Prime Minister's vehicle with a Land Rover just behind it. Significant, actually, is the fact perhaps that it was driving away from Downing Street, away from the Houses of Parliament. There is a plan, we presume, we're certain, aren't we, that would come into effect at a time like this. Mark White, our Home Affairs correspondent, has been talking us through how those plans have swung into action today. Mark, I think, can join us now to reflect on what we know so far. This already was a mass casualty event, Mark, and now a fatal one too, it seems.
Yes, that's right. I mean, in terms of that plan that you speak about, that is in action at the moment. So you have an effective lockdown within the palaces of Westminster as officers, firearms officers from the Specialist Counter-Terrorism Unit, CTSFOs, they're called, Counter-Terrorism Specialist Firearms Officers, are on scene and are conducting a systematic search, room by room, of the palaces of Westminster, out of an abundance of caution and also out of the knowledge that because of these incidents, they are chaotic and fast-moving by their very nature. And although they believe at the moment there is one attacker, there may be more, and they need to properly check out the palaces of Westminster. In addition to that, of course, they don't know whether this incident will remain a single incident or whether they could be connected incidents. We've seen in other terrorist attacks around the world that you would get multiple incidents unfolding at the same time or in close proximity to each other, both time-wise and geographically. And on that, we're told that the London Eye, that very prominent tourist attraction just across the River Thames from the palaces of Westminster, is also on lockdown at the moment as another search is carried out there. Taking you back to the palaces of Westminster, though, in terms of what's happening inside, there is also still a security alert outside with reports of a suspect package within the vehicle, that Hyundai 4x4 that crashed into the perimeter fence to the Houses of Parliament. That suspect package will need to be properly examined and made safe if there is any danger within that package itself. That will take a while. That's why we've seen the cordon at the palaces of Westminster extended regularly. You can see those officers on the right gesticulating again to that officer. I think that he wants people even further back. Clearly, if they are dealing with the potential of a suspect package, they want to make sure that all of the relevant bomb disposal teams can get there and that people are not within harm's way. So that's why they've been taken quite a bit further back down the street there. That's a good few hundred yards down from the front of the palaces of Westminster. But that's what they do. They put up these cordons, they try to make sure the area is safe, and then they conduct these room-by-room searches to ensure that there are no more attackers within the premises there.
Somebody show me a live picture, please. Hello, you are watching Sky News. If you are just joining us, there is a major terror incident here in the centre of the capital. It involves at least 2 separate incidents. You're looking at the London Eye just at the moment, and we are being told that people are trapped inside those pods on the London Eye. As you can imagine, many of the streets here around the Palace of Westminster are completely sealed off, cordoned off. We believe that several people have been injured, and my colleague Robert Nisbet, who was here when it first happened, is with me. You've heard from the medics involved.
That's right. Well, we understand now from a doctor nearby St Thomas's Hospital that 1 woman has died and several have been injured, including some with catastrophic injuries. And what the sequence of events appears to be a car driving along Westminster Bridge, mounting a pavement, seemingly hitting people. One person went over the bridge, was either knocked over the bridge or jumped to get to safety and ended up in the water. And then the car crashed into railings near the House of Commons, and there were some other very serious injuries there. We've spoken to...
Can we just take that back a little bit for people who obviously are tuning our way all the time? So there was one incident on the bridge that potentially involved a dozen people. It did look as though this vehicle had purposefully ploughed into these people who were walking across the bridge around lunchtime. He then carried on, the driver of this vehicle.
That's right. On Westminster Bridge, driving then towards Parliament Square, so the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben would have been on his left, drove down and then appeared to go into a railing, and there were some people who appeared to have been trapped or crushed by the car at that railing point. And we've heard from 2 eyewitnesses who I've spoken to in the last hour or so who say that there was a cyclist there who looked to be extremely unwell. We don't know whether that is the one fatality that has been confirmed, but obviously you can see this in your mind's eye, this trail of destruction that this car caused. Then it appears a separate incident that we don't know whether it was a passenger in the car or the driver himself. We know the driver from 2 eyewitnesses jumped out of the car, whether it was him who then went into the Palace of Westminster and stabbed a police officer, and then after he'd done that was shot. And there are obviously UGC mobile phone video and photographs of that person lying on the ground having been shot. So
his condition unknown.
His condition unknown. But as we had been standing here, we saw an ambulance with a police escort either side. Could well have been, someone who they thought may have been involved, a police escort as it left. Also, just as we came out of Millbank, which is our office just halfway down here.
Just to give you a bit of the geography, Millbank is probably about 50 metres further down here on the left-hand side, and then just a little bit further on to the right of your image. That is where the Palace of Westminster is, the House of Lords to start with, and then the House of Commons after that.
So as we came running out of that office, we saw all these people running in the opposite direction, being pushed back by police. We had came out after those shots had been fired, but this was obviously the moment at that time that the police were just trying to expel as many people from the area as possible for their safety, but also to kind of clear the area. And then they were parted by police for a silver Jaguar, which came right round us, and Sky cameras caught the picture, and it appears to have been the Prime Minister who had been evacuated from.
Let's show these pictures, Neil, as we're chatting. There are some vehicles coming past us now, and the vehicle, in fact, we're just being told by an officer that they're going to stop the traffic for this vehicle. Not sure what it is. We'll keep an eye on it. Certainly heavily tooled up police officers, it would appear. And Mark White is with us. Mark, I don't know if you can see these pictures. Talk us about it.
Kay, yes, those are the CTSFOs. You can see that on the back of his body armour there, the counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers. Those are the officers, the elite of the SCO-19 armed unit at the Metropolitan Police. They are specially trained to deal with terrorist-related incidents. Now, they have been, some of those officers have been inside the Houses of Parliament. Indeed, they're still inside, Kay, carrying out a systematic search, room by room, of that building to make sure that there is no one still inside there that they believe may have been involved in the incident. Those officers, we don't know where they are relocating to at the moment, but clearly they're moving away from the Houses of Parliament. But they are trained to deal with these kind of incidents. I was just at the weekend there on the River Thames with these officers as they were practicing boarding a pleasure cruise boat in a scenario dealing with hostages there. So they regularly train for these types of incidents, and the fact that they've been brought in underlines the seriousness of what has already been described as a major incident by London Ambulance Service, with one woman dead, a number of other people, we're told, with catastrophic injuries.
OK, for now, thanks very much indeed, Mark. We're just going to look at some images, I think, with Jane and also with Colin, as there's more police activity here at the scene, about 100 metres or so away from where one of those terrorist incidents happened. What are you showing to us, Colin and Jane?
Kay, we're trying to pick out as judiciously as possible what's appropriate to use. As you could imagine, many of our viewers could imagine too, the internet in particular awash with images. This is not just the political and media hub of London, but just a place where hundreds of holidaymakers, many of them, of course, equipped with mobile phones with cameras, would be right now. So there are a great number of pictures in circulation right now. We're trying to sift through those pictures in such a way that we can show you what was clearly a dynamic and dramatic unfolding situation on Westminster Bridge, whilst respecting the usual proprieties as well. So we're trying to strike a balance, and I hope you'll appreciate that we've sought to do that. If you are of a disposition that might find them objectionable, this might be the appropriate moment to look away for a couple of minutes as we take you through these. This, a particularly disturbing image showing somebody who may have leapt over the wall or been hit over the wall. That's the Thames. The river itself, just to the top of that picture. This is, if you know the area, this is that part of Westminster Bridge that effectively is adjacent to the Palace of Westminster itself, almost built into the foundations of the Palace of Westminster. This on the bridge itself, by this time, and we are showing images before the paramedics start to arrive, at this stage they have St Thomas's Hospital, teaching hospital, major accident emergency unit, literally within metres of the Palace of Westminster, and some of those A&E paramedics, they could almost run. They could almost run from A&E. They wouldn't need to get in their ambulances, though of course they are there in profusion, as you'd expect as well. Let's show you some more images which have been sent in to us and which we've gone through as well. Actually, let's show you instead the live pictures we can show you now, showing a much quieter scene, in a sense, from Westminster Bridge. The tube station has been closed. As Kay was saying a few moments ago, the London Eye is locked down as well, with people still effectively trapped inside some of those pods.
Lost comms? Lost comms? Yeah.
So let's just remind you what has happened in Westminster if you're just joining us here on Sky News today. We are hearing that at least one person has died, a woman has died, and a number of others have been catastrophic injuries, according to a medic at St Thomas's Hospital. It was just after 2:30 this afternoon when a vehicle ran along Westminster Bridge. Some reports say it mounted the pavement. A number of people were hit. We have had one eyewitness who described seeing a body in the River Thames below. We have just shown you some distressing images, including somebody who appears to have either fallen or jumped from the bridge as well. So a number of injuries, and one woman died, we believe, on Westminster Bridge. That vehicle then, it is thought, continued into Parliament Square, where the Houses of Parliament and the House of Lords are situated, past Portcullis House, where MPs have their offices. It crashed into the railings outside Portcullis House. Other eyewitnesses say that they saw a man leave the vehicle armed with what appeared to be a knife, enter the perimeter of Parliament into the grounds where a policeman, we believe, was stabbed and shots were fired, and the air ambulance has taken people from that location as well. That is the latest information that we had. This part of London is now in lockdown, tube services suspended, the roads closed, and people being urged to stay away at the time being.
So, as I was saying, communication quite challenging here at the moment. An awful lot of police activity. Helicopters in the air. We've seen armed police officers with balaclavas who have been moving around the area. We've seen the fire service head in within the last few moments as well. Robert Nisbet is here. And Robert, we were speaking just a few moments ago about this silver Jaguar, or silver vehicle, that was whisked away very soon after the incident.
Going extremely fast, the car, and it parted all of us and the people who are running away from the scene, and someone went, "That's the Prime Minister, that's the Prime Minister," and we all kind of trained our...
Stand by. Scotland Yard to make a statement in 15 minutes is what we're being told. Scotland Yard just a little bit further along the river than where we are, to make a statement in 15 minutes. They've already told us that this is terror-related, as you would anticipate. Keep going.
So all of our cameras were kind of trained on this silver Jaguar as it sped away, and it went down just one of these side streets at extreme speed, and that, we understand, was the Prime Minister being evacuated extremely rapidly from the building.
Prime Minister's question time today, of course.
It was indeed, and many of the MPs still in the chamber. Obviously, Wednesday is a very busy parliamentary day. A number of them were told that they had to stay where they were, in effect, not so much lockdown, but they were listening to what was going on and watching Sky News and television around inside the House of Parliament to try to ascertain what had happened. But some of them heard the shots in the Old Palace Yard and obviously knew that it was a major...
For people who don't know what Old Palace Yard is geographically.
Yeah, it's inside the compound of the Palace of Westminster, just at the other side of the railings from where the tourists are taking their pictures. So literally just over the railings inside the Palace of Westminster compound. So very close to the road and very close to where this trail of carnage had been left by the car as it went up onto the pavement and then eventually ended up crashed into the railings.
Now, I was chatting to the political editor of The Sun just a few moments ago, Tom Newton-Dunn. We'll be hearing from him shortly. He's found himself outside the cordon, desperately trying to get back in, obviously, to file his story. But he was saying that there is a very obvious weak spot, if you will, as far as security is concerned at the Palace of Westminster, because the gates need to be open and closed all the time for vehicles to go about their business.
That's right. I mean, at other access points around the Palace of Westminster, it is incredibly secure. You have to show your pass even to get anywhere near the security gates. But at that particular ingress and egress point, that is where MPs and Lords drive their cars in. Some drive themselves, some are driven in there. And at the moment, it's kind of a metal barrier that is pulled back and the car goes in, and then the metal barrier is put forward.
Isn't it?
On a wheel, that's right. And they shout at tourists and workers, stand back, and we all stand on the side of the pavement, and then when the car's in, everybody walks past. And to someone who was very security conscious, they may look at that and say, that's quite an anachronism. We don't know whether it was actually through that or whether it was through the next gate with turnstiles just down from there. That's a little confused. Both of them link on to the Old Palace Yard, but clearly this is something they're going to be looking at once all the dust has settled on this incident.
What we also don't know at this stage is it's two separate incidents, is it not? It's two separate incidents, but we don't know whether the person that has been shot by police or apprehended by police within Palace Yard, what you described, where he was stopped, if it's the same person that was the driver of the vehicle. We don't know at this stage.
Or whether it was a passenger in the car that jumped out. I mean, one of the eyewitnesses we spoke to very soon after here on Sky News, a gentleman called Alan Parry, who works for Sky Sports News, he said he saw a man leap out of the car, suggested he may have been in his 30s and 40s, and just saw him running. He didn't see where he ran to, but clearly the man who crashed the car got out of it very quickly. We don't know whether he went then into the Palace of Westminster.
Stand by if you would, please. We're talking about security here in cordons. It's been quite challenged to get from where our offices are in West London as close as we have done so far. Police ticker tape is everywhere, as you can imagine. There's a lot of people wandering around quite bewildered, not really sure what's going on. Within the Palace of Westminster itself, there is a lockdown there. Many MPs still inside the chamber of the House of Commons where they had gathered for Prime Minister's Question Time. They're there for the foreseeable future until they're told by the security services that it is safe to leave. This is still very much an active terrorist situation. They do not know what else might happen. As a result, they're going to keep those MPs where they are until they have the all clear. The same for tourists as well. Very busy part of the city as far as tourism is concerned. The Palace of Westminster here, Big Ben, many come here, Westminster Bridge to see up and down the river. And then just across the river, that's where you'll see, and I'm sure many of you have been there already, the London Eye. Those pods that take about 35 minutes or something like that to go around. People are stuck on those at the moment. They are not being allowed off, again, for obvious reasons that I've just explained to you. Alistair Bunkle is there for us, our defence correspondent. As we hear more sirens here, Alistair, talk to us about what's happening where you are.
Yeah, Kay, so we've relocated, what, a couple of hundred metres along from where we last spoke to you, which was on Westminster Bridge itself, down just under the foot of the London Eye. People are being allowed off now, but very slowly, so they're bringing the pods around one by one and allowing people off them. But there's still quite a lot of people actually left on there. I would estimate, what, 50 or 100 people still on there, perhaps, waiting patiently for the pods to come round and to be allowed off. But they are being, the Eye is being evacuated now. Let me bring in a man, a gentleman called Yuvraj. You were an eyewitness to the attack, weren't you? Can you tell me what you saw in your own words?
Yeah, I was standing right opposite the road when this happened. So a black car, it rushed in. Highly, it was speeding, and at first it went on the pavement, it took a lady off. And I thought it was just a normal accident, but it suddenly continued speeding and it just began taking people off. And just witnessed people flying off, and it was a horrible sight.
It was a black car, did you say?
It was a black car, yeah.
And from your sense at the time, this was all deliberate? It wasn't out of control? It wasn't accidental?
It was all deliberate. Because taking so many people off together, it can't be an accident for sure. And that too coming in such high speed, so definitely can't be an accident.
I spoke to one gentleman about half an hour ago who said he thought he saw that car then crashed into, in his words, a wall. No one inside it when he saw it. Did you see it crash? Do you corroborate that?
I didn't see the car crash, actually. I just saw it taking people off, and by the time it went to the end of the bridge, it was out of my sight. I was on the other side and I just saw it hitting people. I didn't see the car going anywhere else. So.
The bridge presumably quite busy at the time, early afternoon, Westminster?
Surprisingly, the other side of the bridge where this accident happened was empty, so the car could easily speed. Otherwise, it is usually a very busy bridge. But surprisingly, it was pretty empty at that time, the other side of it.
And what was your immediate reaction? What did you do? Did you run away? Did you stay and help?
I was pretty traumatized by it because it's the first time I've witnessed something like that. And I could just stand still. I was just traumatized by it. I couldn't do anything about it. I really wanted to help the people, but I was myself not in the right state of mind.
Some people have told us they heard gunshots. Other people say they didn't hear gunshots. Did you?
I didn't hear any gunshots from where I was, but I really don't know anything about the gunshots.
And the condition of some of the people who were on the bridge who had been hit by the car?
Horrible, probably. I think some of them might even have died on the spot, and some of them must be severely injured. But it was a horrible incident altogether.
Okay, Yuvraj, thank you.
Thank you.
Kay, just to quickly, before I hand back to you, just give you some indication of around here. I have to say, it is a lot of, I suppose it's a combination of people probably starting to return home from work as we head towards 5 o'clock in the evening. A lot of tourists around here, as is the case every day of the year, whatever the weather, and those who are waiting to get off the London Eye, who have been kept on the London Eye. Some of the emergency services are actually in the London Eye at the moment. It's obviously been sealed off for anyone who wanting to go on it now. The police are there, and one by one they are bringing people off it, but very, very slowly indeed. Assuming that the people on the Eye do know what is going on, I don't think anybody would have any complaints. And the police helicopter, as I'm sure you can hear, flying overhead. The only last thing I would add, by way of an update, is having spoken to my security contacts, for them as well, this is a very fluid and ongoing situation as they are trying to assess and trying to piece together exactly what is going on, using their intelligence sources, but also things like eyewitness accounts.
Okay, OK, Alistair, for now, thank you. We can hear that police helicopter as well. You're about 100 metres or so, maybe a couple of 100 metres away from where we are. Don't forget, we are waiting for a police update. Just off the road there, guys, the police are coming through. We are waiting for a police update, and that police update is likely to be within the next 10 minutes or so, is what we're hearing from Scotland Yard. They have already told us, though, that it is being treated as a terrorist incident for now. Whether it's one incident or two and whether they are linked, hopefully we'll hear more from the police in around about 10 minutes' time. We've just got this still that we'd like to show to you. You can see there's a man on the ground. Just looking at those images, a man on the ground being surrounded by police officers. As far as the geography of that shot is concerned, not really sure, but the cobbles might suggest that it is in Old Palace Yard as we hear more sirens. That's an ambulance heading just out of the direction. His legs are bare, as you can see from that image, and we are anticipating at this stage that he... I'm afraid to have to tell you that, according to Sky sources, within the last few moments, as we continue to look at that image of who is potentially a man that tried to stab a police officer inside the Palace of Westminster, or within the confines of the Palace of Westminster, that two people are now reportedly dead as a result of this terror incident in central London. Mark White is with us. Mark, several other people injured, but the latest we're hearing, according to Sky sources, is that at least two people have been confirmed dead. What more do we know?
Yeah, a source just confirming that to me in the last couple of minutes, Kay. Information that he has that now two people have died as a result of the incident that has unfolded outside the palaces of Westminster and on Westminster Bridge. Now, in terms of that second fatality, we know that the first fatality was a woman who died. We were told by a doctor at St Thomas's Hospital that there are other people that are being treated there with catastrophic injuries. What we don't know with regard to the second fatality is whether that is someone who was struck by the vehicle on Westminster Bridge and also outside the palaces of Westminster. We should add that there are three separate scenes here, Kay. There is Westminster Bridge, where up to a dozen people, we understand, were knocked down. Then there is outside the palaces of Westminster, where this 4x4 Hyundai vehicle smashed into the main railings there, a number of other people injured there. And then in the palaces of Westminster itself, just in the Old Palace Yard, a police officer was stabbed and the alleged attacker was shot by armed officers who were nearby the palaces of Westminster at the time. We don't know if the latest fatality that is being reported to us was anyone connected with the two other incidents away from Westminster Bridge. What we do know is that in about 5-6 minutes time from now, Commander B.J. Harrington, senior officer at Scotland Yard, I was with him just at the weekend on a counter-terrorism exercise on the River Thames, will be making a statement in which he's expected to give a bit more detail on the unfolding incident and perhaps shed a bit more light on the injuries suffered by that police officer. We believe initial reports suggest he was seriously injured, but at this stage we have no further details than that, except he was seriously injured and taken to St Thomas's Hospital. But the information that a source has just told me with regard to the overall number of dead and injured at the moment is that there are two confirmed fatalities and multiple people that have been injured. Some of those, according to an earlier source, a doctor at St Thomas's Hospital, have suffered catastrophic injuries.
OK. For now, thank you, Mark. I know you'll continue to update us as and when you get more. We are expecting more from Scotland Yard very shortly. Indeed, they have already confirmed that this is being treated as a terrorist incident. We've heard from Mark there that Sky sources telling us that two people are now confirmed dead. One of them, a woman. We'll get more information and update you on that. We can also tell you that people are still trapped on the London Eye, which is just across the river from... you actually go across Westminster Bridge in order to get to the London Eye. People are being kept in those pods for their own safety. We are being told that they will be taken off one at a time as and when it becomes safe for them. Looking at Old Palace Yard as well, and we believe that that is where one man was tackled to the ground by the police. And Robert is with us still. Robert, so this guy who was in Old Palace Yard, as we're looking at these images now, we don't know who he is, we don't know whether he was in the vehicle, but we do know that he was stopped by the police and he had a knife and he potentially attacked a police officer.
That's right. I mean, from what we hear from the eyewitnesses that we have spoken to, he appeared to be in either his 30s or his 40s, of Asian appearance. As you say, once he got into Old Palace Yard, that is when he appears to have attacked the police officer, stabbed him with a knife, and again, eyewitnesses saying between 7 and 8 inches, so a long bladed knife. Then he was shot by the colleagues of the injured police officer, and we have now, of course, mobile phone footage of that man apparently lying on the ground in Old Palace Yard. But who he is, whether he was working with somebody else, whether he was the man at the wheel of the car that has caused those number of injuries and eventually ended up crashing into the railings outside the Palace of Westminster, we just don't know yet.
Terrorist incident at the heart of Parliament.
And as Mark was pointing out, just a few days after they carried out an anti-terror demonstration, you know, to show how ready they were. That was on the river, that just went past Westminster Bridge. I mean, this is just a few days ago. Obviously, Parliament, London, along with other capitals, has been on a state of alert for the last few years after terrorist attacks around Europe that you and I have covered over the past few years. And so the response, as you would imagine, was extremely quick. We understand 6 minutes from the time that this initial incident happened on Westminster Bridge to police arriving there. But obviously you can imagine the confusion, not just the hundreds of people who work in this part of town, but also the thousands of tourists who stand routinely on Westminster Bridge taking photographs of Big Ben and the cars going in and out of Parliament. But also, as I was explaining earlier, Wednesday is a very busy day in Parliament. So there are a lot of MPs going to and fro as well after Prime Minister's questions, as well as those tourists outside, as well as a number of people working on the roads on Parliament Square. It was an extremely busy scene, and obviously a busy scene that became a chaotic one after this car appeared to mount the pavement on Westminster Bridge.
That was an interesting scene that I just saw as we were chatting then. That was a police officer driving a satellite truck. Now, you wouldn't normally see that, but presumably that will help with their own communications as they try to coordinate exactly what is going on, perhaps moving Goal Command to here, I don't know.
And communications in and out, as we've been experiencing when everybody's up here with their mobile phones trying to send videos. Obviously the demand on data grows and they become less reliable. It's much harder to get a phone signal out, and of course it's vital now that they are communicating information, as you say, both in and out, and they need that to be done quickly and rapidly. So they will bring in their own kind of comms backup, their own comms unit to facilitate that.
And one of the big challenges for the security services now, of course, is that they have hundreds of MPs that are still in lockdown in the building behind us. Straight to Scotland Yard.
In the area of Parliament Square, and the Senior National Coordinator has declared this a terrorist incident. And although we remain open-minded to the motive, a full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. This is led by the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. At this stage, I will confirm what we know has happened, but I will not speculate. We received a number of different reports, which included a person in the river, a car in collision with pedestrians, and a man armed with a knife. Officers were already in that location as part of routine policing, but immediately additional officers were sent to the scene, and that included firearms officers. We are working closely with the London Ambulance Service and the London Fire Brigade. I'd like to repeat our request for the public to avoid the following areas: Parliament Square, Whitehall, Westminster Bridge, Lambeth Bridge, Victoria Street up to the junction with Broadway, and the Victoria Embankment up to Embankment Tube Station. This is to allow emergency services to deal with this ongoing incident. There is an ongoing investigation being led by the Counter-Terrorism Command, and we would ask anybody who has images or film of the incident to pass those to the police. We know there are a number of casualties, including police officers, but at this stage we cannot confirm numbers or the nature of these injuries. Our response will be ongoing for some time, and it is important that we gather all possible information and evidence. Public safety is our top priority, and we are reviewing our policing stance across London and throughout the capital this afternoon. There will be additional officers on duty and deployed across the capital. I would like us, the public, to remain vigilant and let us know if they see anything suspicious that causes them concern, and if they do, to dial 999 immediately. The Acting Commissioner, Craig Mackey, is being treated as a significant witness, as he was at the scene when the incident started. Whilst he is not injured, it would be inappropriate for him to be here to talk about the incident at this stage. Our thoughts and his thoughts are with all of those involved and responding to that incident this evening. I would stress that if anyone has information about today's incident, they are urged to call 0800 789 321. And I would stress, if the public have any information or see anything suspicious, to dial 999 immediately.
At this stage, does the incident seem to be over?
I'm not going to speculate. You'll see the response that we've got here, officers responding. I want to stress that it's our priority to keep London safe. People going home this evening will see additional officers deployed, both armed and unarmed, across London in order to achieve that aim.
Gunshots fired, gunshots fired.
I've told you what information I have, and we will continue to keep you updated as we find things out. I'm not prepared to speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to thank you very much for your time here this evening. I would absolutely stress to the public, one priority, working with our partners.
OK, so armed and unarmed officers deployed to keep Londoners safe this evening is what we're being told. We also heard that several people have been injured, including police officers. No confirmation of fatalities, but Sky sources telling us that at least 2 people have died as a result of this terrorist incident right in the centre of London this afternoon. Mark White, our Home Affairs correspondent, has been monitoring what the police have had to say for us, is still with us. Mark, didn't give us that much.
No, I mean, in these incidents, the police certainly confirm the bare minimum of facts, but there was significant information in there as well in terms of this absolutely is now being treated as a terrorist incident, that it is, for all intents and purposes, still an ongoing incident. We have many officers still carrying out a systematic search of the palaces of Westminster, looking for any other attackers that might be there. Although we are working on the theory that there was one attacker armed with a knife, these are, by their very nature, fast-moving and confusing incidents, and it is possible there could be other people, and that's why the police, out of an abundance of caution, and because they've also seen many incidents and terrorist-related incidents in other cities around the world where you have multiple attackers and multiple scenes, they have to make sure that everything is locked down and safe. On the right of the picture there, Kay, are the officers from the Counter-Terrorism Specialist Firearms Command. They are part of SCO 19 firearms unit from the Metropolitan Police, but they are the elite. They train regularly to counter the threat of a terrorist attack, and they have been involved in these systematic searches at the palaces of Westminster. At the moment, what the police are doing clearly is to try to get on top of what has happened intelligence-wise. They want to establish whether this was a lone incident involving one attacker or whether there could be multiple incidents, because again, we have seen just a year ago, in fact, this is the first anniversary of the devastating attacks in Brussels, that there wasn't just one scene. There was the bombing scene at the airport, and then there was another attack at a metro station across the city. So the police are mindful of that. They've seen this pattern before. So that's why you see, for instance, where Alistair Bunkle is outside the London Eye, that big public gathered areas where many people gather get locked down as well, and they slowly but surely make sure these areas are safe. So that's why we're seeing this kind of approach by the emergency services and by the police. They also want Kay to send out a message of reassurance. They're dealing with this incident here, which is one terrorist incident, we believe, but it has 3 components. And the first component, of course, was that devastating attack on the bridge, where this car ploughed into up to a dozen people, we're told, on the bridge, resulting in some absolutely horrific injuries and the death, we believe, of one woman. Then the vehicle careered down the road into Parliament Square itself and smashed into the fence, the perimeter fence around the palaces of Westminster. Now, a source told me that there are other injured people from that scene as well, people that were on the pavement just at the spot where the vehicle smashed into the fence. And then, of course, we have the third incident that where the alleged attacker left the vehicle, managed somehow to wrestle his way through the gates there and into Old Palace Yard in the grounds of the palaces of Westminster proper. And it was there that there was this confrontation with the police officer. That officer, we're told, was stabbed. At this stage, we don't have a condition on the officer, but a source told me that he was seriously injured. And also, we're told that the attacker himself was shot by a police officer. That attacker shot multiple times. We've seen a picture that is on the Mail Online website that shows the attacker, the alleged attacker, on a stretcher receiving CPR from paramedics as he's put into the back of an ambulance. Let's just remind ourselves of what Commander B.J. Harrington from the Metropolitan Police just said to us on the steps of New Scotland Yard just a couple of minutes ago.
Since 2:40 this afternoon, the MPS has responded to an incident in the area of, and the Senior National Coordinator has declared this a terrorist incident. And although we remain open-minded to the motive, a full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. This is led by the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. At this stage, I will confirm what we know has happened, but I will not speculate. We received a number of different reports, which included a person in the river, a car in collision with pedestrians, and a man armed with a knife. Officers were already in that location as part of routine policing, but immediately additional officers were sent to the scene, and that included firearms officers.
So that is Commander B.J. Harrington from the Metropolitan Police, a man with a lot of experience in dealing with the threat from terrorism. I was at an exercise with him just at the weekend on Sunday there, where his officers, his specialist, counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers, were exercising, enacting a scenario with hostages on the River Thames. And now today, just a few days later, he finds himself in the midst of a terrorist attack for real, and a significant event that is unfolding here in the heart of central London, outside the palaces of Westminster, where a vehicle ploughed onto the pavement on Westminster Bridge for a considerable distance across that bridge, striking multiple people. We're told that up to a dozen have been injured, some of those with horrific injuries. One person, we're told, a woman died on the bridge. Then there was another incident where people were injured when that same vehicle, having rounded the corner into Parliament Square, smashed into the front fence, the perimeter fence around the palaces of Westminster. Other people injured and treated by paramedics at the scene. The alleged attacker, we understand, according to a senior source that I was speaking to a short time ago, left that vehicle, ran through the gates and into the Old Palace Yard within the grounds of the palaces of Westminster. That officer, a police officer, managed to confront and tackle the attacker, but then was stabbed. Now, the officer is injured. We believe that he suffered serious injuries, but there is no further update from Scotland Yard yet on his condition. All we can tell you is that from a doctor at St Thomas's Hospital, there is one fatality that he was reporting, and other people with catastrophic injuries. A senior source told me a short time ago that that fatality toll has now risen to two. 2 people killed in this unfolding incident. Police now, their priority is to ensure there are no other attackers. What they also are trying to do is to determine whether this was a one-off incident, who this individual was. Clearly, they have him in their custody at the moment. They'll be gathering that detail to determine whether he was what they call a lone wolf actor, or whether indeed he may have been acting with others. You're watching Sky News, continuing coverage of this unfolding terrorist attack in the heart of central London. We'll be right back bringing you more details, but what we know at the moment is 2 dead, multiple people injured.
Do you need help solving your laptop problems?
I've just got a laptop and I've been told that I should back up my files.
Well, I've got a printer, but I can't seem to connect it.
I'm concerned about security issues.
But we don't understand some of the terminology.
I don't know what cookies are.
Phishing.
Spam.
We'd like to prevent...
All right, everyone, you are looking at a live look at London now. We know 2 people killed in this London attack. Investigators are launching a terror-related investigation. Again, officials are investigating this as terrorism. We're hearing from Sky News in the UK that at least 2 people were killed. We're going to update you with what we know so far in just a couple minutes. All right, everyone, we are going to give you the latest update and headlines courtesy of the Associated Press. Again, this incident has been declared a terrorist incident, according to a senior police commander, and a full counterterrorism investigation is underway. Commander B.J. Harrington says a number of people have been injured, including police officers. He says additional police officers, armed and unarmed, will be deployed across London during the evening rush hour as part of efforts to keep people safe. Now we know the Scottish Parliament in Edinburgh also suspended its debate on a second independence referendum after the incident outside the British Parliament in London. Scottish lawmakers had been planning to vote after 2 days of debate on First Minister Nicola Sturgeon's call for another referendum on leaving the UK. The debate was suspended after some members said it should be halted out of respect after a policeman was stabbed and his attacker shot in London. Now, a doctor says a woman has died and about a dozen people are hurt with some catastrophic injuries after a vehicle apparently struck pedestrians on Westminster Bridge near Parliament. We know one of those dead was described as a female pedestrian. All right, joining me now for more on this London attack is Ron Hoon. Ron, we're looking at one of the scenes in London. So many police officers have responded to this scene. It is one of those things that you don't want to have to report on.
No, and I know you and I have both been to London in recent months, and you, because, you know, here in the U.S. and in the U.K., they have great counter-terrorism efforts that are underway. They were at, I believe, at the next to highest level in the UK in terms of their terror alert system.
Right.
And you hardly even think about it, you know. And yet here is a city that is just jammed with people, both locals and tourists, who, by the way, are trapped as we speak by the hundreds on the London Eye, even though it is. You know, the attack happened on the bridge. The London Eye, which is apparently now the most popular tourist attraction in London, was immediately shut down. And I guess the feeling is they don't want to let people off those enclosed plexiglass capsules until they can be sure that they're letting them off in a safe situation. The Victoria embankment on the other side of the river is also shut down right now. The whole area between the London Eye area, the Westminster Bridge itself, Parliament, and the embankment on the other side of the London Eye would be jammed with people. I know it was. I was there in December. When were you there?
I was there at the end of January.
Okay. And those aren't the busiest times of the year.
Well, it's a lot colder then.
Yeah. And yet it was, I remember how many people were on the bridge. And I remember at one point stopping to take a picture and thinking, boy, those cars come zipping right by here. And so in an instant, lives have been changed. They are treating it as a terror incident. And it was interesting listening to the news conference that was held by police in the last half hour that the acting commissioner was actually on scene when this whole thing unfolded and is now being treated as an eyewitness.
Wow.
So that's why he was not there for the press briefing from law enforcement. They said it wouldn't be appropriate at this time because basically he still has information to give in terms of what he saw and what he witnessed.
This must have been such a scary thing for people to witness. It's just, again, all these people going about their normal Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday evening.
Yeah.
They're in London now.
Mhm.
We started covering this attack about a couple of hours ago. London, 7-8 hours ahead of us? 8 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, 8 hours now, I believe, is right with the time change. Correct.
Right, so it is early evening there in London now, and you don't expect something like this to happen on your Wednesday afternoon.
You don't. And the very first thing we heard were reports of shots fired.
Right.
And so immediately you start to try to process, okay, what is the information that it happened there along the bridge or near Parliament, and then it came out that the shots that were fired, they have some pretty strict gun regulations there in the UK. The shots that were fired were by a police officer on hand right there at the Parliament.
Right.
And you saw that one image, I presume, from Sky News, a lot of good images they've had over the last hour or two, where it looked like they were able to take that one suspect into custody. He was literally surrounded by law enforcement who had him down on the ground. They will be able to glean a lot of information from him. But there was concern about that, reports of a second person.
Right, I did see those reports.
Who may have escaped.
Right.
So a lot more to come as the hours unfold. Actively, the situation is, it's locked down right now. It appears we know what we know. And there hasn't been a lot of new information in the last, say, hour or so, except for the fact that now they are confirming 2 dead and many others injured.
Right, and I want to go back to something you just pointed out. When we initially heard about this report, all we heard was shots fired, and it's interesting to see how the story develops as we learn more information. When you initially hear shots fired outside of Parliament, I think the average person would think there is a gunman on the loose that's trying to attack perhaps government officials.
Yes.
Or people related to that. Now we're learning that the shots were fired by a police officer who was trying to take down the knife-wielding suspect.
Yes, right.
So the suspect used a vehicle to injure pedestrians on the bridge.
Right.
And then also had a knife.
Yeah.
So was trying to harm people that way as well.
Yeah, and this is Wednesday afternoon. It's the one day of the week that the Prime Minister is inside the Parliament building. Prime Minister's questions has just been a staple of British politics forever, and if you watch much TV news or live streaming, you know that the Prime Minister enters that building every Wednesday afternoon. So maybe it was coincidence that it happened on Wednesday afternoon. Maybe it was coincidence it happened on the 1-year anniversary of the Brussels terror attack. It's all unclear at this point. It'll become clear in the coming hours. We'll learn a lot more. By this time tomorrow, we'll know a lot more about the attacker or attackers, about those whose lives were lost, about others who were injured, and I'm sure probably by the end of the day we will hear some sort of an address to the British people by the Prime Minister herself. All of this is happening under the backdrop of the war on terror, and a real vibrant discussion in both the U.S. and the U.K. in terms of how far do you go. to try to protect the citizenry. And Donald Trump, you know, in part was elected on that pledge to protect the country, specifically from terrorism. And the reports we get out of Mosul are very encouraging, that the fight against ISIS is going very well. We don't know if ISIS was responsible for this or not, but
it could be something that was an ISIS-inspired attack.
Could be. It could be a lone wolf. It could be so many different things.
Right.
The only report that I've heard is that one of the people that jumped out of the car appeared to be in their 30s.
30s or 40s.
30s or
right.
40s. So maybe not especially a young person. You know, like sometimes you see the pictures of an ISIS fighters who are 18,
right.
yeah, 20, etc.
So,
but we don't know yet who was really behind it, or who inspired it.
Right, and you mentioned President Trump making terror a top concern on his agenda.
Right.
He hasn't yet tweeted about this. I just checked the real Donald Trump Twitter page as well as his President of the United States Twitter handle.
Right.
He hasn't yet commented on the situation. However, Sean Spicer did tweet out just almost 2 hours ago that the President of the United States had been briefed on the situation in the UK, and they are continuing to monitor and update. So we do have a somewhat official statement from the White House.
We'll see. We'll see as the days go on here how much more tweeting we see from President Trump. It's funny. Funny, not haha, but funny, ironical, that I was actually thinking about this just this morning, that with those reports yesterday that Ivanka was moving into the West Wing. She was going to have an office in the West Wing. I remember thinking to myself, I think we'll probably hear a lot less from the president on Twitter.
Oh, you think she's going to calm him down?
I really do.
Presence.
I really do. I mean, I saw a story yesterday that basically was along the lines of, don't count on Ivanka Trump totally buttoning down the president, or, kind of cleaning up around the edges there at the White House in terms of some of the things that people have found off the mark. Nevertheless, I don't think she would be moving into a West Wing office unless she felt like she needed to be there. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see him tweet more than ever. He'll just tweet up a firestorm. But my first reaction to it was that I think we'll probably see a lot less of that. I would imagine he's already been on the phone with Theresa May, with the British Prime Minister, and I would think we would hear from the president at some point. But probably not, and coordinated, but probably not until after Theresa May has spoken.
Right. It's so often after these major attacks, we did see President Obama come out and give a statement, issue a statement, typically in the White House press briefing room. So it will be interesting to see how President Trump responds to this, considering this seems to be the first sort of major terror-related attack while he's president.
Yes, that's a good point. And also, think about this in terms of, the kind of the silent police force, as well as MI6 and everything else that they have, and MI5 that, that helps to protect their homeland over in the UK. There was the terrorist attack where a bomb went off many years ago on a tourist bus in London. That's been a long time. I mean, it was post 9/11, but it's been many years. And all in all, they've done a pretty good job of protecting the public there across the British capital.
Right. So I actually have a list of all the terror attacks in London since 2005, courtesy of Fox News. So you have the July 7th attack, the coordinated series of suicide attacks, which 3 bombs exploded on the underground trains, and then, as you mentioned, the double-decker bus exploding.
Hard to believe that, by the way, was almost 12 years ago.
Right.
Wow.
52 people were killed, 700 injured.
Yes.
Now, just a couple weeks later, there were 4 more bombings unconnected with those earlier that month. They were attempted, however, they failed to detonate.
Right.
Then you have 2 years later, June 2007, 2 unexploded car bombs discovered in London. Obviously, no injuries there. May 2013, a British Army soldier attacked and killed near the Royal Artillery Barracks in southeast London. December 2015, you have a man with a knife stabbing a number of people at a tube station, which is basically the subway station, saying this is for Syria. But really, the most deadly attack still is that July 2005 one. It seems like they've really tightened up security, and you haven't seen that kind of devastation in London since.
Yes,
thankfully.
that's exactly right. And we do remember that British Army soldier. The pictures were really gruesome in terms of not only that, but the guy who apparently was the attacker. And so here we are now in 2017, and it's just a reminder of the threat that continues to exist and probably will for years and years to come.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just in terms of advancing where we go from here, I would imagine a lot of the eyewitnesses now are probably being interviewed by police. They don't seem to kind of be, quote, hanging around in that same area where we were hearing from them earlier, where we heard from the media. The situation is more calm now on Westminster Bridge, but still, people are just dealing with the shock. And London wakes up tomorrow morning, I think, with a new sense of its vulnerability as a world capital, that while most of the terrorism that we have seen in recent years has been on the European mainland, that they can be subject to it as well. And it's heartbreaking, and it's sad, and it's aggravating all at once.
It's interesting you mentioned that. When I went to London, obviously I was concerned because it seems to be that, major European cities are targeted. But when I spoke with my family, they're, I guess the way people make themselves feel better is the fact that the UK is an island.
Yes.
They don't feel like they face the same threat that perhaps nations like Germany and France do.
Correct. Although I have heard a statistic today in terms of the multiple reports that you and I have both been paying attention to, is that on the radar screen of British intelligence and police is are roughly 3,000 radicalized individuals.
Wow.
So
I mean,
it
could easily be homegrown terrorism. If indeed it is terrorism, it could be homegrown.
It sure could.
Similar to the issues that we have in the U.S. It's not so much immigrants that are coming in that are causing these sorts of attacks, but rather people that already exist in the country that feel angry, that want to harm people.
And in the social media age that we're in, are pretty easily influenced or brainwashed or led down a path toward committing these horrible acts that I guess in some way they think will advance their cause or get people to think the same way they think without realizing what it does is it raises the frustration level and I think even the anger level that people have toward those who would use this type of devastation, murder, to try to get any kind of bizarre point across. So let me just see, just added here a couple of additional information. One man who was just entering Parliament for a meeting told the British Press Association he heard a radio message confirming that an officer had been stabbed. And this was all going on in those moments afterwards. He said, when I got inside, I was wondering what was going on. I saw dozens of panicked people running down the street. The first stream was about 30 people, and then there was a second stream of about 70 people, and it looked like they were running for their lives because...
of course, I mean, if you're hearing gunshots, if you're seeing an attacker, you are going to run for your life. There's no question. You don't, I mean, in that moment, you're just like, I need to get the heck out of here.
Yep. You're right in the heart of the government there, and yet they've done such a good job in the British capital of keeping traffic flowing, of keeping their houses of the people open to the public and very accessible. You can walk down the street or drive down the street right in front of Big Ben, the Palace of Westminster, that historic building, and the Parliament itself. And then you can drive right up to the Ministry of Defense and drive right along within a block or so of number 10 Downing Street, the home of the Prime Minister. So you hate to think about it, but there may be more restrictions ultimately that do go into place here.
I mean, safety is the utmost concern.
Correct.
And that is the priority there.
Yeah.
I do want to go ahead and check in with Sky News. They've been doing nonstop coverage of this attack, obviously.
Okay.
This is their territory. Sky News out of the UK. Let's go ahead and listen in there.
would like the Ulster public to remain vigilant and let us know if they see anything suspicious that causes them concern, and if they do, to dial 999 immediately. The Acting Commissioner, Craig Mackey, is being treated as a significant witness, as he was at the scene when the incident started. Whilst he is not injured, it would be inappropriate for him to be here to talk about the incident at this stage. Our thoughts and his thoughts are with all of those involved and responding to that incident this evening.
Well, that was the update from Scotland Yard around about three-quarters of an hour or so ago. Since then, Sky sources have confirmed to us that at least 2 people have died as a result of this terror incident in central London, the very heart of Westminster, at lunchtime today. Remarkably, a woman has been pulled alive from the River Thames. We're not sure whether she was pushed into the river after that vehicle mounted the pavement on Westminster Bridge and ploughed into at least a dozen people there, or whether she had jumped into the river in order to try to get away from that vehicle. She has now been recovered from the river. She is in a poorly condition, but she is alive. This is the latest that we're hearing. There was a lockdown of MPs. They could not leave the chamber of the House of Commons for some considerable time. That has just been lifted within the last few moments, and MPs are now being allowed to leave. Just across the river, the other side of Westminster Bridge, London Eye. Just looking at these live helicopter pictures of the vehicle that rammed into the railings in Parliament Square. Now, this is the same vehicle that I was mentioning to you a couple of moments ago that had actually ploughed into at least a dozen people on Westminster Bridge. It then continued on its journey and ploughed into the railings at just in front of Big Ben. In fact, those are live aerial shots as we're speaking to you. As I was saying, MPs are now being allowed out of the chamber of the House of Commons to go about their business again, and we will hope to speak to some of them in the fullness of time. Meantime, the other side of Westminster Bridge, people were trapped on the London Eye there in those pods. It takes around about 35 minutes or thereabouts to go around. They have been kept inside those pods for their own safety for some considerable time. But once again, they are now being allowed to come out of those pods. And Alistair Bunkle is there for us, our defence correspondent. Alistair, what can you see?
All right, thank you very much indeed. We're at David St Thomas's. I think we can talk now to John Woodcock, the MP, who heard the gunshots earlier on.
When we left it
John Woodcock, thanks for being with us.
People were starting to come.
Alistair, we've got one or two problems hearing you just at the moment. We'll come back to you in just a moment or two. We're just going to try and re-establish communication with you. As you can imagine, there's a lot of news crews from right around the world here just at the moment, along with the police communications as well. So it's making it incredibly challenging on occasion to be able to communicate here at Sky News, but we are doing our level best for you. Just to recap, we are being told that at least 2 people have died as a result of this terrorist incident today. Many other people have been injured, and Jason Farrell, some of them catastrophic injuries.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know exactly the nature of the injuries, but obviously if someone rams onto pavement, you're likely to have serious problems. We know that one individual was thrown down the steps of the bridge, and that's quite a hard fall onto the concrete below. It seems as if another woman was actually tossed over the side of the bridge and into the river, and that's quite a hard fall. You know, that's quite a distance down into the river, and that person has been pulled out of the river and is apparently okay.
Okay, I know you're going to continue monitoring Twitter for us just for a second, if you wouldn't mind, because I do want to bring in Alistair Bunkle again. I think we can hear you now, Alistair.
Yeah, can you hear me right now? I think that's slightly better. As you were saying, there's a lot of different communications going on around here, so a little bit of interference. We are on the south side of Westminster Bridge. You can see just behind us the watery sun there, Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament. I must say it's probably slightly quieter and calmer here in terms of emergency services being around and about, not quite as frantic as it was when we first arrived a couple of hours ago. But I don't think there are any fewer vehicles here. There are no fewer ambulances. There are still, I can count, about 8 or 9 ambulances on the bridge, and that's all I can see with my eyes. There are potentially more as you sort of head over the bridge and towards the middle of the river. We've been speaking to a number of eyewitnesses who were here at the time or came in the minutes afterwards, and a lot of them giving very similar reports. They saw this car clearly, deliberately targeting people who were on the bridge and running them over and hitting them. All of them said they saw many people injured, lying on the bridge as this car continued to drive over. A lot of people extremely shaken up. I have seen a video, a very graphic video, filmed by one young man who was on the bridge at the time, and it does show some severely injured people, including one person beneath the wheels of a London bus. Another man that we spoke to, Albert, had to leave his car, abandon his car, was told to do so by the police, so that is still on the bridge. And some plainclothes, a team of about 10 plainclothes police have just made their way onto the bridge because, of course, this will not only be a scene, a medical scene, whilst they treat any injured that are still there, but it is a forensic scene as well, so they'll be gathering what they can do. And just a word, Kay, on the Cobra meeting that we're expecting the Prime Minister to chair imminently. Of course, you would expect that the heads of intelligence agencies will be there as well to bring her and other members of the government up to speed. In situations like this, it is common practice for not only the three intelligence agencies and the Metropolitan Police in this country to talk to each other very closely, to work very closely with one another in trying to identify who is behind this, the motive, etc. But also they will be speaking to their foreign counterparts, their European counterparts, seeing what information and what intelligence they can gather from anyone that they tend to liaise with around the world, the Americans as well, to see whether they can pick up any sort of chatter, any indications as to who was behind this. But at the moment, from the people I've been speaking to, as you would expect rightly in the hours after an attack like this, it is an incredibly fluid situation, and they have a lot of work to do, and they are doing that now, and they are trying to piece things together, but it is very, very early stages.
Okay. Okay, Alistair, back to you shortly. Going to Darren McCaffrey in just a second, but just want to bring in Jason again. Interesting photographs that are appearing on Twitter. We'll get them to show to you very shortly. But
yeah, Tobias Ellwood, the Minister for Counter-Terrorism, is in amongst it. He looks like he's helping the victims. You can see real shock on his face and blood on his face as well. So it looks as though he was involved in helping some of the victims who've been severely injured by this attack. And then we've also got a picture, the first picture it seems, of the attacker himself on a stretcher. It looks like he has a CPR unit on his chest. In other words, he's been stripped down and they've used CPR on him, and it looks like he's being given oxygen as well. So this is the first suggestion that obviously they've had to try to keep him alive, having shot him after the attack.
His condition as yet unknown. Reports suggesting at least two people have been killed. 3 police officers, according to Sky sources, have been injured, and 3 young primary school students from France, from Brittany, were being told by the French media, have also been caught up in this terrorist incident, been described as a terrorist incident by Scotland Yard, waiting for another update from then, also waiting for a Cobra meeting that will be led by the Prime Minister. I'm sure we'll have an update from that just as soon as that has concluded. Darren McCaffrey is at the London Eye, where lots of people were trapped on those pods. Darren, what's the latest from where you are?
Indeed, they are, Kane. Hopefully you can see my pictures where you can see that actually dozens of people are being taken off the London Eye, and they're being taken into a building close by where they're going to be interviewed by the police. Clearly, they could be potential witnesses, because if you don't know the geography of London, the London Eye overlooks the Palace of Westminster and indeed Westminster Bridge. And essentially, what happens in incidents like this, particularly in big tourist attractions that are close by, they are shut down. And the London Eye, essentially, Kay, has been closed since this incident. And the police in the last half an hour or so have been moving the Eye to offload people pod by pod so that they can go and interview those people. The London Eye tweeted pretty soon after the incident that they are following tried and tested procedures and are in constant contact with all guests inside. The safety and security is their top priority, but they have temporarily halted this tourist attraction. There's an awful lot of police here, and that is clearly because, yes, in an incident like this, something like the London Eye could well be a target, and they need to shut that down when large groups of people do gather. But at the same time, given the position of the London Eye, any people in those pods could potentially be witnesses. And speaking to some people here, they've been held in those pods for, several hours now. Amongst them are dozens of French students who are here visiting London. And people are gathering around here, Kay, clearly to see what is happening. And also, I don't know whether you can see over to the left-hand side, Phil, if you can just show, there are some paramedics, and I've never seen paramedics like that who've got incredibly big armour on them, essentially, helmets and body vests to protect them. So, you know, clearly it is an ongoing incident here, Kay. The police are interviewing people as they come off the London Eye, simply because they could be eyewitnesses, but there is no sign that this tourist attraction is going to open anytime soon. And for the people that are still stuck up there, and if I look up, you know, right up almost to the top, there are still people stuck there, and they will be here for a long time to come.
OK, Darren Finite, thank you. Just hearing from some sources saying that a man has been taken into A&E at St Thomas's Hospital. Now, just to give you an idea, St Thomas's Hospital is literally just the other side of where the House of Commons is. So the Westminster Bridge, where the incident first began, and where the man that we think has now been taken to the A&E department ploughed into at least a dozen people on the bridge there, just the other side. We're being told a man has just been taken into A&E at St Thomas's on a gurney, flanked by several very heavily armed police officers. That would suggest potentially that that man is still alive. No confirmation as to his condition. We have heard from the police actually within the last three-quarters of an hour or so. Let's take you to Scotland Yard now to get the very latest. Lewis is there for us. Lewis?
Yes, absolutely. About 45 minutes ago, we heard from Commander BJ Harrington, who spoke to various journalists, not giving us a huge number of details, it has to be said, but confirming that there had been a number of casualties, one fatality, a woman, and casualties including police. Intriguingly, also confirming that one of the key witnesses to the event was, in fact, the acting commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, and said he would be recusing himself from monitoring the investigation because it wouldn't be appropriate. We do believe there may be another statement here in about 20 minutes' time, and of course we'll bring that to you if and when we get it.
OK, Finite, thank you. So another statement from the police. As you can imagine, this is a very fluid situation. Police will be updating us all the time. Jason Farrell is here with me as well. Jason, that was just a snapshot, if you will, as to where our correspondents are. It's a very contained area where this situation has developed, terrorist incident as the police have described it, but about three separate locations.
Yeah, so we're talking about the first one, which is sort of over my shoulder on the bridge. You can still see London buses. I don't know how well the camera can see behind me, but London buses stacked up on the bridge there, and they have then come round here in the vehicle that's obviously gone onto the pavement, and just at the front gate there of the Palace of Westminster, slammed into the barriers. There's been some kind of altercation outside where police officers have been injured, and then they've managed to get into the gates where, again, eventually, after an altercation, the suspect has been shot. Now, I was talking to you about Tobias Elwood, who was obviously involved in helping out, and he is a terrorism minister, and he's also the MP for Bournemouth. And he was, in fact, his brother was killed in the Bali attack. He was giving mouth-to-mouth, I understand, to one of the police officers who had been attacked by this, who had been stabbed. So that's the latest detail I have from inside the Westminster, House of Westminster. They're also saying that a lot of the MPs and even some of the cabinet were being kept in Westminster Hall, which is just off the main yard where the attack happened. And I also understand that quite a lot of MPs heard the attack, they heard the gunfire, and some of them hit the floor, some of them ran.
That they train for.
Yeah, they're absolutely, and I mean MPs as well are told, you know, if you hear a gunfire go off, you run in the opposite, you try and work out where it is and run in the opposite direction. So they would have been absolutely expecting that this kind of thing could happen.
Okay. Let's just look. We've got some viewer video for you. Now, we have had a look at this, and we're comfortable to show it to you at this stage. You're watching Sky News at 5. This is a viewer video, as they say, and this is what happened in Parliament Square as this situation unfolded. It's raw video. We're just going to play it to you with the sound up, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. Here we go.
Sorry? He shot him, bloke was running with a knife. He shot him. Police was trying to get him, he come running down there. They're getting on with something.
Okay, so what we saw there was an incident where there seemed to be some people running away from the scene. Obviously, they were aware of this vehicle that had ploughed into the railings. They tried to move away as quickly as they could. And then a short time after that, we heard the gunshots. Probably about 3 or 4, difficult to tell at this early stage. Certainly we believe that police had been firing at a man who had managed to get inside the confines of the Palace of Westminster, almost in front of Big Ben there. That's the gate that we were telling you about that is potentially incredibly vulnerable. So this is raw footage that we're looking at, Jason. This is shot by a Sky News viewer. Police incredibly quickly on the scene. I know that police are always, armed police always here, but other police very quickly on the scene too.
And you can see there actually on that footage that the gate is open. And you can see that there are just very small fences around that gate area, which would be easy to get through. As we were saying, this is a kind of slightly exposed area when it comes to a potential weakness in the building. Although you have got those big wrought iron gates, so when they're closed, they're pretty hard to get through. The other thing I noticed from that footage is that a police car has pulled up along the side, and you see police officers running out, because you have police officers all around the square. And I believe we're going to be able to show some pictures now of the suspect.
We are actually. Now, we think this is a suspect. We've talked a lot about a man that was seen on the ground in Old Palace Yard. We've talked about a man being given CPR. We've talked about a man being given mouth-to-mouth. We have also heard about a man that has been taken on a gurney into St Thomas's Hospital, heavily armed. A lot of police officers around that man. That would suggest that he's potentially still alive. Mark White has got more for us. Mark, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, well, sources confirming to us that this is indeed the man that they believe to be the attacker, a man who was wielding a knife after crashing that vehicle into the perimeter fence around the Houses of Parliament. You can see that he's being worked on there by medical staff with police in close attendance, armed officers. Another thing that you can probably make out if you strain is the knife on the ground, and it looks like a large kitchen knife. Now, just to tell you what that is in relation to the screen furniture there, you can see the yellow breaking news logo that we have there. Just above that, it's now come down, but effectively you can see it just on the cobblestone there behind that man in the white shirt, and just in front of one of the armed officers there. Between the two individuals, it's a large kitchen knife with a black handle. The knife that we understand the attacker was wielding as he left that vehicle. And the information that we have at this stage is that multiple police officers were attacked and injured, up to 3 injured from the information that we have got. Those casualty figures are always quite slow in coming out officially. What we're told, though, is that Assistant Commissioner Mark Rowley, who is the UK's most senior counter-terrorism officer in charge of counter-terrorism command at Scotland Yard, will be making a statement in about 15 minutes' time outside New Scotland Yard. You can see that knife there now in close-up, just behind the man there with the white shirt and the blue trousers, and in front of the armed officers there. It's from the looks of it there, it looks like one of those large kitchen knives that you can really find in any kitchen up and down the country, and that's what makes these attacks very difficult to guard against, because they are devastating in nature, but they are actually very low tech in terms of the planning that's required. You only have to get yourself a vehicle, as clearly this attacker had that Hyundai 4x4 vehicle, and get yourself a knife. And that is all that was required to cause the absolute devastation that we saw on Westminster Bridge from fairly early on at the start of Westminster Bridge until right down towards the Houses of Parliament. That vehicle was up on the pavement, careering into pedestrians who were on that bridge, and anybody that knows that particular bridge, even at this time of year, it's very busy with tourists who flock to central London to see the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben. We can speak now to Sky's policing analyst, Graham Wetton. Now, Graham, of course, in terms of the investigation as it goes on, they'll want to establish who this individual is. They have him in custody, we know that, but the priority, of course, will be to find out whether there are any other individuals out there who may be planning similar attacks.
Mark, yeah, that's key for the investigation team, is to start looking at the background, any accomplices or support that this individual has had. So that will be key to them at the first initial, to find out who he is and what his background is, where he came from today, where the car's come from, what was in the car, any identity documents at all, and also the support, any support or assistance this man has had to get where he got today.
And former Officer Peter Kirkham is alongside you there, lending his expertise to this. Peter, obviously a really horrifying event for members of the public there, but for the police officers who have to put themselves on the front line to try to tackle this attacker, end up being injured themselves. And we're told actually that the acting assistant commissioner of the Metropolitan Police was there on scene in Parliament at the time and, you know, helped out in the immediate aftermath of this incident.
Yes, indeed, Mark. I mean, our thoughts are with the families, friends and colleagues of the officers that have been injured, and we're praying for the best. They're the officers that run to the danger, and very graphically here, because there's so much footage in real time, we see quite dramatically officers running towards the danger and everybody else running away. That is what police officers do out of sight of cameras all day and every day, all across the country, and we mustn't forget that.
And we saw on our user video from one of the Sky viewers and his mobile phone, you saw an armed response vehicle just pulling up at the front gates there into the main courtyard inside Parliament, and that was really within seconds of the incident that was unfolding. The fact is, as we know, Peter, the armed response capability in the capital has been increased significantly. That will have been very important in preventing more injuries here.
Very much so, and this situation has happened probably at the ideal place, if you see what I mean, from the point of view of a police firearms response. You couldn't get anywhere in the country that's got more firearms officers within easy reach. I suspect the firearms officers were already en route as a result of calls about what was happening on the bridge already, and then they arrive, as we saw in that footage, probably about a minute or two after that has happened. Now, that's very telling that, if this was happening somewhere else, would that be possible? And if not, what would the outcome have been? There needs to be a very careful debrief of this. There's so much footage, there's so much information around that this will be a huge learning opportunity. And I hope the politicians watch this and think, what if? Because there are not sufficient firearms officers elsewhere in the country for this sort of response.
We have some very sad news to impart. Information now coming to me from a Sky source that one of the police officers involved in this incident has succumbed to his injuries, has died. We understand that up to 3 officers were attacked outside Parliament as this man struggled to get into Westminster. Those 3 officers suffered varying degrees of injuries, but the information that we're getting now as we reintroduce Kay Burley here is that one of those police officers has died as a result of the stab injuries he received.
Mark, for people just tuning our way, I know that you were talking about this earlier and telling us that 3 officers had been injured originally. The reports were that 1 officer had been injured, and from what you're telling us now, Sky sources saying one of those officers has died.
Initially, we had thought, Kay, that 1 officer had been stabbed. Obviously, in the early instance or the early stages of any unfolding incident like this, details can be confused, and eyewitnesses have differing accounts. And the official information that we had, certainly from a source, was that one officer had been injured, had been stabbed in a confrontation with the attacker. It subsequently has come our way from a source that multiple officers were injured, possibly up to 3. And we believe may have been stab injuries as well. One of those officers has succumbed to their injuries. We are expecting a statement, Kay, from Mark Rowley, the Assistant Commissioner at the Metropolitan Police, the most senior counter-terrorism officer in the UK. He may confirm that.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and play Sean Spicer's daily briefing in the corner. As we expect, he is commenting on the situation in London.
We will provide you with further updates as warranted, and as I mentioned, a readout of the President's call with the Prime Minister. Turning to the events of today, this morning the President received his daily intelligence briefing. He stopped by in the Women in Healthcare panel hosted by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Systems Administrator Seema Verma, and also that event was tended by the Vice President and the Health and Human Services Secretary, Dr. Tom Price. Healthcare professionals have seen the challenges of implementing Obamacare firsthand. They're a valuable asset to the President and his team as we continue to consider and enact policies like the American Health Care Act that will make health care more accessible and affordable for everyone. The women who are at the roundtable today represent the physicians, nurses, pharmacists, and administrators who make sure that people around the country receive the necessary preventative and life-saving care that they need every day. The doctors who attend to the patients in the family practices, emergency rooms, and clinics, and those who support them on the administrative and technical sides are one of our country's most treasured resources. With the passage of the American Health Care Act and the rest of the President's health care reform agenda, everyone, regardless of their financial situation, will be able to take full advantage of this resource. That's why at last count, over 40 major associations have expressed their support for the American Health Care Act, with several of them, including the U.S. Chamber, the National Federation of Independent Businesses, and just today, the National Taxpayers Union, calling it a key vote. Following his appearance at the panel, the President and his legislative affairs team hosted several members of the House of Representatives for another meeting on the American Health Care Act. The President acknowledged, as he has before, that the AHCA is only one step in the larger process of fixing the broken healthcare system created by Obamacare, but it's an essential first step. Undoing and fixing all of the misguided policies is going to require a holistic, multi-step process. And that's why the President and his team are fully committed to maintaining an open line of communication with Capitol Hill leadership throughout this entire process. Throughout the weeks since the ACH was first introduced, they have been meeting with Republican members from across the political spectrum, many of them who we've seen move from no to yes as they learn more about the legislation and amendments that have been adopted. Continued coordination between administrative and legislative actions will ensure that our new healthcare system is effective and efficient. This afternoon, the President will meet with the Congressional Black Caucus's Executive Committee. The President has brought in and will continue to hear from representatives of all interests as he continues to note that he is the President of all Americans. Diversity makes our nation strong, and it also means that we don't necessarily agree on every policy item, but that we continue to have a dialogue towards productive policies that help America move forward. The President looks forward to discussing the CBC's policy priorities and finding ways that they can work together where those priorities align. This evening, the President will have dinner with Secretary of State Tillerson. Today, at the State Department, Secretary Tillerson hosted the foreign ministers and senior leaders of the global coalition working to defeat ISIS for the first meeting of the full coalition of 68 members since December of 2014. This meeting follows up on the Defense Ministerial Secretary Mattis hosted last month in Brussels. The coalition is united in the fight against ISIS, and this meeting seeks to accelerate international efforts to defeat ISIS in the remaining areas it holds in Iraq and Syria, while maximizing pressure on its branches, affiliates, and networks. This meeting is part of our whole-of-government approach to defeating ISIS. The Trump administration will use all of the tools of national power in coordination with our international powers to cut off ISIS's funding, expand intelligence sharing, and deny ISIS geographic and online safe havens. Also today over on the Hill, Judge Gorsuch, in his second day of questioning by the Senate Judiciary Committee, during his nearly 12 hours of questioning yesterday, now at least I know how someone else feels, The judge continued to prove himself an enormously qualified jurist that Americans will all be proud to see on the Supreme Court. It's not surprising that Senate Democrats are failing to gain traction for any of their pot shots and opposition to Judge Gorsuch. There's simply not enough politicizing in the Senate Democrats can do to hide the fact that Judge Gorsuch is an immensely qualified and thoughtful jurist with a lifelong dedication to our Constitution. A few administrative notes before I take your question. Last night, we formally announced that the President will travel to Brussels for the May 25th meeting of NATO heads of state and government. During this meeting, the President looks forward to reaffirming our commitment to NATO and discussing critical issues to the alliance, especially allied responsibility sharing and NATO's role against the fight against terrorism. The President will also host NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg to the White House on April 12th. Today, the President declared major disaster exists in the state of Wyoming and ordered federal assistance to supplement state, tribal, and local recovery efforts in the areas affected by a severe winter storm and straight-line winds that occurred in February. We also announced that the President will deliver this year's commencement address at Liberty University on May 13th. The President's proud to call Liberty's President, Jerry Falwell, his wife Becky, and their entire family as friends, and looks forward to celebrating the success of this amazing graduating class on such a momentous occasion. Finally, a few minutes ago, many of you may have seen that the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Devin Nunes, gave remarks on the surveillance collected on individuals associated with the President. Let me quote him directly. Quote, I recently confirmed that on numerous occasions, the intelligence community incidentally collected information about U.S. citizens involved in the Trump transition. Details about U.S. persons associated with the incoming administration, details with little or no apparent foreign intelligence value, were widely disseminated in the intelligence community reporting. And third, I have confirmed that additional names of Trump transition team members were unmasked. And fourth, and finally, I want to be clear, none of this surveillance was related to Russia or the investigation of Russian activities or the Trump team. My understanding is that Chairman Nunes is coming to the White House later to brief the President on this development, and we will have a readout for that meeting once it occurs. With that, I'd be glad to take your questions. Mara.
Two questions, one on Nunes and then healthcare. Is your understanding that this, none of these unmasked names were leaked?
I don't know. I literally read the statement or heard the statement, came out and briefed it. As it was wrapping up as we were beginning this.
Okay. Today, in the pool spray, the President said, keep your doctor, keep your plan. Didn't work out that way. You didn't get your doctor, you don't get your plan. This is one of the reasons we have to repeal Obamacare. Is the President assuring people who currently like their plan or like their doctor that under the American Health Care Act they can keep their doctor and their plan?
Well, that's the hope. And what I mean by that is not to be cute, but last time they were promised something that didn't turn out. I can't promise something that a doctor stays in a plan or a plan stays there. But that's a bit different. We understand that we're letting market forces come into play here. Competition. Doctors can change what insurances they take. Plans can come in and out of markets. What I think we can be assured of is a couple things. One is that currently, under Obamacare, premiums are set to continue to skyrocket. We've seen an average of 25%. We've noted before in Arizona they've gone up 116%. I think there's no question that the additional competition and amendments that have been brought into this discussion will help lower the trajectory of that, number one. Number two is I think that there's going to see greater choice. So I think those are the things that we're willing to talk about being part of this plan, because you can't. Where they erred last time is went out and made promises that they couldn't keep. And I think that one of the problems that they did is that they've tried to suppress market forces and competition, and instead of lowering costs and increasing choice, which is what they sought to do, it did the opposite. So that's where this is headed, and I think that's important. John.
Thanks a lot, Sean. On the AHCA, Mark Meadows, who appears to be a firm no in terms of his opposition to the replacement bill, said that 25 members of the Freedom Caucus are opposed to this replacement bill. Do you dispute those numbers?
I'm not going to share our whip count. I know we saw Lou Barletta, who was a hard no, come out and say he's yes. Steve King, I believe, had been a no. He's a yes. Member by member, we're seeing tremendous support flow in our direction, and the count keeps getting stronger for us. So I'm not going to start to get into yes or no's, but I would just say that, former Congressman Mulvaney, now Director of OMB Mulvaney, who is a leader in that caucus, has been a very strong advocate of this policy. As you know, he's been up on the Hill talking to his former colleagues, assuring them of the effort and why the process has to go the way it does. But I'm optimistic in the sense of what we're seeing and the trajectory that this is going and the number of votes that are flowing our way, not the other way.
And on the confirmation hearing for Judge Neil Gorsuch, I have not seen any Democrat come out in support of Judge Gorsuch just yet. Do you anticipate that you'll get Democratic support on this particular nomination?
All right, guys, we're going to dip out of Sean Spicer. If he speaks on the issue in London, we'll go back to that. In the meantime, I do want to give you continuous coverage of the incident in London.
Feeling okay, slightly anxious about what has happened to them, not sure what these youngsters have witnessed today, but it is a terrorist incident right in the centre of London, and these youngsters were caught up in that. There were shots fired as well, of course, Jason, during that. And I'm looking at these kids. They are...
I would say, between sort of ages of 7 and 11, perhaps, we're talking about. Quite common for them to be shown around the House of Lords, the House of Commons. These guided tours happen all the time. It's a great experience for them, but today it would have been quite different. It would have been frightening. They would have been kept inside the building, like the MPs, moved from one place to another, kept within a cordon that was created around the people in the building by the police as they tried to go through the building to make sure that it was secure. I would say we've just seen about over 100.
Yeah. I'm just looking at their little faces, actually.
100.
Some of them are holding hands. They've been buddied up, so they're 2 by 2. They're holding hands with their buddies. Some of them look pretty shocked, pretty confused about what's happened. 1 or 2 of them a little bit tearful. I'm going to say they're probably aged between about 8 and 12, something like that. And now we're seeing another group of youngsters. Again, we'll keep it wide so we can't identify these kids, who are, again, looking a little bit stunned by what's happened. Hardly surprising.
Yeah, they've had a long afternoon, haven't they? They've been in there wondering what's going on. No doubt the police, who are very well trained in doing this, will have looked after them well. There's a fair number of teachers.
All right, so just wanted to dip into that, give you an update. We'll go back now to the daily White House briefing in the corner of your screen.
I don't, or what he knows, I think that is exactly how we've talked about this working. But I would leave it to Congressman Nunes to come up and to brief and share his thoughts. I don't know what his plan is. Obviously, he briefed the media before he briefed us. He went down and talked about what he had found. So, it's interesting. I didn't see any complaints from you guys when he went down and held a press conference for the umpteenth time, talking about his findings and what he's found. There's no complaints from the media when he shares what he's found with you guys, but when he wants to come up here and tell us this is where the investigation stands and here's what I've learned, there seems to be a little bit of an interesting double standard on that.
Because the president said that he had additional information that he believed the White House or he or his representatives would present related to this investigation, what Congressman Nunes has is not related to that.
You're asking me questions that he has not briefed us. He has not briefed the president. You guys, as I noted, he actually went down and spoke to the media before he shared this with us. So, I would ask the colleagues that ask questions more than you've had. Collectively, the media has more of an opportunity to ask questions and to hear what he has to say than we do at this point. So once we have more to understand what he said, to the extent that we can, I'm sure we'll be glad to share it with you. But the media has more information than we do at this point. John.
Sean, staying on that up here. Didn't we already know that there was incidental collection of intelligence involving some members of the transition team? And I point to...
Not the way you guys ask the questions. I mean, you questioned us every day about what we knew, and now you're coming back to me saying, didn't we already know this? Well,
no, but didn't we
guess
already
I'm
know
doing
that
somewhat of an effective job.
Flynn was monitored in his conversations with Kislyak?
Right.
So we knew
I guess my point, John, is I don't know. He made a statement, went down to the press. Until we get briefed on this, until the president gets briefed, I don't know what he knows. And so to ask, until that occurs and until we have the ability to share some of that in an unclassified nature, I don't want to get ahead of it. I don't know what he knows. That's why apparently he's coming up to share his findings with the president at least that's what he said. Again, let's wait and see how this unfolds.
And on the America Healthcare Act, Mark Meadows says they don't have the votes, they need to start over and do a new bill. That sounds like you're in pretty serious trouble.
No, that sounds like one member's opinion. As I mentioned,
who represents a large contingent of
but
people
again,
who
I just
the bill.
named a few of the members that are part of that caucus that are come on board. I think that, look, every day you see more and more of those members from that caucus and throughout the entire conference expressed their support for the bill. The president was up yesterday for a while talking to them. We've had members in. The vice president's been actively engaged. Mick Mulvaney, Reince Priebus, Mark Short, and Rick Dearborn, who lead our Leg Affairs team. These guys have been flooding the Hill. They've been on the phone and having meetings with them. There's been a series of members up here all day. I think the trajectory is going very well for us. And
Heritage Action says you can easily fix this bill simply by removing the regulatory framework, the tax credits, and all of that, and you'll get massive buy-in from conservatives. But can you do that?
There's certain constraints that we have in the reconciliation process. And, for those who are steeped in the arcane rules of the Senate, there's a thing called the Byrd Rule. And it does not allow policy to be created. It has to do with the budgetary nature of that vehicle to get that's sustainable at 50 votes. Right now, there are certain things that I think a lot of people would like, but that will not potentially get ruled in order by the Senate parliamentarian. So I understand what people want, but I think that we have created a vehicle to get this done. This is the only way that we will repeal and replace Obamacare. And again, I think people have to recognize that there is a three-step process to doing this. This is exactly how the Democrats enacted it, and this is exactly how we will unwind it and implement a much better system. That's it, plain and simple. Margaret.
Sean, I know you can't get ahead of Nunes, but what he said was incidental legal surveillance using a FISA warrant, which would
No, that's not. He didn't. I don't believe he said FISA warrant.
He did.
Did he? Okay.
He did. And that's why I'm asking this question, which is, does the Trump administration have the presumption that foreign leaders or foreign nationals will not be surveilled when they are in contact with
No, again, as I said, I don't want to start talking or guessing what he may say or may not say or explain this. I think that we will have more information, or I hope to have more information, once the president is briefed, and to find out, what else has gone on in terms of additional information on this. But I do think it is a starting revelation, and there's a lot of questions that need to get asked. I think it's interesting. All of the questions are in the presumptive negative towards us, as opposed to, why was this taking place? Why were people surveilled? Ostensibly they were involved in the campaign. Because it's not. No. The question is the question.
What was your presumption that foreign nationals?
Well, no. It's not a presumption. Actually, I'm not the one. Right. Respectfully, I'm not the one with the presumption. You guys are. I even come up here presuming anything. I actually started my comments off by saying that I
presume that foreign nationals are being monitored by U.S. intelligence when they are talking to.
Okay, and then I think the question. Then I think there's a series of questions, which is how many times was an individual picked up? Why were they picked up? Were they unmasked? Again, a lot of this, if they're picked up during a FISA warrant, is that American citizens are prohibited by law from being unmasked, from, quote, having their name put out there. Why would someone's name get put out there? What ways were they described? There's a lot of questions that need to get asked. Those are the relevant issues that need to get asked. How many times was one individual followed? Did their name get unmasked, and why? But there's a lot of things that need to get followed up on. We're not at that position yet, as I've said now multiple times. The chairman's going to come up here, brief the president. I don't know to what extent and to what detail, but hopefully as we move forward, we will have more.
Is this what you've been, because you've said there's more information to come, Is this what
I
you're
don't know.
gesturing
I don't.
Continued the attack and tried to enter Parliament. Sadly, I can confirm that now 4 people have died. That includes the police officer who was protecting Parliament and one man we believe to be the attacker who was shot by a police firearms officer. The officer's family have been made aware. At least 20 people have been injured. As part of long established and well-rehearsed plans, Parliament has been locked down and the Met responded in line with our plans for a marauding terrorist attack. That response included uniformed and specialist firearms officers. We now, of course, have an ongoing operation, and whilst we currently believe there was only one attacker, I am sure the public will understand us taking every precaution in locking down and searching the area as thoroughly and exhaustively as possible. And I know that the officials working within Parliament and public in the area completely understand the need to do this, and I thank them for their patience and their support. This investigation has the full weight and expertise of the Counter-Terrorism Command behind it. And if there are people who saw the events unfold today that haven't yet spoken to us, I would urge them to get in touch. A crime scene will remain in place in the affected areas in Westminster, and as you'll understand, it's vital we carry out a painstaking investigation to recover all the possible evidence. Looking forward, throughout the rest of the day, including when people are commuting home, and indeed over the days that follow, the people of London will see extra police officers armed and unarmed on our streets. This includes our officers working longer hours and extra shifts alongside our colleagues from British Transport Police and the City of London. And of course, as you're aware, we can call on the support of the military should we need to at a future point. We are also in the process of opening up our Casualty Bureau to help those people who are worried about friends and family who may have been caught up in the attack. Furthermore, we're reaching out to communities and community leaders across London to reassure them. Our strength as a city depends on our ability to stand together at such terrible times. If anyone sees anything suspicious or anything that causes concern, please do contact us, don't hesitate. My thoughts are with all those who have been affected by today's attack, and as a service, we've lost one of our own as he acted to protect the public and his colleagues. This is a day we planned for, but we hope would never happen. Sadly, it's now a reality. We will continue to do all we can to protect the people of London. I'll take a couple of questions. We'll look for that. Look at that issue later on.
Sir, have any other arrests been made in relation to this incident?
There's a massive operation ongoing. I'm not going to discuss the operational sensitivities of that for reasons I'm sure you'll understand.
The officer that was attacked, was he one of the armed officers that protect Parliament?
One of the armed officers protecting Parliament, yes. So, as you'll understand the situation, when you've had such an awful incident take place on Westminster Bridge, the reports will be confused with many different and varying accounts, and we're still working our way through that. We're satisfied at this stage that it looks like there was only one attacker, but it'd be foolish to be overconfident so early on. So, as I've said, for precautionary basis, we're locking down the area and doing all necessary searches so we can be completely confident everyone is safe.
Beyond the police...
Sorry. So, what we're saying to the public is, please be vigilant. No reason to be alarmed, but vigilant on your way home. Call us if you've got any concerns, and you will see more police officers armed and unarmed out on the streets of London. Sorry.
As well as the police officer and the suspected assailant who have died, the other two people who died, did they die on Westminster Bridge or did they die in the Parliament area?
That's my understanding at the moment. As you understand with these incidents, casualty numbers and details can be a bit confused, but I believe they died on the bridge. One more question, gentleman behind.
Was the attacker known, please?
So clearly our investigation is now going forward, and I'm not going to give you any details on that for obvious reasons.
Can you tell us more about the officer who died?
We've got an awful situation. Officers have been killed. People have sat down with his family. It'd be wrong for me to give details now. Thank you all very much.
Attacker, they believe, but are keeping an open mind at this stage, saying that 20 people have been injured in this terror attack and confirming that 4 people have sadly lost their lives. Those include a police officer who has not yet been named, and also the attacker as well, is what we're being told. According to Sky sources, a woman was also one of those injured. Jason Farrell is here with us as we continue to see convoys coming through. Jason, we saw an awful lot of ambulances going that way as well. People shocked, people anxious, people unsure, and the authorities are doing their best to try to reassure not just the people inside the building, but the rest of the public as they go about their commutes this evening.
Yeah, I mean, what's extraordinary is how many ambulances we've seen still coming and going.
Yes.
I mean, people obviously being taken in and out of the area who are perhaps in shock or perhaps more serious injuries. But now quite a lot of the police vehicles starting to leave this area. Yeah, we've had police helicopters above us. Obviously, there's police vehicles all the way down here. They've cordoned off this entire area, and you can see around the blue flashing lights creating a cordon all around this area, which must be I've no idea what the radius is in mileage, but a fairly substantial area of London has been shut down in order just to make sure that there is no chance that any other drama could happen here in London tonight. They're doing everything they can to reassure the public as well, to make sure that this incident is over. They're hoping that this is the end of it, and it does seem as well that the attacker was killed. We were talking earlier about the fact that he had CPR in his chest. It's clear they tried to keep him alive, and not only is it their duty to try and do that, but also, obviously,
they wanted to know who he was.
Who is he? What information has he got? Is he working alone? Is he a lone attacker? It does look like an unsophisticated lone attack, but nonetheless, it's been devastating for certain families here today.
I've got this image that we just want to show people as we're speaking, not to belie the tragedy that we have seen unfolding here today and the terrorism that has struck at the very heart, very centre of politics here in the mother of all parliaments. This is showing the Palace of Westminster. This is also showing Portcullis House, and this is where some many thousands of politicians, of course, operate from here, don't they? 650 in the chamber of the House of Commons and also the House of Lords.
Yeah, and all their staff. There are thousands of people working inside that building. It is like a little village, a town in there. You know, there's offices, restaurants, bars, cash points, everything's happening in there. People spend their working lives inside that building. One part of it is this sort of old Gothic sort of public schools type building, and the other is a far more modern glass-based building with a huge atrium where the MPs all muster to have lunch. And it seems as if a lot of the MPs were in the main Parliament because there was a lot of parliamentary business going on. They were voting in the House, including the Prime Minister, who was in there at the time. It was whisked away back to number 10. But a lot of the other people, including some of the Cabinet, it seems were cordoned inside the Great Hall of Westminster, which is the oldest part of the building. Used to be Henry VIII's palace a long time ago. That part of the building, which also used to be a big courthouse where Thomas More was tried, for example, and is often seen as somewhere where people are laid in state. Big wide hall. The Queen Mother was laid in state there. That's where the MPs and some of the Cabinet were kept for quite a long period. We understand they've crossed the road to Westminster Abbey, where a lot of them have been briefed and debriefed from what's happened, and MPs have been saying that they've been there inside Westminster Abbey for quite a period.
OK, let's bring in Lewis Goodall, should we, who is standing by at Scotland Yard for us after that news conference we've heard from the police, and the very sad news that at least 4 people have died as a result of their injuries, including a police officer. Lewis.
Yes, that's right, Kay. Deputy Superintendent Rowley confirming that up to 20 people have been injured. 4, including the attacker, have lost their lives. And I'm actually joined now by the MP for Wakefield, Labour MP Mary Cray, who was very nearby during the incident. Mary, just take us through. What was the first sign you had that something was amiss?
Parliament was on a division. The division bells had rung. A huge crowd of people leave Portcullis House to go under the bridge, under Big Ben, to go and vote in the Palace of Westminster. There were 2 armed police officers at the bottom of the stairs, and I could hear a bit of shouting. So it's a bit unusual. Parliament's a pretty quiet, sedate place most of the time. As I began to walk through the tunnel, I was met with a crowd of people running back towards me, saying, "Get out, get out. That shots have been fired, shots have been fired. Someone's on the estate." I ran straight out, couldn't get back up to my office because the escalators were both on the down, wasn't able to get back up the escalators. So we came out of the circular doors that take you into Westminster Tube Station. At that point, we were outside the building. My first thought was that we need to get the tube evacuated. So we went to the control room at Westminster Tube Station, and I told the person in charge there that there was an attack happening in Westminster. They needed to shut the station and get all the civilians out. And he was radioing his colleagues, and they were putting on their high visibility jackets. I got out of the tube station. My thoughts were then with my staff who were in the building, completely unawares.
Your staff are still in the building?
My staff are still here now. It's 3 hours later. They were very shocked. There was a sort of stunned silence on the end of the phone. I said, lock the doors, turn on the telly. There's a shooter in the building. We didn't know at that stage who'd fired the shots. We then were sort of slightly bemused. We had no idea of the terrible incident that had taken place on Westminster Bridge, and our thoughts are obviously with all of those people affected tonight, and in particular with the police officers who I see every day and who I saw at 11 o'clock this morning as I rode my bike into the House of Commons.
And you must have been terrified.
It was a very panicky moment. People sort of stood together. We were pretty calm, but I think a lot of us were pretty shaken after what was a very, very distressing event.
And have you spoken to any of your colleagues who are still in the parliamentary estate?
My staff have now been evacuated out of Portcullis House. They are literally in the next door building to New Scotland Yard. They are their identities are being checked, and I think the police will let them go once everybody has proved who they were, because I think the one thing the police don't want is to have anybody left in that building that could do any more damage.
And just quickly, your reaction to the very sad news that the police officer who was attacked has lost his life, or her life?
It's a terrible, terrible day for Parliament. The 1 weak spot on our estate is those carriage gates. We have 2 police officers there, 4 police officers, two on the gate going in, 2 on the gate going out. We see them every day. We're friends with lots of them. So I know that MPs, everyone, the thousands of people who work in that building, our thoughts and prayers are with that poor officer and their family tonight.
Do you think security might have to be enhanced in the wake of this?
I think we will need to look at security at the palace in the wake of this incident, but that is a plan for another day. I think tonight we need to be remembering all of those who've been caught up in today's tragic events.
Mary, thank you very much. Mary Cray there, the Labour MP for Wakefield, who's very nearby during this tragic incident. We'll, of course, bring you any more updates from Scotland Yard as soon as we get them.
OK, Lewis Fanide, thank you. Hearing there from Mary Cray saying for another time, but security will once again have to be looked at the Palace of Westminster. We've been saying all afternoon that is the 1 weak spot on the outskirts of the Palace of Westminster. That door is opened all the time to let people through, like Mary Cray on her bicycle, or ministers in their vehicles, in their government vehicles, or whatever, and it's opened all the time, not always manned by armed police officers. We're also hearing from the most senior member of the Metropolitan Police that they lost one of their own today, one of 4 people that have died, including the attacker and a woman. No identities at this stage. David Bowden has been monitoring events for us since this terror attack started to unfold around lunchtime today, and here's his report.
In the middle of the afternoon, with Parliament packed, a terror attack on the Palace of Westminster, which left a policeman knifed and his attacker shot in the grounds as terrified passers-by fled. Listen closely for the gunshots. Around the corner on Westminster Bridge, carnage as people lay injured on the pavement after a car ploughed into them before smashing into the railings of Parliament itself.
I was just walking across the bridge when suddenly a bus stopped right in front of me and everybody started screaming. And I saw a trainer in the road, and first of all... A trainer as in a shoe? A shoe, yeah. And I thought somebody must have been hit by a car. And then I saw a body on the other side of the road, and then there was another body further up. And then when I looked over the side of the bridge, there was another body lying in the water.
We were just on top of the London tour bus. Yeah, we were coming over the bridge, and we heard what we thought was gunshot wound. Not 100% sure, are you? And then we just saw the car. It just went off key and just ploughed into people, and there was one person under the wheel. And then, as you looked further along the bridge, there was people just lying down on the floor, and they were shot. I would say I probably saw about
maybe 10 bodies on there. But then it all happened so quickly, and the emergency services came, and we came off the bridge and just got as far away as possible.
Within minutes, parliamentary proceedings were halted and the chamber locked down.
I am now going to suspend the sitting of the House. This House is now suspended, but please wait here.
I'm doing it now. The Prime Minister was rushed to safety by her protection detail.
I've never seen the Prime Minister moved away by the biggest plainclothes security policeman I've ever seen. Put his arm around her and took her very, very quickly away. And we could see that she was taken to her car. Automatic weapons were produced by the security detail, and she was very, very rapidly moved to safety.
Police cleared the entire area around Westminster as a fleet of ambulances moved onto the bridge and began treating the victims, mown down by the car as it sped towards Parliament. Many stood no chance of getting out of the way. Those that saw it will never forget it. Paramedics crowded round their individual patients along most of the length of the bridge. Specialist counter-terrorism firearms police moved in to secure the area and sweep it for any other potential threats. Even the London Eye, which overlooks the Thames at Westminster, was temporarily shut down, those on board having to wait to be given the all-clear. Tonight, the area is still locked down as terror came back to the streets of London. David Bowden, Sky News.
We're hearing from Assistant Commissioner Rowley within the last few moments. He was telling us that sadly at least 4 people have died as a result of this terrorist incident here in central London. At lunchtime today, several other people have been catastrophically injured, is what we're hearing. 20 people have been injured. And the Assistant Commissioner is saying to us, as a service, we have lost one of our own. This was a day we planned for, but we hoped would never happen. Sadly, this is a reality. Let's speak to former police officer Graham Wetton, who is joining us now. Graham, I'm sure you would echo those words from Mr. Rowley. It's a day that you do prepare for, but you hope will never happen.
Yes, it is. I mean, first of all, my thoughts are with all the victims from today's tragic incident on Westminster Bridge and also at the Houses of Parliament, specifically the police officers, friends and families. The police officer lost his life today, stand in the way of terrorism and protecting people. It is a day that the police service plan for. It's a day we hope never happen. You hear from every briefing from the police that they're planning for these. The attack is always possible, but you always hope it's never going to take place. We hear that they've thwarted something like 13 attacks in the last few years, and yet today we've seen just one individual in a car come across Westminster Bridge into the heart of London and literally threw people outside Palace Westminster and then attack a police officer and fatally injure him.
But it is the sort of, we don't know if he's a lone wolf or not. We know he's dead, so it's much more difficult to find out whether he was representing an organisation or not. None has claimed responsibility at this stage. But some nutter in a car ploughing into dozens of people on a bridge. How do you police for that?
We talked about this before. You can't. I don't think there's a way you can stop this. Just there's one individual, and as you said, we don't know whether there's any support or backing or been influenced to do this by any other group at all. But just one person in a vehicle, and you just have to stand in central London. I was only walking past Westminster on Monday. It is a really busy place for people that never come into the centre of London. There are people always outside Palace Westminster taking pictures. There are cars constantly going past the front gates. I'm not sure how you can actually prevent it, apart from increased security measures, vehicle blockers, barriers, security checks. It's just extremely difficult to prevent this sort of attack.
And what about what's going on now, Graham? There's still a lot of police activity. We've seen vehicles coming in and out all the time, not just from the police, but from the other emergency services as well. We heard from an earlier police press conference that the army is on standby if needed as well. What will be happening now?
The investigation will be in full swing. They'll be looking at the background of the individual carrying out this attack. They'll be looking at any other support that may be in place. Any phone contacts, computer work, all those sort of things are part of the investigation. Just basically doing background checks to try and establish what initiated this attack, whether it was planned over a number of days, maybe if he actually went up there and had a look at the area first. They'll be going back through hours of CCTV footage from around the area to see if they can actually pick up the car on previous days, or the individual himself where they've walked past the Palace of Westminster. So there's a huge complex investigation that's literally just started. It could take some time. The forensic side of things at the scene will take some considerable time. You've got numerous crime scenes there, right the way across Westminster Bridge and up and into the Old Palace Yard and Palace Westminster, Houses of Parliament. So they've got significant crime scenes that they will understandably take a long time, meticulously and methodically work their way through, making sure they gather every single piece of forensic evidence that they can to try and establish what exactly has happened.
And the lockdown was quick, it was intense. There were many hundreds, if not thousands, of people inside that building, including hundreds of school children, as we saw coming across the road behind us just a short time ago. That would all be organised by the police as well? Okay, thank you.
Yes, the evacuation of the premises would come under then that they would put the lockdown in place, because until they establish exactly how many attackers, assailants there are, the first priority is one, preserve life, and then make sure everybody is safe. The public is safe, the MPs are safe, any visitors to the Palace of Westminster are safe as well. So they would put a lockdown in place, keep them in a secure and safe location. We'd have seen lots of armed vehicles turning up, lots of armed police officers in the area, checking the area, making sure it's safe before they feel comfortable to bring these people out and put them in coaches and get them away from the area. Then they can start going through the whole scene, the whole area, very, very slowly to investigate it.
Graham, talk us through this series of stills that we have, if you would, these series of photographs. This is the attacker on the ground. He has been disarmed. There is a knife on the ground. Police officer puts his foot on top of it, and then they try to resuscitate him. They use CPR and they try to keep him alive. That would be something that again they train for, but that would be important for all sorts of reasons.
Yes, anyone who undergoes firearms training, there's a firearms course, whether it's a basic firearms officer, which I understand the diplomatic protection group, which are the ones that are normally at Palace Westminster. That's probably an officer in the white sleeves, white shirt that you can see on the right-hand side of the picture. Every firearms trained officer will go through advanced emergency life support. So if they have to ever discharge their weapon, they are then capable. The next thing is, as I said, primary objects for any police officers, well, the first priority is to preserve life, even for suspects. So once they've discharged their weapon, their next priority is then to try and preserve life, which sounds quite strange maybe to some people listening, but that is their first priority, is to then go into a life-saving operation. The officers you can see on the left in the blue shirts, these will be from the armed response vehicles who have deployed to this incident, and then making sure the suspect stays secure and contained, albeit they're undergoing treatment and they're on a gurney. And I think you can see on the picture the two items that look like they're circled in red are potentially 2 knives or 2 weapons.
And what about the shocked and injured? Who looks after them in circumstances like this?
Most police services and forces now got a very well established post-incident trauma system where counsellors and support workers will come in, they will sit them down, they will debrief them slowly. It's a highly traumatic incident for any officer to be involved in this sort of incident where people lose their lives, they're seriously injured. It has a long-standing effect on anyone that's ever been involved in this. Police officers watching this tonight will literally be having flashbacks to other incidents, similar incidents that they've experienced. So there's a very long and well-established programme, a very supportive programme for the people involved in this, and also the members of the public. Remember, there's been members of the public who have seen this in front of them while just walking through central London. They will also need support and trauma counselling, because it's very traumatic to see this literally happen in front of you and people to lose their lives. Police officers are trained to a certain extent as professionals to work through this. Members of the public haven't had this training, so in some respects they need additional and increased support, and that's something that will happen over the next few days. There'll be specially trained police officers to support these people from the members of the public and also our own police officers.
Tobias Elwood, we can see in this next image, he is a Foreign Office Minister, MP for Bournemouth as well. We can see him spattered with blood in this image, and he had been tending a wounded police officer. Not all of the officers who work here at the House of Commons are armed, of course, are they?
No, a vast majority of the diplomatic procession group who are at Palace Westminster will be armed, and those on the perimeter gates are routinely armed because it is a secure location and it needs securing by armed officers. As you said, the Member of Parliament has actually come out to assist. Most of the members of Parliament, and I've been into the Palace on a number of occasions, they know all the officers. They know them on first name terms. They are friendly with them. They say good morning to them. So this is, for him, it would be extremely traumatic to see somebody he probably nods and waves at every morning as he comes into work, lying fatally wounded on the floor and requiring emergency life-saving treatment, which sadly wasn't successful.
Yeah, and we believe that the Prime Minister was actually, I'm not sure how aware you are of close protection, Graham, but we believe that the Prime Minister had been here for Prime Minister's questions and was inside the House of Commons when this attack unfolded. Things happen very rapidly in those circumstances, don't they?
Yes, they do. I've worked PMQ's Prime Minister's Questions Times on a number of occasions. There is a very well-rehearsed, well-established security plan programme that goes into place every Wednesday for PMQs. The Prime Minister is escorted into the building, and they have escape routes, evasion routes, etc. in place. Her protection officers normally accompany her in Parliament while she's in there, so they are very, very well established and understand what they need to do. And as I understand it, and you can see from the images on the screen now, she would have come out of Parliament very, very quickly once it was safe to evacuate her and come out from a different route than one that she normally exits Parliament by. And you would have seen her going off towards the Vauxhall end of Parliament, if that makes sense, as opposed to back towards Downing Street. They would have taken her out on a different route, but one that's very well rehearsed and very well practised. So they have these plans in place. They hope they never ever have to use them. Today, they've had to evacuate her very quickly with her armed team.
Okay, Graham Fenai, thank you. So as night begins to fall here in central London, there has been a terrorist attack at the mother of all parliaments. 4 people are known to have died, including a woman, the attacker, and a police officer. We'll have continuing coverage here on Sky.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do have continuous coverage here for you. You can see that the coverage just took a small little break, but now we are learning that 4 people have been killed, including a police officer and the alleged assailant, and up to 20 people injured. So very devastating news out there on the other side of the pond as we continue to monitor the situation and try to bring you the very latest that we can on our streaming services here on Fox10Phoenix.com. We appreciate you guys being part of our streaming coverage all day today. We've been with you on this just horrible situation, and you know, as the hours come and the days come, we'll learn much more, but very, very hard to understand that. And for everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, we'll have continuous coverage in just a little bit. But in the meantime, we are just going to dip into coverage here, keep you guys live. We're going to check in with Sean Spicer and see what he's doing with the White House press briefing. Once we get more from the UK, of course, we will bring that to you.
He said that he was going to start to pay real attention and respect taxpayers, bringing down costs. He's already done that. He's backed a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. We've talked about it ad nauseum. He's talked about putting forth a budget that puts defense first. He did that. He took action on Dakota and Keystone Pipeline. He did that. I think when it comes to the president making promises to the American people and keeping them, he's got a pretty high record of doing it. Peter.
Ron, if I can ask you about the conversation we've been having about Paul Manafort, but not specific to Paul Manafort. When Michael Flynn's name came up at the time, having not registered as a foreign agent, there was a lot of focus on the vetting process that goes into individuals. Back then you said, we trust people to fill out the appropriate forms that they need to. He has been referring to the president, he has been very committed to making sure we institute high standards here and we're held to them. So given your words, is it sufficient to trust the information that the people you hire give you? And can you say with certainty right now that there isn't anybody else that's working in the interests of another foreign government, working for this government right now?
It's a good question, Peter, because there's a big difference between working for a campaign or an entity where there's no forms to fill out. When you work for the United States government, especially here in the White House, you fill out a security clearance form, you fill out an employment form that asks certain questions under the penalty of law. Those questions, hold on.
Flynn still got through, I guess.
No, well, but again, he filled out forms Under the penalty of law,
All right,
I don't know
everybody,
what
back
was
to
on his
continuous
forms or what
coverage there
not
of
was
the
on his
UK.
forms.
All right, everybody, we are taking a live look now. As you can see, the sun is setting on just a horrible day there. 4 people, including a London police officer who was stabbed, and the alleged assailant were killed after a terror attack that saw more than 20 people injured after a car drove through a bridge outside the Parliament building today. Police said a vehicle mowed down pedestrians on London's Westminster Bridge, leaving more than a dozen with injuries, describing it as a very catastrophic event. Around the same time Wednesday, a knife-wielding attacker stabbed a police officer and was shot on the grounds outside Britain's Parliament, sending the compound into lockdown. There was no immediate claim of responsibility, and it was not clear if there was more than one attacker. The assailant, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, was carrying a 7 to 8-inch knife, witnesses told Sky News. It's unclear if the person shot by police and the driver are the same person. London police confirmed there are a number of casualties, including police officers. Sources told Sky News that up to 3 officers were injured as well. Now, here are just a list of the recent car terror attacks that we have seen in the past there. Earlier this year in Jerusalem on January 8th, then, if you remember, Berlin, Germany, back in December during that Christmas market celebration. Then we had the Ohio State incident for the end of November, and then we all remember the horrible tragedy of Nice, France, as well, in the middle of 2016 there in July. So we have seen these terror attacks in the past, and now once again we see it here in London this time. You could still see the scene there at the bridge, as there will be a scene there for quite some time, as the investigation is still ongoing. As officers there trying their very best to collect as much evidence as they can and try to really break down what exactly happened this afternoon in London.
We have the best police, the best security services in the world, and we must make sure that we let them get on with doing their job. The British people will be united in working together to defeat those who would harm our shared values, values of democracy, tolerance, and the rule of law, values symbolised by the Houses of Parliament, values that will never be destroyed.
Well, some words from Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, presumably speaking, if not actually at midnight, then gone midnight in Pakistan, where she's on an official visit.
It was just after 2:30 this afternoon that these events unfolded. David Bowden has the story of the day.
In the middle of the afternoon, with Parliament packed, a terror attack on the Palace of Westminster, which left a policeman knifed and his attacker shot in the grounds as terrified passers-by fled. Listen closely for the gunshots. Around the corner on Westminster Bridge, carnage as people lay injured on the pavement after a car ploughed into them before smashing into the railings of Parliament itself.
I was just walking across the bridge when suddenly a bus stopped right in front of me and everybody started screaming. And I saw a trainer in the road, and first of all, a trainer as in a shoe? A shoe, yeah. And I thought somebody must have been hit by a car. And then I saw a body on the other side of the road, and then there was another body further up. And then when I looked over the side of the bridge, there was another body lying in the water.
We were just on top of the London tour bus.
Yeah.
We were coming over the bridge, and we heard what we thought was gunshot wound. Not 100% sure, are you? And then we just saw the car. It went off key and just ploughed into people, and there was one person under the wheel. And then, as you looked further along the bridge, there was people just lying down on the floor, and they were shot. I would say I probably saw about maybe 10 bodies on there, but then it all happened so quickly, and the emergency services came, and we came off the bridge and just got as far away as possible.
Within minutes, parliamentary proceedings were halted and the chamber locked down.
I am now going to suspend the sitting of the House. This House is now suspended, but please wait here.
I'm doing it now. The Prime Minister was rushed to safety by her protection detail.
I've never seen the Prime Minister moved away by the biggest plainclothes security policeman I've ever seen. Put his arm around her and took her very, very quickly away. And we could see that she was taken to her car. Automatic weapons were produced by the security detail, and she was very, very rapidly moved to safety.
Police cleared the entire area around Westminster as a fleet of ambulances moved onto the bridge and began treating the victims, mown down by the car as it sped towards Parliament. Many stood no chance of getting out of the way. Those that saw it will never forget it. Paramedics crowded round their individual patients along most of the length of the bridge. Specialist counter-terrorism firearms police moved in to secure the area and sweep it for any other potential threats. Even the London Eye, which overlooks the Thames at Westminster, was temporarily shut down, those on board having to wait to be given the all-clear. Tonight, the area is still locked down as terror came back to the streets of London. David Bowden, Sky News.
It will be a long and time-consuming journey home for many of those office workers, MPs, civil servants and indeed just tourists who were in the Westminster area today. Taking us through it all this afternoon has been our Home Affairs correspondent Mark White, who joins us now again from Westminster. And Mark, as the dust settles and people begin to consider what happened today, there'll always be that trade-off between having a parliament which is open but which is also secure. That's the essential trade-off.
Yes, and it is a lot more secure than it ever used to be in terms of trying to safeguard main entrances from vehicle-borne attacks. So you have concrete bollards at certain locations around Parliament, and then at the entrances to the main gates there, you have these special barriers that raise up from the road itself to stop a vehicle getting through. We know, of course, that this vehicle crashed into the perimeter fence just before it reached Parliament Square, and the attacker then ran round the corner at that point and confronted officers who were on guard at the fencing itself, or just at the main gate, and managed, after stabbing one of those officers, to get inside into the courtyard before he was eventually shot. But they certainly have increased the level of security around Parliament in the last few years. And it is a trade-off, as you say, because they want to make this open and available to the public. You can queue up, you can get tours of Westminster, just like you can in other democratic institutions, the White House in the US. They want to make it available. They don't want to be in this position where everything is locked down. But clearly that makes it vulnerable, and today we've just seen just how vulnerable it can be with what is a devastating attack launched by one man in one vehicle, in a 4x4 vehicle, not a large truck that we saw in Nice, and then again repeated at the Christmas market attack in Berlin. This was a car, but you can see the devastating effect that a car can have when it ploughs along the pavement, a busy pavement full of tourists on Westminster Bridge. And of course we now know, we were getting earlier reports that multiple police officers had been injured in this attack, and we initially thought that they were guarding, certainly one of them was guarding the palaces of Westminster themselves. 3 others have been confirmed as actually coming from an award ceremony. They would have known very little about what was happening. They were ploughed into by this vehicle as well. We don't know at this stage what their conditions are, but we know that 1 police officer has died, that the attacker is now deceased, and that 2 other innocent, we believe members of the public, have been killed as well, 20 others injured. It really is a devastating attack, and the kind of attack that the authorities in this country have been warning about for a long time and preparing for, carrying out exercises just this weekend to react and respond as quickly as they can to these types of attacks. But when they happen so sporadically, with little planning, and just in a civilian vehicle, it's very, very difficult to guard against that kind of event.
OK, Mark, thanks very much. Mark White.
Well, as these events unfolded, there was enormous confusion around Westminster, and people were told to get out of the Houses of Parliament and told to really take shelter. And this is one of the places they went to, Westminster Abbey. Those inside, the doors were closed, and they were kept inside for their own safety for quite a period of time. These pictures have been sent to us by the Dean of Westminster Abbey, one of the places that people, Westminster Hall, one of the places that people went to.
Well, in terms of the information flow, the police were keen to get as many facts out there as quickly as they possibly could. There was an initial holding statement, and then the most senior counter-terrorism officer at Scotland Yard, Mark Rowley, had this to say.
As you know, we've declared this as a terrorist incident, and the Counter-Terrorism Command are carrying out a full-scale investigation into the events today. The attack started when a car was driven over Westminster Bridge, hitting and injuring a number of members of the public, also including 3 police officers on their way back from a commendation ceremony. The car then crashed near to Parliament, and at least 1 man, armed with the knife, continued the attack and tried to enter Parliament. Sadly, I can confirm that now 4 people have died. That includes the police officer who was protecting Parliament, and 1 man we believe to be the attacker who was shot by a police firearms officer. The officer's family have been made aware. At least 20 people have been injured. As part of long established and well-rehearsed plans, Parliament has been locked down, and the Met responded in line with our plans for a marauding terrorist attack. That response included uniformed and specialist firearms officers. We now, of course, have an ongoing operation, and whilst we currently believe there was only 1 attacker, I am sure the public will understand us taking every precaution in locking down and searching the area as thoroughly and exhaustively as possible. And I know that the officials working within Parliament and public in the area completely understand the need to do this, and I thank them for their patience and their support. This investigation has the full weight and expertise of the Counter-Terrorism Command behind it. And if there are people who saw the events unfold today that haven't yet spoken to us, I would urge them to get in touch. A crime scene will remain in place in the affected areas in Westminster, and as you'll understand, it's vital we carry out a painstaking investigation to recover all the possible evidence. Looking forward, throughout the rest of the day, including when people are commuting home, and indeed over the days that follow, the people of London will see extra police officers armed and unarmed on our streets. This includes our officers working longer hours and extra shifts alongside our colleagues from British Transport Police in the City of London. And of course, as you're aware, we can call on the support of the military should we need to at a future point. We are also in the process of opening up our casualty bureau to help those people who are worried about friends and family who may have been caught up in the attack. Furthermore, we're reaching out to communities and community leaders across London to reassure them. Our strength as a city depends on our ability to stand together at such terrible times. If anyone sees anything suspicious or anything that causes concern, please do contact us, don't hesitate. My thoughts are with all those who have been affected by today's attack, and as a service, we've lost one of our own as he acted to protect the public and his colleagues. This is a day we planned for, but we hope would never happen. Sadly, it's now a reality. We will continue to do all we can to protect the people of London.
We have been told that the COBRA Emergency Committee is in session. Whether it's actually sitting right now, shortly is the word actually from Downing Street. These are the words of the number 10 spokesperson who said the thoughts of the PM and the government are with those killed and injured in this appalling incident and with their families. The Prime Minister has been kept updated and will shortly chair the COBRA Committee.
We're also hearing from America that the White House says President Trump has told Theresa May that the US offers its full cooperation and support in responding to the London attacks. And I think we can hear from President Trump's spokesperson, Sean Spicer.
The President has been briefed on the situation in London. He just spoke to Prime Minister May, and we'll have a readout on that situation and that call soon. We obviously condemn today's attack in Westminster, which the United Kingdom is treating as an act of terrorism. And we applaud the quick response that the British police and their first responders made to the situation. The victims in this are in our thoughts and our prayers. The City of London and Her Majesty's government have the full support of the U.S. government in responding to the attack and bringing those to justice who are responsible. We will provide you with further updates as warranted, and as I mentioned, a readout of the President's call with the Prime Minister.
Let's just bring in former Metropolitan Police Officer Graham Wetton, who's sitting with us in the studio, been watching the footage this afternoon. Graham, watching what's happened and unfold. And Mark quite touched on it a little earlier, but how difficult is it to prevent something like this happening? I pass Westminster a lot on foot, and I look at those bollards on the street and I think how ugly they are, and it annoys me that they are there in my city that I love and that they're spoiling this view of Parliament. But events like this just show how essential they are, don't they?
And it just shows you can still walk around them. You can drive a car almost to the front of Parliament, walk round them and then just run through an open gate. It depends how accessible and open you want your Parliament to be. Parliament is literally in the middle of London. It's right next to a really busy main road, opposite a busy tube station. There are thousands of people every day who walk past Parliament. I walked past it myself on Monday about 3 o'clock. It's always busy. The pavements are busy. People are stopping, taking photographs. It's an iconic location that draws people to it. So it's really difficult then to secure it and isolate it from this type of attack. Almost impossible to put the type of security measures in that stops one person just being able to either run through a gate or run through an entrance and not be stopped. If you don't have these sort of like airport-style security scanners, you have to go in one door and then the other door opens and you walk through the other side. Unless you've got that system in place, which possibly the MPs and visitors of Parliament wouldn't like, and like you say, you hate seeing it there because it actually restricts your access. It's virtually impossible to secure it against this type of attack, this level of attack.
It is today the anniversary of the attacks on Brussels. What's your instinct telling you about what we're seeing today? Who do you think will be behind something like this?
I think that's too early to say. I think the investigation team will be looking very closely at the individual involved and their background, their links, any links to known groups, maybe groups that had links to the attack a year ago. And if there are links, they'll announce that in the future. There's always speculation now about how well known when it comes out that the assailant, the attacker, was to police, whether they were known to the security services and what sort of measures of security were put in place to either observe them or monitor them. But the truth of it is you cannot monitor all these people 24/7. It's hugely resource intensive, hugely costly. There has to be a decision made somewhere at some time at what the priorities are and who your priorities are in respect to security. And it usually happens that the people that carry out these sort of attacks are literally either just gone off the radar or are just under the radar. They've been known or seen, but they're not been highlighted or identified as being capable of carrying out this type of attack.
Graham, we've talked to you, sought your expertise after events like this before, the killing of Lee Rigby, 7/7, and always you get the armchair detectives who come out, the detractors who'll come out and say, how can it be that the sounds of pandemonium on London Bridge, of a car swiping people, the screams, the shrieking, the hysteria, the noise, didn't alert armed officers in Palace Yard that something bad was coming their way, to which you would say what?
Well, they probably didn't. They were alerted to an incident, but natural reaction would be it's something innocent. It isn't something. This is unheard of. You can just see by the coverage that you've been doing, other news agencies are doing. This is unheard of. This isn't expected or anticipated, even planned for. This is a completely separate or isolated type of attack. We haven't seen this type of attack before. So when you hear people screaming and shouting and people running, and you hear a car crash into a wall, your first reaction as a police officer will be that either someone's had a medical emergency at the wheel of a car, or they've swerved to avoid someone, or it's a normal road traffic collision. And the people are screaming maybe because they've seen someone fall out the car. So
you say that, Graham, but of course we had the Nice attack with the lorry that ploughed through, and we also had the attack at the Christmas market. You know, vehicles have been used.
It was a knife, was a car and a knife.
Well, it is in your thoughts, but I think to react first of all to it, the officers may well have been alerted to it and have come out from either vehicles in Old Palace Yard or from within the confines of the palace to deal with the attack. I mean, you've seen the images we saw earlier where the ambulance and the forensic tent was within literally 30 yards of the entrance. So there has been in my opinion anyway, highly impressive and very quick reaction to it, but it takes seconds literally to run 30, 40 yards by anybody. And if they're armed with a knife, if they're confronting unarmed officers, there's an unarmed officer at the gate or standing in the pillar box that's just inside the gate there, they would have to back off first of all and wait for armed officers to attend. And that's exactly what happened with the Lee Rigby case. The officers that turned up initially were unarmed. They stepped back, gave updates, waited for the armed officers to attend, who then dealt with the attacker. It's possible a similar sort of thing happened here. They were waiting for the armed officers to come out and confront this individual who looked like he had a weapon and a knife.
What will have to change as a result of this, do you think?
Well, I think as ever with these things, that there'll be another high-level review of security at Palace of Westminster. There'll be a review of the entrances and exits. And from working previously in and around Westminster and Parliament, I know that many people there are reluctant to have enhanced and stringent levels of security for people going in and out. They like the access of the public to be able to go in with minimal sort of security. And when you go in there as a visitor, you go in the visitor entrance, it is like an airport. You put your bag on the conveyor belt, you get searched, you get scanned. So it is very secure when you walk in the normal route. The route that this individual went in through is the vehicle route, which is literally just, I think, a gate with some people standing there. And I know that's quite, previously I've been quite keen to keep that access. They can get in and out very quickly. I would think there'd be a high-level review of the security now. There may well be like a double entry system where the car goes into one barrier, the barrier then comes up, and the same thing for people. Maybe it'd be like an airport-style thing where there's glass doors or a security entrance that you go in one door, and when you're checked and cleared, you then come out the other side. There maybe that sort of measures need to be put in place, but there'll be a high-level review of the security and the access into Parliament as a result of this incident.
It's worth bearing in mind, isn't it, that this is a terror threat. It's a different kind of terror threat, but it's the same Palace Yard where the IRA successfully managed to kill one of Margaret Thatcher's closest political confidants.
Yeah, an awful long time ago, but yeah, same Palace Yard, same. The security was breached. They managed to get in and murder. I think it was Erin Eve MP who was coming up in his car.
Just a thought on where this takes us. I mean, we've reflected on Nice, Berlin. In a sense, the country that's faced this type of attack using, whether it's a JCB digger, a bus, a car, whatever it is, ploughing them into civilians, is probably Israel, where, of course, many more people are actually armed and actually able to take action. You know, that is just not an option for a Western democracy like ours.
No, it's not. And the other point, it's not an option for the majority of police officers. There's been wide calls led by the Police Federation and other police forces that we really do need to increase the availability, the amount of armed officers on the street to meet this type of terror attack or terror threat. And in most places across the country, if this had happened anywhere else, that's probably the most secure place with the most number of armed officers you could get anywhere in the country. Parliament, with their protection officers, with the armed support vehicles that are constantly driving around Westminster. I think we saw there was one clip earlier where the armed response vehicle was there within literally seconds, and they both deployed.
Do you think there'll be senior officers, well, not so much senior officers, rank and file officers tonight, Graham, who will be looking their loved ones in the eye and saying, you know, hitherto I've been pretty relaxed about having the taser. Really, it's time we had actual weapons, arms, guns.
I think the Federation have led a call for literally the rollout of taser to everybody. I mean, taser is an option to deal with a knife attack. So maybe the step into fully arming the police, we're not quite there yet. Taser may be able to neutralise this threat, but I think there will be widespread calls. I'm sure that you know, my timeline and everything on social media will be full of officers about to go to work wanting better safeguards for themselves, because they can see themselves having, almost as this officer did, stand in the way of an attacker and pay the ultimate price.
I mean, Mark Rowley talked about this being a day that the police had planned for but hoped would never happen. And when you do look at the events of today, as deeply tragic as they are for those who lost their lives on the bridge, as you say, an attacker armed tried to storm Parliament and was stopped, and the security procedures kicked into place. It was isolated. The Prime Minister was safely removed. It worked, the security, didn't it? Although prior to him reaching those gates on the roads, obviously people lost their lives.
Yeah, I think ultimately they'll, when they review it and review what happened, yeah, the security measures worked. The armed response unit, the officers running literally to face the threat and negating the threat, that all worked. Sad fact is that one police officer paid the ultimate price and lost their life in literally facing that threat and dealing with it.
Graham. Thanks very much indeed. Downing Street spokesman says the Prime Minister is being kept updated with the situation and will shortly chair Cobra. Kay Burley has full coverage from Westminster.
All right, folks, we are giving you continuous coverage here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and this very just horrible situation that, once again, we are talking about another terror attack somewhere in the world, and, well, this one has to be now in London, and you can see from this bump shot here of the police activity still on the Westminster Bridge. There is. The investigation will be ongoing through the night. President Trump reaching out to Prime Minister Theresa May, saying that the United States will do everything that they can to assist in this investigation and to find out who was responsible for this terror attack today that we saw claim already 4 lives and more than 20 people injured. It's something that this world will just never get used to when we have to talk about a terror attack. It always comes out of left field, and we always have to then pick up the pieces and try to figure out what can we do better for the next time so something like this doesn't happen. But like we saw today, this was once again another truck attack that we've seen in the past. We've seen from Nice, France, and Germany. Earlier today, police said a vehicle mowed down pedestrians on London's Westminster Bridge, leaving more than a dozen with injuries described as catastrophic. The knife-wielding attacker stabbed a police officer and was shot on the grounds outside Britain's Parliament, sending the compound into complete lockdown. The threat level for international terrorism in the UK was already listed as severe. Wednesday was the anniversary of suicide bombings in the Brussels airport and subway that killed 32 people. And the latest events echoed recent vehicle attacks in Berlin and Nice, France. London police were called to the Parliament building at around 2:40 local time. It was about 10:40 out on the East Coast, after reports of a vehicle crashing into a crowd at Westminster Bridge near Britain's Parliament. The French Prime Minister said French high school students were among the injured today. Colleen Anderson of St. Thomas's Hospital said a woman died after a vehicle apparently hit pedestrians on Westminster Bridge near Parliament, according to the Press Association. Details on the second death were unavailable. Right now, we do have a total of 4 deaths and many injured, up to 20. Rick Longley told the Press Association that he heard a bang and saw a car plow into pedestrians and came crashing to a stop. Images from the scene showed pedestrians sprawled on the ground with blood streaming from a woman surrounded by a scattering of postcards. Prime Minister Theresa May was rushed to safety after the attack. May will chair a meeting of the Government Emergency Committee to discuss the response to the terror incident in London. All right, everybody, we are continuing our live coverage here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is now 3 o'clock out on the East Coast. We're bringing you more details of this terrible terror attack happening earlier in the afternoon in London. 4 people dead, close to 20 people injured. The White House obviously condemning the attacks, and President Trump is said to be monitoring the developments. Spokesman Sean Spicer said today that Trump spoke with British Prime Minister Theresa May and said that the White House applauds the quick response of British police and first responders and condemns the attacks. The U.S. State Department says it is closely monitoring the incident and urged Americans in London to avoid the area. Spokesman Mark Toner said today that we stand ready to assist in any way the UK authorities would find helpful. All right, everybody, and we are also going to take you to some new developments happening right outside the White House, where the GOP intelligence chairman is speaking right now, right outside the White House.
that was done, and I'll tell you, NSA is being cooperative, but so far the FBI has not told us whether or not they're going to respond to our March 15th letter, which is now a couple weeks old.
And again, does this seem to describe what the president was talking about when he was talking about, quote, wiretapping, which they then said was broader surveillance?
What I've read seems to me to be some level of surveillance activity, perhaps legal, but I don't know that it's right, and I don't know that the American people would be comfortable with what I've read. But let us get all the reports.
Chairman, does it suggest the president was correct in what he tweeted?
It is possible.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
The president said that President Obama tapped his phones.
No. That did not happen. I've said this for many weeks, including the day after, a couple days after, in front of the press. That never happened. So that never happened.
Did President Obama ordered any kind of surveillance of the president, the president-elect?
We don't know who sent the taskings. If the taskings were changed into what went into these intelligence reports, but we're going to try to find that out.
Did you have permission to put out this information today? Did the Justice Department give you the okay to talk about this?
Justice Department doesn't have anything to do with this.
So
This is information that was brought to me that I thought the president needed to know about incidental collection, where the president himself and others in the Trump transition team were clearly put into intelligence reports that ended up at this White House and across a whole bunch of other agencies. And I thought it was important for the president to know this. That's why I briefed the speaker this morning, and I came down here as soon as I could.
Chairman,
yes, sir. Hold on. Yes, sir.
How many people are you seeing in these reports, and do any of them currently work at the White House for Mr. Trump?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into the specifics of it because look, I was only able to see a few dozen, of which I think a lot of it does have foreign intelligence value. So let's not.
Reports or people?
There were dozens of reports that I was able to see that we're hoping that the NSA, FBI, CIA will provide, because I know they exist. So I want them to provide them to our committee so that all the members have an opportunity to see what I've been shown.
Chairman,
yes, sir, right here.
What did the president tell you after you briefed him about it?
I think the president is concerned, and he should be. I think he'd like to see these reports, and I'd hopefully when we get them, hopefully they'll get them to the White House also.
Chairman, do you believe the president appropriately used the word wiretapping? Was it used correctly in his tweets based on the information that you have seen?
Well, look, I think the wiretapping, if you use it generally, like the president has said, he clearly, used it differently than what I think a lot of people took it, which was, did Obama actually wiretap Trump Tower, which we know didn't happen. I think the president's been pretty clear on that.
But the physical act of wiretapping, do you see anything in the information?
No, and I said that on day 2 after.
Chairman, you rule out the possibility that senior Obama administration officials were involved in this?
No, we cannot.
Chairman, given that you have said there was a FISA warrant which would have been approved by a judge, are you concerned that essentially you're saying members of the Trump team were in contact with people who were the target of a counterintelligence or some form of investigation?
No, I think you'd be. No, this would be. I think you're reading too much into that. What this is normal intelligence reporting. It's just normal intelligence reporting. The question is should he himself or others, should they have been put into these reports? And I don't know the answer to that yet, but we're going to try to get to the bottom of it.
So your issue is the unmasking, not that there was this monitoring.
Well, there's 2 issues here. Okay, there's additional unmasking of names, which I think is totally inappropriate. But we have to get to I don't know how many names were unmasked, but I know there were additional unmaskings that occurred. And then you have the issue of the names that were put into these intelligence reports that we have to get to the bottom of, and this is why we sent the letter 2 weeks ago. We need a response to it.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify and ask 3 things? Are you suggesting that Mr. Trump's communications are in those reports first? Second, are you saying that you're concerned enough that this would trigger a different, separate investigation? And third, why did you not discuss this with the ranking member before you came to the White House?
So yes, no, and I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Schiff at some point to talk about where we go with this investigation. But I had to brief the Speaker first, and then I had to talk to the CIA director, the NSA director, and I'm waiting to talk to the FBI director because he still has not told us how he's going to get us this information. Then I went and talked to all of you, not you yourselves, but those of you who exist over at the Congress, and then I voted. And then I said I was coming here to brief the president, and I'll be glad to talk to others later.
Mr. Trump's communications, you believe, are in the reports that were acquired by FISA. You're concerned enough about it, but you're not calling for additional investigation.
Well, we are investigating it.
You just said no. You said no.
No, incidental. Well, because we're already investigating. We're not opening a new investigation.
It's part of. It has nothing to do with Russia, and you're folding this into your investigation.
Well, because it has to deal with the unmasking of names and whether or not all this was gathered properly.
So, an ongoing investigation. You thought it was appropriate to come and talk to the president about it.
Just remember, we have had an ongoing investigation into Russia for a very, very long time and all of their activities. So, we have the scoping document of the Russian investigation, and we will continue to investigate anything and everything else that might be caught up in this, because clearly we are concerned about what ends up in intelligence products, why, and whether or not there was unmasking.
Mr. Chairman,
okay. I'm going to have to get back to the Capitol here.
Were in fact monitored. Can you say what he was communicating about or who he was
communicating
with?
No, I can't get into that. I'm sorry.
You also said that somebody brought you this information very recently. Can you tell us who brought you this information?
Well, I can tell you this, that we've been asking for people to come forward, and they came through the proper channels. They had the proper clearances, and I'm just going to leave it at that, because we have to protect people who came forward in the right manner and got the information.
To be clear here,
I'm not even going to say it's one person.
to be clear, you talk about this being collected incidentally, but you say it has nothing to do with Russia. Are you suggesting that these communications could have been collected incidentally as part of a criminal investigation, a criminal warrant?
No.
So how do you believe?
No, because I read what I was in the dozens of reports I was able to see. I was able to determine that it looks like it was legal collection, incidental collection, that then made it itself into intelligence reports. So it has to deal with FISA, and there's multiple number of FISA warrants that are out there, but there's nothing criminal at all involved. Okay, guys, I gotta go. Hold on, I gotta take one more question. I'm sorry.
Was it information that was looked at in real time, or was it information that was collected, held, stored, and then allowed to be looked at later?
It was fairly quickly from what I've seen, but we have to. Once we get the reports, then we can ask more questions of the agencies that produce the reports.
If it was legal collection, what is it that you find inappropriate about it? And are you attempting to give the president political cover for his wiretapping?
Because the reason that we do this, and we have all these procedures in place, is to protect American citizens who are incidentally collected. And so there's certain thresholds that have to be met to make it into foreign intelligence products. If something else happened where it appears to me like there were things that maybe they didn't meet the minimum qualifications, I don't know, but there are things to me that don't reach the level of foreign intelligence value. And if that's the case, you have to ask yourself, why did those end up in reports?
But just to clarify, this is not intentional spying on Donald Trump or anybody who's in his...
I have no idea. We won't know that.
Well, you said this is
we won't know that until we get to the bottom of did people ask for the unmasking of additional names within President-elect's transition team.
But you've said legal and incidental. That doesn't sound
like
a proactive effort to spy.
I would refer you to, we had a similar issue with members of Congress that were being picked up in incidental collection a little over a year ago. We had to spend a full year working with the DNI on the proper notification for members of Congress to be notified, which comes through the Gang of Eight. And I would refer you to that because it looks very, very similar to that. But would be the best way I can describe it.
Mr. Chairman, was specifically unmasked? Was his name unmasked?
I'm not going to get into that, but I have every indication that that it's clear who's in these reports. I'm gonna have to get going, guys. I have to get and vote. Thank you.
Who would have access to those unmasked names? Just to be clear, would it just be people within the intelligence community, or?
We need to get to. We don't know that yet, because we don't know who did the unmasking and then who it would have been disseminated to.
Right.
When again?
All right, thank you, guys.
The president, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know. I assume I'm going to be fine with the health care bill, so I probably don't have to talk to him for a while. He has to talk to others. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody, just hearing from Chair Nunes there saying that we had an ongoing investigation into Russia for a very, very long time, talking to reporters there outside the White House. So obviously a very complicated situation, a very ongoing situation. We'll try to get you guys the very latest information that comes to that. We're going to go to the State Department. Mr. Tillerson there for an update here. He's going to be with members of the UK Parliament. All right, everybody, while we do wait for Tillerson to come out, we are going to take you to the Gorsuch hearing right now while we do wait.
Circuit, I believe it involved constitutionality of a death penalty under prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment. The court said, quote, "It is settled that capital punishment is constitutional." Does that one deserve the respective precedent as well?
It does, Senator.
Right. Is foreign law ever valid precedent in American courts?
Senator, we just discussed this with Senator Sass, and
No, you guys got the flags.
Does anyone know why this
All right, everybody, looks like that shot went down. We'll see if we could get that back there for you, taking you now to the Judge Gorsuch hearing live.
There was a case, Yellow Bear, Sweat Lodge issue.
Sure. The Yellow Bear case involved a Native American who had murdered his daughter, 3 years old, and was in federal prison, and was denied access to an existing sweat lodge in the prison. And the prison had various reasons why it said it was unable to provide access to the sweat lodge to Mr. Yellow Bear. We applied the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, which was the claim brought. There was no question about the sincerity of the man's religious beliefs. No question that he found solace in his faith after he had done what he'd done. And then the question becomes, if it's a sincerely held religious belief, was it a substantial burden? And that box we checked too, because the prison denied him any access to the sweat lodge. So once you do those two things, the case then shifts to the government, as it does in any RFRA case, any religious freedom restoration case, regardless of who's bringing it, no matter how unpopular, least amongst us. The government has to have a compelling interest. And it has to show that its compelling interest was executed in the most narrowly tailored way possible. And here, the government just couldn't come up with a good reason why it couldn't provide Mr. Yellow Bear with any access to the sweat lodge. It talked about the difficulty of moving him because he was an unpopular prisoner and potentially subject to violence by other prisoners. But the evidence showed that it was able to move him for medical reasons, and able to move him to the cafeteria, for example, and back and forth. And it couldn't show that it was much more, if any, of a burden, financially or otherwise, on the personnel of the prison to also make the sweat lodge available, at least sometimes. And so our court held that there was a violation of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act in that case, just as we would in any other.
Right. Thank you. Let me shift gears quite a bit here and talk about technology. You mentioned in the Jones opinion on GPS tracking in the heat lamp case, Kylo, in the context of originalism. Technology cases provide thorny issues for the court, obviously. You've dealt with some on your own, including the review of Colorado's retail tattletale law, DMA versus Brawl. How should judges approach issues of new technology as it applies to litigation?
Well, Senator, in the first two cases, you're dealing with the question of an unreasonable search and seizure. What's a search? In the Jones case, is it a search to attach a GPS tracking device onto a car? Where does the government, if it is a search, perhaps the government will need a warrant to do that. If it's not a search, it can just do it willy-nilly. And so you have to ask yourself, well, what's a search? Is that a search? And to do that, the court went back and looked at the law of trespass, as it was at the time of the founding, and concluded that that would be what's called a trespass to chattels, a trespass on your private property, on your, not a physical property, personal property. And that would qualify as a search or a trespass, a property right violation at the time of the founding. And concluded that when we're interpreting the term an unreasonable search, what's a search for the Fourth Amendment, that the Constitution of the United States today can't be less protective now of the people's liberties than the common law understanding was at the time of the founding. That's the way the court reasoned in that case, using existing legal principles to address a new technology. And that's the sort of thing judges do.
How should judges familiarize themselves with new technology? Do we get to leave that to law clerks like we often leave it to staffers to?
All right, everybody, we're getting some Trump playback right now. President Trump playback at the White House.
Well, I'm deeply honored to welcome the members of the Congressional Black Caucus to the White House. I think we're going to have a lot of meetings over the years, and I very much appreciate you being here. Throughout my campaign, I pledged to focus on improving conditions for African American citizens. This means more to me than anybody would understand or know. Every American child has a right to grow up in a safe community, to attend great schools, to graduate with access to high-paying jobs. America has spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. I guess I heard just recently In the Middle East, we've spent, as of about 2 months ago, $6 trillion. $6 trillion. And you know where we are over there. While neglecting the fate of American children in cities like Baltimore and Chicago and Detroit, African American citizens have given so much to this country. They fought in every war since the Revolution, and they fought hard. They've lifted up the conscience of our nation in the march toward civil rights, enriched the soul of America and their faith and courage, and they've advanced our country in the fields of science, arts, and medicine. Elijah Cummings, who was here about 2 weeks ago, who I happen to think is a terrific man. I don't know if he'll say that about me, but I will tell you, I really liked him a lot. And we were talking about drugs and prescription drugs and the costs. And you go to Europe, you go to Canada, you go to other countries, and you buy them for a fraction of what you pay in this country. And that's been a very big subject for him. And it's a subject for me that is very important. And we're going to either do it in healthcare, which I think we're going to do it in healthcare, or we're going to do it separately. But we're going to bid out drug prices, and we're going to try and have the lowest prices anywhere in the world from really the highest. And that's not only the drugs, it's prescription drugs. But you go out to stores and you go even in any community, rich or poor community, and you look at the kind of drug prices that we're paying, and it's really unfair what's happened in our country. So we're going to be instituting a very, very strong bidding process. We'll probably need some legislation, but we're going to do it regardless. We have to do it. And we're going to get drug prices way down, way down. Some people think it's as important as the healthcare measure because people are being ripped off when they need drugs. They need prescription drugs. And we're going to take care of that situation. So again, I very much appreciate you being here. It's a tremendous honor for me, and we're going to work on different things, and we're going to see if we can get a lot accomplished. And with that, let's get going, and thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Do you feel vindicated by Chairman Nunez? Do you feel vindicated by Chairman Nunez?
I somewhat do. I must tell you, I somewhat do. I very much appreciated the fact that they found what they found, but I somewhat do.
What did they find? What did they find?
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. Just some playback from President Trump, and at the very end, we did hear that he did receive the news from Intelligence Chair Nunez. All right, now we're going to take you back to the Judge Gorsuch Senate hearing.
Balance back toward relying on Congress, or the intent of Congress at least. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce into the record a letter of support from the Hispanic Leadership Fund, which notes Judge Gorsuch has an exceptional record in defending the Constitution and our fundamental rights, such as the Second Amendment and the right to religious liberty.
Without objection, so ordered.
In the time I have remaining, short time, let me just talk a little. You've mentioned in passing about another technology issue, cameras in the courtroom. It's been presented as educational, and maybe people, after viewing this, may have a different view of it. Obviously, we're the legislative branch. Everything we do here should be and always will be in the open and on television. I'm glad C-SPAN is here, and in every hearing just about that we have, with the exception of the intelligence agencies. But when you apply it sometimes to the third branch, you take Trans Am trucking. It's been discussed here at length. It's a pretty boring case when it was a cameraless courtroom that heard it. It was about standards of administrative review, statutory interpretation. But now, in this hearing room, it all of a sudden becomes a battle between the big guy and the little guy. And I think that there is a legitimate concern about opening up our courtrooms to cameras and what that will incentivize. So I hope that you've said that that's something that you will look at, as will everyone on the court. But I hope that, that we pause as we do so. And watching these hearings over the past couple of days, I hope will give us some more pause about cases that don't lend themselves well when you consider what Edmund Burke said about the cold neutrality of an impartial judge being the standard. That sometimes, to me, seems inconsistent with cameras in the courtroom and what that incentivizes. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, and with the thanks of a lot of endurance, like I said, over the past couple of days, and you still have more to come, but I yield back.
I'm surprised you're such a reasonable senator. You'd be against cameras in the courtroom. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to take issue with my good friend from Arizona and state, as I have before, how strongly I feel that cameras in the courtroom, including in the United States Supreme Court, would be a very good thing. I know the chairman agrees with me, as do other members of the committee, and I believe that the American public would be better informed about the work of the court and about their rights if more of the proceedings in our federal courts were better known to them. I think that the image and the performance of our attorneys, of juries, of judges would not only attract interest but also elevate the performance there. So I hope you'll take that under advisement.
Senator, one thing I've really gotten out of this process that I didn't fully appreciate, I knew the advice consent function worked between Article 1 and Article 2, and I've been asked to comment on that, and I won't, but I've learned a lot, and I appreciate the advice I've gotten, thoughtful advice on a number of issues from senators across the spectrum. You are thoughtful people who care deeply about this country, and you care deeply about the judiciary, and I appreciate that, and the input that I've received from all of you. Thank you.
Well, I very much appreciate that statement, and it leads to my next observation, which is about this process. As much as there's been some hand-wringing and some doubt expressed, I happen to think this kind of process is a lot healthier for our democracy than the 90 minutes that our common mentor, Justice White, spent in your place. And I think, actually, although I don't know him, did not know him as well as you, but I did see him on occasion on the basketball court in the highest court of the land and had occasion to observe his elbows.
Did you get one? Did you get one on the side?
I know that I have a right to remain silent. But I think he would have enjoyed the give and take.
He enjoyed physical contact in any sport and activity, and you may be right. You may be right about that.
And I appreciate your being here to answer all our questions, and as I said yesterday, your patience and perseverance. I also...
Senator, I consider it a privilege to be here with you.
Thank you. I also want to raise a question talking about court procedure relating to conflicts of interest and ethics. I think you were asked yesterday about the proposed ethics rules that have been applied to your court,
yes,
to the appellate court, to the district court, but not to the Supreme Court. And would you view such legislation as a violation of the separation of powers?
Senator, I'm afraid I just have to respectfully decline to comment on that because I'm afraid that could be a case for controversy. And you can see how it might be. I can understand Congress's concern and interest in this area. I understand that, but I think the proper way to test that question is the prescribed process of legislation and litigation.
I assume that you have observed all those rules as a member of the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals.
I've done my best, Senator.
Have they been unduly burdensome?
No, Senator, no.
Have you found that they interfere at all with your discharge of duties as a judge?
No, Senator.
Would you object personally to following those rules as a member of the United States Supreme Court?
My personal views, Senator, have nothing to do with my job as a judge.
Will you commit to following those rules personally on your own without any legal requirement?
Senator, what I've committed to do is to take a look at the law, talk to my colleagues collegially, and then make up my own mind. And I'm taking into account all the advice I've gotten in this process carefully. I will carefully consider that. But, Senator, I'm not going to make any promises in this process to anyone about anything other than to be the best possible judge I can be.
Well, I hope that you will be as persuasive as possible after you make up your own mind, and hope that you will decide that these rules make sense, because, again, in terms of the appearance and the trust and credibility of the courts, I think that they are important. I want to go back to some questions I asked you yesterday, which perhaps you didn't get a chance to clarify, and I want to give you that opportunity. You recall we were talking about Brown v. Board of Education, and you said, I believe, that you agree with that decision. Do I have it correctly?
Senator, it is a seminal decision of the United States Supreme Court interpreting the 14th Amendment, maybe one of the great moments in Supreme Court history.
You said, and I quote, that it corrected an erroneous decision, a badly erroneous decision, end quote, and you called it, quote, a correct application of the law of precedent, end quote. And you said also that it vindicated a dissent, quote, that got the original meaning of the Equal Protection Clause right. That sounds to me like you agreed with the result in Brown versus Board of Education.
Senator, you can characterize it however you want. I've said what I've said, and I stick by what I said.
So unlike Justice Kennedy and Justice Roberts, Chief Justice Roberts, in their confirmation hearings, you will not say that you agreed that it was the right result.
Senator, I've said it's a seminal decision of the United States Supreme Court that corrected a badly erroneous decision, that vindicated the original understanding and the correct original meaning, rather, of the 14th Amendment, and is one of the shining moments in constitutional history in the United States Supreme Court. That's what I've said.
So why will you not say that you agree with the result?
Senator, I don't know what it means. I'm not sure what we're arguing about here.
We're not arguing.
Okay.
I'm just asking why you are so averse to saying, yes, it was the right result.
I'm saying as a judge, it was a seminal decision that got the original understanding of the 14th Amendment right and corrected one of the most deeply erroneous interpretations of law in Supreme Court history, Plessy versus Ferguson, which is a dark, dark stain on our court's history. And it took way too long for the United States Supreme Court to get the 14th Amendment right. It's an embarrassment in our history. That's what I've said, Senator.
And Chief Justice Roberts, in response to Senator Kennedy's question, quote, do you agree with the court's conclusion that the segregation of children in public schools solely on the basis of race is unconstitutional? Then Judge Roberts, quote, I do. You said yesterday, and I'm quoting you now, that there's no daylight between you and
respectfully, I don't see any daylight between what I've just said and what you've just quoted from the Chief.
Okay.
I just don't, Senator.
I'm not going to dwell on
We're on
this.
the same page on Brown versus Board of Education, Senator.
Okay.
It's a great and important decision.
Would you say the same about Griswold versus Connecticut?
What I've said about Griswold versus Connecticut, Senator, is that it is a decision by the United States Supreme Court recognizing the right of married couples in the privacy of their own home to use contraceptive devices. It was decided, I believe, in 1965, though Senator Franken may wish to correct me.
No, you're right about 1965.
All right, good, all right. 1965.
And if I'm wrong, I'm not going to tell you I'm wrong. It was decided in 1965.
1965.
That was its holding.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, do you believe it was the right result?
And what I've said is, Senator, it's 50 years old, more than 50 years old, right? The reliance interests surrounding it are obvious and strong. It has been repeatedly reaffirmed. Those are powerful things in the law of precedent. I've also said I cannot imagine a state trying to pass a law in this area, and I've said I cannot imagine the United States Supreme Court taking such a law seriously. I don't know how clear I could be to you, Senator.
You could be much more clear about your personal beliefs.
Right. And my personal views have nothing to do with my job as a judge.
Well, let me invoke your beliefs as a commentator. Do you believe it was the right result based on your understanding of the law? Not your personal beliefs about whether contraceptives are a good thing or a bad thing, but your beliefs about the constitutional underpinning, the right to privacy, the Fourth Amendment, substantive due process underpinning of Griswold versus Connecticut. Was it the right result?
Senator, I have consistently, I'm not picking out Griswold or any other particular case. I've drawn a line that I think is required of a good judge to be fair and to respect the separation of powers without respect to precedent. A precedent of the United States Supreme Court, as we were talking with Senator Flake, they're all precedents. They all deserve respect of a judge, a good judge.
Some more than others.
Senator, it depends upon the factors under the law of precedent, what weight you give a precedent.
Why is your
age of,
I'm sorry.
Including the age of the precedent, how often it's been reaffirmed, the reliance interests surrounding it, whether it was correctly decided, whether it's constitutional versus statutory, and a number of other things that we've discussed repeatedly.
And you're saying that there is no threat of it coming before the court because a state legislature is unlikely to pass the kind of criminal ban on contraceptive use that existed then?
I have said, Senator, that with this particular precedent we're talking about, that it's over 50 years old, weighty factor, that the reliance interests surrounding it are obvious and many and great. I have said that it has been repeatedly reaffirmed by the United States Supreme Court. I've said that I cannot imagine a state actually legislating in this area. And I have said that I cannot imagine the Supreme Court taking a challenge, someone wishing to challenge that precedent seriously. I don't know how much more clear I could be to you, Senator, as a judge.
Would you say the same about Eisenstadt v. Baird?
I have already, Senator, several times in the course of this hearing.
And you are unwilling to do as Justice Alito did, and he was a judge, and I think you would probably say he was a good judge, correct?
I think every member of the United States Supreme Court sitting is a very fine judge, yes.
And he said about Eisenstadt v. Baird, I do agree with the result. You're unwilling to say that, and you're unwilling to say, as Chief Justice Roberts did about Griswold, I agree with the Griswold Court's conclusion that marital privacy extends to contraception and availability of that.
Respectfully, Senator, I think we're splitting hairs. I really do, because I've told you quite clearly that both of those precedents are in the realm of 50 years old, that they have serious reliance interests around them, that they've been repeatedly reaffirmed. And Senator, what I've tried to do with respect to all precedents is treat them equally in my presentation before you, because as a judge, I come at them equally. In my line of work, a precedent is a heavy, a weighty thing, and it deserves respect as precedent, as part of our history. And
well,
for a judge,
we are doing more than, with all due respect, Your Honor, we're doing more than splitting hairs here, because words matter. And the words of Chief Justice Roberts and Justice Alito's were different than yours. Asking you to agree that these results were correct, I think, is a relevant and important question. And You're declining to do so. I respect your reasons, but I think that it speaks volumes, with all due respect.
Well, let me try it one more this way, Senator, for you. Maybe this will help. The way I look at it is, I don't come at these issues fresh. It's not whether I agree or disagree with any particular precedent. That would be an act of hubris. Because a precedent, once it's decided, it carries far more weight than what I personally think.
Well, let me ask you.
The point of a precedent, I'm trying to be as helpful to you as I can be here, Senator, is that it represents collective wisdom. And to say I agree or I disagree with the precedent of the United States Supreme Court as a judge, that's an act of hubris that to me just doesn't feel like a judicial function. For a judge, precedent is more important than what I think. And my agreement or my disagreement with it doesn't add weight to it. It is what it is.
Let me ask you about Loving versus Virginia. As you know, it invalidated bans on interracial marriage under both the Equal Protection and Due Process Clause. Do you agree with the result there?
Seminal, important application of the principles recognized in Brown versus Board of Education, and a vindication again for the original meaning of the Equal Protection Clause, that all of us, every single person, is equal, and that we can all choose with whom we wish to live our lives without respect to race. It's one of the great moments. We've visited some dark moments in Supreme Court history, and we've visited some bright moments, Senator.
And Lawrence versus Texas, which held that the government can't criminalize gay and lesbian relationships?
That's a holding of the United States Supreme Court, due all the way to precedent, Senator, as well.
And would you agree that it overturned an incorrect decision in Bowers?
That is what it declared, Senator. That is the precedent of the United States Supreme Court.
Do you agree?
Senator, it's the precedent of the United States Supreme Court. I'm going to give you the same answer every time.
Well, I suspect you will.
Yeah.
But let me just say that the answer that you have given leaves doubt in a lot of minds. And to quote from a concurrence by Justice Kennedy, as well as Justice Souter and Justice O'Connor, and I'm quoting, "Liberty finds no refuge in a jurisprudence of doubt." You're declining to be more direct and give the same answer about these cases that you did about Brown leaves doubt in the minds of millions of Americans who rely on privacy rights. They are relying right now. And I think that that doubt is regrettable. I want to ask you, I think I know the answer. Do you agree with the result in Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey?
Senator, I'm drawing the same line that Justice Ginsburg drew, Justice O'Connor drew, Justice Souter, Justice Scalia. Many, many, many people to sit at this confirmation table have declined to offer their personal views to this or that precedent, whether it's one side's favorite or another side's favorite, one side's least favorite, the other side's least favorite. We've gone back and forth today on precedents, which ones people like and don't like. And I understand that every citizen and that every member of the Senate has their precedents that they prefer personally and not. I understand that. I respect that. That's part of the process and our First Amendment liberties. But as a judge, my job is to decide cases as they come to me. And if I start suggesting that I prefer or dislike this or that precedent, I'm sending a signal, a hint, a promise, a preview, as Justice Ginsburg called it, about how I'd rule in future cases where those principles from that case are going to be at issue. And all of these cases that we've just discussed They're very live with controversy, as you know, Senator, which is why you're asking about them. And for a judge to start tipping his or her hand about whether they like or dislike this or that precedent would send the wrong signal. It would send the signal to the American people that the judge's personal views have something to do with the judge's job. And the one thing I've tried to convey over the last 3 days is that I don't believe that's part of the judicial function. And I don't believe that's what good judges do. And I've also said, Senator, and I believe this firmly, that once a judge starts committing, promising, hinting, previewing, forecasting, agreeing or disagreeing with precedent at this confirmation table, we're in the process then of campaign promises. And we're in that process, Senator, I fear, of judges having to make commitments, tacit promises, hints, previews, as Justice Ginsburg called it, in order to become confirmed. And once we do that, I'm fearful for the independence of our judiciary.
Well, just for the record, because I'm out of time, I'm not asking you to look forward to cases and controversies that may come before you. I'm simply asking you whether you accept the basic core principles of the right to privacy that are articulated in those decisions. I apologize, Mr. Chairman, that I've gone over by a couple of seconds.
No, that's fine. Before Senator Crapo, we have a vote sometime between 4:45 and 5:15. The exact time we don't know, but when that'd be a good time for us to have the break for the move to our closed session, and then come back here. And whoever has not had their second round yet will get their second round, and then we'll immediately go to the third round. Senator Crapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Judge Gorsuch, I want to go back to the issue you've just been discussing. First of all, to say that I respect your absolute resistance to being invited to put your personal opinions onto the issues that you will need to face as a Supreme Court justice if you are confirmed. I appreciate it and I respect it. The fact is that, as now Justice Ginsburg said, if you can be pushed into giving hints about what your feelings are about the precedent of the United States Supreme Court decisions or other cases, then you will have violated what I think is an appropriate approach that a judge should bring to jurisprudence. And so I just wanted to tell you I appreciate. I know you're getting questions again and again and again, and you consistently make it very clear that you're leaving your personal opinions out of it, as a judge should do. So I for one, want to tell you that I appreciate that and recognize it. That leads, though, to one of the issues that I wanted to return to with you. You and I talked about it yesterday, and in fact, you've talked to a number of senators about it, and it's back again to the question of originalism and textualism. And I realize that it's hard to put labels on this issue because they don't really necessarily portray what it is we're trying to talk about. But the aspect of this that I would simply like you to discuss a little more in detail is the one really that Senator Feinstein started out with today. If it is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if it is the approach that a judge or a justice should take, that they look at the Constitution or a statute as it was written and try to determine what reasonable people would understand it, the words in the statute to mean, does that mean that somehow for all time in the future, as society evolves and as science evolves and as circumstances develop that were not contemplated perhaps at the time the Constitution or the statutes were written, does it mean that we don't have a way to deal with applying those laws or the Constitution to new circumstances? And does that, if the answer to that is no, that there is a way to apply these laws and to interpret the Constitution, does that mean that we are somehow changing the Constitution? Or what are the parameters of that entire concept. Could you discuss that a little more completely?
Well, Senator, we've discussed this quite a lot. I'm happy to try to do it again. But the job of a judge is not to make law, but to interpret the law and to apply the law as best as humanly possible. And one way to do that, we start with precedent. That's where we start. We don't reinvent the wheel. And we apply the precedent we like and the precedent we don't like, because our personal views have nothing to do with our job. We apply all the precedent. And if you can't do that, well, then you're in the wrong line of work. A judge's job is to apply precedent without respect to persons and without respect to their personal views. Then when we look at, say, an unanswered question where there isn't precedent, for example, one thing a good judge will want to know is what the original understanding of that law was at the time. In the statutory context, I've talked about the Fish case. Mm-hmm. In the constitutional context, I've used a couple of cases that I think are good examples. One is the thermal imaging case, and the other is the GPS tracking device case. Those are some of my favorite teaching cases when I go talk to young people about these issues. And the point of them all is to demonstrate two things. That when we speak about the original understanding of the law, we're protecting due process interests. We're applying the law as we could expect a reasonable citizen, person, in this country to have understood it. So that when I'm putting a person in prison, for example, which we do as judges, we're complicit in that process, that I know I'm putting that person in prison for something that they could reasonably be charged with, knowing to be improper. Not something that comes from my heart, that I've made up, not my personal views, not what I like or dislike or agree with or disagree with, but what I can say that person should have known. That's the due process fair notice value. And the other aspect of it is the separation of powers value that's behind this, which is, again, I can make a reasonable claim that I'm declaring what the law is, a reasonable claim that I'm not just doing politics, a reasonable claim that I'm trying to interpret and apply rather than alter and amend the work of the people's representatives. For after all, this is a democracy at the end of the day. It is not an oligarchy of judges.
I think that's an important distinction that you just made. You're trying to interpret and apply rather than to alter or amend the meaning of the Constitution or the words of the Constitution or the words and meaning of a statute. And to me, that is really the core issue here, that what I hear you saying is that your objective, whether it's called originalism or textualism or what have you, is to identify what a reasonable person would interpret the words in the Constitution to mean, and not to say or to try to interpret it to mean what you think they should have said or written at the time, which does not mean that you cannot apply those principles to new developments in society or in science. It simply means that you must interpret the words as they were intended and as reasonably understood. And if we are to change it, then there is a process for that to take place.
That's right, Senator. And that process lies with the people's representatives or the amendment process, as we've discussed. Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you. One other question that I have in this round, and I don't intend to mean by that I will call for another round, but I'd like to talk with you for a minute about the concept of independent agencies that you briefly discussed with Senator Sass. As I understand independent agencies, they are basically agencies of the United States government. They are in the executive branch, as you indicated, but they are independent. And there was, perhaps you could go through with, you're aware, I'm pretty sure, of the Myers case and then the Humphrey's executor case. I think you
am.
referenced the Humphrey's executor case earlier. Could you just explain what those two cases tell us?
Well, Myers initially suggested that, and I think it's a fair reading to say that it cast doubt on the proposition whether there could be an agency whose head would not be subject to removal by the president. It will. And Humphrey's executor overturned Myers and held that that was indeed proper. Of course, the court has more recently also re-entered this area in the Peekaboo case and indicated that while one layer of for-cause removal protection is appropriate, 2 layers crosses a line.
Explain to me, I'm not as familiar with the Peekaboo case exactly.
Sure. So Humphrey's executor says that you may have an agency, a multi-member agency, where the head of it is removable only for cause. Mm-hmm. These are gross generalizations.
I understand, and I ask you only to be
right.
General in your description.
And I'm not signaling my agreement or disagreement with anything. I'm trying to faithfully report to you the precedent of the United States Supreme Court.
Understood, and that's the question I asked.
And the Peekaboo case is a more recent case in which there were 2 layers of for-cause removal. And whether the question whether that was constitutionally permissible, consistent with Article 2 and the statutory structure. And the Supreme Court said 2 layers is too much, 1 too many.
And what was the second layer? Was that congressional oversight?
2 layers of for-cause removal. So,
I see.
Yeah.
So the notion is that even after Humphrey's executor and Peekaboo, there still are limits to the amount of independence that Congress can give to an agency.
That's what the Peekaboo case basically says, yes.
Well, I think I'm going to leave it at that. There are a lot more aspects of that I'd love to discuss with you. But obviously, the notion of understanding the importance of the 3 separate parts of government that our Constitution created and the potential that this line of cases has of allowing Congress to create a 4th branch that is not responsible to either or maybe any of the other 3 branches is troubling to many of us. And so it's just an important area that I wanted to get your general understanding of. I won't ask you to opine on it or to give your personal opinions.
I'm grateful for that, Senator. It is Humphrey's executor is a precedent of the United States Supreme Court, and I understand that some people like it and some people don't.
Understood. Like I said, I have a lot more questions, but I'm not going to use up any more of your time or mine in this round.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hirono. Thank you, Madam Chair. Judge Gorsuch, it's good to see you again.
Likewise, Senator.
Despite the many hours that you've been before us, I still feel like there's much more we need to know about you and what kind of justice you would be. And I still need reassurances that you will be the kind of justice who is open to applying the law and the Constitution to protect the rights of the working poor who are just 1 paycheck away from being homeless, who understands the importance of ensuring that victims of discrimination can not only ask for, but can also receive protections from our courts, and who demonstrates a commitment to the constitutional principles that protect the right of women to make the intimate and personal choice of what to do with our own bodies. So I'd like to try again with you today. You painted a picture of, for us yesterday, of the court that is straight out of a Norman Rockwell painting. You said, and I quote, "One of the beautiful things about our system of justice is that any person can file a lawsuit about anything against anyone at any time, and a judge, a neutral and fair judge, will hear it," end quote. This is a wonderful idea, that anybody can file a claim to protect their rights or interests, and that those claims will be heard and ruled upon by neutral judges. Apparently, uninfluenced by their own strongly held and frequently expressed personal views and judicial philosophy. But of course, you and I both know politics and the courts are intertwined. In fact, you told us so in your 2005 National Review online article, which was entitled, quote, "Liberals and Lawsuits," end quote. In that article, you wrote that as a result of Republican wins in the presidential and Senate elections, Republicans were in charge of the judicial appointment process. As a result, you wrote, quote, "The level of sympathy liberals pushing constitutional litigation can expect in the courts may wither over time, leaving the left truly out in the cold," end quote. This shows you understand or at least recognize that judges appointed and confirmed by Republicans will have less sympathy for liberals pushing constitutional litigation, as you put it. I am profoundly troubled by this because I thought judges, as you described, make decisions divorced from their personal and philosophical leanings. So should justice depend on who won the last election or who is in charge of nominating and confirming judges?
Senator, I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question because I've tried to make clear as I can over the last few days that I don't view my colleagues as Republican judges or Democrat judges. I view them as judges. And I believe that the courts are open to all persons. And I believe if you look at my record as a judge, as opposed to anything else, you're going to see that I've decided over 2,700 cases, that 97% of the time they've been unanimous, that 99% of the time I've been in the majority, that according to the Congressional Research Service at least, my opinions have attracted the fewest dissents of any 10th Circuit judge they studied.
Judge Gorsuch,
Those
if I
are,
may.
those, of course.
I am listening to your answer, and I am not getting a response to the question I asked, which was, I'll ask it again. Should justice depend on who won the last election or who is in charge of nominating and confirming judges? And I think that requires a yes or no answer from you.
And I don't think it does, Senator, as I've tried to express. I don't think when you come to the 10th Circuit, you come to my court, I would think it would be deeply wrong to suggest that it depends on who won the last election, what kind of justice you're going to get in my court. It's not the way it happens. And I know the men and women of the federal judiciary, and I know how hard they work, how lonely the job is often, how much criticism they attract from all sectors. And I know that when they wake up in the morning, they do so with one thing in mind, to be a fair and independent judge for each case that comes to him or her. That's what I know. That's what I've seen. That's what I've witnessed. I know the men and women of the federal judiciary. I know a lot of them, and I admire them. And I don't think it matters whether they're Republican or Democratic appointed judges. No.
That doesn't square with the view that's expressed in the article, wherein you acknowledge that the people in charge of the judicial nomination and confirmation process will or may result in, if it's for Republicans, less open to liberal views. So how do your views in that article square with what you're telling me right now?
Senator, I appreciate the chance to talk about that article again. We've chatted about it a few times the last couple of days. And as I've tried to explain, I made a couple of points there. First was that the courts have to be open to civil rights claims. They're very important for vindicating the rights of unpopular voices, minority voices, the least amongst us. That's what courts are for. But I also made the point that sometimes social issues, problems of the day, are not best resolved in the courts because the courts have certain limitations. One, we're just not very good at making social policy. I've got 4 law clerks straight out of law school. With all respect to them, I love them, but they don't know a lot. All right? You have staffs for making social policy. This is the place of the people's representatives. We're not a democratic institution. We're life tenured judges. I wouldn't hire a bunch of life tenure judges to run a country, with all respect, and call it good. There's a separation of powers. And so the point was, the other point I was trying to make there was, judges, somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. There's no room for compromise. And one of the things this body is really good at its best, is compromise, right? That's what you do in legislation.
Yes.
There's a give and a take, a pull and a tug, right? And it's not present in litigation. So those were some of the points I was trying to make in that article.
I believe I'm trying to have more of a conversation with you, and in fact, I'm glad that you acknowledge that judges are really bad at the compromises that result in legislation. So I actually have a question about that later, but you know, you drew a conclusion in your article about the impact of Republican wins in the elections, and I think that that was a really astute observation. It was a real-world conclusion. And as we exercise our advice and consent role, the judicial philosophy of the judges who are nominated matters a great deal in determining what rights and whose rights are protected in the courts. As you say, there are winners and losers. So, Judge Gorsuch, you clearly understand that our political system has a tremendous impact on the courts. If not, we would have Chief Judge Merrick Garland before us, not you. You also understand the impact of politics on protection of our rights, or rather, again, as I said, on what rights and whose rights are protected. And again, in your 2005 National Review article, you...
And who says we don't have a sense of humor? Let me, first of all, just thank you all for coming out and just quickly address you all. I'm a Southern boy. This is not my type of weather, so we will not be long. But on the campaign trail, Donald Trump, candidate Donald Trump, posed a question to the country, and especially African Americans, saying, what do you have to lose by taking a chance on me? Well, we all know how November 8th ended, and Donald Trump is now the president of the United States. So we wanted to answer for him the question of what do we have to lose? And part of it is going into details about the budget that was proposed, the skinny budget, that would be very devastating to the African American community and uplifting rural and urban areas all around this country. And it was a meeting that was more of a business meeting. We presented to him our policy document, which is titled, What Do We Have to Lose?, which encompasses both problems as we see it and solutions that we offer as subject matter experts.
All right,
in the
as you
area.
can tell, they have cut away from the Gorsuch
President
hearing.
Trump
They're
has
now
met with
showing
various
you the
African
Congressional Black Caucus. Congressional Black Caucus.
African Americans that are elected to the United States Congress that develop policy and can offer a different viewpoint. Now, one of the things that is very clear, and we talked about as we started the meeting, was that part of the role is making sure that you hear from a number of diverse voices. And we, as the Congressional Black Caucus, we represent 78 million Americans. Only 17 million of those are African American, although they're 41% of the African American population. We represent more non-African Americans than African Americans. But we consistently fight for poverty, no matter if it's white poverty, minority poverty, black, brown poverty, inner city or rural. So we wanted to offer him the opportunity to engage and the benefit of our years of experience from being community activists, involved in our communities, from being legislators, and creating solutions to the problems that we see. Of course, there were some areas, many areas, where we disagreed with the policy or solutions prescribed by his budget and his policies. But I will tell you that it was a meeting where both sides listened, and it was a meeting where we were very candid about disagreements. But the surprising part was that when we talked about the goals, there were more similar than there were differences. The route to get there, I think, was where you may see differences, and part of that is just education and life experiences. So I will close with this.
All right, everyone. So the Congressional Black Caucus just met with President Trump. They are speaking outside the White House. We'll play this for you a little bit later on. In the meantime, though, we want to take you back to the Gorsuch hearing.
Spectrum of lawsuits that maybe perhaps better belonged in front of legislators.
Well, as I mentioned, I thought that was a very astute observation and agreement on your part that politics do enter into who becomes judges and who becomes appointed and confirmed. In fact, the Roberts Court has issued numerous 5-4 decisions in cases like Lilly Ledbetter, Citizens United, Hobby Lobby, in which corporate interests win out over individual rights. And clearly, the composition of the court and identity of the fifth justice, a Justice Garland versus a Justice Gorsuch, does matter a great deal in the real world. Your article reflects also a suggestion that the courtroom be used only for extraordinary cases. Now, this doesn't square with what you told me yesterday, that the beauty of our system is that anybody can file a claim and be heard. Who decides whether a claim is extraordinary enough to seek justice in the courts?
Senator, with respect, I don't recall ever using the words that courtrooms only for extraordinary cases. That doesn't sound like me.
It's in the article that I'm talking about. Where
I would be surprised to hear that I said that courtrooms are only for extraordinary cases. I represent a lot of people in a lot of pretty ordinary cases as a lawyer. As a judge, I resolve a lot of pretty ordinary cases in the sense they don't make a lot of precedent or don't get a lot of attention, but matter deeply to the individuals involved.
Judge Gorsuch,
that's part of what a good judge does, part of what a lawyer does.
I just read the article that I'm quoting, and frankly, what you set forth in that article, Liberals and Lawsuits, I think has definitely endeared you to the Heritage Foundation and the billionaires who recommended you for this position. Frankly, courts should not depend, of course, on who won or lost the election. It should depend on judges who understand that the law is there for all of us. And I do remain concerned about that is really how you view the law. When we look at the relationship between politics and the courts, I'm deeply concerned about the decision the court itself, the Supreme Court itself, has made, which has tilted the political field so significantly. And this impacts both the laws we are able to pass and the composition of the court that, in turn, is supposed to interpret and apply those laws in the cases that come before the court. I'm sure you're as familiar as I am with Justice Felix Frankfurter's famous admonition that, quote, courts ought not to enter this political thicket, end quote. But, of course, there are times when the court must do so, for example, to ensure one person, one vote. But courts also must be careful in doing so, getting into the political thicket. The court's legitimacy itself is at risk when it strays too far into the political thicket, such as by deciding an election such as it did in Bush v. Gore. In the last few years with the Citizens United and Shelby County decisions, we have seen the tremendous, in my view, damage the court can do to our political process when it tilts the electoral process so heavily against ordinary Americans. And as we discussed yesterday in the 2010 Citizens United decision, the court struck down bipartisan laws limiting campaign contributions that went back more than a century and opened a flow of money and potential corruption that has dominated our politics and drowned out the voices of ordinary Americans ever since. And in 2013, the Roberts Court, in another narrow 5-4 decision in Shelby County, substituted its conclusions for that of Congress and gutted core protections of the Voting Rights Act, which were essential for the right to vote for millions of Americans. So taken together, these two decisions, Citizens United and Shelby County, have made it harder for millions of Americans to have their voices heard in our elections process and their votes counted at the ballot box. Since Citizens United, the floodgates have opened to unfettered corporate money in our elections. Since Shelby County, 13 states have enacted laws placing limitations on voting. And many of these are in the states that would have been prevented from passing such laws in the first place. before the court gutted the Voting Rights Act. And after Shelby County, they could pass such laws, and pass them they did. So, given your clear understanding of the relationship between the political process and the courts, would you acknowledge that these decisions, Shelby County and Citizens United, have had an impact on our elections?
Senator, they're precedents of the United States Supreme Court, and obviously they have impacts.
Would you acknowledge that elections have an impact on the composition of the court?
Senator, again, I would say that there aren't Republican judges or Democrat judges. There are judges. In my experience, there are fair judges appointed by Republican presidents and Democratic appointed judges. And people surprise you from time to time, Senator.
Well, clearly, elections have an impact on the composition of the court because we have you. We do not have Judge Merrick Garland. So would you acknowledge that the composition of the court influences the decisions that it makes?
What do you mean by that, the political composition of the court, Senator?
No,
Sorry.
The composition. I didn't say political composition. Would you acknowledge that the composition of the court influences the decisions that it makes?
Well, I do think each individual member of a court impacts a court in the sense that when I get a new colleague and an old colleague retires, there is a new dynamic with that new person. They bring with them fresh eyes from practice and maybe some new ideas, and maybe they also need some time to come up to speed in other things. Every person's different. I'll acknowledge that, of course.
So yesterday, in response to my concerns about the impact of Citizens United, your narrow reading of OSHA, and your expansive view of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, your answer was that Congress has latitude to act and legislate. But by tilting the political playing field so heavily toward corporations and against individuals, hasn't the court impacted the composition of who is in Congress and made it, therefore, even harder for Congress to take meaningful action to, say, pass laws to protect worker safety or the access of students with special needs to an education?
Senator, the Supreme Court of the United States, I wasn't involved in these decisions that we're discussing. I wasn't there.
However, they are precedent.
They are precedent, and I have to follow them, and I respect them as precedent.
Yes.
Precedent of all kinds has impacts, of course, and it's obviously for this body as the lawmaking body to assess what it thinks of the impacts of any judicial decision and to legislate appropriately. And we do our job, and respectfully, Senator, the Congress does its job.
Well, Judge Gorsuch, the court isn't an innocent bystander here. You have set forth a magical notion of what Congress can do and legislate. I wish you were right. I would love for all of us to be able to work together in a way that moves us forward for our entire country. And you did acknowledge yesterday that passing legislation is not easy. In fact, you acknowledged that today. For example, Congress, in passing the Voting Rights Act reauthorization in 2006, held 20 hearings and gathered over 40,000 pages of evidence, and yet the Supreme Court substituted its own judgment to sweep all that away, eliminating a core part of the Voting Rights Act, which Congress had concluded and experience in the last election has now proven was still needed. In doing so, this decision has had a real-world impact, changing who gets to participate in the political process and therefore who gets elected and who has input in the kinds of laws that are passed and indeed who gets nominated to the Supreme Court. I yield 15 seconds, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. What we'd like to do, we have two people left. According to the message we got from the Senate, we'll have a vote at 4:50. So I'm hoping you two folks will get done, and if you ask questions that's never been asked before, we'll get done really on time.
Right. With you pointing that gavel at me, I'm pretty sure I will.
And
that was a subtle hint from the chairman.
So So I would ask you two to finish, and then we'll go vote at 4:50 or whenever you two are done, and then we'll reconvene, hopefully by 5:20 and 2:26 for our closed session.
Well, Mr. Chair, I hope to keep my streak alive, yielding back about 5 minutes in each of the prior two rounds. And
praise the Lord.
I want, we've heard all the discussions about the presidents, and there are clearly ones that some of the members want to pick and choose that they like, and ones that they want to pick and choose that they don't like. Do you have that option as a judge?
I understand the impulse, Senator. It's a human impulse,
sure.
and as the people's representatives.
Yeah, but do you have that option?
I don't have that option.
That's what I thought.
I'm a judge.
That's what I thought. I mean, the law is the law.
That's right.
And you've got to follow it, and it's got to be instructive.
That's right.
Which is another reason why it's inappropriate. Would you consider it an inappropriate question for me to get you to answer a question that would be in violation of the Code of Conduct for United States judges? Would you consider that an inappropriate question?
Senator, questions aren't inappropriate. Answers would be inappropriate. I'm the one who's bound by my code of conduct.
You're a kind man. That's why I'll never be nominated for the Supreme Court. There's a lot of reasons, but that's one of them. Overnight, I decided to go out. I don't know why I do, because reading press reports is a lot like roadkill. You try to avert your eyes, but then you go back and look at it. So I looked at the roadkill of the overnight press, and of course there were people saying you sidestep issues. These folks don't get it. They realize that you were following a code of conduct and you answer the questions to the best of your ability within the guidelines that you as a judge have. You were a judge on the 10th Circuit, and I think you did it well. So I think any reporter out there, like a lazy blogger from McClatchy who reported you sidestepping questions, you haven't sidestepped a single one. You've answered every one to the best of your ability within the guidelines that you have as a sitting judge. And I appreciate you doing that. And I appreciate your consistency, even when some of my colleagues may have got you to answer one you knew. You were consistent. There was never an instance over the course of these last 3 days where you wavered, and I, for one, I'm glad that you did that. You ever see the movie Jeremiah Johnson?
I haven't, Senator.
It's a great movie. It was filmed, I think, out in Utah, and Robert Redford, and I think Will Greer was the old codger. A lot of this discussion over the past couple of days reminds me of a great scene in Jeremiah Johnson. Jeremiah and Will Greer decide that they meet up in the high country, and the old, I think his character was Bear Claw, said, I hate skinning bears, but I don't mind hunting them. And Jeremiah Johnson was relatively new to the high country. He says, I'm scared of hunting bears, but I don't mind skinning them. So they go to bed at night with the understanding that Bear Claw would go out in the morning and that the Jeremiah Johnson would stay behind and skin the bear once he got one. And early in the morning, there's this great sunrise, and Bear Claw is running through the woods, and right behind him is this huge brown bear. He runs up to the cabin. He jumps into the window. The bear jumps in with him. He runs out the front door and shuts it and says, there's one for you. I'll have another one shortly. Well, that's what Congress is doing to the Supreme Court and to courts across this country. We're not properly hunting the bear. We're not living up to that expectation of actually producing a bear where we've taken care of the things that we should have before you had to skin it. Your job is to determine whether or not it passes constitutional muster, whether or not it passes the legal test based on decisions that we've made here. For example, in Hobby Lobby, you mentioned had the Affordable Care Act been exempted from RFRA, it probably would have produced a different result.
One sentence in the statute.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you would think that the sponsor of the RFRA bill in the House, now Minority Leader Schumer, would have remembered that bill. It was a pretty consequential bill. So you would think that they would have taken the time if they wanted to exempt it. I think I believe he's a good attorney. He would have known that, and he would have exempted it. So they left you no other choice because they didn't skin that bear, if that's in fact what they wanted to do. Let me tell you another reason why not properly preparing the bear, the legislative outcome, is a problem. This morning, we heard about the case on children with disabilities that were judged this morning. It's a bittersweet moment for me. On the one hand, maybe it provides some level of comfort to families who have a child with autism and an opportunity to maybe put them in a private setting, a residential setting, where they can get the care they need. On the other hand, the bear is not ready to be skinned. because I know what's going to happen. What's going to happen in all but 9 states that have actually had the courage and dealt with the opposition to come up with a way for a child with autism to have an IEP developed that the public school is not satisfying and have funds go to the private school. We haven't given clarity to those other 50 or 41 states. Parents are still going to have to fight. They're still going to be uncertain. Why? Because we haven't done our jobs. If we're serious about this issue, do our jobs, not force you, because now what's going to happen, I'm not an attorney, but I can pretty much guess what's going to happen in states that haven't had the courage to take this issue on. I had a lot of Democrats vote against the bill. I had probably 50-50. Democrats vote for that bill because there are special interests that don't like opportunity scholarships or don't like public funds going to private schools for other reasons, because they think other students will get access to it, and they're willing to hold these kids hostage when they know they need this help. Now, in North Carolina, we have about 1,200 kids with disabilities because we skinned the bear. We hunted the bear. You didn't have to deal with it because we took affirmative action in the state legislature to do it right. Now what we're going to do is determine the consequences of this action of the court taking the position they did that's in conflict with how you all ruled in Luke P. They're not going to know whether or not they can take the kid in. They're going to have to spend a lot of money probably fighting with the school system to ultimately get that child in the proper setting to be educated. They're still going to have uncertainty. They may have certainty about the legal view of this particular case, but they have no certainty about how they're going to help this child, how they're going to get them the education they need, how they're going to be able to generalize the skills they may learn in the classroom, but like in the case of Luke P., not have it transcend into the home setting. So we haven't done anything good as a result of causing you all to do our job. In fact, you don't do our job well. Legislators are bad judges, and judges are bad legislators, just as you said. So we still have to fix that problem. And I don't think that it's a problem at all for you to say that we have an overweening addiction, liberals and conservatives, to constitutional litigation. Why do they do that? Because we're not doing our job. Because we're going off into our individual conferences and not coming to a consensus on something like education for children with autism. That's not a hard problem. It's one I solved. It's one my colleagues and I solved when I was Speaker of the House in North Carolina. So much of what we're talking about today, the 5 cases, out of all the cases that you've been involved in, are almost all rooted in the reality that we haven't done our jobs. And we're just going, well, you know what, we'll let the judges work it out. I don't want you to work it out because you can't possibly work it out to the level of specificity that is required to give the little guy, that child that needs education, those parents who are living paycheck to paycheck, the certainty that they need to take care of these very, very difficult challenges. So we need to do our jobs. There's virtually no case that was brought up today that people took exception to your position, even when you were in the majority and writing the concurring opinion, that isn't rooted in a lack of definitive action, bipartisan action, problem-solving action by this legislative body. And I, for one, think people should go back to these cases. I don't care if it's if it's on, every one of them. I'm not even going to go through them all. Trans Am Trucking, Thompson versus Luke P., all of them, where they're talking about they didn't like your outcome. They didn't like the legislative fix. It should have never required you to fix it, required us to fix it. And Riddle, this is something that I just remembered this morning, as Senator Hirono was speaking, about politics. Do you have any earthly idea what was it, Republicans or Democrats that passed a law in Colorado that was the subject of Riddle versus Hickenlooper?
I don't know.
You have no idea. But here's the thing I said last night. I don't think Senator Hirono was here when I said it. You managed to make a lot of people mad there. You exceeded your 50% threshold because you made Democrats and Republicans mad because it benefited them. To some little guy, small party, startup sort of party effort in Colorado. I think the numbers defy the narrative that you're for the big guy, just by the sheer volume of cases that you've heard where there's been great consensus over it. So this whole narrative of you being for the big guy, are you not solving problems that we created? You know, I say oftentimes here, we have this tendency in Senate hearings to bring witnesses before us where many of their problems are rooted in decisions that past Congresses have made, and then we beat you till you bleed, and then we beat you for bleeding. And that's exactly what we're doing here. I think that we really need to look at ourselves and put a mirror down there and ask ourselves, really, a lot of the things that we're potentially criticizing you for are your problem? No, they're our problem. We did not properly dispose of the bear before you were required to skin it. So I'm going to save, I am going to do a part of the third round, but in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to, asking questions, here's one thing I don't intend to do on this committee. I'm on the waiver here, so I'll always be at the tail end of the committee. No matter how senior I get in the Senate, I'll still be here as long as I yield back at least 4 or 5 minutes, and the chair supports me coming back on the committee. I don't ask questions that have already been asked that have been answered satisfactorily. And I think you've done a good job of answering a lot of questions over the last 3 days. And I look forward to what I hope is the final round. And I look forward to supporting your nomination. Last thing, you know, you know what, I'll hold off until that. But there's one thing that I think we do have to talk about in the third round, and that has to do with the disturbing trend that I see here of increased polarization. But I'll wait and talk about that in the final round. And I yield back my 9 minutes and 1 second of time.
Thank you very much. Senator Kennedy.
And I'm going to go watch Jeremiah Johnson.
You got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of choose my words carefully here. I've listened really carefully, and I think I've been here as much as anybody else has, if not more. But I still have some questions. I think from my questions and from my comments, I've demonstrated pretty clearly I'm very impressed with you, Your Honor, and I think you'd make a great Supreme Court justice. Some have criticized my friends on the other side for asking you how you would rule in specific cases. And I don't think that's an appropriate question. But if I'm going to be honest, I would have to say I'd love to know the answer to that too. Because we live in a real world. And I can tell you my people, in selecting a president, who he was going to appoint to the United States Supreme Court was one of the main reasons that some of them voted for him. And I can assure you that if you're confirmed, and I think you will be, and you go on the Supreme Court, and I don't think this will happen, but it's happened before, and you act in a way unlike one could reasonably conclude you would act as if based on what you've said here. I don't know how to put it. If you went on the court and started acting like Andy Kaufman or something, my clients are going to, my constituents are going to have something to say about it. So I don't want the fact that I'm still asking you the questions to be misunderstood, but this is a big deal. I'd like you to walk me through one more time how you would approach construing a statute. Let's suppose a state passes a law that says no law shall discriminate against people on the basis of eye color. I doubt that'll ever come to the U.S. Supreme Court. I doubt a legislature will ever pass it. That's in front of you, and you've got to construe it. What's the first thing? What are the steps you go through?
Senator, I understand entirely the desire of everyone to want to know the views that I might subscribe to personally, and get me to make commitments about how I'd rule in future cases. I understand it.
I'm not asking you to do that, Your Honor. I hope you'll understand that.
I do, but I'm not saying there's any improper questions. They're only improper answers. And as a judge, as a sitting judge, I am bound by canons of ethics.
Right.
And I've tried to be as full and as open as I can possibly be, consistent with those canons. And those canons are important. They're important to me because if I did make a bunch of campaign promises here, What's that mean to the independent judiciary? What does that mean to the litigants in front of me? What does that mean for the future of this country? Those things are important to me. And there's a long line of judges who've come before me. And this is an unbroken chain.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to be the weak link.
I understand.
That's important to me. In terms of statutory interpretation, you start with the text of a statute. You look at its plain words. You consider how a reasonable person would understand those words, the affected persons at the time. Right? You look at them, they have a fixed meaning. And you try and apply it according to its plain meaning as best as you humanly can.
Plain meaning to whom, Your Honor? To the
average
lawmaker, to the people who have to comply?
To the people who have to comply, to the average person, the public understanding.
Okay.
Not a private understanding. We don't live in Caligula's world. Thank goodness. Right? Caligula, who posted, as I've indicated before, his laws so high in a hand so small nobody could read them. He knew what they were.
Mm-hmm.
Secret law. Right? Ours is public law. That's our system, made by the people and their representatives, a government by the people, for the people. And a judge's job is not to become a legislator and rewrite it and fix the problems in it.
What if the words are unclear?
Well, if the words
well, let me stop for a second. I apologize for interrupting, but I'm probably going to be cut off here in a second. Suppose the words are clear. Do you just stop?
You stop. You're done. Well, unless you have a constitutional difficulty. You're talking about a statutory interpretation case, though, so I'm assuming we are just dealing with statutory interpretation. And if the words are clear, you stop.
Wouldn't you want to go take a look at the legislative history just to make sure that you're right, that the words are clear?
Senator, the Supreme Court of the United States precedent is quite plain on this very point. Mm-hmm. If the words are plain, you stop.
In determining whether the words are plain, and look, I'm not about to debate Supreme Court precedent with you. I'll lose handily. But I've read a number of cases that also say it's okay for a judge to take a look not only at the plain meaning of the words, but that legislative history is appropriate. It's not dispositive of what the statute means, but it can be helpful. And it's also okay for a judge to look at a statute and try to imagine what problems the legislative branch was trying to address. And the example I gave last night, admittedly it was late and we were both tired, but I would love, and I'll bet you would too, strike that. I shouldn't have said that. I'll bet many people would love to have a transcript of the Constitutional Convention that drafted our Constitution. Now, if a member of that convention made certain comments and they were written down and we had a transcript, you couldn't go to his comments and say, well, he must speak for the whole convention. That wouldn't be right. That's a failing of legislative history. But you sure, if Benjamin Franklin said it, you'd want to know it. And that's the case where the legislative history or the problems that the drafters were trying to address could have an impact. Do you think if a statute's clear, you should never look at that? That's honestly a question, not a suggestion.
And I take it that way, Senator, and I'm answering it not from my personal preference, but from a matter of precedent.
Mm-hmm.
And the Supreme Court of the United States' precedent on this is plain, happily. This one I can give you. If the statute's clear, that's the end of the interpretive exercise for a court. Period. Period. You're correct that if there's an ambiguity in the statute, then a court will look to other tools, canons of construction, perhaps the legislative history. There's a debate over how valuable that is that we've all discussed several times in the last few days, and the value and some of the issues associated with that. I respect very much the work of this body. When I'm a judge, I like to get every scrap of information anybody wants to put in front of me. I read it all. I take it all seriously. There are problems we've discussed with perhaps too much reliance on legislative history. the due process issue, right, that we've discussed, the Caligula
Right.
problem, the fair notice problem,
Right.
the bicameralism and presentment issues we've discussed, and separation of powers. It's not the law, but you look at everything somebody gives you. A judge doesn't say, I'm not going to read that brief today because I don't like the color of the brief. It should be a lighter shade of blue. I look at all material put before me. But when the statute's plain, Senator, the President of the United States says to the judge, stop.
Okay. And when it's not plain, which I think is oftentimes the case, well, many times the case, we can probably agree on that. If Senator Tillis or Senator Coons or Senator Franklin passed a bill and it's not clear, then would it ever be appropriate for a judge to say, okay, it's unclear, I'm going to take a look at legislative history, but I'm also going to try to, through looking at the legislative history, try to understand what was the problem they were trying to solve. Is that ever appropriate?
Senator, I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest with you.
Well, why did they pass the statute? Would you ask yourself, why did they pass the statute?
Well, one concern I have with that enterprise is I have a very difficult time getting in the head of anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to get in the head of 535 of you, plus a president, well, frankly, Senator, that's often beyond me.
Okay. Let me switch to another subject. The Third Amendment. I don't remember the language. It's quartering troops. It hasn't gotten a lot of attention, and there hasn't been a lot of jurisprudence on it. But some think that it has privacy implications. Have you given any thought to that?
Senator, I think it does suggest, hey, my house, is off limits to your troops. There's a privacy implication in there. Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Justice Douglas cited it in, it was either Griswold or one of the privacy kind of cases. All right, let me ask you this. I want to talk to you a second about state action. I don't need to tell you, you know better than I do. The Bill of Rights protects us against government. Some state constitutions have bills of rights that actually establish our rights vis-a-vis each other as individuals, but the federal Bill of Rights doesn't do that. It's our protection against government. What's your feeling about the state action requirement? What do you understand a state actor to be?
Senator, you're going to have to help me out. In what context are we talking about here? State action requirement is the protections of the Bill of Rights are as against the state,
right? Against
the government,
right?
Yeah,
right.
Yes, if that's what you were getting at, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. If rights as against the government, they're protections as against the government.
Okay, but sometimes there are entities that are alleged to be acting in the shoes of the state, agents of the state.
Yes. That's an interesting problem, right? Because Congress today has created a multiplicity of arrangements. And is it government or isn't it government? It's actually a question that arises from time to time. And if you'd like a look at what I've written in the area, I might refer you to U.S. versus Ackerman, another case where I ruled for the little guy, maybe, if you like. And it had to do with whether the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a governmental entity. And the line of cases in the Supreme Court goes all the way back to the Dartmouth College case. And it's a fun read in terms of the Dartmouth College case. What qualifies as a governmental entity? The Supreme Court of the United States recently struggled with the issue in the context of Amtrak. So there are questions around this area as to what is government and what isn't. Very important, because if something qualifies as government, it has to square its corners under the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, of course. So, for example, in the Ackerman case, if NCMEC's a governmental entity, it needs to comply with the Fourth Amendment. Can't invade personal privacy without complying with the warrant requirement, for example. Yeah. So they're very important questions as to what is and what is not a state actor.
Yeah. Well, I want to be clear for the record. You mentioned the little guy, and I know that's come up a lot, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I was taught justice is blind, and it doesn't matter whether the party is, it doesn't matter its wealth or its status or its power. You decide cases on the basis of the law. I mean, Lady Justice is wearing a blindfold. So I agree with you completely on that. I understand the other point of view, but I don't agree with it. Your book on euthanasia. Could you, kind of like you're talking to a 10th grader, give me a summary of your thesis in your book?
I can try, Senator. I find it a very hard issue. It's one every American has deep, understandable views about. It concerns the end of life.
You can pull the mic just a little bit closer.
I'm sorry. Of course, I apologize. The end of life, which we all face.
Yeah.
It's a problem all of us face. And it's a book in which I struggle with the end of life issues that we all face and how we as a people might consider resolving them. Wrote it before I became a judge, as a commentator, with my thoughts as an individual, not as a judge.
Well, what I read of it, as I told you last night, I didn't read the whole thing, but I read parts of it. It's very well written, and it is something that we all have to deal with and we all think about.
Yeah, and I don't I appreciate you having read some of it. I suspect until about a month or two ago, it hadn't been exactly widely read.
I have a feeling it is now, Your Honor.
Well, I expect it'll make a good door jam for most folks. But I conclude that there is a very important interest in being left alone in life, and that there's an understandable and appropriate zone of privacy there that we need to respect. And we've all experienced it when a parent or grandparent wants to go home. Had enough. It's time.
And your thesis, once again, not to replow old ground, but want to be sure to understand, is not based on religion.
Goodness knows.
It's secular. It's based on your secular moral values.
Well, it's not even my. It's an attempt to work.
I don't mean to imply they're yours. It's based on not your. Your thesis is based on secular moral values.
Yes.
That once you cheapen life, once we become desensitized to taking life, it's easier to take the life of those who are less powerful than you and I.
Senator, that's one worry I expressed, and that the difference between refusing treatment and killing people raises with it questions about what happens to the least amongst us, the vulnerable, yes, the elderly, the disabled. And I don't profess to have the final answer here. I'm not a philosopher king. But I do know that when you have a more expensive option and a cheaper option, those who can't afford the more expensive option tend to get thrust into the cheaper option.
Yeah.
And so those are some of the concerns I worked through. It's a long book. It's complicated. And I do not profess to have the right, final, or complete answer. I hoped at most to contribute to a discussion on an unanswered social question where all people, and I do think all people, have a good faith interest in trying to reach some consensus socially on it.
Well, it was well written. What I read, it was very well written. Got you an Oxford D.Phil. It was your thesis, wasn't it?
More or less.
Yeah. Well, it got you an Oxford D.Phil. That's pretty good. How am I doing, Mr. Chairman? Okay. I'm going to yield back my time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
I appreciate
Senator.
it very much.
I appreciate it.
It's on our iPhones that the vote is starting right now, so we will recess now and we'll reconvene in 2:26 for probably, I would guess, a half hour, depending on how long the discussion goes on. And then we'll come back here and we'll start with the third round. And I hope not everybody takes the third round, and I hope everybody will try to stay in less than 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Judge, the time is yours for a while.
All right, everyone. So we are on a temporary break from the Gorsuch confirmation hearing. We have another feed coming in. Let's go ahead and listen in.
This evening. Our thoughts and prayers go out to all who have been affected, to the victims themselves and their family and friends who waved their loved ones off but will not now be welcoming them home. For those of us who were in Parliament at the time of this attack, these events provide a particular reminder of the exceptional bravery of our police and security services who risk their lives to keep us safe. Once again today, these exceptional men and women ran towards the danger, even as they encouraged others to move the other way. On behalf of the whole country, I want to pay tribute to them and to all our emergency services for the work they have been doing to reassure the public and bring security back to the streets of our capital city. That they have lost one of their own in today's attack only makes their calmness and professionalism under pressure all the more remarkable. The location of this attack was no accident. The terrorists chose to strike at the heart of our capital city, where people of all nationalities, religions, and cultures come together to celebrate the values of liberty, democracy, and freedom of speech. These streets of Westminster, home to the world's oldest parliament, are ingrained with a spirit of freedom that echoes in some of the furthest corners of the globe. And the values our parliament represents, democracy, freedom, human rights, the rule of law, command the admiration and respect of free people everywhere. That is why it is a target for those who reject those values. But let me make it clear today, as I have had cause to do before, any attempt to defeat those values through violence and terror is doomed to failure. Tomorrow morning, Parliament will meet as normal. We will come together as normal. And Londoners and others from around the world who have come here to visit this great city will get up and go about their days as normal. They will board their trains. They will leave their hotels. They will walk these streets. They will live their lives. And we will all move forward together, never giving in to terror, and never allowing the voices of hate and evil to drive us.
All right, everyone. So that was Prime Minister Theresa May speaking out on the terror attack in London. You guys are looking at a live look at London now. It is, I believe, 9:57 p.m. there in London. This attack, 8:57 p.m. there in London. A devastating day for those in the UK. Multiple people killed, even more injured in this attack in London. We covered it extensively here on News Now throughout the morning. If you want to watch some of the highlights of our coverage, you can find a clip on our YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Looks like we're getting another live feed in coming in from the Capitol. Looks like we are waiting some elected officials who will be speaking momentarily. All right, okay, we're actually going to take you to some local news, guys. We're having a press conference. You may have heard that story, a 9-year-old boy shot and killed. Now we're hearing the parents are accused of murder in this situation. We are going to get a press conference update momentarily. We'll carry this live and then take you back to that Gorsuch hearing once that resumes. They are on a break there now. All right, while we go ahead and while we wait for this press conference to start, we're going to go ahead and go back. Representative Schiff is speaking now from the House Intelligence Committee. Let's go ahead and listen in.
As they were yesterday, and they were the day before when the directors of the FBI and NSA testified that they were made without any basis in fact. If the incident today is an indication that after making the baseless claim, the president then aggravated the damage by implicating the British in a potential plot to have the British surveil him on behalf of President Obama, and now is attempting to interfere in the congressional investigation, again with the effort of trying to provide some substance to a claim without substance, then the damage, the wrecking ball of this allegation has just claimed another victim, that being our own committee. What I understand from the chairman is that he has reviewed intercepts of foreign intelligence. And what I understand from the chairman is there's no indication that that surveillance was anything but lawful. And what people need to understand about foreign intelligence gathering and incidental collection is if we are listening to two foreign spies, for example, talking to each other on foreign soil, or two representatives of a foreign government, and they mention a U.S. person, that is incidental collection. It doesn't necessarily mean there is a call from a foreign party to a U.S. person. Even the mention of a U.S. person is incidental collection, and that name would be masked. If there is a call with a U.S. person or U.S. person identities are involved at all, those names are masked. But there are proper procedures for unmasking a name. When it is necessary for the intelligence agencies to understand the significance of the intercept, and they cannot do that when the names are masked, you can properly unmask the name. The chairman has provided no evidence that any names that were unmasked improperly. And of course, without the ability for the committee to look at the intercepts, we're not in a position to evaluate whether the procedures were followed or were not followed. Moreover, as I understand from my conversation with the chairman, most of the names in the intercepts were in fact masked. And the chairman's concern was that he could still figure out the identities of some of the parties even though the names were masked. Well, that doesn't mean that the masking was improper. And so, again, it's impossible to evaluate whether there's any there in terms of these intercepts without the committee being able to look at them. And thus far, the chair has not provided this evidence to the committee. So this is deeply troubling along many levels. But among the most significant levels is it really impedes our ability to do this investigation the way we should. I've been part of investigations that were conducted properly when the House Intelligence Committee investigated Benghazi, and I've been part of investigations that were not, such as the Benghazi Select Committee. It was my hope that our investigation could be conducted properly. It's still my hope that this investigation should be conducted properly, but unfortunately the actions of the chair throw that very much in doubt, and I'd be happy to respond to your questions. Yes?
Two questions. One, what is the Democrats' next step here? Are you planning on pulling out of this investigation the way that you did during the Benghazi inquiry? And two, did Chairman Nunes reveal any classified information today by his disclosures to the press?
Well, on the first point, we actually stayed on the Benghazi Select Committee, though we knew from the outset that it was essentially going to be a political instrument to tear down Secretary Clinton's numbers. And of course, we will have to analyze what this development means. I do think that if there is any chance remaining for us to conduct this investigation, we need to do it. As I said earlier in the week, we could do a tremendous service to the country if we're able to do a credible investigation and at the end of the day provide a report to the American people that has Democrats and Republicans on the same page. But if you have a chairman who is interacting with the White House and sharing information with the White House when people around the White House are the subject of the investigation and doing so before sharing it with the committee, it throws a profound doubt over whether that can be done credibly.
Did Chairman Nunes reveal any classified information today?
Well, it's certainly inappropriate for us to be discussing whether specific people were the subject of collection or incidental collection to any degree that can divulge who the targets of that surveillance may be. So I'm not prepared to say that what the chairman said was classified or unclassified. I can say that it is beyond irregular to receive any evidence that's within the scope of an investigation, and clearly if the chairman is right about the content here, it's within the scope of the issues we're looking at about whether masking procedures are followed and whether things are being leaked. And I would say that the most profound concern here I have is that these actions simply raise enormous doubt about whether the committee can do its work. And I think that more than anything else I've seen, this makes the most profound case for the formation of an independent commission. Yes?
To follow up on this question, on Monday we heard quite a bit about, from several committee members, about improper unmasking of individuals who were collected in warranted surveillance. What is this fundamental difference between what the chairman did today and what the complaints were on Monday?
Well, first of all, with respect to what we were discussing on Monday, we could actually discuss concrete things. We could, if there were a specific instance where there was an unmasking that we were concerned about, we could ask the questions about it. here we have no information about who was masked or who was unmasked, and indeed, based on what the chairman told me, the names were masked, apart from a single name which wasn't necessarily anyone connected with the Trump organization. The concern the chair raised with me was that the names that were masked he believed were associated with the president or his associates.
Did he unmask the president today?
I don't know. Again, this is the problem. This is the precise problem when the information is not shared with the committee itself. We will be seeking this information. We will be evaluating it, and once we've had a chance to review it, I will issue a statement about what I think it says and what I think it doesn't say. But here we're operating on hearsay, and this is simply not a way to conduct an investigation. Yes.
On that point, had the committee been previously briefed about the intercepts in general, or had you had any background knowledge about these intercepts? You say you don't have these intercepts, but were you aware of these intercepts? Do members of the committee have information about them?
Well, it's impossible to know because we don't know what intercepts the chairman is referring to. So, again, my assumption from what the chair said is that these are intercepts that we don't have. But he also said this doesn't relate to the Russia investigation. So if it doesn't relate to the Russia investigation, if they were lawfully conducted, and he said there's no reason to believe they weren't, then we wouldn't have them as a part of the investigation. Now, we have made a request of the intelligence agencies for information about their masking procedures. If indeed it's within the scope of our request, then it's information we should be getting. And if that's true, and I think the chairman indicated he thought that the information he'd received is within the scope of what we've asked for, then it's a significant question that if this is within the information we've asked for that the agencies are going to be delivering to us later this week, then why make the statement to the press before we have it? It just begs more questions, frankly, than it answers. Yes.
Is there any reason to believe, I know we discussed briefly the president, but just to kind of clarify, is there any reason to believe that the president or members of his family were people present in these documents?
Again, you would have to ask the chairman because he's the only one on the committee that I'm aware of that's been able to see this.
Did he express that to you? Did he say, I think these people are involved?
I don't want to characterize precisely what the chair said, and I think if you look at what he has said publicly, it's not very clear because he has used words like may have been or it might be, and how can we evaluate the strength of that information? We just can't. And again, this just underscores why this is not how you conduct an investigation. You don't take information that the committee hasn't seen and present it orally to the press and to the White House before the committee has a chance to vet whether it's even significant. Yes. I'm sorry?
What assurances did you receive from Chairman Nunez that please move forward in a bipartisan manner?
Well, I have to say I expressed my grave concerns about how this was handled, and I'm not sure that at this point we're likely to get those kind of assurances. Certainly we're going to have a much more lengthy discussion of this when we meet as a committee. But it casts quite a profound cloud over our ability to do our work. And I do think that the concern over Russian intervention in our election is one that permeates the Congress, and it's a concern that Democrats have, and it's a concern that Republicans have. And I have to think that most of the members of the House want a bipartisan investigation to be done. But this is not the way to do it. Yes?
Did Chairman Nunez tell you how or where or in what way he viewed these documents or was alerted to their existence? And also, you've said that you're gravely concerned and you criticize the chairman right now, but are you pursuing any sort of more formal censuring of him in light of what happened?
This is not a situation, I think, where you can pursue something like that. We still have a very important job to do even apart from this investigation. But right now the country is counting on us because in the House of Representatives we're the only investigation there is. If we don't do it, no one is going to do it. Now, perhaps the White House would like it that way. But the American people, I think, want there to be a credible investigation. And if we're not going to conduct it, then we need to have an independent commission do it. And if the chairman is going to continue to go to the White House rather than his own committee, there's no way we can conduct this investigation.
And did he tell you how or where, or what led him being able to do this?
You know, I don't have a lot of details on it. The most I think he was able to say is that it was shared with him alone. So it doesn't appear to have been shared even with the other Republican members of his committee. And so all of us are in the dark. And that makes what the chairman did today all the more extraordinary. Yes?
Do you have any concerns about the way in which he got this information or who it might have come from? He said he doesn't have the documents in his possession, but he knows where they are.
Well, you know, obviously there are a lot of questions. I mean, if this came from people within the intelligence community, then you're looking at sort of a channel for a leak to the press, which raises a whole other category of concerns. If this is within the intelligence community, it ought to be shared with us by the intelligence community. I don't know if that's the source of it.
You said he also went and called the NSA, the CIA, and I think the FBI.
You'd have to ask the chairman. Again, we have no idea where these documents came from, whether they even show what they purport to show. But even if they do on the basis of what the chairman said, the underlying fact is still the same. There's no evidence to support the president's contention that he was wiretapped by his predecessor. So I'm not sure what the point of this extraordinary process is. And I have to hope that this is not part of a broader campaign by the White House aimed to deflect from the director's testimony earlier this week. But again, not having seen the documents, not having the chairman share those documents with either Democrats or Republicans on the committee, there's simply no way for us to evaluate.
Do you have any idea of how many names were in here, masked or unmasked?
I have no idea.
Dozens?
There's no way for us to know. Yes.
It seems like the decision about an independent commission is in the hands of Paul Ryan. Have you talked to him about that, and do you have any plans to do so?
I certainly intend to do so. The request has been made by our minority leader, as well as the entire membership of the Democratic membership of the House of Representatives in the form of sponsorship of legislation by my colleague Eric Swalwell and Elijah Cummings. So we have certainly made it clear now for many weeks that we ought to follow the model we did after 9/11, where we do an investigation through our intelligence committees, but we also have a truly independent commission. And there are two reasons why I think the commission now is more essential than ever. The first is that a commission would have a dedicated staff and resources focused solely on this issue, and an investigation of this magnitude really justifies that kind of investment. But second, it takes it completely out of the political realm. And today's events show why that is just so essential. A commission like the 9/11 Commission wouldn't have one of its chairs go to the White House when it obtained new information. And we just cannot continue along that kind of a path. So I think more than anything else, today's events have underscored the imperative of an independent commission.
Did he tell you?
Yes.
Did the chairman give you any indication why he decided to go to the White House before he came to you with any information?
No, and that's a good question for the chairman. I certainly did express my concern that that is simply not a way to conduct a credible investigation. Thank you.
Did he tell you when you'll get to see that?
All right, everyone, that was Representative Schiff speaking on the investigation, looking for an independent commission. The investigation into Trump-Russia ties. Now, earlier today, there was an event held by Democrats on Capitol Hill hoping to save Obamacare. I'm going to go ahead and play that for you in case you missed it, and we'll go back to the Gorsuch hearing once it begins again. They're still on recess.
No matter how you slice it, Trump care is dangerous and would hurt Americans in all 50 states. Since we're joined here by our former vice president to mark the great 7th anniversary of the Affordable Care Act, I thought we ought to see how Trump care would affect the current vice president's home state. In 7 years since the ACA passed, the uninsured rate in the state of Indiana has fallen by 35%, with 339,000 Hoosiers gaining coverage. What are you going to say to them, Vice President Pence? 224,000 Hoosiers have health care insurance today because Indiana expanded Medicaid coverage under the Affordable Care Act. What are you going to say to them, Mr. Vice President? Under Trump care, this progress would evaporate and devastate Hoosiers. So one has to wonder, if Vice President Pence isn't looking out for his own state, who is he looking out for? We know who. The very wealthy in America. The 0.1% who gain the most from this bill. The Trump care bill is not a health care bill. It's a reduced taxes on the top 1% bill. That's one of the reasons many that Americans want it defeated. The bottom line is this. Despite the desperate last-minute so-called tweaks and modifications, Trump care will still cause the American people to pay more for less care. House Republicans should wake up. They should not walk the plank and take a vote to strip millions of Americans from their health coverage. They should not ask Senate Republicans to walk the plank. Instead, they should, once and for all, work with us to improve the Affordable Care Act and renounce repeal once and for all as well. With that, it's my honor to introduce our next speaker, Greg Starnes from Vandalia, Illinois, who will discuss the impact of Trump care on rural hospitals. And before I introduce him, I want to say to my upstate New York Republicans, thousands will lose their jobs in rural hospitals if you vote for Trump care. Mr. Starnes.
Thank you, Mr. My name is Greg Starnes, and I'm the CEO of Fayette County Hospital and Long-Term Care in Vandalia, Illinois, the state's second capital city with a population of only 7,000. I'm here today to remind Congress that America's rural hospitals save lives. Right now, Medicaid represents approximately 26% of the total annual revenues for my hospital. That's $20 million. The American Health Care Act seeks to cut Medicaid funding by $40 billion in the state of Illinois over the next 10 years. That would cut services and jobs and could even close hospitals. That would affect everyone, but especially those in rural communities. It could jeopardize the 320 dedicated and caring employees at my hospital that provide cardiac care, respiratory care, long-term care, diabetic care, and emergency care. Every year, we have about 8,000 emergency room visits, and I'd like to share just a couple of quick stories with you about lives we saved in the past 1 month. We saw a 90-year-old man who came in with shortness of breath. We quickly diagnosed him with a heart attack and immediately got him the care he needed. A delay in getting to our ER could have resulted in a much different outcome. We also recently saw a 5-month-old boy in our ER in respiratory distress. We intubated the little boy and got him transferred to tertiary hospital. He needed the emergency care that was available to him in our community. A delay could have been devastating. Rural hospitals like ours provide critically important life-saving services to small communities across our nation. If the American Health Care Act passes tomorrow, hundreds of rural hospitals like Fayette County Hospital could face serious risk of downsizing or even closing. So again, I'm here today because Congress needs to understand that we save lives. And a vote for this repeal bill could make that important work we do much more difficult, especially for rural hospitals. I strongly urge all members of Congress to vote against this bill. And now I'd like to introduce Jamaica Whitehead from Fort Washington, Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamaica Whitehead. I am 25 years old, and I live in Fort Washington, Maryland. Ever since I was a young girl, I always dreamed of being an entrepreneur that designs and develops ever-growing businesses. At the end of 2015, after years of saving up, I finally took a leap of faith and started my own venture in real estate sales. If you know anything about starting a business, you know it's a lot of hard work and a lot of long hours, whether it's meetings to develop relationships or just taking the time to set up your business infrastructure. But thanks to the Affordable Care Act, access to quality, affordable healthcare insurance was not a burden that I had to worry about. In January of 2016, thanks to the ACA's Medicaid expansion, I was able to get health insurance through Maryland's Medicaid program. This meant rather than worrying about having to go without coverage, I could put all of my attention and resources toward more likely than older adults to experience a gap in coverage each year.
Talking about. It is so big, so complicated, that I doubt if any member of Congress on the Republican side has even read it. I know the people in Trump Tower have not read it. So, Mr. Trump, come down from Trump Tower and talk to the American people. We care. We ask you, do what you said. Cover every American with real health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Brown. I'm fired up. Ready to go. That's right. My name is Manon Trivedi. I'm a practicing internal medicine physician and the president of the National Physicians Alliance, a multi-specialty nonprofit organization representing 10,000 doctors who are focused first and foremost on being advocates for our patients. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the Republican health care plan because I know it would be disastrous for my patients. I've seen firsthand the benefits of real coverage under the Affordable Care Act, and I know my patients who rely on it would be devastated if it was cut in the ways that are being proposed. I've had countless patients who simply would not get the care and treatment they need because of the significant cost that would be shifted upon them. However, that massive new cost burden is just one of the reasons you need to oppose this legislation. The proposed $880 million in cuts to Medicaid are another. And among the many adverse effects those cuts would have, I would like to highlight the great damage the Medicaid cuts would have on our efforts to combat the opioid crisis in America. Simply put, if you are a senator or a congressman and you believe that we need to do something about the opioid crisis in America, there is no way you can support this bill. Lastly, this legislation eliminates the Prevention and Public Health Fund. This fund, among other things, helps doctors and researchers identify and contain disease outbreaks, combat childhood lead poisonings, and fight deadly drug-resistant superbugs. Elimination of this fund will make my patients and all of America less safe and less healthy and increase costs in the long run. You know, as the Vice President said 7 years ago, the Affordable Care Act was a big flippin' deal. And I'll say today that this Republican bill is just a bad flippin' deal. It's a bad deal for seniors, it's a bad deal for children, it's a bad deal for women, it's a bad deal if you're sick or ever gonna get sick, it's a bad deal for America. Look, myself and the National Physicians Alliance welcome efforts to improve our healthcare system, to make it more equitable, more affordable, and a higher quality system for all. But this bill would be a significant step backwards, and it would be devastating for millions of patients we take care of every day. That is why we and virtually every other major physician organization in America don't support this bill. we urge all our members of Congress to scrap this bill immediately and get to the real work of finding bipartisan ways to improve our health system. Thank you so much. I'd now like to introduce Kim Goodloe from Hanover County, Virginia.
Thank you all for being here, and I really want to thank Leader Pelosi for inviting us here today to tell our story. My name is Kim Goodloe. My son Christopher is here today, and his wife Jamie, and we live in Hanover County, Virginia. Our family and our small business were saved by both the ACA and Medicaid. My husband and I, along with his brothers, own a small manufacturing company in Hanover County that employs 30 families and has been in business for 27 years. The ACA saved our company over $7,000 a month, close to $90,000 a year. Same employees, same plan. These savings occurred because of the law protecting those with pre-existing conditions. Many of our employees and family members have pre-existing conditions, and two of these family members are our twin boys, Christopher, who's here with me today, and his twin brother, Matthew, who was unable to attend. They were born with a genetic disease called tuberous sclerosis. This brings me to the next part of our family story, Medicaid. While Chris and his wife Jamie, who both have developmental disabilities, are able to live in their own home with the support of family and technology, Matthew is affected by TS more severely. Matthew is nonverbal. He cannot feed himself. He is incontinent. He requires full-time support with all activities of daily living. He has active seizures. He has a shunt. He has a fall risk, and he cannot sleep through the night. He requires 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week care. Medicaid funding changed our family's lives. It kept me from having to quit my job, from having to downsize our business. It provides Matthew with a caregiver so that my husband and I can continue to work and employ 30 other Virginia families. He is able to live at home and be a part of his community. People with developmental disabilities have fought hard and long for their rights. This should be a nonpartisan effort. People from all walks of life are impacted by disability. To cut the ACA and Medicaid and take their services away from them is the federal government walking away from their 50-year commitment to the states and families like mine. Our legislators need to reject this bill. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it back to Leader Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Kim and Christopher. To Jamaica and Greg, they are our very special guests, our very important people, our VIPs. Their personal stories are more eloquent than whatever we could say about how important this all is. An earlier speaker once said, all politics is local. But when it comes to health care, all politics is personal. And that's what we are here about today. 7 years ago, the President of the United States, Barack Obama, signed the Affordable Care Act. He signed the bill because he believed, as all of us gathered here do, and I think our crowd out here, let's welcome them. Thank you all for being here. He led the way and signed the bill because he believed that health care for all Americans is a right, not a privilege just for the few. And that is what we believe, and that is what drives us. Today we are gathered to say how proud we are of what was accomplished, and contrast it with what is being proposed will be less care for more money. Pay more, get less. Premiums and out-of-pocket costs will go up. Coverage will be reduced. There'll be an age tax on people over 50 years of age. Women will no longer be, in the Affordable Care Act, being a woman is no longer a pre-existing medical condition, and that will be overturned. And all of this to give a tax break to the wealthiest people in our country and corporate America, especially the pharmaceutical and the insurance companies. We reject that. We reject that. And so, looking to the leadership of our members of Congress, the courage of members of House and Senate, and I'm so glad that Chuck Schumer was here with us, looking across the country at the support that we had, and I'm so glad that Governor Brown is with us today. Thank you, Governor, for joining us. And then looking to the White House, the leadership of President Barack Obama and the leadership of Joe Biden. I know he's here. Vice President Biden, as we know, is an unsurpassed champion for working families in our country. We all agree. Vice President Biden's towering legacy of leadership is rooted deep in his connection to working people. Others had made reference to his description of the Affordable Health Care the day it was signed, so I won't go there, except I just did. But I want to say that Joe Biden has not only done great things, he is doing great things. And with his moonshot fight against cancer, he is leading the way and giving American people hope. Giving American people hope. It is my privilege to present our beloved, esteemed, great former Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Hey, man, how are you? Good to see you guys. I just want to tell Governor Brown, be careful what he whispers to me. I want to be real clear. I want to set the record straight. Number one, thank God my mother wasn't around when that comment was picked up years ago. And secondly, I leaned back. It wasn't the microphone. What happened was one of you guys were able to read lips. I was looking this way. So this press is really talented. And, oh, my goodness. Look, the fact of the matter is you've heard eloquent statements from those who have benefited and will be devastated by the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. You've heard from Governor Brown, who straightforwardly stated exactly what this means. You've heard all of the detail of what the losses will be for ordinary and hard-working American people, middle-class Americans. But you know what? To me, what the Affordable Care Act was all about, I remember sitting in the Oval when we were finally decided this is the final product, and the president kidded me about it, but I said, you know what this does? It means an awful lot of people that I grew up with, an awful lot of families that I know are able to go to bed now and not stare at the ceiling and think, my God, what happens if my wife develops breast cancer or if I end up with a heart attack? I lose everything. I lose everything. What happens if we can't, our child has diabetes? How are we going to be able to cover that child? What do we do? This bill is about peace of mind. Peace of mind for Americans to finally be able to lie there and know that if God forbid something happens like it's happened to an awful lot of us, that I'm not going to lose my house. I'm not going to lose everything. I'm not going to leave my family in distress. And you know, when we did the Affordable Care Act, one of the things I said and the President said and others behind me said, we know, just like when Social Security was passed, there'd have to be improvements made. We'd watch it and see what happened. And the improvements are all doable. They're all within our wheelhouse. You don't have to take this act, which has been incredibly beneficial, not only, by the way, to individuals, but total health care cost in America. What has happened, and was, Doctor, you're making the point. Every one of the folks behind me has districts in their state or in their district where the opioid epidemic is real. You got 1.4 million people who are now able to, who are addicted to opioids, being able to get the mental health care as well as the treatment, the drug treatment needed to be able to move them into a position where they can regain control of their lives. Elimination of this, the costs are enormous. The cost to law enforcement, the cost to the community. There are so many hidden costs that will be resurrected here if this was repealed. But you've all been standing here a long time and it's cold. Let me cut to the chase. You know, this is, there's nothing fundamentally changed in the Republican Party in the last 12 to 15 years, except they got a president now who is a little more colorful. That is polite, but it's about time we're polite. But look, folks, here's the deal. When you cut to the chase, we're talking about eliminating close to $1 trillion in benefits that go to people to be able to meet the commitment we made that health care is a right, and we're transferring all of that to the wealthy. That's what this is all about. It's about a transfer tax, basically. Eliminating the Affordable Care Act means eliminating an awful lot of things that people badly need in return for what? So the 0.9% increase in taxes for people making over $250,000, couples, can be returned to them so that drug companies and insurance companies and medical device companies can benefit. It's a transfer of about $1 trillion from those folks out there to everybody in this country. That's what it is. And that's classic Republican politics. This is a tax bill for them. This is all about making sure that hard-working people, and by the way, middle-class people who otherwise seem to be doing all right in their income, except the cost of their health care. And it's saying, okay, pal, what we're going to do is we're going to transfer back close to $1 trillion to people who, in fact, don't need it. They don't need it. The last thing. This is going to mean an additional $57,000 a year in tax breaks for people making $1 million a year. Now, I believe if you lined up all the millionaires in America and said, do you think this is fair? I think they'd say no. I really do. I honest to God believe they'd say no. If it means all the bad things that happened before are coming back. I had planned on saying a lot more, but the truth of the matter is, Jerry Brown summed it up. Matter of fact, he got me so cranked up I was about to take my tie off. So, and by the way, I think he's the best governor in the United States of America, too. Anyway.
Thank you.
Protect our care. 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 Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for helping to pass the bill and for being with us today and continuing the fight to protect our care. Thank you.
I ain't going anywhere. This is not going to pass.
All right, everyone. That was a rally to save Obamacare on Capitol Hill this morning, Washington, D.C. Another political event took place this morning, Rex Tillerson speaking out. Let's go ahead and watch that now.
Good morning, and thank you all for traveling to Washington, D.C. to participate in this counter-ISIS-Daesh ministerial conference. It is indeed encouraging to see the attendance. When the forces of ISIS and Daesh tune into their TVs and their computer monitors, they will see the strength of a combined 68 nations and organizations. Together we share a resolve to deal ISIS or Daesh a lasting defeat. Our coalition is united in stopping an ISIS resurgence, halting its global ambitions, and discrediting its ideological narrative. And we're ready to grow stronger and stay aggressive in this battle. President Trump, in his recent address to the joint session of Congress, made clear that it is the policy of the United States to demolish and destroy this barbaric terrorist organization. That is what we are going to do. Many of us here today represent countries who know ISIS's carnage firsthand. In fact, today marks 1 year since 32 innocent people were killed and 300 wounded in attacks in Brussels. The Belgian foreign minister is home commemorating this solemn day for his country, but we are grateful to have the ambassador.
All right, everyone. We did want to show you this Rex Tillerson event. However, the Gorsuch hearing has resumed, so perhaps Mike or Mary Kate will be able to show you this Tillerson event a little bit later on. We are going to take you back now to the Gorsuch hearing instead.
Okay. In Fletcher versus U.S., did you rule that members of another tribe had a legal right to demand an accounting from the Secretary of Interior for funds the government held in trust?
Yes.
In Cook versus Rockwell, did you rule that plaintiffs had the right to pursue tort claims against a nuclear weapons manufacturing plant for committing environmental crimes?
Yes.
In United States versus Magnesium, did you reinstate a lawsuit against a corporation alleged to have violated anti-pollution laws?
Yes.
In Energy and Environment Legal Institute, did you uphold a Colorado law requiring that a certain amount of electricity sold come from renewable sources?
Yes.
In Orr versus City of Albuquerque, did you hold that the pregnancy discrimination claims of 2 female police officers deserved a trial?
Yes.
Did you, in 2 cases, affirm finding by the Department of Labor's Benefit Review Board that retired miners were entitled to black lung benefits from their employers?
Yes.
In Casey versus West Las Vegas Independent School District, did you hold that a former school superintendent could take her claims for retaliatory discharge to trial?
Yes.
In Crane versus National Science Foundation, did you hold that an academic employee had been wrongfully terminated from his university position without appropriate findings of fact?
Yes.
In Browder versus City of Albuquerque, did you deny qualified immunity to police officers who wrongfully arrested a 7th grader for making fake burps in a gym class?
I voted that way, yes, in AM, yes, versus Holmes.
In Blackman versus Sutton, did you deny qualified immunity to staff at a juvenile detention center for using a restraining chair to punish a pretrial detainee?
Yes.
Those are just a few examples of cases where you've ruled in favor of what I would call the little guy. But I have one last question. I think that whether you rule for or against the little guy or the great big guy is not the real question. The real question is whether you apply the law faithfully. Would you agree with me on that point?
I can tell you I tried my best.
I yield back my time, which will be 11 minutes and 33 seconds, and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Judge. We've asked previous nominees for the court about their experience in private practice and the pro bono work that they've done. Could you tell us briefly what pro bono work you've done as a private lawyer?
Oh, gosh. Senator, over the course of my career, it'd be varied. At different points in time, different things. As a judge, I've done a lot of work on the Rules Committee. I've done a lot of work trying to make litigation faster and cheaper. Together with colleagues, I don't deserve a ton of credit. We work by consensus on the Rules Committee. The Capital Habeas Project, again, was a collegial effort. Before that, I would point I spent time at the Department of Justice. That's not pro bono work, but it's public service. As a private lawyer, we did all sorts of different things. We'd modify our fee arrangements. We'd do contingent arrangements. We waived our fee arrangements.
Did you ever represent, either pro bono or otherwise, an unpopular or notorious client?
I would think a lot of my clients would have been considered unpopular, Senator, and notorious is in the eye of the beholder, but certainly people who are accused of crimes, people who are involved in what might be considered scandals. Yes, Senator, without revealing any attorney-client information, yes.
I want to ask you about an email you sent at Justice. The subject line was Elite Law Firm Pro Bono Work for Terrorists. And you included an article about conservatives criticizing lawyers who were representing Guantanamo detainees and a list of their law firms. You sent this email to someone working on this committee, and you said, quote, I thought you might find this of interest. It seems odd to me that more hasn't been made of this. See especially the list of firms below. This was one of several emails you sent criticizing and drawing attention to lawyers representing Guantanamo detainees. Chief Justice John Roberts, when he appeared before this committee, was asked about the fact that he'd represented some unpopular clients and said, here's what he said, our founders thought they were not being given their rights under the British system to which they were entitled, and by representing the British soldiers, John Adams helped show that what they were about was defending the rule of law and not undermining it. And that principle, that you don't identify the lawyer with the particular view of the client or the views that the lawyer advances on behalf of a client, is critical to the fair administration of justice. So, for the record, would you put in perspective any comments that you made about people representing Guantanamo detainees?
Senator, my friend Neil Kotscholl, who introduced me, successfully represented some of those detainees. And I have nothing but admiration for those lawyers. And the email you're referring to is not my finest moment blowing off steam with a friend privately. The truth is, I think my career is better than that. And when I've seen individuals who've needed representation as a judge, when I've gotten handwritten pro se filings, and I've seen something that might have merit in it, I picked up the phone and I've gotten a lawyer for that person. When I've seen lawyers who are not representing even undocumented aliens appropriately, I've done something about it. So I'd like to think that my career taken as a whole, Senator, represents my values appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator Flake.
I yield back the balance of my time and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Okay. Senator Whitehouse.
Good luck with that.
The chair did not encourage him to do that, but I surely didn't discourage it.
Well, let me start by paying a compliment to our chairman. I think that he's handled these hearings in a very gracious way. He's given us a great deal of time and leeway, and whatever our opinions might be about the suitability of the nominee, and obviously that's as yet undetermined for many, I think we can agree that the chairman has done a thoughtful and good job, and I appreciate the way in which this has been managed. Judge Gorsuch, this is probably the last time you will pay attention to me.
Don't count on that, Senator.
I'm not likely to appear before the court unless things should change fairly dramatically. So there are just a few things.
Now, that would be interesting. You know, I've had Senator Lee in my courtroom.
Yeah, and I've argued in the Supreme Court, but some time ago. I wanted to tell a story to you, to follow up a little bit on our conversation where I was trying to draw an analogy between anti-competitive controlling economic power and anti-competitive controlling political power. I was elected to the Senate in 2006. I was sworn in 2007. For the first 3 years that I was here, 2007, 2008, and 2009, there was constant Republican activity on climate change in the Senate. During that period, the Republican candidate for president even had a robust climate change platform. And there were probably 4 or 5 separate bills that had Republican co-sponsors. I was on the Environment and Public Works Committee where Senator Warner, John Warner of Virginia, a Republican, had a bill. Senator Susan Collins had a bill with Senator Cantwell. Senator Alexander had a bill. I think Senator Graham was even working on one. There were a considerable number of them. We didn't have agreement on that issue yet, but there was activity. People were talking. The legislative process was going forward. The Citizens United decision was decided in January of 2010. The fossil fuel industry asked for that decision to be rendered, expected it to be rendered, and moved incredibly rapidly to take advantage of its new opportunities. And from that moment forward, there has not been a single comprehensive piece of legislation with a Republican co-sponsor related to carbon dioxide emissions. That industry is defending, according to the International Monetary Fund, a $700 billion a year subsidy. So the amount of weight they can throw behind trying to stop any effort to interfere with their current status quo goes beyond almost any reasonable number to spend in politics. So just bear that in mind as you go forward, that, in my view, Citizens United did not expand debate in the public sphere, particularly on that issue. It actually allowed powerful special interests to squash public debate, and I think the conduct of the Senate proves that point. So take that for what it's worth, but I think if you look at it at some point, you'll find that what I'm saying is accurate. The second thing that I wanted to touch on is the jury. A great number of the decisions that I listed in that 16-0 corporate versus human 5-4 array that the Supreme Court has decided recently had the effect of limiting access to a jury. Did it with raising pleading standards, did it with limiting class actions, did it with encouraging mandatory arbitration. To me, the civil jury matters quite a lot. To the founders, it was one of the casus belli of the revolution. They took it terribly seriously. Hamilton described it as one of the absolute pinnacles of what we needed. Adams described the popular vote and the jury as the heart and lungs of liberty. So this was a big deal. De Tocqueville described the civil jury as a political institution. He meant that in the best possible way. It was part of our polis, part of the way in which the public had the chance to participate in making decisions. He called it part of the sovereignty of the people. Blackstone, who was probably the single jurist who most educated the founding generation, said that the civil jury is what prevents the encroachment of the more powerful and wealthy citizens. So you have a constitution, a great deal of which is dedicated to protecting the individual from the power of government and the power of the state, and to dividing up the power of government and the state so it does not unify and crush individual behavior or dreams or wishes. This institution is the one that was designed to protect the individual against other more powerful and wealthy citizens. And in this world, our most powerful and wealthy citizens are these ginormous corporations, ones that collectively in the fossil fuel industry enjoy that $700 billion per year subsidy. So I would urge that as you consider this array of cases that chips and chips and chips and chips away at the civil jury access that regular Americans have, particularly where it involves big corporations, because they're the ones who can force mandatory arbitration on people, for instance. They're the ones who tend to be the victims of class action suits, for instance. That you bear that in mind. Are you sensitive to that so-called political institution of the civil jury, and do you agree with me that it has a role in defending the little guy against the more powerful and wealthy citizens?
Senator, I've talked a lot about the Seventh Amendment over the last 3 days. Quite a lot. I'm a believer in the civil jury system. And I don't know whether it's the very bulwark of liberty or the palladium of liberty.
You've got the Hamilton quote. Good for you.
Right?
Yep.
They debated that.
Yep.
Which one it was.
Yep.
but I'm a big believer in it. I spent a lot of time in the trial trenches of the law. I saw the value of the jury system. And yes, Senator, I'm a big believer in civil juries. And I think my record proves it.
Stick with it, because it's going away unless the judiciary breathes a little bit of life into it. And at the moment, I think the Supreme Court is leaning the opposite way. The last thing I want to ask you has to do with an email that you sent back in some time ago, but I think you'll remember it. Back in February of 2006, the scene was Attorney General Gonzalez's testimony to this committee with respect to the terrorist surveillance program.
Okay.
It was the testimony that led to the Department of Justice Inspector General investigation. And I have the declassified version of it here, which found that the Attorney General's testimony was incomplete and confusing, and that it was confusing, inaccurate, and had the effect of misleading those who were not knowledgeable about the program, which was obviously all of us, because it was a classified program and we had not been read into it. On this day, when the Attorney General of the United States was giving misleading, confusing, and inaccurate testimony to this committee, you emailed back to Kyle Sampson and William Maschella. I think the AG is doing a really nice job today. He's running circles around the committee members. Now, running circles around the committee members worries me a little bit in the context of testimony that proved to be incomplete, misleading, inaccurate, and was criticized as such by the Inspector General of the Department of Justice. Do you recall when you sent that memo what you knew about that testimony and when it was that you came to realize that Attorney General Gonzalez's testimony was inaccurate and misleading to this Senate committee?
Senator, someone shared that email with me this morning, and I looked at it. I don't have an independent recollection of it, sitting here 11 years later, whatever it is. And to my knowledge, I did not have any classified information at that time.
I gather that you did help him prepare that testimony.
Senator, I did, as a speechwriter, work from public materials.
As we know, Director Comey and others subsequently testified to all of the drama that surrounded that, which was the subject of why, that was the reason that this was misleading and inaccurate. There was the confrontation in the Attorney General's hospital room. There was the mad dash running up the stairs to try to beat White House counsel to the Attorney General's bedside. I think either Mullen or Comey testified it was the only time they'd ever used their sirens to try to get someplace fast, and it had kind of creepy third world overtones of people, rushing to get to the bedside of the stricken Attorney General before White House counsel could do mischievous things. So it was very significant when it ultimately came out. Do you recall what you knew that day or at the time that you were preparing the Attorney General's testimony? Had those events taken place, and were you aware of them? Must have been the talk of the department if they'd happened.
Senator, fair question. And to my recollection sitting here, I found out about those things when everybody else did. I was
the famous Schumer-Comey hearing.
Whenever it came out publicly, Senator, I wasn't.
You weren't read into it, and you hadn't heard about the excitement in Attorney General Ashcroft's hospital room.
That's my recollection, Senator.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're going to love hearing this, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my time.
I'll go with Sash. That's all right, Chairman.
I'm Grouch, so what the heck?
Judge, can we talk a little bit about the Ninth Amendment?
Absolutely.
It reads, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. What does that mean?
Well, Senator, I think it means what it says. The Ninth Amendment's not been much interpreted by the Supreme Court. There are different views about its effect and its meaning. And I don't doubt that there'll be cases and controversies in which I would, if confirmed, and maybe even if I'm not, asked to construe the meaning of that. It's one of those amendments that hasn't had a lot of judicial attention. We've talked about some others.
There's a publication in 1950 I read called the Forgotten Ninth Amendment.
Right.
So that's 60 years ago. It was forgotten then.
Senator Lee's written a book that includes some discussion of this as well.
Judge Bork referred to it one time as an ink blot, seemingly implying that it could just be ignored. Is there any precedent that we need to know about to understand the Ninth Amendment as it comes down through the courts?
There are amendments that have been less interpreted and more interpreted. The Ninth Amendment is one of those that has been less interpreted, Senator.
What's the best way to understand how the Constitution divides power between the federal government, the states, and the people? And in particular, how do we know whether or not some power that has not been specifically enumerated and given to the federal government, since the people give the government power, the government doesn't give us rights, the people gave the federal government certain enumerated powers. If it's not enumerated, how do we know if it belongs to the states or to the people?
Senator, we talked a lot about federalism in this last few days. The people in this country are sovereign. As Lincoln said, it's a government by the people, for the people. So the people are sovereign. And it depends on what powers they've given to the state government and the federal government. And there are variations between the states as to what authorities are given and how. Nebraska, you have a unicameral legislature last time I checked. I don't know if you're the only one.
We are.
Right? But that's the people have organized their state government in a certain fashion. And that's for the people to do.
But is there any precedent on the 10th Amendment that would give us some sense of what might belong to the domain of the Ninth?
So we do have precedent in the 10th Amendment area. I think the leading precedent might be the New York case by Justice O'Connor, which we've discussed a couple of times over the last couple of days, which makes clear that the federal government cannot commandeer state government, can't tell state government to enforce and how to enforce federal dictates unilaterally. Now, there's some, there are limits to that principle, too. The 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, which is a federally induced requirement, has been upheld, attached to the spending authorities. There comes a question of how far Congress can go in conditioning funds before it winds up commandeering a state government.
I want to ask more questions about the ways that you would recommend that future hearings be conducted, but you won't answer. So instead, I will just agree with the senator from Rhode Island in commending the chairman on how he's run the last 3 days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you'll be excited. I'm going to mention one of your pieces of legislation here, so it'll be good. I have been waiting for 2 days to talk about antitrust, but events of the day keep getting in the way in terms of what we've been focusing on. And I know that's to your chagrin since you have taught in the area. We've talked about this. You're an expert, as well as my counsel, Michael Cadis, who's been waiting months for this to happen since he's an expert on antitrust. Senator Lee and I have long headed up that subcommittee, and we've been very active, a lot of hearings, and I think there's good reason to think that this could be a major area of the law ahead. We have seen people struggling to afford everything from prescription drugs to cable TV. And one way to help bring prices down, as you know, is to vigorously enforce our antitrust laws. Vigorous enforcement also fosters small business growth and reduces inequality and increases innovation. Obviously, if you have only two companies competing, you're going to have less of an incentive to be innovative. As we discussed in our meeting, tackling concentrations of power is a linchpin to a healthy economy and a democracy. And we are right now living through an unprecedented wave of mergers. Over the last 5 years, there was a 50% increase in mergers reviewed by the FTC and the Department of Justice. Just last year, then Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust Bill Baer, a lifelong antitrust practitioner, said his agency was reviewing deals with such serious antitrust concerns that they should never have made it out of the corporate boardroom. That's his quote. We also have a situation where the President of the United States, in a rather unprecedented move, commented about a major merger that is currently over at the Justice Department. And then in another major merger involving seed companies, actually met with the CEOs involved in that merger. And they came out of the meeting and said they talked about the merger. And these are just things that we have not seen happen since these mergers are supposed to be within the purview of the Justice Department. So you have taught a number of antitrust classes at the University of Colorado. And as you know, although the Supreme Court has not addressed the merits of a merger case in decades, recent court decisions, such as Trinco, Credit Suisse, and Legion, have made it more difficult to bring antitrust cases challenging anti-competitive conduct. Do you think the courts have made antitrust enforcement too difficult? What do you say to your classes about this specific issue?
Senator, thank you for bringing up antitrust. I can't count myself as an expert, but I can tell you it's an area I enjoyed practicing in very much. I represented plaintiffs as well as defendants. I represented class actions as well as defended against antitrust charges. I attempted, sometimes quite unsuccessfully, to interest the Department of Justice in attacking a merger or two for a client. You know what that business is like. When I teach antitrust, I try to teach everything about antitrust. I try not to take a view. I try to teach it in a Socratic method. I try to expose my students to the roots of our antitrust decisions, Appalachian Coal, what might be classified as the biggest bad school. Right? I try to expose them as well to the Chicago School, which, you're a graduate of the University of Chicago, and give them some sense of the economics that lie behind that. And then I try to expose them as well to more recent learning in this area and expose them to Professor Sunstein and his book Nudge. So I try not to take a view. I try to expose them to all views so they can make up their own minds. I believe that's an important function as a teacher, is not to be doctrinaire, but to be challenging. And I was very gratified the other day when I opened up the mail in my class, which I was teaching antitrust when all this happened. And I had said, they were very curious whether I was going to get the nomination. I said, it's not going to happen, but if it doesn't, I turn into a pumpkin, I'll have a friend step in to teach the rest of the semester. In the mail the other day, I got a tie with pumpkins on it.
There you go. Mm-hmm. So what do you see as the dangers to consumers and innovation if the courts make antitrust enforcement too difficult?
Well, the real problem at the end of the day, you have a problem of lack of competition between competitors. And then, of course, that filters down to the consumer level. And what that yields are higher prices and lower output, deadweight loss to the economy, loss of production. And those are real harms. Mm-hmm. And the antitrust laws, as you know, were the original federal regulatory regime. That was it for the national economy for a long time. And they're still vital and brilliant in their simplicity and design.
One issue that's particularly important to me, and this gets into my bill with Senator Grassley, which I won't ask you to comment on. He's been very vigorous and done some great work in this area, is the pay-for-delay pharmaceutical agreements, where prescription drug companies actually pay generic drug companies to keep their cheaper drugs out of the market. These deals, in our view, can increase the cost of prescription drugs by billions of dollars a year. There's actually a CBO score on that. And until 2013, some courts had treated such agreements as per se legal. Then the Supreme Court, as you know, in FTC v. Activists, held that they were subject to the rule of reason. And I know you teach that case because it's on your antitrust syllabus. So what do you understand its reasoning and holding to be? And do you believe it was correctly decided? You may not want to go into that part, but how do you describe this case to your students?
Well, it's a great case. And as you'll recall, or at least as I remember it, because I do teach from it, and the year it came down, I had my students argue both sides, and half of them play the Supreme Court. And they correctly predicted the outcome. It was quite impressive. As I recall, one side was arguing for a per se unlawful rule, the other side was arguing for a per se lawful rule. And the Supreme Court, through Justice Breyer, as I seem to remember, who himself is an antitrust expert, said that the rule of reason applies, in part because we as courts, he said, hadn't had a lot of experience in this area and are very leery about making any per se rules, any bright line rules, until we have some experience. That's one lesson we've learned in antitrust law over the years, is to be cautious about per se rules, either direction, and before you have some experience, and that you can learn from the economics as you go.
Mm-hmm. As I was looking over that syllabus, I also noticed that you assigned both the 2008 DOJ report on monopolization and the FTC's response.
Yep.
As you know, this is a big debate. The FTC criticized the DOJ's report because the DOJ's guidelines were too lenient on monopolization, would hurt consumers. That's their position. How do you teach this controversy, and which agency do you think had the better understanding of the law?
Senator, I teach it the same way as I teach the rest of the course, which is in a very Socratic method, and to try and expose my students to all the learning that I know of that's available. And it's quite a comprehensive course. I think it's considered one of the more difficult classes at the law school, or I hope it is. Mm-hmm. Now, federal courts may be even harder. I don't know.
So you don't want to weigh in on this debate?
Oh, Senator, there's no way you're going to get me.
All right. One last thing here. We live in an age where there are dominant internet companies in many areas which control access to customers. Internet search, social media, online travel are just a few examples. And Senator Lee and I both hear concerns in our role with the subcommittee that when such dominant platforms don't deal with potential competitors, their refusal can pose a serious threat to new businesses, consumers, and innovation. On refusals to deal as an antitrust violation, in the Novo case, you wrote, quote, "The point of the profit sacrifice test is to isolate conduct that has no possible efficiency justification." That principle is not explicitly in the Supreme Court cases. So is it your view that a refusal to deal can violate the Sherman Act only if there is no possible efficiency justification?
Senator, I'd have to go back and read what I wrote in Novell to give you a fair and honest answer to that question. But I can tell you in Novell, I was attempting to apply the Supreme Court's teaching in Trinco and Aspen Skiing, which are the two refusal to deal cases, as faithfully as I could. And I can tell you that. With the 10th Circuit, we've had some fun refusal to deal cases over the years. Think about it. I mean, Aspen Skiing.
Yeah,
and,
there you go.
Right?
Well, there may be more fun to come because, I think one of the things about using such an absolute test and risking immunizing the conduct, particularly in the context of the Internet, could be a problem because I think we have to look at what may be to come here. And we're just beginning to see a new kind of competitive marketplace with companies that may have control, and it may be really hard for new customers to get in. So that was just something I wanted to plant in your head here as we go forward, since you'll be, if you are confirmed, you have a lot of expertise in this antitrust area. And I just think we're just seeing more and more issues that are new and coming up, even in the last few years. And I know there hasn't been a case for a while, but there could well be one.
Appreciate that.
All right. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I may skip ahead of Senator Frank.
Oh, that's okay, yeah. Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, before this is over, I would like to have one word to everyone. I don't know when's the appropriate moment before folks leave.
Well, maybe we ought to notify offices and tell people to come back.
Oh, gosh, no. No. I just want to say thank you.
Please.
Before people leave.
Why don't you do that right now and take as long as you want?
Does that mean I get to leave? No, I just know some people are walking out the door, and I just want to say this for the record, and if there's anybody left watching, I still want to catch them, the American people. I've spent the last, 2 months in these buildings with you, 72 of your colleagues. And I wish the American people could see what I've seen. That's all. I think if they had seen what I've seen, they'd be much bigger believers in their government than they are. It's not perfect. My branch isn't perfect. But I'm a believer in it. And I want to thank you, all of you, each and every one of you, for doing what you do for the American people, the seriousness with which you take this project. Mr. Chairman, for the courtesies you have all shown me, each and every one of you. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say before folks went home.
God bless you. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Judge, and thanks for your nice comments about our institution. We're not an institution that receives a lot of praise every day, and that means a lot.
You deserve a lot more than you get.
I wanted to cover one thing with you very briefly. One of my colleagues mentioned a few minutes ago an email that you had sent praising remarks by Judge, then Attorney General Alberto Gonzales back in 2006, February 6, 2006. I've got a copy of the transcript from that day. The remarks that you were supposedly praising were made and are recorded on page 53 of the transcript, which I offer into the record, and I also ask unanimous consent to offer those portions of the transcript and a copy of the email into the record.
Okay. Without objection, so ordered.
The comments that were the subject of that discussion, recorded on page 53 of the transcript, indicate that the committee took a break and reconvened after lunch at 1:45 p.m. on the date in question. The email, which I've offered into the record and which was sent by you on February 6, 2006 to Kyle Sampson and Will Michello, was sent at 1:17 p.m. Unless I'm missing something, that would indicate that your email, in which you said, I think the Attorney General is doing a nice job today, was sent roughly 1/2 hour before the comments that were deemed problematic by my colleague and were raised a few minutes ago. Do you, Judge Gorsuch, have the ability to see 30 minutes into the future?
Right now, I kind of wish I did.
I would find it very impressive if you did, but absent that very remote possibility, I would submit to my colleagues that it is impossible that the email that Judge Gorsuch sent on February 6, 2006 at 1:17 p.m. had any reference to the comments made reference to by my colleague from Rhode Island a few minutes ago. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Honor, and I want to thank my colleague, Senator Franken, for allowing me to go ahead. I have a speech to give with a colleague in the Capitol in a few minutes. I'd like to thank Luis and everyone else from your family and from your family of clerks and supporters who've steadfastly been with you through what's been, I know, a very demanding and long process. I think you've shown more diligence and more stamina than certainly I would have or many of our colleagues would have. I just want to conclude, if I could, a conversation that I opened in my second round of questioning about the Browder case, Browder versus Albuquerque. I didn't want to leave this unresolved. Because we had a long conversation about substantive due process, and I've made reference before to a practice you engage in of writing concurrences and sort of trying to understand what that means and what I can conclude about that. So just to remind everybody, Browder is a case where you dealt with a claim that a newly off-duty police officer went roaring through the center of town at 60 miles an hour, sped through 11 intersections with his lights on in his police car and rammed a car and killed one person and badly injured another. And this is a case that was in federal court because of Section 1983, which is an important statute that allows the vindication of rights that have been violated, constitutional rights. And I was struck in this case that you went out of your way to write a concurrence to your own majority opinion. And the way I read it was that you argued federal courts should decline to address Section 1983 violations if there's a remedy under state tort law. Why did you go out of your way to write a concurrence that would, if applied, significantly narrow federal courts' ability to consider valid constitutional claims? This was a case directly applying substantive due process analysis, and where you said, I don't think we ought to keep the doors of the federal courthouse open. I have familiarity with 1983 claims from my own county service and my role supervising a police department. It plays a central role in making sure that litigants who've suffered some loss or injury under color of state law have a chance to pursue a remedy. Why'd you write that concurrence, Judge?
Senator, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify the record on that, because I think there may be some confusion. I vindicated the 1983 claim in that case, as I have in many, many, many cases, Senator, if we want to pick them out. One here, one there. I could give you, for instance, Sutton, which we've talked about, or AM, we've talked about. Those are just a couple. I can give you a whole bunch more if you want. What I wrote separately to indicate was sometimes we judges judge best when we judge least. And if there is already a state tort claim that is perfectly suitable and can achieve everything that the plaintiff wants, and in fact, sometimes the plaintiff wants to be in state court but gets dragged, removed, I should say, that's the legal term, to federal court, okay? That happens not infrequently in my circuit in 1983 cases. There is a doctrine called Parrott, Supreme Court decision, that suggests that we should defer to state proceedings in those circumstances if they're perfectly adequate, fair, and complete remedies. And our precedent, I just pointed out, maybe we had missed Parrott, Supreme Court direction. I was bound by our precedent. I followed our precedent. But I suggested that perhaps we needed to take another look at our precedent in light of Parrott, the Supreme Court's direction. I also emphasized, to be clear, Senator, that Parrott only allows abstention in circumstances where the state remedy is full and complete and there's no possibility that the state court will be in an adequate forum. If you look carefully at that concurrence, you'll see that language there quite clearly and quite prominently, Senator.
And perhaps I misread it. In my consideration of it, I was struck by this in part because it seemed in Zimmerman there was already a 1990 Supreme Court decision that suggested Parrott shouldn't be applied in that way, in that context. But the larger point for me is that in Browder you're suggesting the Supreme Court, you're pointing in the concurrence, you're pointing that the Supreme Court could overturn precedent to narrow the scope of 1983 in this way, to limit the situations where federal courts would hear constitutional claims. But in our conversation about RFRA and for-profit corporations and religious rights under Hobby Lobby, you pointed repeatedly saying that should be done by Congress. This is what the legislative branch should do, not what the court should do. So it seemed to me there was some tension between the way you looked at another situation where you issued a concurrence saying, I'm bound by precedent, but I don't like it, and I think we probably ought to make a change. Instead of pointing it our way, you pointed it at the direction of the Supreme Court. If you thought 1983 should be narrowed, why didn't you call on Congress to make that change?
Senator, respectfully, I believe you are misreading what I wrote. I wasn't advocating limiting 1983 in any way, shape, or form. I was suggesting that perhaps we, as a court, hadn't paid sufficient attention to the Supreme Court's direction in Parrott. That's it. And in all of these cases, I apply our precedent and the precedent of the United States Supreme Court and the directions of the Congress as faithfully as I can, without any secret hidden agenda, Senator. None. And in Browder, I upheld the plaintiff's claim. That's what I did. That's my record.
That's
in
right.
that case.
The majority opinion which you wrote, which is a 3-judge opinion, upheld the claim. But I guess what drew it to my attention was your comments about substantive due process. And as we said before, 2 of them were Supreme Court sites.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
But that's a choice to say substantive due process, which is subject of some debate among scholars and justices, is uncharted, open-ended, murky, has a paradoxical name, substantive and due process. And I just wanted to come back again, because this is where we ended the previous round of questions, to see if I misunderstand how you interpret substantive due process. What are the factors that you look at? Because this goes back to the Casey and Glucksberg and others. What are the factors that you look at to determine whether a right is fundamental and appropriately protected under substantive due process under the 14th Amendment?
Senator, I look to precedent. And in the Browder case, I applied the precedent of our court and the Supreme Court of the United States. And our precedent indicated that the plaintiffs had a claim that should be vindicated. And I upheld the plaintiff's claim. There additionally was precedent from the United States Supreme Court that suggested that in circumstances where the state courts are open and available and there's no indication that there'd be any unfairness, that perhaps sometimes judges judge best when they judge least. Don't make more new law than you have to. That's a principle that I think good judges bear in mind when they can. That's not to say you always write the narrowest or crabbed or strictest construction. You try and come up with a fair construction. But that sometimes, if everything's available that might be made available to a party to be made whole, not to restrict their access in any way, shape, or form, Senator, but if everything can be done that can be done, then perhaps we should stay our hand once in a while.
Well, that's reassuring. As I suspect you well know, Section 1983 was originally enacted. It's been referred to casually as the Ku Klux Klan Act because it, in the Reconstruction era, was an avenue into state court to allow citizens who couldn't get any redress in state courts to get into federal court,
Absolutely.
as a way to protect constitutional rights that were newly enacted after the Civil War. And it's one that, in my role as a county elected, where I was trying to monitor whether or not my police department, the police department of the county, for which I was indirectly responsible, was conducting themselves in full compliance with the rights of our citizens. One of those early indicators is how many 1983 filings do you see in any municipality, in any county. And I wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand your ruling in Browder and your concurrence in particular as indicating some enthusiasm for narrowing access to federal courts for litigants. So if I hear you right, your concurrence, again, an unusual thing to do to write a concurrence to your own unanimous majority opinion, is simply expressing that if you are confident that there is no threat to recovery in a state court, that someone injured, as the individual who was killed was, and her family member, should go to state court where tort law is fully developed and there's a great deal of precedent, rather than to federal court.
Right.
But this is no suggestion on your part that constitutional rights don't belong in litigation. The transition point I made earlier was the 2005 article where you were suggesting some have too much enthusiasm for pursuing relief in the federal courts.
No, Senator, I think you now have a handle on where I was coming from. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. I think your summary right there at the end gets it.
Well, I'll have some more questions for the record, if I might. I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to meet with you and to ask a number of questions and the seriousness with which you've taken my questions and the deliberations of this committee as a whole. Thank you very much.
Likewise, Senator.
I thought you said Corman. Oh, Crapel. Senator Crapel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to simply say thank you, Judge, for giving us this time and for your candor with us as we have asked you questions. I'm not going to ask you any further questions and will yield back my time.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Franken.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And may I just add, with a number of my colleagues, my admiration for the way you've done this. Thank you. And Judge Gorsuch, for your family, your wife, and your clerks, and you for hanging in there. Before I begin, I'd like to ask consent that the following letters be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman. The Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, Bend the Arc Jewish Action, and the National Education Association.
Those three documents without objection will be entered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, during oral arguments for Shelby County, Justice Scalia seemed to suggest that it's the court's job to step in when Congress's motives can't be trusted. Justice Scalia questioned the significant rise in support for the Voting Rights Act when Congress voted for its reauthorization in 2006, which passed the Senate 98-0 and the House 390-33. He essentially said that a senator would have nothing to gain by voting against reauthorizing the Voting Rights Act, and that, as a result, the court should not read anything into the overwhelming support for the bill. Justice Scalia said, and I quote, "It's a concern that this is not the kind of question you can leave to Congress," end quote. He went on to say, quote, "Even the name of it is wonderful, the Voting Rights Act. Who is going to vote against that in the future?" When the Solicitor General suggested that it would be unusual to analyze Congress's judgment in this way, Justice Scalia said, and again, quote, "I'm not talking about dismissing it," meaning Congress's judgment. "I'm talking about looking at it to see whether it makes any sense," end quote. So he is suggesting that the court look at Congress's judgment to see whether it makes sense. Now, this highlights two things that are pretty concerning to me. One, Justice Scalia's cynicism about lawmakers' motives. His remarks demonstrate a contempt for Congress that, in my view, also demonstrates a willingness to engage in the kind of judicial activism that many of my colleagues are quick to condemn. A willingness to, quote, unquote, legislate from the bench. Justice Scalia's willingness to reach beyond the legislative history to question Congress's political motivations disrespects the separation of powers. And two, Justice Scalia's remarks ignored the facts. When Congress debated reauthorizing the Voting Rights Act of 2006, it developed a significant legislative record. 15,000 pages of hearing testimony, documentary evidence, and appendices, state records, and reports from outside experts that demonstrated the continued need for the legislation. To suggest Congress's support for the bill was based on anything other than substance ignores the reality that more members of Congress supported the Voting Rights Act because the legislation accomplished on an ongoing basis exactly what Congress designed the Voting Rights Act to accomplish. Judge Gorsuch, during our courtesy visit, I asked what you thought about Justice Scalia's remarks, and I asked you whether you agreed that what he said demonstrated a contempt for Congress. You emphatically said that Justice Scalia's remarks were not the words that you would have chosen.
Senator, I admire Justice Scalia greatly, but his words are his words and mine are mine. And I'd ask you respectfully to judge me based on my credentials and my record. Justice Scalia's legacy will live on a lot longer than mine, I'm sure.
I understand that, but it was good to hear that you wouldn't have said that, but I found that frustrating because it wasn't the answer to my question. Here, despite a unanimous Senate vote in support of the Voting Rights Act and a 15,000-page legislative record demonstrating that there was a significant debate over the bill, Justice Scalia questioned Congress's motives in deciding to support the bill. It seems to me that he is substituting his own personal views for the facts on in the record. Do you agree a willingness to engage in this kind of speculation could be perceived as judicial activism?
Senator, respectfully, I just don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on the work of my superiors or Justice Scalia's words at oral argument or any other justice's comments.
Well,
at
I
oral
think
argument.
that it's important, this issue of judicial activism, because that's something that's disturbed me about the Roberts Court. And this is one of the big decisions, which is the Voting Rights Act. But setting aside that was a 5-4 decision. I want to know whether you, forgetting judicial activism, I want to know if you agree with the substance here. Justice Scalia seemed to be reaching beyond legislative history in this case to question the political motivations underlying congressional action. In your view, is that kind of inquiry appropriate for courts to engage in?
And Senator, again, I just don't think it's appropriate for me to sit here and grade a justice's comments at oral argument. Judges,
Okay. All right.
Judges often ask questions at oral argument that are hypothetical or don't represent their actual views because they're testing ideas.
Okay, well,
I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. I'm not going to condemn a man for arguments I haven't heard or thought carefully about or know more about. And Justice Scalia's legacy will live on a lot longer than mine. I'm confident.
Let's move on to the Shelby decision itself. We talked about this at the courtesy visit. This was another 5-4 decision by the Roberts Court. Here, the court gutted the Voting Rights Act. Before that decision, the act required certain states with a history of engaging in discriminatory practices at the polls, to get the federal government's approval before making changes to their voting laws. It was called preclearance, and it worked. Within 4 years of passing the Voting Rights Act in 1965, nearly 1 million black voters registered, and the number of black elected officials in the South more than doubled. But the Shelby County majority suggested that discrimination at the polls was no longer a problem, essentially using the law's success at preventing discrimination to justify gutting it. So a sharply divided court, again 5-4, that's important, struck down a provision that determined which states were subject to preclearance. As a result, none of them are. In the wake of that decision, states previously covered by preclearance started testing the limits of what they could do. Texas and North Carolina passed discriminatory voter ID laws. North Carolina eliminated same-day registration and cut the early voting period. When North Carolina's restrictions were challenged in court, the Fourth Circuit ultimately struck them down, finding that the state's, quote, new provisions target African Americans with almost surgical precision. You mentioned that Section 2 of the Act was still in place when we were talking before, which allows discriminatory laws to be challenged, but only after they've been enacted. So I pointed out that North Carolina, for example, enacted its surgically precise restrictions in 2013, but the Fourth Circuit wasn't able to strike down those restrictions until 2016. So these restrictions were in place for years. And these restrictions accomplished exactly what they were designed to do when they kept African Americans from voting in the 2014 election. But these restrictions would have been stopped by preclearance. We talked about this, and I asked you, does this disturb you at all? You replied simply that equal protection of the law was one of our country's great promises, but you didn't answer my question. We went around the barn a few times on this one. You told me that voting is a fundamental right. I know that. This is a job interview. You are applying for a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. And vindicating the rights of people before the bench is one of the core functions of that job. So knowing whether you are disturbed by a state's government's effort to systematically and strategically discriminate against its citizens by race is really, really important. And it seemed like an easy question to me, so I'll ask you again, does that disturb you at all? What happened?
Senator, if there are allegations of racism in legislation in the voting arena, there are a variety of remedies. The first, of course, is a claim under the Constitution and the equal protection.
There used to be pre-clearance, and that used to do the job. And again, this is a 5-4 decision. This is what we're talking about here. I want to emphasize why we're here and why all of this matters so much. Some of us on this side of the aisle have been accused of asking unfair questions, of impugning judges, of essentially turning this into a show, apparently because we are bitter about what happened to Chief Judge Garland. And yes, I strongly believe that what happened to Merrick Garland was unfair and disgraceful. The argument that we should judge and are judging candidates solely based on their qualifications is betrayed by the fact that these are the same people who blocked Merrick Garland, and Merrick Garland has every qualification. He is a man who is recognized as one of the best appellate judges in this country, in large part because he's developed a reputation for bringing judges across the ideological spectrum together to craft strong consensus decisions. So yes, I was looking forward to his nomination moving forward, but I don't blame you, Judge Gorsuch, for what happened to him. And ultimately, this isn't about Judge Garland. If Justice Scalia had died 1 month ago, and we were here today with President Trump's nominee, we would be talking about the same things. I think I and all my colleagues have asked tough but fair questions about your record, about your judicial philosophy, and about your ability to understand the practical outcomes of these decisions. And it's because we are deeply concerned about the Roberts Court's, what the Roberts Court's rulings have done for the rights of Americans. In one 5-4 decision after another, we have seen the Roberts Court go out of its way to answer questions not before it, to overturn precedents, to strike down laws enacted by Congress, and to do all of this at great cost to consumers, workers, small businesses, to middle-class Americans, to those who don't own a car and don't have a driver's license. So it's harder for them to vote. We talked about forced arbitration. Through a series of 5-4 decisions, the Roberts Court has eroded Americans' ability to seek justice in the courts when they've been cheated or mistreated by a corporation with vast resources. We talked about voting rights. Shelby, another 5-4 decision. The court gutted a key provision of the Voting Rights Act and with it suppressed African American votes. That's what it did. And in Citizens United, also 5-4, the Roberts Court allowed money to pour into our elections. We don't know where a lot of it is coming from, and it's eroding Americans' trust in our most fundamental democratic institutions. And the public thinks it stinks, Republicans and Democrats alike. That is why we are here. This is about people getting to court. About people getting to vote.
This is about people losing, Americans losing faith in our democracy. So while I strongly agree that it is your job to follow precedent, as you have emphasized over and over again, I also want to know that you will consider the real-world consequences of your decisions, because the stakes are just too high. I want to know that you understand why we have been here and why we have been asking you the questions. Because, and I think Senator Whitehouse spoke very, very clearly on all these 5-4 decisions. And I just want to hear from you that you understand what the stakes of this are.
Senator, I appreciate the opportunity. I don't know.
No,
The time's up.
please answer, and then,
Then I'm done.
make it as short as you can.
I can do that. We're all in the same boat together. The ship, we're all in it. And either we're all going to hang together or we're going to hang separately, to mix my metaphors this late hour. And the fact of the matter is, Senator, of course I care about this country. I care deeply about this country, and I know you do too. Thank you.
Senator Cornyn.
Judge, let me offer an alternative point of view to my friend Senator Franken's dystopian description of where the country is and the role of the court. I'm particularly concerned about his description of the court's decision in Shelby County versus Holder, because I was part of the Senate Judiciary Committee, a number of us were, when we voted to reaffirm the Voting Rights Act, to reauthorize it, and recognized it as one of the great accomplishments of America in terms of protecting and vindicating the rights of people, everyone, to vote. But as you know, Congress didn't, and the Supreme Court did not gut the Voting Rights Act. Section 2 remains a part of that important historic legislation. And so I just recoil when I hear people describe what the court did as gutting the Voting Rights Act. Here's what the court did. Congress, when it reauthorized the Voting Rights Act, did not update the formula by which the Section 5 applied, which would require pre-clearance in states, so they couldn't even change their own voting laws because they were covered by pre-clearance. They had to ask permission of the federal government, the Department of Justice, and other, in order to do so. But for some reason, rather than update the formula with current voting records, it had decades-old, several decades-old voting information, which had an impact of keeping more states and more municipalities, more governmental entities within the pre-clearance requirements of Section 5. The irony of this is the Voting Rights Act has vindicated and protected voting rights in an unprecedented sort of way. And even those states that had been swept up into the pre-clearance requirements, let's say back in the 60s, had better outcomes for minority voters than many states that were not covered by Section 5, the pre-clearance requirement. So the mistake that Congress made when it reauthorized the Voting Rights Act is it included a formula that did not reflect current reality, did not recognize that America had made great strides forward thanks to the Voting Rights Act in vindicating minority voter rights. So I was here. I remember the debate. Matter of fact, I joined several of my colleagues and filed minority views when we reauthorized it, pointing out the irony of using decades-old voting records in reauthorizing the Voting Rights Act. So what the court said, the question actually presented, I'll read it quickly. It says, does the renewal of Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, the pre-clearance requirement,
under the constraints of Section 4B, that was the formula I referred to, exceed Congress's authority under the 14th and 15th Amendments, and therefore violate the 10th Amendment and Article 4 of the Constitution. That's what the court decided. The Voting Rights Act maintains its force and important role in our jurisprudence today, and the court found that the formula simply did not reflect current reality when passed and exceeded Congress's authority under the Constitution. I mention all this not to ask you a question, but just to use the opportunity to say, you know, when people agree with the court's decisions, and I bet I can name a number of them that my friend from Minnesota would agree with and applaud, you know, it's great when the court reaches a decision that disappoints your expectations or perhaps your political agenda, then it's easy to jump on the court and criticize it. Nobody likes to lose in a court, but I think you appropriately earlier talked about the importance of not criticizing or characterizing the judges, because judges, by and large, are patriots, people performing a public service at great financial sacrifice, and unfortunately sometimes get accused of doing things that are totally unfair and off base. So I just wanted to take a moment to correct the record and what the court actually did. And I happen to come from a state, the state of Texas, that's proud of the strides that we have made to overcome the record back in the 60s when we weren't so proud. We shouldn't have been so proud about minority voting rights. But we've made great strides in that area, as have so many places that were covered by the Voting Rights Act under Section 4, which the court struck down as not reflecting current reality. We should stand up and applaud our great country for trying to overcome this legacy of diminishing minority voting rights, and I think the court's decision is something that reflects that and is to be applauded and not condemned. So thank you for sitting there and listening. Thank you for your willingness to serve, and thank you for the way you've conducted yourself throughout this hearing. Look forward to enjoying and watching from afar your service to our country for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, Senator.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would like to enter into the record, if there's no objection, a letter from 55 reproductive rights, health, and justice organizations opposed to the nomination, and a letter from 72 women lawyers who submitted an amicus brief in Whole Women's Health v. Hellerstedt.
Both will be entered in the record without objection.
Judge, you referred at some point, I think, to your clerks as evanescent. I think you used that word, but I think many of them are still here. So they have been far from evanescent in this proceeding.
They've been wonderful, as has my family.
And congratulations to them and to you and to your clerks.
Thank you.
I met a couple of them earlier who said that, and I'm not going to embarrass them by naming them, but one of them said that he had left his employment with a law firm to help you prepare for this proceeding. So they've been part of your team. Who else has helped you prepare?
First and foremost, my wife, Louise, who has been with me through thick and thin. When the gruel is thin, the gruel is thick, she's there. She's my rock. I also have to thank Senator Ayotte, my Sherpa. I didn't know that was an official title, but it is around here. I really appreciate this opportunity. Senator Ayotte, I didn't know Senator Ayotte until the day after my nomination, well, the day of my nomination, February 1st, which would have been my father's 80th birthday. And he smiled on me that day because he gave me Senator Ayotte. And I don't know how many miles we've logged walking the halls together, meeting with you and your colleagues. but she's become a fast and permanent friend. Where's Mary Elizabeth? Mary Elizabeth, who was in your Republican Senate cloakroom and is now in the White House. She's been just so special to me.
Anyone else from the White House?
Oh, gosh. McGinley here? He's one of my former law clerks, who's now a young lawyer in the White House. And I never thought I'd actually have somebody carry my bag. And it's way...
I never thought I'd carry a bag after graduating law school.
And I feel very guilty about it because this is a very fantastic young lawyer. Watch out for McGinley.
Anyone from the Department of Justice?
Oh, gosh. Who's here from the department? A lot of, a whole bunch of folks.
So you've been well prepared.
Well, Patrick Bumate, Eric Tung, one of my former law clerks, one of Judge Timkovich's former law clerks who are now in the Department of Justice, have been helpful, as I know, to produce all those documents. I think they spent a lot of time reviewing and producing documents for this committee, and I'm very grateful to all of them. So there have been a lot of special people in my life.
I'd be remiss if I failed to ask whether anyone from outside organizations has assisted in this process.
I've definitely had friends, beat me up with questions and things like that. Absolutely, Senator. Sure, of course.
And has anyone from, for example, the Heritage Foundation helped you prepare?
I don't know who's from Heritage. No one's come up to me and said, I'm from the Heritage Foundation and I'm here to help. I've definitely leaned on my friends, Senator, and I've leaned on people from the Department of Justice and the White House counsel's office, my family.
Former clerks.
And former, yes, and current clerks, too.
I have a couple of substantive questions for you.
All right.
No right is absolute under the Constitution. Is that a correct statement?
Well, Justice Black used to think so.
He said no law, and he said no law meant no law limiting free speech.
Yes.
But in fact, rights frequently conflict, and there's a balancing that takes place, correct?
Senator, there are always tensions in the law that we mediate as legislators and judges, and the executive branch all play a role in mediating tensions between competing rights.
I want to talk a little bit about, in that context, the Second Amendment and about the decision in Heller. You undoubtedly know that Connecticut experienced one of the most significant tragedies in our history when a massacre occurred at Sandy Hook. I have long been an advocate of common sense, sensible measures to combat gun violence, going back to my earliest days as State Attorney General. And my colleagues, many of them, including Senator Feinstein, who mentioned Sandy Hook here, and Senator Durbin, have been champions of this measure, these kinds of measures. And I mention the balance of rights because that was a theme that Justice Scalia mentioned in Heller. He wrote that the Second Amendment is, quote, not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever for any purpose. That I would read as a statement that the Second Amendment is not absolute. Would you agree?
Senator, I would agree that in Heller, the court held that it protected guns in common use, for example, not every weapon or tank or ballistic missile, but guns in common use for self-defense, subject to reasonable regulation. That's my recollection sitting here of more or less the test the court had.
Well, I'll give you the quote, and I think it confirms your recollection. He said that the Second Amendment did not include, quote, dangerous and unusual weapons, end quote, such as, quote, weapons that are most useful in military service, M16 rifles and the like, end quote. Do you agree?
Senator, the law is the law. It's the precedent of the United States Supreme Court. I follow the precedent of the United States Supreme Court as a judge. It's the same answer I've given.
Well, let me again ask you about another part of the Heller opinion. Justice Scalia wrote, quote, he said, nothing in Heller was, quote, intended to cast doubt on longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by felons and the mentally ill, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, such as schools and public and government buildings, or imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. Do you agree with that approach?
Senator, I agree that Heller is the law of the land and that it's precedent of the United States Supreme Court. And it's the obligation of judges to apply precedent of the United States Supreme Court.
So it's a correct statement of the law.
If you've read from Heller, Heller's the law.
And do you believe it's a correct interpretation of the Second Amendment?
Well, Senator, it is the controlling interpretation of the Second Amendment. As I indicated maybe yesterday or maybe it was today, I don't know. We've spoken about Heller so many times. But I think both the dissent and the majority opinion were very fine opinions, very thoughtful, if you want to use a term, originalist opinions. Justice Stevens in dissent, Justice Scalia in the majority. Very thoughtful, detailed look at the original public meaning of the Second Amendment. They came to different conclusions, as judges sometimes do in hard cases. But I think that's a wonderful case to look at and say there are judges doing admirable work of judges who might have reached different conclusions, some of them, if they were acting as legislators and voting on their preferences rather than trying to interpret a law.
But the basic idea of conditions imposed on that right, no right being absolute, public safety being a legitimate consideration, is one with which you would agree.
Well, Senator, one example I remember sitting here in Heller is the felon in possession statute, which I recall the court specifically mentioned, and the dispossession of felons, which is a law that we administer regularly in the courts.
And in fact, a panel of your court, 10th Circuit, has held that the Second Amendment does not provide the right to carry a concealed firearm. That's Peterson versus Martinez. You weren't on the panel, but it was the holding of your court, correct?
I think that's right, sitting here, but I'd want to go reread it.
I have the opinion.
Senator, I trust your representation.
And you didn't. No one requested a rehearing in that case. So if you had disagreed with it, you could have requested a rehearing.
Any judge can, as we've discussed, request a rehearing sua sponte. Yes,
correct. You know, I asked about your preparation because I think you've been very adroit in answering many of my questions. And as adept as you have been, I remain troubled because you have been less forthcoming, less direct and specific than I hoped on whether you agree with the conclusions and results in some of those cases. And I think you probably sense my worry or unhappiness about some of those answers. And I understand that your approach is that there could be cases and controversies involving these decisions, but you've left doubt. And the doubt is increased because of statements made by the president who nominated you, that he was, in fact, choosing someone who would, for example, automatically overrule Roe v. Wade. And so I have felt that you had a responsibility to be, if anything, more forthcoming than judges or justices nominated in the past. You were fairly clear in your answer on Brown that you thought it, quote, corrected an erroneous decision, and that it was, quote, a correct application of the law of precedent. But you gave a different answer on Loving, Griswold, Lawrence, Eisenstadt, Obergefell. You said these cases were decisions of the court. You informed us of the holding, but you were unwilling to say that they were correctly decided. And judges or justices in the past, and I named some, were more forthcoming, direct, specific, saying they agreed. They thought those decisions were correctly decided. So I remain troubled. And I'm troubled because these doubts affect real lives and real people. Gay and lesbian Americans have to wonder whether Lawrence and Obergefell might be overturned or whether you would vote that way. Americans will lack the confidence that Griswold and Eisenstadt will be upheld. They have to question whether they'll be able to make their own reproductive decisions. Millions and millions of women who have apprehensions about Roe v. Wade and whether you would vote to overturn it will find very little basis for confidence in what you have said about those decisions. And I began by saying that I was looking for core beliefs. Your response was that your personal beliefs have nothing to do with decisions that you will make. But we know that core beliefs matter, just as words matter, and the distinctions that you've used in describing different cases matter. The great genius of our Constitution is that it grows to match the challenges of different times. The great genius of the Supreme Court, in my view, and of many justices, is that they grow too. And I have seen it firsthand in the justice I worked for, Justice Blackmun. You may have seen it in your brethren on the bench much more directly and closely than I. So we can't anticipate with precision and certainty what justices will do once they are appointed for a lifetime on the nation's highest court. But the American people hold us on this panel accountable for making our best judgments based on all the information we can glean or elicit. And so that's why I've probed as hard as I can for your beliefs, your commitments. I think they matter. And I want to thank you for being here and sharing with us your ideas to the extent you have, and say that I will be submitting more written questions as well, and I will reserve my own judgment until I have the chance to assess your responses to them and the responses that you've given us over the past 3 days. Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Graham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, I think we're getting toward the end here, and I only have one request, that I never hear about the fish case again for the rest of my life and yours, because if I do, we will defund the court. I hate that case. So,
the great case.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
I make all of my potential law clerks read it.
I know. That's why the Geneva Convention should apply to them. But so let's just say this. Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan have served their nation well, honorably, and they have not grown, in my view, the way I would like them to have grown. I don't expect them to decide the cases the way I would have. Now, growing means you got to agree with me, I guess. I know they're not going to all of a sudden change your judicial philosophy, because the general counsel to, who was the guy? To Obama? What was his name? Yeah, Greg Craig said that Elena Kagan is progressive in the image of Obama himself. He didn't grow a lot, in my view, in terms of his liberal philosophy. And I don't think these two justices have served the country poorly by not coming my way. I just think they haven't grown in terms of understanding the conservative view of being a judge. But they're qualified, and they sit on the court today, and I understand that. As to Judge Garland, dear man, fine man, I don't think anything happened here on our watch that is anything unusual. When you look at the last 100 years, I think you've had one situation where in the last year of a presidency, a vacancy was filled when it came open in the last year by a president of one party and a Senate of another. And to my friends on the other side, if you think I believe you would have done something differently, I don't. I don't. Here's what my friend Joe Biden, who I talked to today, by the way, as chairman of the committee, said in June 25th, 1992, when there was a potential opening in the last year of Bush 41's presidency. He said it would be our pragmatic conclusion that once the political season is underway, and it is, action on a Supreme Court nomination must be put off until after the election campaign is over. If someone steps down, I would highly recommend the president not name someone and not send a name up. If Bush did send someone up, I would ask the Senate to seriously consider not having a hearing on that nominee. We agree, Joe. We got your message. Here's what Harry Reid said in 2005. The duties of the United States Senate are set forth in the Constitution of the United States. Nowhere in that document does it say the Senate has a duty to give presidential nominee a vote. Here's what Senator Schumer said before the American Constitution Society. We should reverse the presumption of confirmation. We should not confirm any Bush nominee to the Supreme Court except in extraordinary circumstances. That was in his last year, so it's not very persuasive to me. Here's what I would say, that if an opening occurs in the fourth year of President Trump's term and the political season's afoot, that I'll be with y'all if you say wait till the next election. That's the one thing I can say. You like president? We just created one. And I think we'll be bound by it, and Joe Biden was going to do it back in 92, and y'all would have sure on the other foot. We'd have wait till the election was over. And why are we here? Because Trump got 306 electoral votes. That's why we're here. That's why you're nominated and not somebody else. Because I didn't expect Donald Trump to pick Merrick Garland, even though he's a fine person. I expected him to pick from a list of 21, which he told the whole country before the election, here's my list. Now, the one thing you can say about President Trump, when it came to the Supreme Court, he showed his cards. It was really unprecedented. And he kept his word, and he chose from that list all highly qualified, and I, honest to God, can't think of anybody I would have chosen above you. I ran for president. It lasted about 30 minutes. I enjoyed the entire process. I was apparently the only one, but if I had won, I would have chosen you too. So, but I think the bottom line is that you're highly qualified from the conservative point of view, that the last 10 years have been a testament to good, solid judging. You've stood out in all the right ways as a judge. You've conducted yourself honorably, and to expect a Republican to pick someone like you would be very much expected, and I am happy he did, because I'll be honest with you, I was worried he wouldn't. But now we've got a great nominee, and I hope we can get you over the line here. I want to ask you about a case that nobody else will ask you about, polygamy. Not that I'm advocating it, I want to get that straight. But the decision, Obergefell, is that how you say it?
Obergefell.
Okay. The Justice Kennedy, the Roberts Court, decided that the Due Process and Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment guarantee the right of same-sex couples to marry, and that is the law, right?
Yes, Senator.
Is it possible three people could fall in love and want to marry? Are there places in the world where polygamy is the practice.
Senator, there are places in the 10th Circuit.
But it's illegal in America, isn't it?
Senator, we just had a challenge to Utah's
But the law of Colorado says it's illegal.
It does.
Is there any state in the Union that recognizes polygamy as a legal marital relationship that you know of?
At the moment, to my knowledge, no.
So the point is that apparently as a nation, we're all okay with not extending marriage to 3 people. One day, we may not be okay with that. One day, maybe we want to broaden our view of what marriage should be. And that day may come, and you may be the judge. And I guess what I'm saying is to Senator Blumenthal, rather than pledge allegiance to all these cases, you should treat them for the presidential value they have. And maybe one day, 3 people will argue that we love each other as much as you love your wife or a same-sex couple. I don't know if that day will ever come, but if it doesn't come through the political process, the only venue for somebody to challenge would be the court. So in terms of Griswold, if you can't figure out what you're saying, you're not listening very well. I think what you're saying is if there's ever an effort to overturn Griswold, it will mature as a case in controversy. I think you've been very honest with us. I can't imagine a situation anywhere in America where some politician would try to change the law in this regard. And I can't imagine the court hearing that case. But if that ever happened, I'm glad you're willing to say, I will at least listen. And for you to do more than that, would I believe run afoul of what Justice Ginsburg said. A judge sworn to decide impartially can offer no forecast, no hints, or that would show not only disregard for the specifics of the particular case, it would display disdain for the entire judicial process. As to Justice Roberts saying, I like Griswold, that is certainly his right. I don't know if he tipped his hand, but I can say this. If you're listening to this man, this judge, I think he recognizes the real-world consequences of overturning that decision and that you will apply the law. But if there's ever a case before you that challenges Griswold, I'm glad to hear that you're going to listen. As to these other cases, I promise you there will be legislative efforts to protect the unborn. And some of them may have a different legal theory than Roe v. Wade. Some of them may run into the construct of Roe v. Wade. I'm glad you're willing to listen to those of us on this side of the issue. As to same-sex marriage, I've been asked a lot at home to introduce a constitutional amendment to overturn the decision. I've decided not to do that because I think it would put the country through something that's not going to bear fruit. But to the people who believe that traditional marriage should be protected and oppose same-sex marriage, I don't think you're all crazy. I think many of you have religious views. But the court has ruled. And I don't know if the court will ever decide that 3 people can get married. But I hope that the judges who hear that case one day, if it ever comes, will at least do what you promised to do. Listen. Base the decision on the law, should it change, and the facts of that particular case. So the bottom line here, Judge, is that you cannot give the answers that the other side would like. Because what they want you to do is make sure that they can go and tell everybody he's okay with all the cases we like. The Roberts Court is interesting. When they upheld the Obamacare Act twice, I got accused of owning Justice Roberts because I voted for him. Actually, I don't really disagree with his rulings. I'm a bit surprised by it. When Justice Kennedy decided that same-sex couples can marry and state statutes have to fall. The Roberts Court wasn't very popular over here. All I can say about the Roberts Court, it's made up of some pretty incredible people. And his time will come and his time will go. And if you get to be part of that court, I think Donald Trump will have done a good service for the people of the United States. Because what he will have done is chosen one of the most qualified people I have ever met in my time in the Senate or otherwise. Someone who's endured 2 days of very difficult questioning, shown an understanding of the law that amazes me, has lived a life that I can only compliment you on. And as to President Trump, whatever differences we have when it comes to this nomination, you did the country a great service. To my colleagues, I know it is tough right now. If this man doesn't get 60 votes, then I don't believe we can ever find a Republican in the country, presidential pick, that would get 60 votes. There's nobody I know better in my world, the conservative world, than this man. And I hope and pray that you will honor President Trump's selection as I chose to honor Sotomayor and Kagan. Whether they're better qualified, I'll let other people decide, but I'll fight to the death to say that you're equally qualified. Thank you very much, and Godspeed.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Gorsuch, you have sat through many hours under the cameras and under the lights over the last 3 days, and that goes for all the people who are sitting there who have been supportive of you. And for all that, many of my colleagues across the aisle, particularly, have called it an endurance test. Granted. But, Judge, the real endurance test is about the struggles facing working families, women, people of color, the LGBTQ community, immigrants, and Native peoples. It's about the struggles that everyday Americans have and face. These are the people who will be impacted by the decisions you would make on the Supreme Court. These are the people for whom the need for justice is often most urgent. These are the people I'm focused on when I consider your nomination and any nomination to the Supreme Court. It remains to be seen if you will be a justice for all or a justice for some. Over the last few days, you have often told us about what counts and what does not in terms of what a justice should do and how we should assess your nomination. When other senators and I have asked about your opinions in specific cases like that involving the terrible choice facing Alphonse Madden between freezing or being fired, you have told us to look at your whole record. When we asked about decisions where you seemed to adopt strained interpretations that narrowed laws meant to protect worker safety, you said you are a judge and don't take sides. And that if the statute was too limited, Congress should do better. When we asked about your decision in Hobby Lobby, which found an expansive new right to religious liberty for a corporation that employs 32,000 people, you did not explain how you assessed the terrible impact this decision had for thousands of women who would now be denied access to health care. During my last round of questions, I asked you about your understanding of the influence of politics on the composition of the court based on your 2005 article, Liberals and Lawsuits. It was not an attempt at a gotcha moment or to paint you in an unfair light. It was an attempt to get to the reality that both you and I understand. I wonder how you would approach the kind of tough cases that reach the Supreme Court and how, say, a Justice Garland would approach the same case. I think there would be a big difference. We know that Justice Scalia and Justice Ginsburg, both legendary jurists and close friends, would reach dramatically different results in cases that matter deeply in the lives of millions. Cases like Shelby County, Lilly Ledbetter, Hobby Lobby, Roe v. Wade. Donald Trump knew this, too, when he set forth his very clear litmus test for a Supreme Court pick. He said he wanted a justice who, for example, would adhere to a broad view of the Second Amendment and who would overturn Roe v. Wade, to quote him, automatically. Your article in 2005 made clear you know judicial philosophy matters. Of course it does. That is why we are so focused on understanding your judicial philosophy and getting beyond platitudes about the judicial role. That is why this confirmation process matters. This is serious business. That is why we still have questions. That is why I remain concerned. Judge Gorsuch, over and over again, you have told us to focus on your whole record as a judge and not certain cases or certain of your writings and books or articles or emails. In fact, my Republican colleagues suggest we are being unfair to try to look to those things to discern how you would approach cases if confirmed. Some have even gone so far as to conflate the questions we are raising about your record in the course of our advice and consent responsibilities with Donald Trump's abhorrent attacks on federal judges. Attacks like the one on Judge Watson of Hawaii, which he repeated last night at a $30 million fundraiser for congressional Republicans. Apples and oranges doesn't begin to describe the differences between what Donald Trump said and what we are seeking to do here. Although I wasn't in the Senate, I recall during Justice Sotomayor's confirmation hearing that Republican after Republican ignored almost the entirety of her nearly 25 years on the federal bench. Instead, they focused and question after question on a gross misreading of one speech she gave to a group of young women about the value of diversity on the bench. Many of them cited that speech to justify their opposition to her nomination. Judge Gorsuch, was that a fair basis on which to evaluate Justice Sotomayor's nomination?
Was a speech that she gave a fair basis on which
to
judge?
Yes, we have been criticized for focusing on some very important cases to try to get to your heart, your judicial philosophy. Meanwhile, Justice Sotomayor was judged by some of my colleagues based on one speech, and I'm asking you whether that was a fair basis on which to judge her nomination.
Senator, I've declined to offer personal opinions about cases, and I've also declined to offer personal opinions about the advice and consent function of the Senate. That's your constitutional responsibility and this body's, and it would be presumptuous of me as a judge at once to say I like or dislike the work of the United States Supreme Court as a lower court judge, and it would be presumptuous of me as a judge to say I like or dislike how this body discharges its constitutional obligations. That's really your judgment.
Excuse me, you have consistently asked us to look at your whole record. That is why I asked the question. You have said again and again in these hearings that you cannot provide your views on specific precedents, but at times you have done that. You have praised the Youngstown case. You have criticized Korematsu. You have praised the Brown decision. You said that Cruzon and Glucksberg were rightly decided. So how can you express these opinions but refuse to provide your views on Casey, Hiller, Roe, Citizens United, Griswold, Gideon, Ledbetter, Groves, University of Texas, Southern Medical Center cases?
Senator, I've offered my legal judgment as a judge about cases. I've not offered any personal views about anything, or I've tried not to very hard. I've tried to adhere to Justice Ginsburg's rule about no hints, no previews, no forecasts. Justice Scalia, Justice Souter, Justice O'Connor, and all the judges who come before me, and I've tried not to break the chain.
You did lend your support, however, to some precedents and not others, so that's the question. You have told us also several times that judges make terrible legislators. You told us that courts lack the staff, capacity, and training to do the kinds of fact-finding that is an essential part of the legislative process. And in that context, I do want to return briefly to Shelby County and the Voting Rights Act. When Congress reauthorized the key expiring provisions of the landmark VRA in 2006, it did so with a nearly unanimous vote. And before reauthorizing the protection of Section 5, in jurisdictions with a long history of discrimination in voting, this committee alone held 9 hearings on the VRA. The thousands of pages of material the Senate reviewed, together with the record developed in a dozen hearings in the House, clearly established a continuing need for Section 5. And yet, in Shelby County, the Roberts Court ignored this evidence, and the court's long precedent made its own determination about the value of the extensive evidence reviewed by Congress. It struck down those provisions. So much for judicial modesty, so much for balls and strikes, so much for judges judge best when they judge least, which you mentioned tonight as a virtue. So, Judge Gorsuch, does the Shelby County decision raise the kind of concerns you have noted about the limits of judges as policymakers and the problems that arise when a court steps outside of the judicial role and acts as a legislative body?
Senator, Shelby County is a precedent of the United States Supreme Court. I'm not here to disparage the work of the United States Supreme Court.
Both the process and the outcome in the Shelby County case raise exactly the kind of concerns that make it so important for us on the committee and in the Senate to understand your judicial philosophy. We are, after all, talking about a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. And after the obstacles to voting we have seen since Shelby County, we now know that Congress got it right, that the evidence showed a continuing need for Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, and the Supreme Court got it wrong when it substituted its judgment. So once again, I'm asking this in a different way, and, well, give it a shot. Judge Gorsuch, doesn't the outcome of the court's action in striking down Shelby County suggest you have it right when you point to the limits of judges as legislators?
Senator, what I would say is after Shelby County, there remains some remedial mechanisms available to individuals concerned about voting rights. There's always an equal protection claim under the United States Constitution. There also is a Section 2 claim available to anyone who's concerned. It goes beyond the Constitution. And should Congress wish to legislate, the court in Shelby County made clear that it could do so with more updated formula for preclearance. So that remains a remedial regime possibility as well.
The real-life impact of the Shelby County decision was that 13 states passed laws that could be deemed voter suppression laws, including the first state was Texas, which intentionally passed a discriminatory law. So I think everyone understood the ramifications and the import of that particular decision. And we learned in that decision that it matters a great deal for our rights. What is the judicial philosophy? Or as my colleague, Senator Blumenthal will put it, core beliefs of the judges who serve on the Supreme Court. If judicial philosophy developed through life experiences, education, etc., and that judges should apply instead precedent, why would we have so many 5-4 decisions in critical cases? Judge Gorsuch, I wish that I could say that this hearing has been illuminating for what was said by you. Instead, I'm left to judge your nomination largely on the basis of what you refuse to say. Mr. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
Tell us, and Senator Kennedy will be the last two, so whenever you finish, the judge will be able to go. I may have a few remarks at the tail end, so it's up to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, without objection, I'd like to enter some other letters that come from a diverse group of people attesting to Judge Gorsuch's qualifications and balance on the bench and in law practice.
Without objection, they will be entered.
I'm going to be brief and yield back 10 minutes of my time. First, I've heard the sort of messaging today about the Roberts Court. We've already heard from Lindsey Graham, whose comments I'd like to be associated with. The Roberts Court has produced Massachusetts versus EPA, not something that on my side of the aisle that was very popular. Arizona versus the United States, the National Federation of Independent Businesses case upholding Affordable Care Act, another case with the EPA, the Utility Air versus EPA, King v. Burwell. Young versus United Parcel Service, Williams Yulee versus Florida Bar, and Overfeld. It seems to me that we've got folks down at on the other side of the street here that do a pretty good job of being objective and following the law. So I'm not so sure this branding that they're trying to come up with, or that some are trying to come up with on the so-called Roberts course, has a lot of weight on matters of major substance, not to mention the multitude of judgments that they make over there that we don't even talk about. I want to talk a little bit about history and then just thank the judge for his contribution. But I have to go back to some numbers, and I want to call out, that there are folks here who have already laid the groundwork for a filibuster, for trying to hold up the confirmation of an enormously well-qualified judge to go onto the Supreme Court. But I think when you criticize Judge Gorsuch, you're really criticizing, because of the numbers, the entire 10th Circuit. 97% of the time, unanimous decisions. He is in the majority of decisions, which he participates 99% of the time. So I would assume the concerns that you would have for Judge Gorsuch, you would probably have to be intellectually honest, place those same concerns with anybody coming out, whether they're a Democrat or a Republican judge on the bench or put forth by a Democrat or Republican administration. I also think that requiring a supermajority for someone, a lot of people have used history here to suggest that maybe requiring a supermajority is the norm. It couldn't be any further from the truth. Republicans did not require a cloture vote. They didn't seek a supermajority for Justice Ginsburg, Justice Breyer, Justice Sotomayor, or Justice Kagan. And I would believe that if we apply the same mainstream standard that seems to be being created here, maybe things would be very different on the bench. For example, I don't think most Americans think mainstream is to propose abolishing Mother's Day, to suggest that there's possibly a constitutional right to prostitution, or to urge the establishment of co-ed prisons. Yet those views were espoused by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They're certainly controversial today. I suspect they were when Ruth Bader Ginsburg was before this committee. But they didn't require a special standard, and they actually voted for a confirmation. As a matter of fact, she was voted in 96-3. Now we'll move to nominations under the Obama administration. I submit that most people wouldn't find mainstream to believe a person of one ethnicity or gender would reach a better conclusion than a person of a different ethnicity or gender. I bet they wouldn't think it's appropriate for a judge that's appearing here that would say impartiality is an aspiration. But those were the views that Justice Sotomayor did when she came before this committee. Her quotes, things that were in the public view. I would hope that a wise Latina woman would more often than not reach a better conclusion than a white male. The aspiration to impartiality is just that, an aspiration. This is somebody who got voted to be a Supreme Court justice. And we didn't set a different standard. As a matter of fact, the only way that Justice Sotomayor was confirmed was through the support of Republicans. They could have filibustered it. If the speaker at the time or the minority leader at the time had gotten up, if the majority leader here had tried to convince us or convince the members who were here at the time, we could have held up this new standard. It simply doesn't exist. Doesn't exist, I don't think, in the tenure of any of the senators on this committee. So the question is, are we just creating a new set of rules? And are we doing that at our own peril? Is this the new norm? Is this how we're going to run this process? This is the first time I've been through it. It's only happened 112 times in the history of the United States. This is the 113th. Are we really going to set that standard? Because it's not a standard that's really existed in history, but that's what we're on the brink of doing. And I will tell you, we could end up a slippery slope that won't work out well for this institution, and I don't think it will work out well for the Supreme Court. We had a 63-37 vote for Kagan, in spite of her comments defending that maybe court should have the authority to outlaw a pamphlet that could have been a modern-day equivalent to common sense. In Sotomayor's case, 9 Republicans, of which Senator Graham was a part, voted for Sotomayor, and in spite of the comments that I just mentioned. I really think we ought to go back, listen to what the judge has said today and yesterday and the day before, and recognize we have an extraordinarily well-qualified jurist before us who will do a great job on the Supreme Court. And Judge Gorsuch, I want to apologize for some of the people here who I know you're a very kind person and a kind soul. You said there were no inappropriate questions. I, for one, think there were a lot. But I'm not going to ask you to respond to that. I'm just going to thank you for your kindness. I'm going to thank you for your energy. I want to thank you for your resolve. And I want to thank you for having an impeccable record that builds a compelling case for you to be the next Supreme Court Justice on the Supreme Court. I wish you the very best. I'm going to keep you in my prayers, and I look forward to voting for your confirmation. Now, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, I join my colleagues in thanking you for your answers. I think they were as candid as you could make them under the rules. And I appreciate all the time you spent preparing for this hearing. I also join my colleagues in thanking your family, especially your partner. This is a tough business sometimes, and it's especially difficult on families. You have quite an extended family as well. I've spoken casually with some of your law clerks, and they're very devoted to you, and that speaks volumes to me. I want to thank Senator Ayotte for her wise counsel and advice. I have two quick questions and then a request, but I can't let go unaddressed some of the comments made by my friend from Minnesota about the Voting Rights Act. I'm from the South. The Voting Rights Act, we were the subject of the Voting Rights Act. And I can say that I guess this is sort of a glass half full or glass half empty sort of thing, but this country has gone from institutionalized slavery to an African-American president in 150 years, which in the grand scheme of life, death, and the resurrection is not that long. And I'm very proud of that. I didn't agree with our first African-American president on all of his positions, but I'm very proud of the fact that this country made that kind of progress, and I just wanted to say that for the record. My first question, I don't know whether you've picked it up from my questions and comments or not, but I have what I think is a healthy skepticism about government. I believe I do have a right to privacy, and part of my right to privacy is to be left alone by government. Sometimes. That doesn't mean that we don't need government and that I don't have confidence in government, but I think there should be limits to government. And I think the United States Congress sets those limits. Do you agree with me that our United States Constitution is a document of enumerated powers and that neither the federal government nor any of its branches have a power unless you can point specifically to a place in the United States Constitution that gives them that power?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. It's been my experience, and this I was taught, that justice is supposed to be blind. I realize that's a cliche, but cliches become cliches because they're true. Do you agree with me that the wealth, the status, and the power of the parties to litigation should have absolutely nothing to do with the result in the litigation?
Senator, I take an oath written by this Congress. It's a beautiful oath. It's to administer justice without respect to persons, to be blind to who they are, and also to do equal right to the poor and to the rich, and to administer the duties of my office, to discharge them impartially. I've tried to do that here to the best of my abilities. Not perfect, Tried to do it for the last 10 and a half years as a federal judge. Not perfectly. But that's what I try to do each and every day, and it's a great privilege and a great honor to be able to do it. And I'm humbled. I'm honored every day I come to work. And I've been humbled and honored to be here with you.
And I believe you'll do that in the United States Supreme Court. My final statement is not a question. It's a request. It seems to me that justice is kind of like health care. It's not really accessible unless you can afford it. And I'm very concerned about the cost of litigation in America and the fact that it has affected access to our courts. It's just become so expensive that many of our people can't afford to have their day in court. And I know administratively the federal judiciary has some powers, and I hope once you're on the court, you'll talk to your colleagues and see if you can put your thinking caps on and do what you can to try to control the costs of litigation. With that, I thank you again. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry my iPad went off, but it won't happen again.
I have a few words to say, but before I say those to you, Judge, we're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 when we'll hear from outside witnesses. So before I let you go, I think that you've demonstrated a great deal of patience, and that's probably necessary to get the votes of the United States Senate. You probably can't show you ever get mad, but boy, you had to be disgusted sometimes, but you didn't show it. I know you weren't, but that's kind of the way I would feel if I were in your shoes. I suppose the thing that bothers me most about a lot of the questions you got, you seem to agree with so many people that we're trying to get a yes or no out of you. And they didn't seem to want to take a yes for an answer, even if you didn't say yes, because you kept saying, I don't know how many times, maybe hundreds of times, it's the law, it's the precedent, and how you're going to approach those things. There ought to be a great deal of satisfaction on people that we got somebody that says the law means something, what the people's elected representatives pass means something, and within our system of judicial interpretation of law and the Constitution, that precedent plays a very important part, and that we have a document that's going to bring certainty, and that certainty is based upon, as it was laid out by our forefathers, to make sure we had stability and predictability in our public policies. So evidently it didn't frustrate you, but I want you to know it frustrated me that they wouldn't take really, in a sense, a yes for an answer, even if you didn't answer in a three-letter word. I think you should know that I'm very impressed with the way you handled all this testimony. For the last 3 days, the American people have witnessed a very impressive command of the law. Most surely, the thoughtfulness that you put into everything you do, particularly how you responded to our questions, and that can only come from the discipline that you've given yourself as a judge already on the 10th Circuit, and it pretty well ought to demonstrate to everybody how you're going to handle when you get to the Supreme Court of the United States. So I think you're to be commended for your strength in this enduring process, and I think that the American people witness, most importantly, a person that has a great deal of humility. And I think it shines through in not only your own nonverbal demeanor, but also in what you say. So I thank you very much for being a good witness. Thank you very much for your public service. And the meeting's adjourned, and you're excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, everybody. Well, that wraps up the Neil Gorsuch hearings for the day. Boy, they can go on forever. Thanks for joining me here. I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, streaming live for you here on the Vox News Now show out of Phoenix, Arizona. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Let's pull up the next top story for you here. Give me just 1 second. Got one clip I want to take you guys to before I switch out with my co-host, Mike Paish. Here we go. Thought this was pretty interesting, and this has gone viral. Let's see, let me pull this up. Okay, everybody. Let me get this up and going for you. It's about 4:55 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Let me know in the chat where you guys watching from. Okay, here is the event that I wanted to take you guys to. Short clip before I switch out with my co-host here. President Trump meets with the Congressional Black Caucus Executive Committee. Let me get this up and going for you here. Checking the volume. Okay, everybody. Here we go.
To welcome the members of the Congressional Black Caucus to the White House. I think we're going to have a lot of meetings over the years, and I very much appreciate you being here. Throughout my campaign, I pledged to focus on improving conditions for African American citizens. This means more to me than anybody would understand or know. Every American child has a right to grow up in a safe community, to attend great schools, to graduate with access to high-paying jobs. America has spent trillions and trillions of dollars overseas. I guess I heard just recently in the Middle East we've spent, as of about 2 months ago, $6 trillion. $6 trillion. And you know where we are over there. While neglecting the fate of American children in cities like Baltimore and Chicago and Detroit, African American citizens have given so much to this country. They fought in every war since the Revolution, and they fought hard. They've lifted up the conscience of our nation in the march toward civil rights, enriched the soul of America and their faith and courage, and they've advanced our country in the fields of science, arts, and medicine. Elijah Cummings, who was here about 2 weeks ago, who I happen to think is a terrific man. I don't know if he'll say that about me, but I will tell you, I really liked him a lot. And we were talking about drugs and prescription drugs and the costs. And you go to Europe, you go to Canada, you go to other countries, and you buy them for a fraction of what you pay in this country. And that's been a very big subject for him. And it's a subject for me that is very important. And we're going to either do it in healthcare, which I think we're going to do it in healthcare, or we're going to do it separately. But we're going to bid out drug prices, and we're going to try and have the lowest prices anywhere in the world, from really the highest. And that's not only the drugs, it's prescription drugs. But you go out to stores and you go even in any community, rich or poor community, and you look at the kind of drug prices that we're paying, and it's really unfair what's happened in our country. So we're going to be instituting a very, very strong bidding process. We'll probably need some legislation, but we're going to do it regardless. We have to do it. And we're going to get drug prices way down, way down. Some people think it's as important as the healthcare measure because people are being ripped off when they need drugs. They need prescription drugs. And we're going to take care of that situation. So again, I very much appreciate you being here. It's a tremendous honor for me, and we're going to work on different things, and we're going to see if we can get a lot accomplished. And with that, let's get going, and thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, everybody, that was President Trump meeting with the Congressional Black Caucus Executive Committee earlier today. Thanks for telling me where you guys are watching from. Looks like some of you were saying you're watching from Michigan. Let me scroll up here. North Carolina. James saying Massachusetts. Tyson saying South Dakota. Smile saying Indiana. Hey, I'm from Ohio, so I'm close to you there. Hypnotized saying NYC. The Duke saying UK. Phantom 39, Los Angeles. So thank you guys. Thanks for the shout outs. Thanks for participating in the chat. Okay, we're going to give you guys just, in the meantime here, just a live look of the White House. And my co-host Mike Page is coming up next. Thanks for watching. It's hard to find like where to point it because you can't see it.
Yeah. So Gorsuch done?
Yeah, Gorsuch is done. I don't know if that's just like a recess. It sounded like they were done.
Probably.
Yeah, but she said there's parts 1 and 2 in web folder that haven't been played.
I'm gonna switch it up and
Anything like to have.
I'm gonna.
This is fireworks going off in Coles.
Oh, I'm doing space.
Oh, that's good.
Okay.
Hey, welcome everybody to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours on this beautiful Hump Day Wednesday. Hope everyone's having just a great evening. We've had a lot of Neil Gorsuch coverage today, and then unfortunately the terrible terrorist attack there in London. We've been giving you complete coverage all day today on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We are going to break it up now and show you a little NASA coverage here. This is a press conference that happened a little bit earlier today, and it is NASA doing a press briefing prepping for their next 3 U.S. spacewalks. This is always very interesting and always a very delicate and, a very difficult situation to pull off there in space, especially when you're traveling 17,000 miles per hour. Not too easy there, but we're going to go and start you with that coverage here, and we'll break in with any breaking news coverage throughout the evening here. Hope everyone's having just an absolute great night.
Kenny Todd, who is the ISS Operations Integration Manager. Next up, Emily Nelson, who is the NASA Flight Director. Then Sarah Corona, who will be the EVA or Spacewalk Officer for the first spacewalk, number 40, followed by John Malarski, who is the Spacewalk Officer for the second spacewalk, number 41, and Alex Kanalakos, the Spacewalk Officer for our third spacewalk, number 42. So we've had a few changes in the schedule to tell you about, and then we'll get into all the details on what will be done on each spacewalk and who will be doing it, and we'll kick things off here with Kenny Todd.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks, Brandy. It's good to be here with you today. Things are going well on board the International Space Station. We're here getting close to the end of increment 50, but the USOS crew, Shane and Peggy and Tomas, have been doing just a fantastic job over the last several months here, and so we're about ready to wrap that increment up, and we're here today to talk to you about a couple things we're going to do between now and April 10th when we conclude this increment. But if I look back and rewind the clock a little bit, about the middle of February, we welcomed the SpaceX Dragon aboard for the SpaceX 10 CRS mission, and the crew just did a fantastic job. We had a full science agenda during that 4 or 5 weeks that they were on board, and had just a really good effort there by the ground team and the on-orbit team, and we concluded that mission this past Sunday with the landing of the Dragon, and out in the Pacific. It got to port the next day, and the cargo was offloaded immediately. And I'm happy to report that cargo is now back in Houston as of about an hour ago. So they're going through the unloading process now. So it's hard to believe how time flew from the time we got Dragon on board and the full complement of science, and now that science is on the ground and on its way back to the investigators. So that's very exciting for us as a program. When we look forward, as I said earlier, we've got a couple of weeks of what I'll call kind of a jam-packed flight program. We've got the triple EVAs that we're going to be talking to you about today. In addition to that, in the midst of these EVAs, we're also going to hopefully welcome the Cygnus spacecraft on board the station for a stay of several months. And so we're trying to get all those schedules laid out right now. Once we get the Cygnus on board, finish these EVAs, shortly after that, we'll say goodbye to Shane and Sergey and Andre, and at that point then we'll be down to a 3-person crew. But anyway, we'll be carrying out the Cygnus OA7 mission during that time frame. So anyway, a lot going on here over the next couple of 3 months. About April the 20th or so is the current plan. The next Soyuz will launch. At that point, we'll go back up to a crew of 5. We'll welcome Fyodor Yuchikin as well as Jack Fisher on board for his first stay on the International Space Station. So we're certainly looking forward to that. And in that time frame, again, we'll continue rounding out and finishing out the Cygnus mission, and we'll be doing that through the month of May. So again, a lot going on, but here today, we're here to talk about the EVAs that we're going to carry out over the next couple of weeks. Our dates for those right now are certainly this first one is this coming Friday, the 24th. Our current plan is to try to do the second EVA on the 30th, and then the third EVA at this point we're targeting for April 6th. So as I said earlier, in the midst of that schedule, we're also going to try to birth the Cygnus. And I bring that up because the Cygnus has a couple of pieces of hardware in it that are going to be important to us for the third EVA. So sometime after that second EVA and before the third EVA is when we're going to be looking to birth the Cygnus. And right now, based on our target, we're looking at somewhere around April the 2nd. And that'll give us enough time then to open the hatch, get the hardware out that we need, and be ready to go do that EVA on the 6th. As far as the content, and I'll let Emily talk a little bit more about the details, but we've been talking to you guys for a while, and in fact, you've been seeing it play out in terms of this reconfiguration that we're doing to try to get ourselves in position to support the commercial crew capability that we're hoping to bring on board late next year and in 19. So by executing this first two EVAs, what we're going to do is we're going to move the pressurized mating adapter from the port side of node 3, move it up onto the zenith of node 2, and then we'll be ready then to install a docking adapter here at the end of the year, first of next year time frame, that will provide that second docking port that we're going to desire when we start seeing commercial crew coming to station. So again, that's kind of the first couple EVAs. That's going to be our primary emphasis. We've got some other things on those EVAs, but to me, that's the more sexy thing that we're going to be trying to get accomplished with these first couple of EVAs. And then the third EVA is really targeted primarily towards upgrading an avionics box that's external to the station out on one of the express logistics carriers, and just getting that box upgraded is going to allow us to be able to supply power to multiple payloads, whereas now if we don't have that particular controller swapped out, then it's going to take a little more of a management challenge to supply power to those payloads. Can be done, but we'd certainly like to get this new avionics box out there. So that's going to be our priority for the third EVA. So this morning at the mission management team meeting, we polled our readiness to go do this first EVA on the 24th on Friday. Follow that up with a move of the pressurized mating adapter on Sunday, and we got all good votes when we did that poll, and we got a small amount of open work to do, nothing that I would consider technical in nature, mostly paper, and so we'll go get that closed between now and Friday and be ready to go out the hatch early Friday morning. So with that, I'll turn it over to Emily.
Okay, first we'll introduce the crew members that'll be executing these various spacewalks, starting with EVA 40. I think we have graphics for these. We're going to have Shane Kimbrough operating as EV1 and Thomas Pesquet as EV2. Peggy Whitson will be operating the robotic arm in support of the activities during that spacewalk. For EVA 41, Shane Kimbrough is again going to be EV1 with Peggy Whitson in the EV2 role. No robotic support for that operation, so we will have Thomas free on the inside of the space station. And then for EVA 42, Peggy Whitson will move into the EV1 role. Thomas will move into the EV2 role, this time with Shane operating the robotic arm to support the activities during that spacewalk. So I'll take a moment just to explain the significance of the various EVA tasks on this schedule, and then I'll hand it over to Sarah, John, and Alex to walk through the technical details and the timelines. Let's see, in the first EVA, EVA 40, we're going to start by doing an inspection of our external thermal control system. We've been tracking a small rate of leakage from that ammonia system over the last year or so, and our external robotic systems have determined a most likely location where the system may be leaking, so it's time to get crew member eyeballs on the area and get a human evaluation to determine whether we have any damage to the system. Then, let's see, Thomas is going to lubricate the various mechanisms on the latching end effector of the special purpose dexterous manipulator. That's our kind of hand on the end of this space station robotic arm. It's just part of our regular maintenance. Then Shane is going to replace the first of 2 external computers with upgraded units that are going to provide higher bandwidth and the capability to downlink a great deal more data from the systems that those computers control. He'll exchange the first box in the first EVA, EVA 40, and then he'll exchange the second box in EVA 41. Shane is also going to disconnect the pressurized mating adapter. As Kenny mentioned, we're going to be relocating that after the EVA, so we need to disconnect it first. And then finally, at the end of that first EVA, we have a couple of Japanese cameras on the outside of the Japanese module. Each of them has a light out, so we need to replace the units so that we can bring the failed lights in and change them out and have them ready to go back outside for future use as well. In the second EVA, with the PMA-3 in its new location, Peggy is going to reconnect power to the PMA to make sure that we have heaters to keep it at a good operational temperature. And then we're going to remove a large cover off the top of that mating adapter, which will then get it ready for the international docking adapter that is going to arrive on SpaceX 14 the end of this year, beginning of next year. Then Shane and Peggy are going to spend the remainder of that EVA installing shields on the location where the PMA used to be. It's now going to be an open area that needs some shielding, and then some small shields around the interface between PMA-3 and Node 2. In each case, the shields are providing protection from micrometeoroid debris and thermal protection as well. Then in the third EVA, as Kenny mentioned, we're going to be changing out the external express palette controller assembly with a new upgraded version. We'll then send Peggy over to the alpha magnetic spectrometer, and she's going to install what we call a terminator cap, which is going to close the loop on a data cable, allowing AMS to have a 1553 communication capability for future upgrades of that particular unit. Tomas going to replace a standard definition camera with a high definition camera that'll give us high def views on the starboard side of the space station to match the high def views that we got on the port side of the station when we did similar replacements on EVA 37. Then again, some more light bulbs. We have another light unit that needs to be exchanged so that we can increase our lighting on the starboard side of the vehicle. And we'll be installing an external wireless communication system antenna to expand our wireless system outside the space station, which is used by external science projects as well as our high definition cameras. And then finally, one of the cameras on the robotics system has a bit of a cloudy view, so we're going to take a lens cover off of that and replace that with a clean, clear, brand new lens cover to see if we can clean up that view a little bit. So with that, I'll hand it over to Sarah to start walking through the individual EVA timelines.
Okay, so we have a video to go through that. Before starting into the video, just want to recognize there's lots of folks that are responsible for getting these EVAs put on. So I'd like to take a second to recognize our EVA team of Farouk Sabor, Derek Porter, David Simon, and Michael Dino. Also the Increment 50 team, who are responsible for getting the vehicle ready and the suits ready to go out the door, and that's Grant Slusser, Reagan Cheney, and Greer Wilt. So with that, I'll head on over to the video. Okay, you can go ahead and start with our graphic here. There we go. Okay, so for EVA 40, as was mentioned, Shane is going to be EV1 and Tomas is going to be EV2. They are going to be swapping roles coming out the door, so to give Tomas some experience of opening up that hatch. And the crew members are going to be separated throughout the entire EVA. So first we'll go through what Shane is going to be doing. His first task, he's going to be heading over to S0, where he's going to be changing out that computer processor that Emily was mentioning. So there's currently not anything wrong with that processor. We are just going to be upgrading it and making it more enhanced. So you see here, he's going to be changing out that box and installing the new one. Technical terms for that, we call it the EPIC MDM. And so once he installs that box into the slot, he does have a cable to connect up to that. That's going to give it that Ethernet connection, which is that enhanced capability. Once he's complete with that, he heads on over to PMA-3, where he is going to be disconnecting certain umbilicals to allow that vehicle or that module to be relocated in between EVA 40 and 41. So there are 4 different disconnects that he needs to do. Once it's disconnected, he's going to go ahead and make sure that they're out of the way and tie those down for this segment to be relocated. After that, he's going to head on out to the Japanese module, where he has the 2 cameras that he's going to be changing out. As Emily mentioned, the cameras do have some lights burnt out on them, and in order to change those, you need to just change out the box and change out the light bulb inside. So the first one is on the Japanese robotic arm, so he's going to change that one out first. And then you'll see him, he's going to translate on the nadir side of this pallet to head on over to the work side of the other camera, which is going to be on the forward side of this pallet, and change out that one. It's great. He's got a big bag where he can put both of those cameras in, so we save a lot of time by not needing to go back and forth to the airlock to get each particular camera. So once he's complete with this camera R&R, that's all of his planned tasks that he has for the EVA. We hope to have some time for some get-aheads, but we'll assess that the day of. Then moving on to what Tomas going to be doing. First, he heads on out to ESP2, where he's going to be grabbing a foot restraint, and also he's going to be grabbing an extender for that foot restraint. Both of the tasks that he's doing do require a little bit more reach in that foot restraint. So he's going to take both of those pieces over to P1, where he is going to be inspecting the ammonia leak that Emily had mentioned. So this is an RBVM, a radiator valve beam module, and it's in the flow path of the ammonia, of the cooling system. And so he's just going to be checking that hardware out, seeing if there's any indication of leaks. This is a close-up of that hardware. So he's going to be checking these flex hoses. We also have fluid quick disconnects, as well as rigid systems lines. All that, again, we're just need the human eyes on it to see if there's any indication of a leak, and it would be the ammonia coming out of there. Once he's complete with that inspection, he heads on out to S0, where he's going to be lubricating the robotic manipulator, the SPDM. It's a SPDM Lee. And if you can go ahead and pause the video right there, I'll talk through the lubrication a little bit. We have lubricated other parts of the space station robotic arm on previous EVAs, and this robotic manipulator has been showing similar signs of degradation. So what we're going to do is we have a specialized tool for it. It's called the BLT, not a bacon, lettuce, and tomato. It's a ball screw lubrication tool. So what you do is you're going to be applying grease to this cradle and inserting it into the cavity of the lead. The picture here is the latching end effector. So you're going to be inserting it into the cavity here. There's a ball screw that we need to get the grease on. And then each of these 4 latches also have a similar ball screw that you need this tool to insert to access those ball screws. The last part of the lubrication, there's some tracks on each of the latches here that also need to get grease applied to them. That we're just going to be using a standard grease gun, which kind of looks more like a caulking gun, off-the-shelf caulking gun that's got grease in it. Okay, you could go ahead and replay the video. This is just showing the grease being applied to the cradle of this tool. And then you can see it. This is going inside one of the latches. This is what that ball screw looks like inside the latch with the grease applied to it. And so once he's complete with that, the lubrication, he's done with his planned tasks, and both crew members would be heading back to the airlock. Again, if we've got time for other activities, we've got some time at the end of the EVA. We'll assess that day of for any get-ahead activities.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk about the tasks for EVA 41 then. Following that, also like to thank my team. We work with the same systems folks, but I've got Darren Welsh as my task. James Stoffel's been helping him out. So following Sarah's EVA, we'll go ahead and relocate the PMA, as was mentioned, to the top of Node 2. And then we'll jump into the EVA with Shane and Peggy. So they'll come out of the airlock here. Shane, as before, will head up to that same area to change out a subsequent computer box. It's just above the one he changed out previously, so you should be very familiar with the work site. The same reason we're upgrading, it's working perfectly fine, but we also want to get those enhanced processors in there and that Ethernet capability. So he'll come up, pull the box out, slide it back in, and install that Ethernet cable as well. So this will be the first task on the EVA will be the time when the two crew are separated. So while he's working on that, Peggy will come around the side of the stowage platform and head out to that PMA that we just relocated. She'll be working to hook up the heater cables so that the PMA can be pressurized and allow stowage to be put back in there. So she'll work her way on the top of the lab, off across node 2, and work to get the two heater cables connected up right here on the side of the PMA. So once we hook up these heater cables, there'll be some subsequent cables that are left out there for when the International Docking Adapter flies up early next year, and those cables will be utilized to run the hooks and other sensors of that module. And also to prepare for the International Docking Adapter, Peggy will remove the cover off the top of the PMA. We've been using it for MOD and thermal protection, but with the IDA coming, we'll need it removed so that Dexter can go ahead and install that IDA on subsequent flight. Once those two tasks are finished up, the crew will meet back at the airlock, and they will pick up some Node 3 axial shields. These were stowed outside previously. There's one set on the airlock. They were stowed outside during the previous battery EVAs this crew had performed. Once we remove the PMA, the port it came from on Node 3 will be exposed, and we've got to add some protection to that port to get it ready for long term. So the crew will translate across the top of Node 1, down the aft side of Node 3 under the Bigelow module, and they'll go ahead and install two shields. They're both for micromediator protection and thermal protection. The axial ports, like this one, don't have the normal pedals that we open and close for the visiting vehicles, so the crew will be installing some long-term protection in that area. So they've got two shields they'll install there, and then they'll go to the top of Node 3 where the other two sets of shields were temp stowed by the battery EVAs and install those on the Zenith side. So now we've protected the port where the PMA came from. The crew will head back to the airlock, get another set of MOD shields, and translate back out to the PMA. The PMA, when it's on its radial port, the side of the node kind of falls away from the PMA, exposing on the sides areas that require some upgraded shielding. So the crew will work together on the port and the starboard side to install what we call the cummerbund. They'll be installed there, and then the crew will cinch those up to keep them nice and snug and placed for long term. And that'll complete the nominal tasks on the EVA, and they will move on if there's time to get heads. Otherwise, we'll come back inside the airlock, and they'll get ready for, hopefully, for Cygnus. And so this is just showing them cinching up the shields on the back side there, as the last part of that task. All right, and then hopefully Cygnus will show up with the XPECA, and Alex will talk about his EVA.
Well, thank you, John. It's just truly an honor to be part of the EVA team. I think EVAs are just something that we do as an international team to get ready. And it's a risky time, but we also do this to, just further the space station and all the science and research we're doing. During the EVA 42, Peggy and Thomas will be working kind of like construction workers, electricians, and scientists to install a lot of hardware and replace some hardware as well. So this is our video. So Peggy and Thomas will egress the airlock. And first, they'll pass out the external wireless communication antennas that they'll stow on a toolbox. And then they'll pull out that really large avionics box that we're going to be performing a lot of the major tasks with. Both of them will go to the work site. Peggy will grab some specialized tools and set up to remove the failed avionics box, and as well as get ready to temp stow it onto this large pallet, again having lots of our critical hardware spares and science equipment. Thomas will then fly over, and together they will release this box and temp stow it on that specialized equipment. After the failed unit has been removed, the two crew members will translate back to the forward side of the truss, and they will be retrieving the spare XPECA. Again, that's the avionics box that's supporting the pallet. They'll work together to install this box onto the pallet, and this is just some NBL footage of our crew training in our large pool where we can simulate some of the EVA spacewalks that we perform.
The interests of
This footage is actually of Peggy and Tomas. They got to see this specific task during their training. Once the spare box has been installed, Peggy's going to grab some tools and hardware, and she will head aft into the alpha magnetic spectrometer, where she'll be installing a 1553 feedback terminator. We have some footage here just of one of our partial gravity simulators, allowing our crew members to train on weightlessness, kind of a weightless environment in a few degrees of freedom. Once the terminator is installed, Peggy will get to take some pictures or photos of the alpha magnetic spectrometer. She'll then head back to the pallet where she'll take some photos of the newest experiment out on the pallet. This is the Sage 3. It's basically an atmospheric sensing measuring device. Meanwhile, Tomas will be installing the high-definition camera out there on the camera port number 3. This is responsible for some of the great photos and video that we've been getting from the station recently. After these tasks, the crew members will clean up the work site, head back to the airlock, and they'll be swapping out hardware. Peggy will grab the last part of that pressurized module forward shield that John talked about earlier. This will complete kind of the outfitting of the pressurized module. Together, the two crew members will work to cinch the shield down. Tomas will also have picked up the external wireless communication antennas, and he will work to install these very large antenna booms onto station. Shane removed the handrails where these antennas are going to be installed on an earlier EVA. And after that's complete, the crew members will clean up the work site and head back to the airlock. In addition to our increment teams and our systems teams, I want to point out just a big thanks to Ali Badicletti and Chris Mundy, who's part of my team working to develop the procedures and the crew training. I do have an example of the avionics box here that we'll be removing and replacing on the pallet. You can see it's a very, very large box. It's very sensitive to electrostatic discharge, and it's coated with a sensitive paint. And so this bag design is basically lined with an Orco fabric material. And the crew members outfit the bag with several of our specialized tools. The crew members use these two, what we call scoops, as handling aids. And this is the large multi-use tether ball stack assembly that the crew members will install on the pallet and then be able to temp stow the failed unit, allowing us to install the spare.
Thanks, Alex. So now we have some time for questions. We are going to start here in the room with questions from people who are with us today, and then we will also take questions on the phone bridge. If you are plugged into the phone bridge already, you can press *1 to ask a question, and if your question gets answered and you need to withdraw it, you can press *2. And then we'll also be taking questions on social media. If you are on Twitter, you can use the hashtag #AskNASA to get your question in, and we'll be taking some of those as the hour goes on. Again, we'll start here in the room. We'll start with Mark, and be sure and let us know who your question is addressed to.
Okay, Mark Carreau for Aviation Week. I wish I knew, because there might be a couple of points that need to be made by different people. I think you said the PMA move is Sunday, wondering how long that takes, and who does the robotics? Does the crew do it, or is that mission control operations? And a separate question regarding the cables that you're taking off and putting on. Could you explain whether they're, I know you said heater, but there may be other tasks or functions they perform, and I'd just like to make sure I know if they're power and data or heater or what they encompass. Thank you.
So the PMA move?
Yeah, the PMA move is going to take about a shift to go move the PMA on Sunday. So we should be able to get that done in relatively short order. What we're trying to do is trying to get ourselves in a position where we can have the PMA moved before the orbital launch down at the Cape, whenever that happens. And so that's one reason we're going to go ahead and press for that task as soon after this EVA as we can. So, but it's not an exceptionally long task to go do it.
And that will be the team on the ground working the robotics for that,
Absolutely, right? Yeah. No, I don't know.
Yeah, the maneuver itself from one port to the other will take about 3 hours total, and then the bolting operations before and after will be the remainder of that shift.
Okay, and then the other question was
connectors.
Yeah, as far as the cabling, so it's heater and data for the heaters.
Okay. That's what they're all right, I think we've got one from, oh, okay, sorry, go ahead.
Hi, Robert Perlman with collectspace.com. For Sarah and then either Alex or Emily, I guess. First, if Thomas finds an ammonia leak, I'm sorry if I missed this, but if he does find an ammonia leak, will that change the order of the EVA? Will he do anything at that point? And then for the third EVA, just out of curiosity for the avionics box, how deep is it into the Cygnus? How much will they have to unpack quickly to get to it to be ready for the spacewalk?
Okay. And so as far as that's a great question of what happens if he finds a leak. The leak that we see is extremely small, and this is just going to be giving us more information if we can actually see that leak in that area. And the plan is it's just going to be gathering information. If we need to change things out, that's going to be a much longer turnaround that we're going to need. So it's not something that we're planning to do for John or Alex's EVA. It's really we're going out there to look at it. Hopefully, it gives us some great information that we can plan future work in that area.
It might be worth explaining, or if we see an ammonia leak, what that means for the crew. I know there's always plans in place for what they do if they get any ammonia on them.
Yes, we've got procedures laid out. There's different scenarios you can be in. We have dealt with ammonia quite a bit on orbit now. We've got some solid procedures to cover us with it. There's different scenarios you can be in. Usually we just see some ammonia flakes here and there, which is what we're expecting Tomas to see. But we are going to be prepared if there's more ammonia coming out. There is a chance that it can get onto his suit. So we have, in that case, Shane would come on over and inspect Tomas to see if he can physically see any of the ammonia on his EMU. And then it's kind of neat, we would sublimate it off. So any metal object that they would have, you would go ahead and place it on that ammonia to release it from the suit. Then we have a bake-out calculator. So we know based on ammonia being sprayed on the suit and no longer seeing it onto the EMU, we now have times that you're outside that any ammonia would again just sublimate off, so you're not going to be bringing it back inside with you into the airlock. And if he does get sprayed a lot, we do have now a test when they would do that on repress to check to see if we would be bringing any ammonia inside. And we have done this several times, and to this date, we've never passed that test where we were going to be bringing ammonia back inside.
And just to add on, just from the standpoint of the leak itself, we've already been able to characterize it. We have been characterizing it over the last several months. This is not a new thing that we're seeing. We've been seeing this leak, and at least through our accumulators and our quantities and so forth. But the leak rate that it's at, we could last months, possibly even into next year or the following year, depending on how that leak, if it stays at the same rate. Obviously, what we're concerned about is getting out there, getting eyes on it, trying to understand, is it coming from a QD, is it somewhere in the line, is it in a flex hose, and then that way we can make a better decision about how quick we need to respond. If we think it's going to unzip, soon, we'll obviously want to respond to that much quicker, but this is something we have eyes on all the time through our normal characterization with watching quantities and seeing what the system is doing. We've got enough insight into the system. The challenge for us is it's a very, very large, spread out system, and trying to find a leak is difficult. And so we put a lot of effort into trying to find the source of the leak back last year with a leak locator that we put on the robotic arm, and we took it out, and we were able to get the window of this leak down to a very small area. And so we'll go out, take a look at it, and then that'll again help inform how quick we need to respond. But at a broader level, we have good insight into the quantities. We've been watching it for a while, and now we're just, as Sarah said, we're going to be a little smarter after this EVA about exactly how we might approach it sometime in the future.
And then the unpacking question on Cygnus is Emily, is that
Yeah, the great thing about the Cygnus module is that once you get your first ingress complete, the whole module is really very accessible to our crew members. And so I don't have the exact location of where the controller is, but fundamentally within an hour or two, the crew members can pretty much access any portion of that module fairly easily.
Nice. Okay, I think another question here in the room from Eric.
Eric Berger with Ars Technica. Question, I think, for Kenny. You talked about the commercial crew aspects of this. Is there more work after these spacewalks that will need to be done to prepare the station externally via an EVA to get ready for the first commercial crew flights? And have you delayed those because obviously the first flights aren't going to come now probably till mid or late 2018?
Right. Yeah, in terms of the IDA itself, we're not going to be putting that on. We're not going to have it on board till the end of the year. Probably not going to do the EVA until early next year to go actually install it and do all the connections and the checkout for it. So that most assuredly is forward work that we have to go do. And again, we're going to, as quick as we can get it on board, we want to get it on board. We want to be ready as soon as the commercial crew program is ready to come and see us. We want to have everything ready and checked out. So absolutely, we've got a little forward work left to do, and once we get the IDA on and the cables, then we'll have certainly the lion's share of it behind us.
All right, I think now we can go to questions on the phone bridge. Just a reminder, if you are on the phone bridge, you can press *1 to get your question acknowledged, and then *2 if your question gets answered. And another reminder that we're taking questions via social media as well, using the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. Let's go first to Bill Harwood with CBS News.
Hey, thanks. I've got two quick questions. For Kenny, maybe, can you characterize this ammonia leak? Could you give us any sense of what kind of rates you guys are seeing? I mean, I don't know, based on what you said, if we're talking fractions of an ounce per day or less than that. And can someone explain the 1553 terminator on AMS? I have no idea what that does. Thanks.
Yeah. So the leak itself, it's pounds over a year. It's pounds that we're talking about. What got our interest, Bill, was back a couple of months ago, several months ago, we saw a pretty drastic change. What we consider a drastic change, to the naked eye, it may not be, but to those of the folks that watch this day in and day out, they sensed a bit of a change when we kind of take a moving average sort of approach to these kinds of things. And they sensed a change, and so that got all of our attention. And when we had these EVAs coming up in the near term, we said, this might be an opportunity to see if we can collect some data. So we in a very short order, we put the leak locator out the Japanese airlock, went and took a look and found an area where it looked like we were seeing some higher concentrations of ammonia, and that's when we said we had this opportunity with the EVAs to go out and take a look. So again, we as a general rule lose pounds of ammonia per year. When you have pressurized systems in the environment that we're talking about, they are not leak proof. There's not one on station that's leak proof, and so it's very important that we have to continually watch all these systems, whether they're O2 systems or N2 systems or ammonia systems. So anyway, the long answer to your question is we're talking pounds, and when you extrapolate that out over a period of time, we can go months, if not years, in the current situation that we're in. Our only concern primarily is this the kind of situation that's getting worse? And I would tell you, at least since we had what we thought was a little bit of change in the slope here recently, that hasn't gotten any worse. And so we want to go out, take a look at it, and see if we can try to just characterize it by putting eyes on it and say whether or not it's a candidate for getting worse, or if this is just a little blip and we can continue to work it as part of our normal planning process to rectify it. As far as the AMS question, if you look at the alpha magnetic spectrometer, it has a series of pumps on it, and right now those pumps are having some challenges. The AMS itself is working fine. It's collecting just an incredible amount of data, but they're trending how their equipment is operating, and they have come to us as a program and said we want to look at maybe some options to do some corrective action somewhere down the line with these pumps. And so we have an effort underway to go look at what options we might have for helping them install some other pumps. And they have to have a way to basically get command and control to this new set of pumps. And the team has looked at all the different options and ways to get the ones and zeros going where they need to, back and forth to the AMS and these pumps. And they discovered that it has this 1553 connection on the AMS itself that was actually, the heritage goes back to when we launched it in the shuttle. And so the thought is to maybe use that same connection to allow this command and control between the AMS and these new set of pumps that we might fly here in the near future, or at some point in the future. And so given that looks like a real option, one of the things that team would like us to understand is whether or not that connection and that 1553 line is still good or not after all of this time. And so they've come up with a way to go and put a little jumper in that basically takes the output 1553 and jumpers it right back around to the input of that same connection. And then that way they're able to see whether or not there's good continuity in that 1553 port. And so if there is, and that helps inform the decision that the AMS folks need to make about their pumps and what kind of command and control they want to put on their pumps. Does that help, Bill?
I think it was very thorough.
Okay.
I think next on the phone we have Sarah from space.com.
Hi, for Alex, I was wondering what NASA will be looking for in the photos Peggy's taking of Stage 3 on the third spacewalk.
That's a great question. So this is one of the newest, Stage 3 is one of the newest science payloads that's out on that ELC4, that logistics pallet number 4. And it's basically, she's basically taking images to allow the scientists to know kind of what state is the payload in currently, as it has just been brought up from one of the SpaceX missions. And they're just looking to make sure it's in the same configuration as it was launched in, and just kind of, is there any MLI that might be concerned or things like that.
Okay, I think that is all the questions we have on the phone today. So next we're going to try some questions from social media. My colleague Haley Fick has been gathering those.
Okay, so our first one comes to us from Ryan Korsgaard at KPRC on Twitter, and he said, explain why these EVAs are important to the future of space travel. Explain it like you would to your family at home.
Well, if I had to look at it, from the standpoint of what we're trying to do as a country, we are trying to establish an economy in low Earth orbit, and space station
Hey,
is
Facebook
one
friend.
of the primary ways that we're trying to do that. In fact, we've already done that, at least a first phase of that, with our commercial cargo capability. We're trying to take that to the next level. We're trying to do that with commercially launched services for crew. And in order to do that, we as a space station program have to give them a place to come to. So these EVAs, or at least the first couple, really are focused on helping us establish that port that we need to have a commercial vehicle come and see us. And again, that's part of helping to grow this economy and helping to partner with industry to establish these services, and not just for the government, but for others out there. So anyway, that's a big thing. As far as the third EVA and the avionics box, you know, for the science aspect of the space station kind of speaks for itself. You know, the payloads that we put external that keep an eye on our atmosphere and ensure that the environment that we all enjoy here is taken care of. Some of our external payloads are in place just to do that, and this avionics box plays a key role in help us to be able to power that equipment. And we know we have an issue. If we stay on the course that we're on with applying more and more payloads for Earth monitoring, that this avionics box is not going to be able to satisfy those requirements. So by putting this other box in place, we'll be able to handle those requirements.
Awesome. So this next one comes from Tig Cardinal on Twitter, and he is wondering, what is the need of EVAs? Wouldn't it be more practical to use robotic arms?
We have come so far when it comes to robotics in this program. I think that we have, everywhere we can, we use robotics now. But at the end of the day, you'll never take the place of having a crew member on site giving you real-time feedback and being able to have that dialogue with engineers on the ground and do things in 10 minutes that if you said, hey, let's go plan out to do something robotically, it's going to take a lot longer. And sometimes, you know, the best use of our time is to send somebody out there and deal with an issue. So, you know, there's a lot of overhead in doing spacewalks, but at this point, we get more than our value in return.
And I've got two good examples on this, the EVA 40 in particular. First, we send a robot essentially out to this ammonia site, and it gave us some information, but now we need more, right? So we need those human eyes on it. And then also, we're lubricating a robot. It needs a little help, and the only way we can do that is to put grease on it just by a person.
Awesome. So this is from Claire on Twitter, but she's asking on behalf of her 8-year-old Chloe. And she is wondering, do the astronauts feel any changes in their body temperature when they go from day to night when they're outside?
Sure. The spacesuits are pretty well insulated, and the crews use a liquid cooling garment that's across them to try to mitigate the temperature swings from day to night. They may sense something so they can turn that cooling up and down, but more than the day-night is actually driven by their workload. They're working harder, like you do when you exercise. They need to increase that cooling, and when they are doing a more passive task, maybe taking photos or monitoring the arm or something like that, they can dial that cooling back. But it ends up being a lot more dominated by the workload that they see out there.
Another thing that our suits provide is glove heaters. And so a lot of times, like John mentioned, if you aren't doing a lot of activity, maybe you're holding a large ORU while the robotic arm is flying you to a work site, and you have this large ORU you can't let go. So you need to turn on your glove heaters, especially if you're in an eclipse and need some warmth on your hands.
The liquid cooling garment, you might want to explain for Chloe what that is.
So it's basically a set of coveralls that the crew wears, more or less. So they're over their entire body, their wrists, down their feet, and there's little tubes that run all over, crisscross that garment, and they actually flow cold water over it to try to regulate their body temperature inside the suit. And they can adjust how warm or cold that water is that flows over their body.
Awesome. So I think we have maybe time for one more on social media. So this is from Tejal on Twitter, and she is wondering, if you lose connection with the space station, what do you do next? I'm guessing she needs communication with the space station.
So we lose communication with the space station on a pretty regular basis because we'll hand off from one satellite to the next, and that's a very normal process, and we have a satellite schedule. And so in those instances, we don't really do anything. We just wait for the next satellite to come online. If we have an unexpected loss of communication, then the crew would eventually, especially if it's a work day, figure out that we're not responding to them, and then they would go and take a look at the communication systems on the space station and see if there's anything wrong and if they need to run any procedures, to recover any systems. We happen to have two separate communication systems that give us audio communication with the astronauts, and so the odds of losing both at the same time are actually pretty slim.
Okay, and I think we have a couple of follow-up questions here in the room. See, I think, Mark, you said you had one. Give us just a second to get the microphone over to you.
Mark Carreau from Aviation Week. I think this is for Ken Todd. Bill Harwood asked you about the connections for pumps, and it wasn't clear to me what those pumps do. Are they cooling pumps, or do they do some other function that's sort of an essential part of the AMS long-term experiment?
Yeah, they're part of their cooling pump package, and again, this is something that they've just been trending over time, and certainly Professor Ting and the community that work the AMS are very interested in having that payload for as long as we can, and so they're doing the smart thing and watching their data and looking at it and trying to come up with ideas, and we're trying to help them figure out how to make the best decisions if we ever get to that point where we need to do something.
Okay, and one more follow-up.
If I'm not mistaken, the third EVA will be the 200th EVA outside the space station. I wonder if all of you want to just reflect a little bit at that milestone and what it says about where we've reached in terms of EVA capability, and what it says about the equipment in terms of being able to, and the ability to support space station out to 2024 or beyond.
Well, I can start, and certainly you guys chime in, but we wouldn't have space station without all these EVAs. I mean, that much is clear. We relied on our ability to go external and do the things we need to do to make the station whole. And so the fact that it's 200 is pretty impressive, and I would tell you we're still learning. We're still learning about EVAs. That they're not easy. We're as vigilant as we've ever been in terms of trying to watch for things. If you look at those 200 EVAs and the number of times we've tripped over something that we thought we had pounded flat, we get reminders all too often that we need to continue to be vigilant. And so I think the team does a good job at doing that. Yeah, we wouldn't have a station without it. So as we said earlier, robotics are certainly something we've gotten much better at, but our ability to put eyes on something and go out, you just can't underestimate the value of that. So yeah, I think it's huge, and it says a lot. As far as the suits themselves, as I said, we're learning still about the suits, but I think we're doing a good job at taking care of the suits, and certainly for the foreseeable future, as long as we remain vigilant and listen to them when they're talking to us, then we'll continue to be successful.
I think it's a hallmark of the space station program and the work that we've been doing with the space station over the years that here we come to the 200th spacewalk, and we're still not just fixing things, but improving things and expanding capability and adding functionality, where we are almost continuing to build the space station over time. So obviously the first half of the program was about building this enormous facility that is now producing all of this amazing scientific research, and we don't just go outside to fix things. Most of what we've talked about today is about improving and expanding, and I think that is really kind of the character of the space station program as a whole, is that we're continuing to move forward.
All right, I think that is just about all the time we have for today, but I did want to go over the schedule as it stands now one more time for everybody. The first spacewalk is scheduled for this coming Friday, March 24th. The second spacewalk, that will be on a week from tomorrow, on Thursday, March 30th. And then we'll wrap up this series of spacewalks with the final one on Thursday, April 6th. So you want to check into NASA TV for all of those. You can tune in at 5:30 a.m. Central Time to catch the preparations for it, and then they should start around 7 a.m. Central Time each day. And of course, you can always stay tuned to www.nasa.gov/station for regular news updates on what's going on in space on the International Space Station. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, how about that, everybody? What a great hour that was, learning about these upcoming spacewalks that are going to be happening in the future here coming up. And we'll try to get that video when we do have those spacewalks so you could see it and be part of all the action. Next story that we have coming up for you, well, it's a disturbing one, and it has to do with Chicago. Let me get the video set up, and then I'll set up the story, and we'll show the video, and hopefully someone will recognize this person. All right. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Downstream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Next story coming up, a disturbing story out of Chicago. A Chicago reporter is looking for your help, maybe. She came across this picture on social media, and it was just really heartbreaking to see. It's a father with a toddler, but also holding a gun at the same time. So we'll show you that video, and we will also show you the photo in question. Here we go.
How are you? It's not usual that I come up at this time of the day or the evening to talk to you, because normally I should be in bed right about now. But I am letting you know about a case that I want you to be aware of that's out there on Facebook right now. And it involves a child, and it involves a potential really deadly situation and endangered child, and we're looking for some of your help here this morning, or this evening. It's so weird for me to be talking at this hour. Hi, Rolando Ayala, how are you? Hi, Jesse Ortiz, Patrick Carroll, and Donnie Bodnar. Royce Gomez. Hey, how are you guys? This is so cool. I like have my own little Facebook community here, and you guys are really awesome checking in. Hi, Nadine. It's like I never get a chance to talk to you because you're always working when I'm working. Hi, Johnny Alexander. Yeah, I'm fine. Everything is great. I'm actually coming to you live from inside my home. Normally I'm in the live truck, but I'm inside my home this evening because there's a very serious story that I want to tell you guys about. I haven't even had a chance to call the newsroom yet, but I figured I'd get here first, break it on my Facebook page first, because you guys are going to get it first, because anytime I can bring you guys some breaking news, that's what I like to do. And so I have a very interesting story that I've been sitting on for a day, and I wanted to share it with you guys. I need your help, and I'm hoping, in light of everything that we've seen the past couple of days with, you know, this victim who was sexually assaulted on Facebook live stream, it just goes to show that people aren't thinking when they're watching, 40 people watching a Facebook live stream of somebody being sexually assaulted and raped by a group of men, that they don't, the people who were watching it, up to 40 people, didn't call police. That's just, to me, unbelievable. But there are other people that post dumb things on Facebook. So this is the latest big dummy, and I'm sorry, I don't mean, maybe I shouldn't call him a big dummy. But this is Facebook, it's not television, and I can say that. This is a picture of somebody that I want to show you, and I'm hoping you guys can help me identify him. And Andrew Holmes is going to get on the phone here with me, and he's going to talk a little bit more about this and the search for this individual. So let me flip the phone here around real quick and show you. Hi guys, how are you? Melissa and Crystal and Nancy, Arce, Silva Mario, and okay, here we go. So let me around real quick. Look at this. You see this? Let me get this. Look at this doofus. Okay, this is a young child that we are looking at right now who has her hands on a real gun. Wasn't it just last week that I was doing a story about a little boy that was playing a game of cops and robbers with his siblings, and somebody got their hands on a gun and the gun went off. That child is now dead, and that child should never have happened. And then you have adults like this who actually, I don't know if this guy's an adult, I'm guessing he's an adult. He's thinking it's really cool to take a picture of himself with a child who looks like she's about 3 years old holding a gun. This is the problem, and I want you guys to share this video because we need to figure out who this guy is. I'm reserving my words, guys. You know what I really want to say about this guy? It's horrible. This poor child right now is in danger because she is around a dummy like this who thinks it's real. Oh, I'm sorry, my phone just kind of toppled over there. Who thinks it's okay to Samson. No, Sammy. This is my dog Sammy over there. He's looking at me. Sammy, stop it. So that's my dog Sam over there. But this is a problem, and we need to do something about it. So I want you guys to share this video because I haven't even called the newsroom about this one. Andrew Holmes is trying to figure out who this person is, so we're going to call him right now. I'm going to get him on the phone and a little bit about this with Andrew. So hang on, I got my home phone today. Let's see here. Dial up, redial. I hope he answers. He may not recognize my home phone number. Oh, come on, man. Let's see. I can't even operate a home phone. What is wrong with me? Okay, let's try that again. Okay, now I think I got it. There we go. I'm gonna flip it around here. This, they believe it's from Chicago. Hang on, we're trying to figure that out. Down here. Oh, Andrew, please tell me you're gonna answer the phone. Andrew, it's Anita.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good, Andrew. I'm glad you answered the phone. I didn't know if you would answer my number because it's my home number.
Okay.
Andrew, we're looking at this picture. This is unbelievable. What is going on here? Where did you get this?
Well, I had a person call my office and ask for my number and ask me could they send me a picture to my phone, and I said, yeah, what is it regarding? They said, male taking a selfie with a baby with a gun in the hand. I told him to send it ASAP. And I said, where did it come from? It fell off of Facebook. But once I seen it, I told them, so I'll get back with you later on. I got to get on top of this right now to save this child before this child picks up a gun somewhere else and it goes off.
Man, I'm looking at this little kid, and this little girl looks like she's about 3 years old. She's got her hand on the gun, and that is not a toy gun. That's a real gun. And it looks like she's got her finger on the trigger.
Yeah, the finger is on the trigger.
And so the question is, who is this guy? Do we think this is going on in Chicago?
You know, when I filed the child endangerment report, they're looking and trying to trace where this originally started from to see if it's in Chicago or who. They know whose page it on, so they're going to get in touch with the person that posted it and find out where they got it from and keep going until they track this individual down, because it was very disturbing to the detectives when they seen it and said, oh my God. I said, yeah, we just lost a 3-year-old who got a gun in his hands, and I said, I'm trying to save this child's life before this child goes to a relative or friend house unsecured gun, and that gun discharges.
Well, you know, you were the baby. I forget. I did the story, and I apologize to the family because I cannot remember the name of the child that died the other day. Just last week, about a week ago, we were at Comer Children's Hospital for a little boy who was playing cops and robbers and got his hands on a real gun. What was the name of that little boy again?
I'll call it in a minute. It's on my files.
Okay, well, this little boy, you were on that story with me. You saw the pain that the family was going through, and this was a little boy at that time who was playing cops and robbers, got his hands on a real gun, playing with the siblings. The gun went off, and he's now dead. Now we got this little girl here who is obviously in danger of who knows if the gun is loaded. It doesn't matter. Her hand is on a gun. She should not be handling a gun.
Absolutely.
So, Andrew, what do you want people to do?
Well, I want them to take a look at that picture that Facebook posted. And if and indeed, wherever you are located at in the United States, you can give me a call at 1-800-883-5587. Let me know if and indeed you do know this individual, or call the local authority and let them know that community activist Andrew Holmes has filed a child endangerment report in Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, and the man here. What do you think? I mean, I'm looking at him and I'm thinking maybe he's about 18, 19 years old. Clearly, I think he's an adult. I mean, I don't know. I may be wrong.
Yeah, he's a fully grown adult to me. You know, maybe 18, 19, 20, early 20s. But I mean, this individual knows right from wrong, and he knows there have been too many children who have lost their lives to accidentally picking up a gun, but she's still teaching this kid to pick up a gun. She has her hand on that trigger. Now, what if that gun had went off while he got that child in his hand, and she shot him in the head?
Right. Give us the number again. It's 1-800-YOU with the letter U. You tell us, but give us the number again.
Yes, that's 1-800, the letter U, TELLES, and us. But you can also, numerical is 1-800-883-5587. 1-800-883-5587.
And and someone said that that's not a real gun. I'm sorry, that is a real gun. And I don't know what you're looking, but that's a real gun. But the other thing someone else said, who cares if it's not loaded or not? The fact is that she's handling a gun, and the next time she sees a gun, she's going to think it's okay to pick it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Regardless whether that gun is unloaded or loaded, she has no business with that firearm in her hand, because if she sees one somewhere laying around unsecured, she's going to grab that gun, and the next thing you know, that baby's going to be dead, DOA on arrival. We can stop this before this happens. My concern is to get to the person whose child is here and get this child some help so this child won't lose her life.
All right, so people, you need to share this video. We need to find this guy. We don't know where this child is. We think the child is in Chicago. How many days ago did you get this? Did you get this yesterday? Did you get it the day before? I mean, how long do we think this has been on Facebook?
Well, this was just posted yesterday as of last night. I got this posting from a resident at 12 o'clock last night that called and called and called me, and I finally picked up. And I thank God that I picked up, because, this is so damn disturbing to me.
All right, someone's saying that's a BB gun. The police looked at this. This is a real gun, is it not?
Yeah, and the officers looked at it and said this gun clearly looks like it's real. I wouldn't care if it's a BB gun, toy gun, water gun. That baby still is in danger, because that baby will pick up a gun and will discharge and lose her life.
And this is the guy who's with her, who knows why he thinks it's so funny and why he thinks this is okay. What's wrong with people, Andrew, that they would do something like this?
Yeah, I don't know where their mindset at. I don't know where the other people who are looking at this and figuring out, it's a BB gun, it's okay. No, it's not okay. Her hand is on that trigger. So if she picks up a real gun and it happens, then how are you going to feel about her losing her life?
Yeah, we have enough children dying in Chicago. We don't need to have them picking up guns on their own. And they should never be in a house without with an unsecured gun in the first place. It's illegal to do that. If you have a gun, you have to take care of it. You have to secure it. And this is just appalling to me. And we got to help find this person. So fake gun or not, this baby doesn't need to be exposed to this kind of nonsense. And that's coming from one of my Facebook friends, Brenda Taylor, commenting. And I'm keeping this up here so that you guys can keep a look at this and you can share this, please. Bobby Doe says it's not a real gun. What if the gun's not loaded and he has the licenses and permits to bear arms? It doesn't matter. Children are not supposed to be holding guns like this. This is what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for, Andrew? It's wrong. Let's just put it that way. It's wrong. We just don't do this, you know.
Yeah, well, those people that are commenting like that, maybe they need to dig a little deeper. And I hope this don't never happen to anyone in your family or your child, and it accidentally she or he picks it up and it goes off, and you commenting like this. If you're gonna comment on trying to find this child so this child can have a safe and productive life instead of picking up a gun and learning how to use it at an early age, 3 years old, and blow a home brains out.
Exactly. We have enough violence here already in the city of Chicago. Let's not promote more violence and teach kids to like this kind of thing and think that this is okay, because it's not okay. It's really not. Okay, so give us the number one more time, Andrew, because people are listening, and I've got a pretty big audience right now. And Joey Rawls, white people always trying to bring a black man down. This has nothing to do with race, Joey. This has everything to do with trying to keep this little girl safe and trying to find out who this man is so that they can get this child away from him so that she's not in danger and doesn't blow her head off. That's what it's about.
Absolutely. It's nothing to do with race, creed, or color, because if this was a white American, Hispanic American, I'll be still doing the same thing to try to save the baby. Cannot teach this baby how to use a gun.
Yeah, I feel sorry for this little girl because she doesn't know any better, and she's just holding up because he's telling her to do it, and this is glorifying violence, and I just don't like it. Cole Hammer, I'm not promoting it. What I'm trying to do is find this goofball. I can't believe the comments that some people saying right now. I am not glorifying what's going on. What we're trying to do is find this child and find this man and get him charged, get him some counseling or some help as well. Maybe he doesn't know any better. I would like to think that. I'm going to try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but what I really want to call him is a few names right now, but I'm going to withhold that. So, Andrew, one more time, give us the number, please.
That's 1-800-883-5587, 1-800-883-5587.
All right, Andrew, thank you so much, and I appreciate you talking to us. I'm going to make sure, I didn't even call our newsroom yet. I just went ahead and went on with this with you at my house here because I wanted to get that out there, and I wanted to keep this short for people that are tuning in right now on this feed, Facebook feed. And what could this guy face charges? What kind of charges could he face?
Really child endangerment.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty serious charge, too, if it is his child or somebody else's child and he's caring for the child. Some neighbor, some relative, sister, who knows? Who knows? It doesn't matter. We got to help this child. I'm going to show it one more time for those of you in right now. This is a case where Andrew Holmes is trying to track down this man. We do believe he's in Chicago. You have reason to believe he's in Chicago?
Yeah, since it was posted here, it might be, he might stay here in Chicago, but if not, across the United States, if anyone recognizes this individual, we need to try to, reverse what this child is learning about a gun and teach her not to touch the gun. But if indeed a tragic do happen, and it happen to be this baby, those that are commenting negative, shame on you, blood on your hands.
Right, exactly. All right. Thank you so much, Andrew. I appreciate you talking to us. Keep us posted. And what do we know right now about that video of the girl that was sexually assaulted on that Facebook Live? Do we know anything about that right now? Any on that you know of?
Well, it's still an ongoing investigation, and they're still trying to put the pieces together and talk to these individuals who were on this video. So they're still trying to identify people to see if they can get their statement, their accountability of what happened, why it happened, and how.
Right. All right, well, we look forward to any new developments that you want to share with us here on my Facebook page. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. And you folks that are watching right now, I would really, really appreciate it if you could share this. We got to track this guy down. We do believe that he could be in the Chicago area. The person who contacted Andrew is from the Chicago area, saw it on there. Hey, Mike Brown. I'm going to show Mike Brown. I don't know if Mike picture yet one more time. Mike Brown, you're actually in law enforcement or a former law enforcement. You teach concealed carry. Mike Brown, you look at this picture right now. Please tell me, is this a real gun or is this a BB gun? Because we're having a discussion on this. I believe that's a real gun. It's inappropriate for a child to have a gun. So, Mike, could you please weigh in? We got one of my Facebook friends is Mike, Professor Mike Brown, and who teaches criminology. He is on my Facebook page right now watching, and I'm waiting for him to respond. Mike, I want to give you a good look at this gun. This little girl's hand is on the trigger, and this goofball, I'm going to call him a goofball because I got other names I want to call him, but I'm not going to do that. I'm trying to stay professional. He's smiling. You think it's funny. He's not thinking. Okay, Mike, what do you think, Mike? Do you think that this is a real gun? If the gun is fake, it's still crazy, according to one of my Facebook pages. I'm waiting for Mike to weigh in. Mike says he thinks it's a BB gun. It doesn't matter. Okay, you're right, Mike. But, Mike, this kind of thing is irresponsible, is it not? I'm waiting for Mike to respond here. Mike says he thinks it's a BB gun. But your thought on that, Andrew?
Well, it's still a gun inside a child's hand with a hand on the trigger. And if she happens to pick up a real gun that's unsecured, she's going to mess around here and shoot herself.
Right. Mike says there are screws on the slide and that is on the side of the barrel. It's not a real gun, he says. That's not a real gun, he says. I'm trying to read what he says. The thing is going... For some reason, Facebook's not... He says it's an airsoft gun, but it still shoots BBs. But the problem is, the concern is that this is possibly, like you said, this girl... Mike Brown says it is still endangering the health and welfare of a child. It doesn't matter if it's a BB gun or a real gun. And there you go. So, absolutely. Andrew, thank you for the picture. We're going to share it, and we're going to try to find this guy and get this baby some help and find out what the situation is. That's most important. Let's care about the little kid. Let's not care about if this is a gun or a real gun or not. This kid is obviously, whoever's doing this and taking care of her at the moment here is not thinking about her health and her welfare. So that's most important. I appreciate your call, Andrew. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, Andrew, we'll talk to you later. All right, bye-bye. All right. So, guys, there you go. Mike, for weighing in on that. I appreciate it because I'm no expert on weapons or anything like that, but I did want to share that right away. And given everything that we're seeing on Facebook these days, it makes you wonder just what is wrong with people, what is wrong with some people. You know, you got to be smarter. You got to be smarter. And that kid, let's try to see where that kid is at and get that child the proper help, make sure that she's not exposed to something else in the home that is really deadly. So let's work on that. All right, guys, that's it for me. I just wanted to check in with you guys this evening. I got to get to bed. I got to let the dog out who's dying to go outside right now. Samson, let me show you my dog, Sammy, real quick. Sammy, hi, what are you doing? Hey, let me flip this around real quick. Hi, Sammy, what's wrong, Sam? I got the double trouble right here. What's wrong, buddy? Hi. So sad. What are you sad about, huh? Say hi. Say hi to my Facebook friend. Sammy. There's the other double trouble. Carrying her. Let's end this on a high note, guys. That's Samson. I always talk about my dog Samson, and that's Delilah. He just turned 10 years old on St. Patty's Day. That's his birthday. Sam, you're...
All right, there we have it. A Fox Chicago reporter wanting someone to please identify the man in that photo. That it's a shocking picture there that we saw. Just a toddler holding some sort of gun. They were debating if it was a gun or a BB gun, but at the end of the day, you are getting the little girl conditioned to be it's okay to pick up a firearm, and that's where things can lead into major problems and catastrophes. And wow. So we'll see what's going to happen with this story. Coming up next here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're going to show you a New York press conference, what they had to say about the London attacks.
Who feel that lax gun laws, or least common denominator gun laws, such as those states where there are no gun laws, is the kind of future they want to see for this country. That they're not interested in respecting states' rights or cities' rights like ours to determine what kinds of laws should apply to protect our citizens, but would like to have essentially folks with no training, no licensing, no necessary experience at all be able to bring their guns anywhere they want, schools, churches, and into our communities.
I think we said buses that dropped them off in Chinatown. So, Brian, I don't know if you want to talk about the state of load when they came up. Yeah, sometimes they were loaded, sometimes not. You know. Ozzy. That's something we'd have to take a look at. Anybody else? Yeah, Brian, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, well, there's reporting requirements for FFL holders. This wire case, we didn't uncover the straw purchases yet. As the case goes on and we defer to the ATF, we have a joint firearms task force. Our NYPD guys are embedded with the ATF. They'll either travel down themselves on a Project Leads and investigate, or they'll kick it to the South Carolina ATF. We don't know at this point.
Anything else? Okay, we're going to move on to the Ozzy.
Right. Well, I am a co-chair of a group called Prosecutors Against Gun Violence, which I co-founded with the LA City Attorney, which really brings prosecutors together, Republican, Democrats from jurisdictions all over the country. And I wrote to President-elect at the time, Trump, expressing, along with my co-chair, concerns about potential legislation. But more, Ozzy, it was to demonstrate that there, I believe, can be joint progress between Republicans and Democrats on gun safety issues, because I think Republicans and Democrats should be able to come together to reduce gun violence. So my hope, in answer to your question directly, is that letter had an impact on the president. The president is from New York. The president is from Manhattan. If anybody should understand the consequences of individuals from states with no licensing requirements coming into New York City, our stores, our Times Square, and our communities. I believe it should be the president, and I hope that as this goes forward and the legislation is considered by both houses, that the White House will understand the concerns of New York City, New York State, and other metropolitan areas, that what works in terms of gun licensing and registration in a rural community does not work and is not safe in a metropolitan area. It puts our police officers at risk. How are they going to identify who has a license at 2 o'clock in the morning when they see someone with a gun in their waistband? It's going to, I also believe, increase the risk for homegrown violent extremist terrorism acts. And certainly, look in front of you. If you can get these guns so easily in the state of South Carolina, do we really want these guns to come out with the permission now of federal law into New York City? And the answer, I think, to sensible people is, of course not. It's crazy. Marcia, our office wrote a 10-page letter which really outlined what we did in terms of the investigation and our conclusions and our recommendations regarding ways to clarify the law and also to accomplish what we believe are the general objectives of our state laws relating to election financing. The letter speaks for itself. We were detailed and we were clear. I'm not sure what I could add to answer your question other than what we said. My opinion was, as I said in the letter, it was a letter from me to Teresa Sugarman, who was the Board of Elections Commissioner. She had written to our office, and that letter from her ended up being leaked into the press. And the consequence of that, there were many allegations that came out from her letter that we felt we needed to address in a transparent manner, and that's what we intended to do and what we ultimately did.
All right, Assistant Chief Bill Aubrey is going to talk about the Midtown South case. Bill?
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Bill Aubrey, Manhattan South Detectives. I'm just going to go through the events that transpired over the last 36 hours that resulted in the death of a 66-year-old male on 36th Street and 9th Avenue. As you know, just past midnight this morning, a male walked into the NYPD substation in Times Square and informed the officers that he had been wanted for a murder that took place 24 hours earlier. And what he said to the officers that were stationed there, they were uniformed patrol officers, he had said that I'm the person that you're looking for, and that he had knives in his pocket. The officers searched him, and they placed him in custody, and they brought him to Midtown South Detective Squad. Further investigation reveals that the male, who has been identified as James Harris Jackson, a 28-year-old, believed to be a resident of Maryland, fatally assaulted Timothy Kaufman, a 66-year-old male black, on Monday night. James Harris Jackson, a 28-year-old male white, is believed to have come to New York City on Friday, March 17 via a Bolt bus from the Baltimore area. It is believed that he was staying at a Midtown hotel from Friday until Monday afternoon, when he proceeded to wander through the city. And based on statements that he made, the subject, as well as a preliminary review of video, it reveals that the attack on Timothy Kaufman was clearly racially motivated. Based on preliminary investigation into the recent actions of Timothy Harris Jackson, as well as other information obtained pursuant to interviews, it is believed that he was specifically intending to target male blacks for assault. Based on certain information, it appears that this subject has been harboring these types of feelings for quite some time. In statements he had made, which I'm not going to get specific to, it's well over 10 years that he has been harboring these feelings of hate towards male blacks. At this point, we are continuing to investigate James Harris Jackson's background, including a possible arrest history, military history, or any other possible relevant background. He's being charged with murder too, and we continue to work with the Office of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office to upgrade those charges to possible hate crimes or racially motivated charges so that it would be murder one. We recovered a 26-inch black mini sword, and we believe that this is the murder weapon that he initially confronted our victim with, and he stabbed him in the back the initial time. The subject is currently being held in Midtown South Squad, and we continue to work with the Manhattan DA's office. I'd like to acknowledge the CO of the Midtown South Detective Squad, Jason Schleier, who's here with me, Lieutenant Mike Saccone, Manhattan South Homicide Squad, and Detective Tommy Schick from Midtown South Detective Squad. They worked on this case from the time that this victim walked into the Midtown South precinct with these stab wounds at a little past 11 p.m. on Monday night. And they worked continuously looking for video, interviewing witnesses to track down our subject. And they were able to locate video tracking him walking in circles through Midtown, which confirms the statements that he has made to us. So, thank you. Right now, we're looking into his background. We have detectives from the NYPD down in Maryland speaking to his family, associates, and anybody that he could be linked to. We're looking at social media. So we're continuing on with the investigation. Remember, it's only 36 hours since the murder, and you know, he turned himself in last night at midnight, and so there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we're trying to link together with him. Yes. He spoke to detectives and also the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and I'd rather not get too specific, but in general, he came here to target male blacks. We looked at his background, so far what we see is not too much interaction with law enforcement. In 2013, we saw some interaction, but nothing that would kind of bring it to this level. He has served in the military. We're looking at that. He was deployed to Afghanistan as far as our records show. So we're looking at all of that to see what would lead him to New York. The reason why he picked New York is because it's the media capital of the world, and he wanted to make a statement. The actual stabbing took place approximately it's about 11:15 on Monday night, and the victim's name is Kaufman. He saw himself on the news, so I have to thank the media. I thank you for getting that out there last night, and he had decisions to make. So he was wandering through New York, and I think part of his statements, which I'd rather not, because the Manhattan District Attorney's Office has a lot more to do, it just corroborates with his statements. But at a certain point in time, he decided, instead of to maybe take certain actions, he took the actions that he took, and he surrendered to the police officer, uniformed police officer that was in the substation, who recognized him because he had the flyer. He's had these feelings for a while, and again, I just don't want to get too specific with the statements. He was very forthcoming with us. He knew what he was doing when he was coming up here, and he relayed all that information to us. He was roaming through the streets. He did not attack anybody else, as far as we know right now, but the thought was there. Yes, Tom. Yeah, I'd rather not get into that, Tom. You know, we're just, and again, it's 36 hours into the investigation. The Manhattan DA's office has a lot to do. They have to bring this in front of the courts, and I'd rather not say too much. I'm sorry. Random. He happened to be, our victim happened to be going through garbage on the sidewalk, and he happened to be the unfortunate one that there was nobody else around to see. Rich? I'd rather not comment on any statements that the victim did or didn't make. There is multimedia evidence that we have. I'd rather not tell you specifically what we have, but we do have multimedia evidence. Yes, sir. Again, his intentions were to come here to harm male blacks. And, you know, we're very fortunate that it stopped at one and it wasn't more. I'd rather not get into the specifics of what he told us, but it makes sense once you realize what he was here to do and where he came to from in those 36 hours.
Good. And that's part of the investigation. We're just making sure that he came up here alone. It's extremely distressing. But thanks to the great work of Bill Aubrey and his people in Manhattan South, we were able to connect them to this crime. And then thank you to you for putting this picture out in the media. That's why he turned himself in. So, you know, that's how important the work that you do is to help us continue to push violence down. John? Nothing that we have. Yeah. All right, so let's move on to the situation in the UK. Bill, thank you once again. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Karen, Chris, take care. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yep. All right, so as you're all aware, there was an attack in London today. Tom Galati is going to give you some of the details we got from our liaison, and then Jim Waters is going to talk about our deployment as a result of the attack in London. Tom?
So today around 2:40 UK time, there was an incident that is being called a terrorist attack in London, outside of Parliament. What we have so far, and this is through our liaison that is stationed in London, but in addition to that, we have a relationship with the law enforcement and have somebody assigned here in the NYPD as well. What we know is that a vehicle was driven into a group of people on the Westminster Bridge, causing serious injuries. I can't confirm fatalities right now. Open source is saying there are some fatalities. I believe we may have some. But after that, the vehicle then crashed into the gate at Parliament, where the perpetrator did jump out and then engaged with a police officer. We believe that police officer was injured as a result of a stabbing. And then there were that individual was shot. It's unconfirmed if he's DOA at this time, but we do know that he was shot. So that's what we have right now, and we are working very closely with the UK authorities. In addition to that, we're moving our resources around to try and better cover UK sensitive locations here in New York City, and Jim Waters will tell you what we're doing with that.
So upon learning of the attack and getting some of the details through liaison as well as open source media, we immediately moved and redeployed some of our critical response command personnel to UK locations, the mission and the consulate, located one on 2nd, the other on 3rd Avenue in Midtown, as well as other city agencies around the city. So we're covering Jewish locations on the eve of upcoming Passover, and we've redeployed to some of the government agencies here in New York. You'll see a larger presence of the dogs at these locations, as well as the CRC officers armed with the long guns.
All right, thanks, Jim. Any questions? Marcia. So we do things on many different levels, and I know I've talked about this a lot in the past, and I think so much of this is because we have an excellent relationship with our federal partners, specifically the FBI and the Joint Terrorist Task Force. So we're constantly scrubbing social media to see if anything is out there. It's not just social media. We do a lot of work with the people, the investigations that they conduct, and the people that we arrest. We look at their backgrounds. We look at the people that might be associated with them. So this is an ongoing process. So just it's a free and open society. I talk about that all the time. But what we've built over the last 3 years, our ability to investigate, our ability to prevent with CRC and the Strategic Response Group, and God forbid our ability to respond, is we're at a tremendous capacity right now. So just everybody in New York needs to know that the NYPD, along with their federal partners, work hard. This is something that we're working on all the time to keep everybody safe. So all of our resources are going into this. Yeah, it is a great concern, and I talk about what keeps me up at night. It used to be traditional crime, and now a lot of that has to do with terrorism. But I know, working in conjunction with everybody standing up here with me, our federal partners, but more importantly, probably the 8.5 million people in New York City. You know, if you see something that looks unusual, if you see something that looks out of place or something that makes you uncomfortable, you know, you have a responsibility to make sure you dial 911 or flag down a cop so we can properly investigate it to make sure that no stone goes unturned, and we can do the best in keeping the people of the city safe. Yep. No, there's no threats. But this is, you know, we did that after Paris, after Brussels, after San Bernardino. We redeployed people, and that's I think the beauty of having CRC. Those assets can be redeployed immediately. Tony. Yeah, I mean, in the long run, it would. We're talking about $110 million. $110 million that we get from the federal government in grants and counterterrorism grants. That's an important part of our operation. If I did the math right, that's about 2% of our overall budget. That's a significant amount of money. To put that into real terms, that $110 million represents at least 600 police officers if we were to lose that. So this is, we need the money. We do our domain awareness system. We're using our analysts, and there's the vapor wake dogs, which are an important component of what we do. This is all money that we need, and I had the opportunity to go down to Washington on Monday, meet with a number of congressional members, and talk to them and let them know how important this is to letting us do our job properly, and that's to keep the people of the city safe. Rich? Yeah, I mean, and this is what we did at Thanksgiving. This is what we did New Year's Eve, and this is what we did as recently as last Friday at St. Patrick's Day. That's why whenever we have major events now, we make sure that we work in conjunction with our friends over at the Department of Sanitation and the commissioner over there, Catherine Garcia, that we put those sand trucks out there. And an everyday response to that, we just recently put out a finest message, which is a notice to all members of the police department that in the event of a terrorist attack, we had to take a relook at our policy as far as firing at moving vehicles, and we changed that. So, Ozzy? Tom?
At this point, I would say it's all preliminary, so I wouldn't say that we have that motive yet. I will say, though, just on one thing that somebody mentioned about, being inspired. This attack is exactly what was put out in a recent edition of Ramaya magazine, which actually encourages individuals to drive into crowds of people, exit their vehicle with another weapon, and then try and do an attack with that weapon. So this was in a recent issue of Ramaya. I could guess you the date when it was.
Marcia? Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's our ability to investigate, to see who's out there, to see who might be a threat. But we also have to be able to prevent, and that's physically through CRC, putting them out in the sensitive locations and redeploying them as necessary. And again, as I said before, if in the event of an attack, we have to have the ability to respond swiftly, and we do that now. We do that now with SRG, we do that now with CRC, we do that, of course, with ESU, and we're also in the middle of making sure, because in reality, if anything does happen, it's going to be the sector cops that respond, and we're putting them through active shooter training, because we have the expectation that they're going to go to the threat. They're not going to wait for SRG or CRC. They're going to go to the threat, and it's our responsibility to make sure that they have the training and the equipment. That's why we gave them the ballistic helmets and the ballistic vests to make sure that they're properly equipped. Ozzy. Right. As I said, we go with our federal partners. We're constantly monitoring that threat stream, so I wouldn't make a general statement like that. Yeah, I think it was a couple of weeks ago. There's a prohibition against shooting at moving vehicles if they're using deadly force, which is the vehicle. You can do it if there's deadly force being used other than the vehicle. But we needed to refine that to make sure that our officers know that they have the complete backing of the New York City Police Department in the event of a terrorist attack. And of course, if they saw that taking place, they would fire their weapons, whether or not we put that out that finest message. But we needed to reinforce and tell them that this is an okay thing to do, and you don't even have to give it a second thought. So, anyone else? I think we're going to take some other topics. See, look at that. All right. Yeah, just asking for it. Yeah. Bob, you have that?
We have an ongoing investigation to the death of Bianca Abdul, a 16-month-old child in the 122 precinct at Moreland Street thereat. Right now, the ME came back, and it's deemed not criminal at this point. However, we're not done. We have a long way to go with this because there was some injuries to this child that did not cause this homicide. That has to be investigated further. So there's also toxicology that has to come back as well. So we're quite concerned about it. This was a family that had some other issues with domestic violence, and as well as another 2 males that were involved in the case too. So we have a long way to go. Although it's not deemed a homicide now, the case is not over. A head injury that did not cause the death, but it had been there prior weeks to it. This is a 16-month-old child. So there was a 12-year-old child that was removed from the residence as well as a precautionary by ACS. There was one arrest of the father of the child, but it was not due to this case. He had an active order of protection against him by the mother and another neighbor thereat. He was arrested by patrol for violating those orders of protection, but was not involved in this child's death.
Yesterday, a CRB report was leaked to a website. Just wanted to get your reaction.
Look at you next.
Also, if you are helping CCRB investigate the source of news or what happened here.
Obviously, the leak was improper, and I'm going to let Deputy Commissioner Larry Burns speak about that. Larry?
Good afternoon. The leak was totally improper. It was illegal. It needs to be investigated. We're not going to say more about it because we don't want to encourage this kind of behavior. We're working with CCRB to identify who the leaker was, and right now that's an ongoing process, so we can't say much about it. Dean? Yeah. Yeah, and we are doing that. We are working in Albany to the police commissioner and the mayor, supporting amendments to the law that would allow the disclosure of records around disciplinary proceedings. Right now, the law forbids that, as we showed in court yesterday. There are cases and cases and cases that interpret the law as preventing us from releasing this information. That's why we are actively seeking an amendment to the law in Albany in this session. Ozzy? What we've said to the Graham family is we will find a way lawfully to inform them of the results of that case when that case is done. That case is still ongoing, so there's nothing further to say about it now. We're not going to release the records or the underlying things from that case, which is our longstanding practice, but we will find a way to inform them of the outcome depending on what the outcome is. Or if it's an outcome that we're not permitted to inform them, we'll tell them there's an outcome, but we can't share it with them. We have to wait and see what the outcome of that case is. There's a long way to go on that case. Yeah, I think there is. We're working within the framework of the law. We're going to try to find a way to communicate without violating that law. And the bigger issue, as Dean's question highlights, is if we can get the amendments to the law that we're seeking in Albany, we won't have this issue in the future for everyone.
Thanks, Larry. All right, so I'll get Larry just to talk about the appointment, and then I'll follow it up with some comments. Larry?
So that position was a result of settlement negotiations that span longer than 2 years. Lots of very experienced plaintiffs' attorneys, both for the plaintiffs in the Eastern District and the Hanshu case, which has been around since 1971. The selection process was negotiated and approved by Judge Haight. It was out there publicly that the mayor would make the appointment. After a thorough consideration of the issues, I think the mayor selected someone who everybody has to have confidence in his credentials. He was a U.S. federal judge. He was a U.S. attorney. He was on the board of directors of the Brennan Center, one of the leading organizations to protect civil rights in the city. He's been a federal prosecutor. He's been a private lawyer. Hard to imagine that you could find one person with all of those credentials, but the mayor did that. So we're very comfortable with this selection, and the process of how that was going to be selected was bargained for and out in public.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so just as Larry said, you know, we're comfortable with the process and with the selection, and it was the mayor's selection, so you know, I'm good with his selection. So I am intimately involved in the disciplinary process, being that I have the final say. In each case that we go over carefully. The cases from CCRB, I especially take my time, and I look in the totality of the circumstances, and I look at what precedent has been for penalties of like infractions. So it's this process is